talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and trusts her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit is never enough. Just a little bit when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit is never enough. Just a little bit when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
Shadows in the night, show me something. I paint a smile upon my face when you're gone. I tell myself a lie, that's what I wanted. But you got me like all on my own. I ain't got no worries, I never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. I'll forget her. So I try, but who's pretending? All these memories don't keep me up till dawn. Don't need to cry, happy ending. It's getting easier for me to be strong. I ain't got no worries, I never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. I'll forget her. I'll be alone, never better. I'll be alone, I'll forget her. Don't you know love's just a feeling, and it happens every day. No big deal, can't find the meaning of the perfect time and place. If you wanna know what's best for me, best to keep away on my own. Stay gone. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. I'll forget her. I'll be alone, never better. I'll be alone, I'll forget her.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. there's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors, 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown, y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Do it now, baby.
up, get up, get up, get up, get up, and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Get up, 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 and just do it, do it. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Can't walk with these worn-out shoes. Kick me down till I'm black and blue. Threw me down and held on tight. Now I'm back up, not ready to die. Push me down, I start to.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning. I know, we're a day late, but come on. Halloween spirit, does it ever die? I don't think so. It is a fresh day today, and it is extra fresh because we got a fresh group stage coming your way. We're starting group stage 2 today here for DreamLeague Season 24, and there is a lot to talk about. So let's get started with some PogChamp Pandas. Are you okay? Are you okay, Panda? I kind of feel like that was...
He's making me nervous.
Oh, with the red eyes as well. I don't know. Was that what you practiced? What you practiced all night? trying to hit the drums 3 times. Very hard. No, it was very good. Under it, I would imagine at the end. He's actually dying.
He's really committed to this character. I respect that.
Oh, good morning, everyone. I hope you like what we did to the place. It's a little bit of a upgrade, I'd say, Jenkins.
There's a bit of a disassociation that I already did a costume.
We all did a costume 2 days
And I
ago.
show up today, there's spider webs everywhere.
Yeah, but oh no, don't forget the smoke.
And the
That's
smoke.
the best part. It's smoking, like the whole time.
See, what people don't realize is smoke machines actually smell really good. Like, I just want to go up to that thing and just inhale.
No, don't do that. That's
But you
probably
shouldn't do
very
it.
bad for you.
You
But I
shouldn't do
don't
it, but I
smell
want
it.
to.
Frog, do you smell this?
Usually when you're close, yeah, when you're closer, you smell it though, right?
I like that.
Go take a whiff of it, Janky.
I'm taking a whiff.
Okay.
You want me to inhale a big...
No,
No.
but like just like a waft,
You'd probably be better at that than I would.
like a waftage.
Good morning to you two, Owen and Fogged. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, no, really looking forward to today. We're getting watch some best of threes.
Yeah.
Finally, into the second group stage. And because we had quite actually. How many of the series of the previous group stages ended up going 1-1? Was it more or less? would you
100.
say?
I find this a very great question. I would have liked to be prepared for it.
What's the vibe?
I-
I feel like we had
I
a lot
have
of 1-1s or a lot of 2-0s.
There was a good amount of 1-1s.
I think it was a good amount of
I would
1-1s,
say.
right? Close series.
These Paravisions of the world, you know, going 1-1 with teams like Gaiman and some of the bottom teams even taking, I mean, other than Fortnite Man, of course, unfortunately. He had a
It is
rough
about
showing.
25
Out of what?
series.
That means it's less though.
So that's less. 'cause we
So
had
that
more
means
than
it's more 2-0s.
Okay, so more
Right.
2-0s. All right, so we'll maybe we won't
Just
be getting a lot of
mathematically wise. We have what,
3-game series.
56 games? How's the math work across? I can't remember.
Jenkins, you're on math.
We had
You are
16
math.
series every day for 3 days and 1 day with 8.
Do the math. Fogged?
56, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yep, sure.
I'm literally just throwing.
Sounds
out random
good.
numbers.
That's pretty close.
Sounds good to me.
No, that's
25 of
not
those went-
possible. It must be in the table of 8.
Plus 8 though, right?
Yeah.
Is it 56?
No,
64.
56 doesn't divide by
56
8.
is in the table of 8.
Yeah,
64
no,
is
it
8
is,
times.
isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
7 times 8.
Yeah.
Great, it's perfect.
So that's perfect.
I think you're right.
Okay. So that means what we had
I just feel like on
what
a little bit,
is that then?
like 40-something%, right?
I felt like on our stream, on our portion of the stream, we've seen a lot of 1-1s.
Yes.
But I think also when you see the 1-1s, those are usually the closer series, so they go longer and they're more memorable. So maybe that's the issue here. But you'd also have to look at the ratio of 1-1s in this tournament compared to 1-1s at other tournaments, because maybe 20 is actually high compared to the average. Because we got those bottom tier teams going up against some Liquid or Game, and like you're gonna get a lot of 2-0s going on.
Yeah.
That's true.
And we don't have any of those stats.
No, we have none of them. We're just surmising.
We
them.
didn't prepare any of this.
Yeah, thanks, Owen.
Jenkins.
Thanks, Owen.
You're the stat guy, aren't you?
Why am I the stat guy?
Because you sit there.
I'm the co-host. I don't do shit.
Do you want to have an upgraded title?
All right.
That's man and co-host. What are the stats?
Oh, that's bullshit. That's like when somebody asks for a raise because they should be getting paid more money, and then it's like, okay, well, you can also have this other job.
You can have the same pay with more responsibility.
That's why people.
If you're not giving you more
quiet
money.
quit. That's why people quiet quit these days. Because they're asked to do more work when they should just be paid more.
But what's a quiet quit?
When you just give up.
a quiet quit is
that
when
what you're
you
doing
do
now?
the bare
I've been
minimum.
giving up for years. Nobody's.
It's not working.
Plenty of people have noticed. They have noticed.
Let's focus our attention on some Dota-related things as we're here for DreamLeague Season 24. It's the first stop for the ESL Pro Tour, and it's a year-long tour. And at the end, we'll finish it off at the Esports World Cup. But you have to get there, and you can get there via qualifiers, which is really lovely. But to avoid qualifiers, you can do so if you just get enough points. Fog, there's a lot of points up for grabs.
Yep. Escalating. It's lots of points to be given.
and most importantly for these teams, the points are not just for the EWC. They're also to be invited to the tournaments along the year.
I think that's a big one that I don't think we talk enough about.
I think that's maybe the more important one.
Yes, for
I mean,
right
it's
now,
like
for sure.
$1 million per tournament. Like, this is your sustainable income as a pro player. This is where you're going to get the views for the sponsors, and they're getting more salary.
We're going to get to see the fans as well, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
At the various
The lands.
lands that are happening. So everything kind of feeds into each other. So every single game matters.
Yeah, and I would also say that with a calendar that is super stacked right now, having maybe a week where you don't have to play qualifiers, Owen, will be incredibly valuable for you as a team.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I think, well, you would imagine what... We don't know exactly the kind of the point requirement for getting into like ESL 1 Bangkok, for example. So the teams will never be too sure, which is good because then that means, you know, they can't sort of chill.
Isn't it normally like the top 6 or something?
I don't know. It depends. I think maybe they've not announced how many kind of invited to qualifier slots there are yet.
No, I'm trying to think about last year what it was. It was like top 8 or top 6. One of the two.
Of the EPT gets.
Because there's always also qualifiers.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, so you will get the chance to play if you don't make it on points. But yeah, absolutely.
But then you don't have free. We literally,
you want to take the time off. You want to watch the qualifiers.
Yeah.
You don't want to be playing in them because qualifiers. I mean, as we've seen recently as well, they're just super brutal. The teams of each region that you expect to win the qualifiers, they don't always do it right now.
Yeah, OG and Navi Junior, right? Those are the big ones I think everyone saw for Polynezia, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No, it is spooky times for all the teams to try and get the best amount of points out of this. And also, there's one thing that we didn't mention to you guys yet. We can take a look at the prize pool and see how many, obviously, dollars you can get, but also how many points you can get. But did you know this is not all the points you can get, Fogged?
What?
I didn't.
What do you
Well,
mean?
I did, but
What
I
do you
didn't.
mean?
It's surprising. It's shocking.
What do you mean this is all the points it says? So surely this is all the points they get.
But we heard
And
that you get more points
You get more points.
throughout the group stages, depending on your placements, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I believe. Yeah.
But what do you mean? Like,
If you
give me
are
an
top
example.
3 in your group, group
Yep.
stage 1 and group stage 2, you get extra points. And keep in mind that group stage 1 has 2 groups. So
Oh, so this is to sort of reward the placement, where obviously with the format going from group stage 1 into group stage 2, your placement in terms of where you're going to be in this group stage because it starts from scratch doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But it does because you're getting rewarded.
Kind of like
for-
bonus stars in Mario Party.
It's top 3 gets point for the first group stage, and only the first place for the second group stage gets extra points.
That makes sense. I like that. Yeah, because it means you don't kind of take it chill when you're guaranteed to move through. You do want to still play hard to get that first spot.
It
in
rewards
each of the groups.
consistency.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just like the top 4 are the same, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is good. I don't know. Did we have this before?
Nope.
No,
This
this
is
is
new
a good
this
addition.
season.
Smart
like it.
stuff.
Yeah, and keep in mind also, I know we can see that there's a 500-point difference between the first and second place. But if you come first in your group stage 1, first in your group stage 2, then you get second overall at the event. You get more points than first place.
Well, you'll get 700, you'll get 600 plus 100 plus 25.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
right?
how
Yeah.
much more?
If you get first place of your group in the first one, it's 600.
Yep.
And then first place of your second group
No,
stage,
if you
it's
first place, I think first place
Sorry.
is 300.
300 in the
300.
first stage.
That's wrong, yeah.
And then 300 for the next one.
Okay.
Okay.
And the second
So-
place.
and then second place,
600, and
you
the
get
difference
600 points.
31.
500 between
Yes.
the positions.
Yes. Oh, it also, of course, depends if the first place gets points out of their group, which they might have already done as well. But it
What do
is
you mean
still-
if they get points out of their group?
Because if they get second, they would also
They still get
get
points.
right?
Yes.
Ah, sure. So yes, okay. So that,
If they got second and then third.
then overall they probably still get
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
No, but
breakdown
it's-
again? It's 300, 160, was it?
I mean, I would have to look at
I had it, and then
The TLDR is there is incentive
I forgot
to do,
exactly.
Yeah.
Do
well
good in the groups.
In groups.
Even
It's-
if you're already
it's
through.
not just for seeding, because I think, honestly, let's just say it, seeding matches are fucking boring.
First
Nobody
of all,
likes them.
going from one group stage to the second group stage, there's no seeding because everybody just plays each
Exactly.
other.
So that's why this is important to
Yeah.
have. Yeah.
So you don't have these throwaway matches. That's nice. That's
good.
smart.
Yeah, it's good.
It is very smart. It's very important. And there's a couple of teams that are very happy with that. And there's a couple of teams also that are very sad because we did finish our first group stage just 2 days ago. And I do want to go over all of them. Let's focus our attention first on Group A, which has Paravision, Liquid, Extreme Gaming, and BetBoom all moving forward. And I want to highlight a couple of things on the 4 teams that... Well, actually, only one thing on the 4 teams that moved through. Paravision, Owen, top of their group.
Yeah, I think before the tournament, I saw a lot of people talking about this team, saying, these guys are good. watch out for them. But I don't know if anyone meant it in this, like at this level of sort of play. 10-4, top of the group, beating out these top teams on the positions, Liquid, XG, BetBoom, and to the point where Gaming Gladiators getting forced down and out of the tournament. So yeah, incredible result from them. But yeah, definitely one that some people had mentioned and said to keep their eye on coming into this tournament. And those people were right. These guys are good.
Yeah, Paravision has looked refined, and I think I always try to mention Estini because I think he's a big difference every time he goes to his team. It's just wow, they just start having better cohesion. But this game, this series in particular, it was pretty intense because Gaming had to win 2 kind of in a way, unless they had to just not have their fate decided on their own. They ended up not winning both, so after that first game loss, it was pretty devastating already. Because 2-0 happened from BetBoom on the other side, and they were screwed.
Yeah, this is a big one because Gaming not making it to even the second group stage. I don't know, Jenkins. I don't know if anyone had that on their bingo card because that feels very surreal.
I don't think so. This is the team that got second in TI 2 years in a row. They had one of the best years of Dota we've ever seen. I will say though, losing to Extreme is not.
Sure. But they took a while to get here, of course.
Yeah. I really like this new iteration of Extreme. They're very fun to watch. Ame just kind of plays like it's a pub.
He
literally does. That's the funny thing.
You can see in the draft, and I think we've heard it from them before, Ame kind of says, I want to play this carry today, and then they pick it for him. And sometimes that doesn't work, but we're getting to the point where it works more than it doesn't.
Yeah.
They're just getting behind Ame and doing whatever he wants to play.
We just saw the Sanjin Kaya Medusa.
He's the only one doing it.
He's the only one doing it. He's doing that Jug build. For goodness sake, he's the only one playing Jug in general.
And Spectre.
And Spectre. Oh, they didn't win with the Spectre.
Sure,
We'll forget about that one. But he's still willing to play these heroes, and he's got a team that's willing to rally around him and make it work. And whenever they do this, they always have a strategy that's clearly prepared for that particular hero that Ame wants to play. So they're so fun to watch. They're very hard to predict for other teams, and it's very nice to see that coming out of the Chinese region, because I feel like that region, when they don't give a damn, that's when you see the really strong Chinese teams.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch them play, and I'm sure we're going to see more of them because they did make it through. Let's take a look at Group B and see what happened there, because 4 teams eliminated on that end as well, with Tala, Nigeria, Heroic, and Palyanitsa. I think it's very sad to see Fortnite go.
I didn't realize they actually got a win. Who did they get the win against?
That wasn't in their last series. I forgot who it was against.
It's nice they got a win.
It is nice that they got a win. I agree with that, for sure. I think that, actually, you know what? The one that I'm most surprised about, both from the same region, I'm surprised about Waska doing 10-4, which is great, and Heroic doing 3-11. I feel like, Fogged, we've seen that the other way around.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something like maybe with Waska just having Pyke instead of Kataro. I honestly think they powered up, which is, like I was saying the other day, maybe a little bit of a scare for Kataro in particular, but they looked really good. And it's usually
Is Pyke just a stand-in?
Yeah, he's Beast Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I think he's being lent just for this current one.
He's just a stand-in.
But they've been playing really well. They're super
really
aggressive.
Good, man.
Yeah, these young South American bloods. We even had Picaz. People were talking about him 2 years ago and last year, and now we have Pyke. Now we have Parker. These guys are good. They're fun to watch too.
Yeah, Picaz and Hector have passed the baton to the Pikes and Parkers of the world.
Yep.
The P's.
They really have.
Very true.
They really have. There's one thing I still want to touch on before we move forward. From Group A, we did see Nouns getting eliminated. I also feel like, in case people missed it, Nouns let go their Dota 2 roster. I don't think it's...
What's the H doing?
I don't know. They seem very happy.
Oh, they're having a good time at least.
They were playing. Yeah, no, they were playing.
I know that guy.
They were playing against Nouns.
They were watching Nouns. Oh, no, they were playing.
They were playing against Nouns. It's a sad thing to see an org go at any point, Owen.
Yeah. They weren't getting the results. It's been a bit of a it's been rough.
It's not just any org going. It's the only NA org like this.
What are you talking about? Shopify Rebellion is still there.
Come on. We'll see how they.
What about Arkosh?
They're gone, man.
Who?
Oh.
They're gone.
What about Fart Studios.
I'm gonna try to get Gunner for Fart Studios now that Nouns is disbanded. We'll see what we can do there.
Well, I don't know if they're fully disbanded though, right? It's just the roster.
Yeah, the roster got let go. We don't
go.
know what's happening with the team itself yet because nobody has said anything regarding that.
And I talked to Gunner a little bit, like I think it was it yesterday? Oh my god, it feels like it was like 50 hours ago. But I was chatting with him a little bit, and he said they're still like talking and figuring out what they're gonna do.
I mean, all these
unless
guys,
that's changed.
All these guys are still going to play, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sure, it didn't work out this tournament or as recent tournament runs, but you know these guys are still good. They can still make something work. Maybe it's not going to be in this 5-man stack as they are now, but we'll see these guys in squads around.
They
the
need
place.
a coach.
Yeah, or we'll have Gunner on the
I
panel.
I think these players need a coach.
Yeah.
Every time they have some Astini or Milan, maybe there's internal issues or whatever's going on there, they look better.
They can do good. They
look better with the coach. I feel like there's probably some sort of mental thing going on there where they just need somebody to be that third party so that teammates, when they have issues with each other, it's like there's not that combative nature regarding like giving feedback and stuff. That's such a huge, important factor to having a coach that it looks like this team needs it. I mean, I don't know the internal workings of these guys, but I do know the internal workings of NA.
Yes. And I will say also recently, it has been... am I still here?
Yeah.
Oh, my ear died. It's all good. Recently, it has been Nouns winning against Shopify in the qualifiers. So I wonder if they're still going to play the qualifiers, and if they do, whether they're going to be able to do the same. Because NA will have qualifiers for events. What do you think?
Who's even on Shopify? That's what my brain was. I was just looking at Jenkins.
So confused.
I know. I'm just trying to think.
And they have qualifiers?
Do they even have a full five roster? Is it Skem?
It's Skem. Skem is really good.
Skem is. He's played like every role. Right?
I don't get how. I mean, I feel like that team is just slapped together with a bunch of extremely good talent, but then there's not really cohesion or friendship, or I don't know. I can't say for absolutely sure, but it just looks like a bunch of random players to me.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess, for the next qualifier, because they did not get invited to anything because they didn't get any points. That's how it works. We need the points. And there's a couple teams that are doing very well for their journey to get points, and that's the 8 teams that are remaining. Let's see what we got coming your way today. So we're in group stage number 2. And for the next week, we have every day only one stream, first, important to note. But there are 4 best of 3s every single day.
Oh, it's gonna be a long day today.
Oh,
We're gonna get some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
All of these are good.
I mean,
All
the
of
first
these
one
are
you've got
bangers.
the Pure versus Nightfall, like the showdown team, old team versus. Oh man, that's really exciting.
Yeah.
I don't know what's most exciting though, because I think every series looks pretty good. The second one maybe could be a bit difficult, but Waska's been showing good results.
It's got to be Paravision versus Falcons. That's
Probably
the number
the top
one of
one.
both groups against each other. That's what we want to see.
We could see a difference in the groups today also.
Sure.
There is potential
We could
for
see
that.
some stomps.
Yeah, there is.
I would say Betboom's going to stomp, Waska's going to stomp, Falcons are going to stomp,
Wow.
and then Liquid's going to stomp.
Waska's gonna stomp.
That's what I would go
Wait,
with.
who is
That's my gut read.
What was the Liquid match? I was
Spirit.
Spirit.
Liquid Spirit.
You think Waska's
You got-
gonna stomp Extreme? Okay, sorry.
We'll find out.
That is
That's a
quite
bold
the opinion.
prediction.
I
I like
like
that.
that opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's a 2-1.
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, there's so much we don't know. Indeed, how the two groups stack up against each other in terms of power and in terms of how good they are. But today is the day we're going to find out, and we're going to start ourselves off with, Betboom versus Tundra. So let's get started. Time, so much to talk about, and to do that we also have 2 new people sitting here with us. We got Lacoste, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm very far away from you.
What happened?
I'm gonna move. I hope
I'm
that's
moving
okay.
as well.
What?
This is unacceptable.
Why are you moving?
Why not? You want me to? I can go further away.
Oh no! Oh, you're moving towards
I was
me.
moving
I thought
to
you
you.
were
Smells
moving
nice.
away.
You move closer.
That's
he
true.
really smells nice today. It's one of those few days
You
when
always
he
have
showers.
You always have a good stench, Kesu.
You
Thank
do
you.
smell very,
Verdict?
very clean.
Very clean. That's
Yeah.
good. Unlike him, so stay away from him.
I mean, we're in the furthest distance. Good morning to you too, Kazu.
Yeah, good morning. I'm doing good, thank you.
Yeah,
Who
asked?
I actually knew it. I knew it. You know, I'm just trying to speed up the process because we have very important things to talk about.
Yes, we have very important thing to talk about. Take it away, Kazu.
Take it away, huh? So the introduction to my segment, I stole it last night from Andrew Jenkins. So we need to look at the Tundra. You know,
The Tundra.
The Tundra, 3-3, the specialist of Dota 2. Would you agree, Jenkins?
I would agree. This guy could have any 4 players around him, and the team will be top tier. It's mind-blowing watching his replays. Just load a 33 replay and watch it. Any of them. You will be mind-blown.
That is true. And with that, we can get into my replay.
Because you did that.
Yeah, because I did do that. And I was like, wow, there's a lot of good things. So if we could run the simulation. So he's one of the best visages in the world. It has a lot to do with this facet, which is the death toll, where if you soul assumption people and they die to it or shortly after, you gain a lot of bonus gold. So we can start the clip because the first thing that people usually do when they have visage is that they smoke aggressively. But they're not. They're anticipating that Azure will dodge their own jungle, so they just defend their own. So, you know, the game starts, and of course, 3-3 on the visage. He's gonna get first blood, and let's do a little net worth check. So here, 1128 gold before the creeps even spawn. After this, they still go for the aggressive smoke down bottom. This time around, you know, they don't really get a kill, but they get close to it. But this is just to show, you know, they want to defend their own and then still go down bottom. But one of the coolest things I saw because of this facet, he actually TPs mid minute 5. He kills the enemy mid laner because Saxo's already here. He TPs, you know, slowly they're going to whittle down Mr. Han. Net worth check. 3.1k. Let's get the kill with the greatest facet of all time. Oh, 3.5k. At this point, he's already like 1,300 higher net worth than like the next guy in the game. So here, they've already beat the Ursa out of the lane, and you can tell from his perspective, he keeps looking top. Like, he's already ready for this move to like take another fight because of the facet. He also has the drum, so they end up going on Nightfall. He TP's up top. He's gonna drum his DK so he can run away. He gets saved, and Jenkins net worth check number 3. Let's call out the number after it's done.
4,344.
Very correct. And
single
now,
kill.
Next up, Jenkins, what does he do here?
He stacks 3 camps at once. There's a bird that's off camera that was stacking a camp, and then he stays around to kill this guy.
Yeah, so now he stays here, gets another kill, helps his carry, and if his carry now farms backwards in the jungle, he can still farm all these stacks and get more gold. You have minute 15, he triple stacks again. This guy is just insane. Like, he just does everything. He's gonna win his lane, he does all the moves, he helps everyone, he builds perfect items. Jenkins, what else?
I want to point out one thing about that first TP. Not only was that a 5-minute TP with level visage, no birds, right? He was getting ganked at the time. He was in the tower, they had single pulled, and there was a bat rider that was rotating on him. So not only was he dodging a gank, 99.99% of Dota players, even pro players, TP Fountain after that. But he was anticipating getting ganked and had the presence of mind to TP mid at a rotation that was already happening. Genuinely, when I watched that, I was like, this is one of the most high-skill TPs I've ever seen. And then I watched in another replay, this guy is getting ganked again, and he TPs to the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. It's like in his mind, he has these ideas of where he's going to TP if something bad is happening for the most optimal thing. Every other Dota player, you, me, we would TP Fountain because you're scared. You're like, oh shit, I'm getting ganked. I got to TP Fountain. Not 33. He TPs to the best camp to stack, to the bounty rune that's about to spawn, to the wisdom rune that's about to spawn, to a gank that's about to happen. It's like...
He does all of these small things. So during Wallachia, I remember he was camping the safe lane with Visage just to get the first blood. And then he went to the mid lane, and then he walked to the top lane, so didn't even TP. This guy is onto something, especially when he plays with Saxa, because Saxa is also the one who manipulates the creep waves a lot. When he's doing that with Visage, let's say he's playing Bounty Hunter, he's gonna get to level 2, then gonna drag the second creep wave. So there's always something to do, and always watch out what these two guys are doing, because they're the two most innovative Dota players out there right now.
So how on earth does Beboom have a chance here?
They don't. They just lost.
Let's get over.
Like, so the thing is, it's hard to counter these moves because like this is just like things he does that other people kind of don't, right? He like takes the maximum out of his gameplay. So I think you either need to do the same, or maybe when it's, you know, the minute mark where he's gonna micro his birds, boom, you gank him, smoke him at the 50-second mark.
I genuinely think the play is to just try to shut him down and see what happens to this team, because when I was watching their replays, every single play that they were doing was dictated by 33. There's even one play where they were playing against Team Waska. 33 runs past a bunch of camps and just runs his Visage towards an Alchemist who's farming. And there really isn't that much kill threat. It's more he's just saying, hey, you can't farm here. I'm going to hit you until your ult goes down. He's not killing him until the ult goes down, but also if you're Pyke, you can't stay around there. So Pyke goes through a portal. His team TPs to the outpost top, anticipating Pyke going through the portal. So it's like Visage, 33 on Visage is on the opposite side of the map doing something and just pressuring, and then it turns into a play on the other side.
I think it's easier to watch the replay.
I don't have a replay.
We'll get there later. We got the
You
tech.
lost me. I kind of got lost when you mentioned Pyke, Twin Gates.
My point is...
I zoned out a bit.
My point is, I know it's too high level for your unranked play. my point is, every single play that you watch this team make, it happens through 33 in some way, even if it's on the other side of the map. It's some pressure that he's doing that lets his team do something else. So if you can shut him down, this team genuinely might just crumble. It's possible. We've not seen it yet. Nobody shuts 33 down because it's too hard.
We'll find out if Bebu maybe will have a shot of doing so, because someone who's going to be up against 33 is a guy that I want to talk about because it's Pure. And Pure used to be on Tundra, and I know that wasn't the 33 Tundra, but I do feel they retained a large portion of the Tundra-esque even without 33 at TI, of course. And Pure is the guy that's been carrying previous Tundra to top 3 at TI, at least that's what it felt like. And now he's on Bedboom, Lacoste.
Yeah, there's been a lot of who's going to be playing what. Tundra with the Pure, with the Nightfall. Then they were both playing offlane at one time, and they're playing against old teammates now. There's a lot of history between these two players, like who's going to be the carry of the team, because Nightfall, the rest of the team wanted him to be the carry, but then Pure also wanted to be the carry. So now he's back in the Bedboom, and he is owning. I think he's the best carry player in the world right now. From what I've seen, this guy is super aggressive compared to Nightfall, so we're going to see two different styles, because Nightfall, he doesn't tend to join as early as Pure, who's using a lot of Twin Gates, which Jenkins did mention. The Twin Gates rotation is very important, but yeah, Pure also has very interesting hero pool. He's playing all of the meta heroes, but he's also not too afraid to experiment with some of the heroes, like Clinks, which he didn't have much success with, but also has a couple of these niche heroes in his pool if he wants to bank them out.
So you're a Pure over Nightfall believer?
Yes.
Okay, well,
I'm with him on this one.
I'm a Nightfall over Pure believer, actually, because at BB Dacha, there was a 1v1 tournament, and Moon thought it'd be really funny to make it Pure versus Nightfall. You know who was too big of a wimp to do it?
Nightfall.
Pure.
Pure.
Nightfall was down.
Oh,
he was down for
okay.
it. He would 1v1 SF. Pure is afraid. Nightfall is fearless. That's why he went 15-0 on Ursa.
I feel totally in the opposite. I mean, if someone
didn't watch Dacha. This is a new Nightfall. This is post-Psycho.
No, this
Nightfall.
is like some NA pop behavior. I call some guy out to a 1v1 who knows he's better than me, then he declines, and I'm like, you little sucker, I'm not gonna 1v1
Nightfall took Falcons to a game 5, and his team griefed. He was 15-0 on Ursa.
Wait.
His team griefed him.
Or is he, even though he's 15-0, not good enough to win?
Everyone in the world is doing Nightfall TPs. Everyone's doing Nightfalls. We saw a triple Nightfall from Falcons, and they even said, lol, triple Nightfall.
Yeah, but at the
It's the
same
meta.
time, Nightfall on Bedboom at TI couldn't carry him past top 8.
At TI.
Pure
This is a
on
new,
Tundra
he's
at
a new
TI
man.
could carry the team top 3.
All right, I'm getting some flashbacks from Riyadh Masters this year where Nightfall was playing Sven. 35 minutes in, the guy is 0-0-0. So much about him being fearless, being super active. So yeah, compared to Pure.
See, you guys are living in the past. Do you also want to talk about, Chuan and TI3? Like,
This was 4 months ago.
He has 33 stacking 17 camps
That
at
is
once
true.
for him.
Sure.
He's never been in this position before. The meta is dictated by Nightfall TPs. This man is in his prime.
Prime Nightfall. We'll wait to see it. We got 4 more
we'll
minutes
see
for
if
the
you play
draft.
that. No. The draft actually, no, because you just
56.
you just broke the 3rd wall, 4th wall. I don't know. Oh, wall. Did
Careful.
you know? Have you been looking at that clock more often
Is there a
than just
clock
today?
back there?
I didn't even know.
No, just now. I
Okay,
didn't even know it was there before.
It's been there the whole time, and if you were paying attention, you would have known that every time at 55 we go live because we want the games to start at 11, and because I'm sorry guys, we're 5 minutes in the future. So we want the viewers
messed up,
to have the easier way. So we're a little bit late, but
He's
that's okay
nervous.
because I want to
I'm
talk to
nervous.
you guys about something else. We can look at our USA Air Force.
US 8.
US Air
USA,
Force.
yeah, right. Same thing.
Wisdom Rune. As I want to talk a little bit more about the heroes that we might see coming out of these two teams, I do want to point out that Alchemist's win rate is quite the difference. It's not really a typical flavor of every team right about now, but it seems to be going quite well for Tundra. Should we expect that from them?
I think there's a high chance. I would say it's also covered or like partnered with the fact that the best hero against Alk, which is Doom, is also like 3-3's best hero. So it's very nice for them to either like pick it together or other people need to like contest it. Because that is at least one of the things that stand out to me.
Yeah, and it says 100%, which can be 1 out of 1 games, but they won 5 out of 5 games on Alchemist, which shows the team that understands how to play fast. One thing that surprises me the most, considering that these are like the best Alchemist counters, is...
That's only for this DreamLeague, though.
Yeah. Of course. Something that Save always played was Pugna as a position 4, even when hero was not popular. So far, he didn't play it a single time. And this hero has one of the highest win rates. Over 10 matches, he's sitting at 67% right now. And every single time I see this hero, he owns completely. So maybe that's something up his alley to be grabbed in this series as well.
Jenkins?
That's right. We're on a Pugna patch, Lacoste. I will say some of these Alchemist counters are Tundra playing against Alchemist and beating it because of the things that you mentioned. And 33 is Broodmother. I don't think Brood is a good out counter.
Yeah.
I think it's more who's playing against it.
Yeah.
However, Ursa is a fantastic Alk counter. That is genuinely true. Like that, you full to 0 him at pretty much any point in the game. And Nightfall.
Was that in the game 5, Ursa Alchemist? Where he was 15-0?
I think
Yes,
so.
it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Didn't work out there.
Didn't work out because you know
Come on, that
you
was
know why?
70 minutes, dude. Don't bring back traumas for these guys. You're poking a bear here.
Well, you said don't think about the past. Let's not talk about it. Let's move on, Shiver.
Let's move on.
Okay, well, I want to move on to the draft, but we can't do that yet. But then we do have some more time to talk about the Dota that we expect to see played other than the Alchemist and who's going to go up against that. Because I am curious, like, which lane we're looking forward to having the focus put on. We've seen a lot of teams going for carries being picked up very early in the draft, and I feel like that was the start of DreamLeague, and now we're moving away from that a little bit, Kezu.
I mean, to me, I would say maybe I'm looking a lot at the offlane. I think like how they're gonna enable their team, but also like the more you own your own offlane, the more you're shutting down the enemy carry. And I think both teams also rely a lot on like, you know, your Nightfall and the Pures and whatnot. And I guess then secondary, I'm looking at Kiyotaka. I feel like he's been doing very well.
Yeah.
He's also like, in pubs, he's playing Tinker that I've not seen in this tournament, or maybe one time.
What's the build?
He goes like Blink, Ags, Yashakaya, I think.
Blink Eggs. Cool.
Yeah. So I haven't really seen that, but that's he's always been known for this hero, so maybe we can look at him.
Does Yashakaya work for the channel time of Rearm, or?
Probably.
Huh.
It should, no? Like cast speed and channel, like
I'm not
it works
sure.
on Requiem.
I'm not sure. No, it wouldn't speed up Black Hole. So it shouldn't work on it. But still, there's a little bit of a cast point to all of his spells. So.
That is true.
That's interesting. I could see that. Kiyotaka has been a very solid player for this team. The amount of team fights where he's at like 10% HP on Earth Spirit, and then just rolling out when an ability's about to hit him, and then rolling back in on like a key target, rolling out, like just absolutely clutching team fights. To me, this is what makes this BetBoom team very special, is the fact that they are really able to outplay people in team fights, whereas Tundra is more like macro play. That's how they beat teams.
Kiyotaka Earthshaker against Quinn, when he timed that
The level 2.
facet, it was so good. One of the best plays we've seen so far at DreamLeague. And he also played Shadow Fiend mid, which he really owned, the spellcaster Shadow Fiend. He also banged out Ricky. So this guy can play very different heroes from the mid lane, and I really like that BetBoom, they're not too afraid to experiment, and it seems like they're putting a lot of faith in him. They believe it's most definitely his calls, what to be picked to play this Shadow Fiend from the mid lane, because exclusively it has been played from the safe lane.
Yeah, I feel like when we talk about, to go back to Tundra, and I want to talk about the matchup for Kiyotaka, because we talk a lot about 33 when we're talking about Tundra, and that makes sense. But can we talk a little bit about Lorinov? He was the talk of the town when he was in Aurora. And I feel like he's been flying kind of under the radar in this DreamLeague so far, Jenkins.
I think he's an impressive player. I was watching his 1v1 last night. He was playing against TA, he was Puck, and he was straight up just outskilling the matchup, like going behind the tower and pulling waves behind his tower, using spells for every CS. And yeah, he's a really good 1v1 player. He's a really good, like, mechanically skilled player.
But he's not very flashy. Is that why we basically focus elsewhere when we talk about Tundra?
He's like a rock for Tundra. He will always do fine in his lane.
Yeah, I think it comes down to Nightfall being super greedy, and you also have 33 on the team who takes a lot of space. A lot of the times you will see 33 on top of the network. So there's just not enough farm on the map. So sometimes Lorenov is going to be in the middle, but still do a lot with the network that he does have.
We're just a couple of seconds, by the way, away from the draft. This is the actual countdown. Very happy about that. But there's one more stat I want to throw you guys' way before we go into the draft, because the argument of Nightfall versus Pure and how this matchup will decide that potentially.
Oh, come on, don't do me dirty.
No, because I want to support your case.
Okay.
For some reason, and I don't know how this happened, but they played 5 series against each other at BB Dasha. And one was a tie, and the rest was all 2-0 to Tundra.
My God. Nightfall.
Prime Nightfall. He's just too good.
This is too good. I'm just curious about that. What about Tundra makes Nightfall no longer the Nightfall of
Can I give you an anecdote? Like an actual anecdote?
Go for it.
Dead serious about this. Okay, so listen, okay. Every tournament that I go to, that Nightfall is there. This has happened since the original Dacha. I go, Nightfall, and then I look away. And then he looks around confused. And he doesn't realize that, and then it was me, I was getting him as a prank. This last Dacha,
he knew.
I said Nightfall, and he said, F you. he called me out for my bullshit, my prank. He manned up, and he's like, I'm not gonna take this anymore. This guy, he's changed. Something happened to him. He's got this paradigm shift in his life. This is not the same Nightfall of old. This is prime Nightfall.
I mean, it could also be, I feel like their cores, they work like very well together. Like, I think when you look at 3-3, he loves to like farm and be like very greedy and efficient and like getting all the net worth. I think Nightfall wants to do the same. I think when you look at a guy like Lorenov, he's always been, I mean, he's very good, but he also farms a lot. So I think these cores kind of want to do similar things, like farm at the same time, then pressure when they can. And I also, like, when I look at this draft here, when you see a Naga first pick, you want like these Sand Kings, Timbers, Bristle. So I think, yeah, Bedboom get themselves like one of the best support heroes with Naga, but Tundra are very happy with this closing pick.
I feel like letting Naga through almost always turns out to be a mistake.
But it's a best of 3, so this could just be a power play. It's like, hey, game 1, we have a plan against Naga. It's first game overall. Bedboom want to try it out. I respect it.
If it works, it gives them a huge advantage going into game 2.
This is so far Naga has only been picked 2 times and it's been contested 100% in 110 matches, which is pretty insane to think about. But I think this hero can be beaten. I'm also really enjoying what the band is doing right now.
Do you want to change their names for today? Because I don't know. It's giving me some different vibes than the PogChamp Pandas. They're more like
SpookChamp Pandas.
Yeah, it's like a Suicide Squad 2.0 or something.
He's scaring the crap out of me when he slams that thing. He's doing it intentionally hard today. And at points where it's not normal to slam the drums. It's freaking making me nervous.
Me too, actually. I've been nervous all day.
Oh my goodness, he's also got a drumstick in his eye. I just can't.
Somebody call 911. This guy's... Oh my God.
Very disturbing.
It's brutal.
That's actually freaky.
That's very freaky.
I don't like this.
Tom's soundboard is very scary.
I can't focus. Anyway, Lion gets picked up here. Excellent damage between the Lion and the Sand King.
All right,
Huge
Jenkins.
Disables coming out too.
You're an old school Dota player. Which hero do they need here for trifecta on side of Tundra? Let me see if you know.
I'm not an old school Dota player. Lina?
Now, wrong. They need Nyx. Impale, Sand King, Lion, Nyx Assassin.
Why does your brain work like this?
I don't know. It just does.
This is why you don't play pro anymore.
Too much brain space used for the wrong things.
Back to you, Kezu.
Okay, back to me.
Talk to me about this 5-9 for Gyro.
5-9 for Gyro. Well, it could be 6-9 after this game if they win, because Pure is the better carry. But let's see. I'm not too convinced with Gyro, personally. So I think, yeah, it's nice with Naga in the lane. You can farm a lot, and you I guess you have a high HP carry that doesn't easily get bursted by SK. But if I put SK in this offlane, like if I'm 3-3, I would feel pretty comfortable playing this matchup. I guess you could look for something new, or maybe they feel like the gyro blocks the Enigma. But overall, I like Pure more, and I've said a similar thing last time on heroes that use the network and like they clutch it. You know, like some Morphling goes around, he has like a clutch Manta style, turns into someone, whereas Gyro's like, I'm high net worth, I stand here and I flag all of you. You know, like I can do that too. So it's a fine hero, but not my favorite. Does that answer your question, Sippy?
It does, it does. I was thinking about Enigma, but then they didn't play Sanking from the mid lane yet on Tundra. They've been exclusively playing that from the off lane. When they pick it, it's 33's hero, and now they will pick Storm Spirit. With Storm Spirit, you're never going to lag damage in the team fights. He picks up the early shard, you have Sanking as well. Sometimes I'm a little worried for Lion as a hero, because this hero, if you're poking from a distance, if he gets songed, he's probably just going to die from 100 to 0. One bushwhack, anything from a distance that... Like, also, as a Lion, you're not really rushing Blink Dagger anymore. It really depends on the game, but most of the time you're not going for it. So it's a very difficult hero to make work, I would say, right now.
I think if you're Tundra, you're probably looking for Luna, Morph. I was very surprised to see Tusk make it this far. Also, Clockwork is still in the pool.
Yeah.
But on the side of Bedroom, they don't need support anymore. They'll go for the Ember Spear to go up against the Storm.
It's a bit risky. I mean, this right now feels like the strongest Storm counter.
Yeah.
People are picking it to just disable him and beat him in lane, matches rotations, but you are playing into Lion Sand King. This is a lot of disable. You can't just be that guy chipping and poking away and then jumping out. They ban the Morphling. I think that's a fair thing. They've got Gyro, Morph hard counters it. You want some ranged hero to play with the Tuscan lane. Ooh. Still feeling Luna. I feel like that's...
Luna for Tundra? Yeah, I could see it. I could also see Dragonite coming out, because right now they have no burst damage whatsoever on side of Bedboom. It's mostly chip damage. You have Break from Hoodwink, which is nice, but Naga doesn't provide you with much damage. Gyrocopter needs a couple of items, and Ember is also not a burst damage by any means.
I like DK as well, because then it means that Tusk could run through the portal and go make plays with the Sanking Lion, and I think Tusk Sanking Lion is a very strong ganking trio, like Storm showing up with a rune as well.
There's also something that you might have to cover as Gyro, because I think all of these matchups are already good. So Bedboom don't have enough bans. I think there's even like a last pick potential Medusa. Like if I'm looking for Bedboom, they obviously need a Miero hero, maybe some Doom, or like what are we thinking? Like I think having another like straight up answer to some of these like Sand Kings and Storm would be pretty nice. I feel like Kanka is a bit slow. I mean, if they want Doom, at least Dusa needs to be banned out 100%, because all the heroes we already mentioned are pretty good.
Well, Doom is now banned, so they're not going to get their hands on that.
I don't mind the Dawn either, just because yeah, because I feel like Sand King, Storm, Tusk, even kind of Lion, like these heroes all kind of commit to you in a fight, and if you can just Donald and turn the fight around, that could look pretty good. The only issue is that Tundra has the last pick, and they could get some last pick carry.
Yeah.
That's really strong against Dawn and lane. Maybe like a Monkey King type hero to just dumpster it in lane.
If they think there's potential Dragonite coming out, I wouldn't mind seeing some Timbersaw, because I did already say that they lack some explosive damage, and what better hero to pick up than Timber. And Medusa
I do
is
worry
gone.
if they pick Timber though, then you're picking Timber into a last pick, and then they just don't pick the DK.
And then they go for Ursa again.
I think they would. I honestly think they would just Luna.
They could.
I'm not finding like a lot of picks that I see here for Miero are like fine, but they like nothing wows me. Like, you know, some Primal or Pango.
It will just be the Dawn.
Good call on the Donald.
Okay, now you're really considering, do we stomp this hero in lane?
Just pick DK. You can't get stunned by a Starbreaker. You're also going to be paired up with Lion/Tusk. Unless you want to go, I mean, then you would have to play, I mean, you could still play double melee in the safe lane or double melee from the off lane, considering that you're playing into this Naga Siren position 5. So I think Dragonite is still...
I think DK is a really good pick as well.
Yeah.
I agree. We've seen that exact thing against the Dawn, and it just dumpsters it in lane. I think a monkey is more of like a high risk, high reward. So I guess it just depends on what Nightfall is feeling. Does he really want to destroy this lane, or does he want to just be able to be left alone and free farm?
I like I mean, you guys already mentioned it for all the right reasons. I would also say that DK is the best pick. Let's for some reason pretend that this is not what they want. A lot of like range heroes don't feel that great. Yeah.
You may now select your
I knew there was a reason you guys were on this desk.
Yeah.
Recalls?
So, I think Bedboom's draft is fine, but I would way rather play Thunder's draft like any time of the day.
Yeah, something's missing from this BB's draft. I feel like
they're missing power.
Yeah, there is no real Damaggio coming out. There is like double save. You have from Kataomi, from Song from Naga. Then you also have Miero, but on the Onbreaker. But I do prefer Thunder's draft. I think this type of a lineup is very easy to execute, and everybody can play Dota. Like no matter what, at any stage of the game, you're never gonna lack damage with this type of a draft. It's super good scaling and it's strong lanes.
Yeah, I agree. I think they needed some Mars, like team fighter, disabler guy. That actually would have been a really good pick. That was a great ban from Tundra. I agree. There is a world where like Ember or Gyro just does really well in lane, or Gyro farms like big stacks, and they can just rally around him and win the game off of that. And then the double saves start looking really good, where like Tundra just can't do anything. But also Tundra's lanes look really good too. So getting to that point is going to require some crazy outskilling from Bedboom, which they could. They do win fights based on outskilling people.
Yeah, like for Bedboom, I just don't like the casualness. Like Ember is very casual, he slides down, all this like very slow. Usually these casual heroes get really beaten by heroes that just like commit. Like Storm +1, boom, you're dead. You go in with your DK +1, guys also
And they
dead.
have a lot of damage to do that.
So like for Bedboom, like Jenkins was saying, I think they need Pure to be like really big or something crazy to happen in lanes.
Yeah, and is Pure is kind of set up for success in that sense? Like, is there any lane in particular where Bedboom is gonna find the most success?
I mean, he'll farm top, I guess, on Gyro. He'll be pretty free farm, but then I think it's on them. Can they keep him like up there?
Okay. Yeah. Does he have to join fights early, or is it a bit for protect one situation?
I think fights that he can really conveniently show up to. Those are fine. TPs, maybe through the portal, but he wants to be farming stacks while casually showing up to stuff. Because he needs both. He needs the farm from stacks and the farm also from kills.
I like that we're picking up the pace here with the band as well. All right, so any final thoughts in regards to Dragonite versus Gyro? We had the argument Pure versus Nightfall. Is this even a fair game
I just love Dragonite. I think this hero is so underrated. Would be fine seeing Dragonite carry in every single game. Doesn't matter which matchup we're talking about. That hero is that strong.
Okay, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen. Game 1 of a best-of-3 series coming your way with ODPixel and Fog. But first, some music coming out for Pandas That Die.
Spooky.
Hello. Yeah, there we go. Live and clear, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the action. We've got Bedboom up against Tundra. And yeah, some spooky stuff. So hopefully you guys and girls aren't getting too scared at home. This game, we'll see who's going to get scary for. We've got two lineups. We've heard from the panel. I mean, what do you sort of make of this, folks? Because I'm seeing one lineup, and they've got all the stuns. Have they gone overboard, or is this good from Tundra?
This is good. I mean, there's a million stuns. And literally everybody's got a stun, and they also have multiple stuns on heroes like Tusk and Lion. These two supports providing two different ones. Saksa could go down here. It probably won't be able to run him down. This is probably the lane to look at too. Pure and Katomi, that's the one that I'm going to be looking at the most. I think that's the one where they have the biggest advantage to be able to get Pure in a good spot and get him kind of snowballing. Because yeah, Tundra, it feels like a very, very strong draft that hits kind of all the marks. They hit buildings, they take good Roshan, they have pretty strong team fight, explosive damage in the mid game, and I like 5 initiators. I think this is the first time I look and I'm like, wow, 4 or 5 heroes that can start the fight in a way, which is really cool. Looking at the side of BB, yeah, I'm going to be looking mostly at Pure. I know Kiyotaka is another one that we have to talk about a ton. because he has a lot of these explosive performances and sometimes some of these critical mistakes in the later stages of the game.
That's going to be exciting. See, and overall as well, we had the panel kind of talking a lot about the two carries. How do you feel these two players kind of match up against each other? And what do you expect from them this game on the heroes they've got?
I've always, especially for like the last couple months, I've liked Pure. I think he just plays very aggressive. Nightfall, sometimes it does have a bit more of that passive style where he sits back and farm, but in this game in particular, I feel like there's going to be a ton of skirmishing. And DK overall, this hero, I'm glad, you know, we've been talking about it so much, even in Wallachia. We were waiting to see it more and more picked, and people just were kind of avoiding it, which was interesting. Now we're seeing it more, especially with the popularity of Dawn. This hero's good. This hero farms fast, does tons of damage. We saw a rampage from it the other day from Satanic.
What was it, 15 minute in or something crazy like that?
And versus the Dawn, you know, as we've mentioned, you have this stun in the lane that's very strong. Similar to when you're playing versus the Primal Beast to be able to control CS or stop the Starbreakers. Zuxa getting aggro up here.
Yeah, I mean, Pure tried to trade with the two of them. He's taking a lot of damage in return.
There's another stun.
They've got him. I mean, that was
very aggressive.
Yeah, you talk about Pure being aggressive, but that was far too aggressive, right? Running at the two of them, he didn't have any backup nearby. It was as if he forgot he was playing into two potential stuns.
Yeah, that was a pretty big slip up there from him.
Yeah, that's the rare mistake in the laning stage, I feel, from Pure.
And this is the lane that, I mean, when I look at it, the range plus the Nagastar, and this is a lane that tends to destroy most times. He's still farming very well, but a big slip up there from Pure. Learn up. Good talk. Duking it out versus each other, but I tend to... Some players like the Ember matchup versus Storm. I've always liked the Storm in particular versus these Embers, but some players have different ways to play around it. Lorenoff, this is his most comfortable hero, it feels like, though. And he is playing versus his other most comfortable hero, so he should have a very good understanding of that matchup.
So far, the difference really in the side lanes, a slow start for the farm for Nightfall on the DK.
Yeah, a couple CS that he was unable to get initially. He used stun to secure a couple, and he literally just missed them. So, yeah, just a bit of a slip up there from him. 33, getting gone on now.
A lot of damage this time around coming out from that Rocket Barrage. Yeah, he'll be able to burrow strike away, but with the root and the drag back, splitting the Rocket Barrage damage still between the two of them, but 33, yeah, he's got nowhere to go. Just trying to get some CS on the way out, and he won't even get that. So this time round, BetBoom able to deal with him with the two of them. Pure able to fight strong with Katomi by his side.
That's more like what this lane should look like. It's pretty rare that you'd see Pure die when he's got this great lane setup. From now on, he should be able to farm freely unless there's another big mistake that comes out from him. Nagastar just, yeah, absurd. Deluge, one of the most insane abilities. Status resistance reduction. We mentioned pretty much everything the time about it. The lane's insane, and then your heal later on from the song. The way to reset versus team fights is very potent.
Able to walk up and easily snipe 33's courier as well, they can't.
That's two, I believe, that they've gotten right. They got Soxes and they got 33, so besides just getting that kill, they're going to have to... I mean, deliveries up here is going to be complicated. They do have a salve at the ready. But yeah, no couriers.
Bottom lane.
Bottom again, Whitemon.
I mean, they try to get aggressive on to save after they catch him in the shards, but BetBoom's just able to turn and look towards Whitemon. He's able to dodge the bushwhack. He's not able to dodge the hammer coming in, swinging from Miro as BetBoom. Getting these kills on the side lanes top. They're going to move in again as they'll get Saxa. Also 33.
Also.
He should be... is he actually going to be fighting this Rocket Barrage again?
Dead.
Yeah, they're going to kill him likely. He's got the stick charges. But Burrow Strike still cooldown for a second. He's not going to get to play with it. He's gone.
Very nicely done.
They're getting a lot of kills in these side lanes, BetBoom.
Yeah, and bottom lane in particular, yes, they have the DK versus that Dawn, but the fact that it's a double melee lane is what's really causing Nightfall to struggle a bit more. Every time he steps up, he could just get caught by a bushwhack into the follow-up stun if Whitemon's not in a good position there. So, playing really nicely in these lanes. Mid, as we see Lornoff still having a bit of that edge. He's playing strictly for dominating the lane, 0 points in the Vortex too, so playing to just dominate and get that extra farm. Power Rune, still in about a minute. We'll get wards placed out soon. Top here now, stepped up without his support.
He's got the one charges, and he does have a Lotus as well. So he feels really confident.
He's fast too.
He's getting so aggressive here off the back of having this Lotus. I mean, he's getting away with it this time, Pure.
Tommy, reeling him in.
Look at the drag back, but Pure a little too low to step up. Doesn't want to get caught in the double stuns, which would very likely cause his death.
I like when I see people take this facet. I know a lot more players were taking the secondary strikes on the call down, but this one lane is so nice. When you're able to run down heroes like that, he can play around that movement speed.
Denied.
He's been doing quite a bit for him so far. I mean, a really nice way for the lane to be going for BetBoom after having that very uncharacteristic early death from Pure as he dies against the two of them. Ever since that, it's really been looking on the up for them. That safe lane duo for BetBoom.
Double checking power runes. Lornoff has hit the 6. Kiyotaka has also gotten it himself now. It's going to spawn top. Does Soxa make it to actually check that one? He doesn't. So instead of checking that one, Soxa decided to just double stack.
Oh, that will mean Kiyotaka's going to get the arcane. It could have been easily taken away from him, right, if Soxa wanted to, but...
it's probably just that because his Sand King's lane's going so poorly. This is what we see most of the games, right? It's like Sand King's lane goes hard because he's playing versus this range plus melee.
Yeah.
And then they just have to stack to recover him, and the Sand King tends to recover. So I guess that's the priority they took. Does hurt Lornoff a little bit, but at least he has that bounty route to rely on. A 2K lead already off of these early kills that they've gotten. And Miero is doing the same build that we saw him do the other day when he was playing versus a regen hero. He went the Orb of Corrosion. So
33.
33 again.
Bit of an awkward burrow strike. Uses to get away, but in doing so, doesn't make the connection onto any of them, so they're able to just continue to chase him out.
Beautiful stuff from them.
Yeah.
Pure getting truly enabled. Treads, Falcon Blade, 800 gold. Very rich. And overall, their lineup, they can battle around the Ancients as well if they want to. It's a bit difficult sometimes because you're playing into this big Sand Shroud that comes out from the Sand King, so he just kind of covers the whole area with Sandstorm. But with Miero having such a good time as well too, the level 6 on the Dawn could come out, and then if they invade with Ember and Gyro, they can absolutely look to contest those stacks and continue to slow down 33. This is a very good start here for the side of BB.
Eyes on the mid. With the backup coming in for both sides. They've got a lot of lockdown. It's enough.
Always going to be the difficulty for Kiyotaka this game. As we said, everybody
So
having a
catch.
disable. Yeah.
To the point where, yeah, we'll see what sort of build Kiyotaka goes. Like, you imagine it's still going to be the phase boots into the Mage Slayer, or are you having to prioritize like the Yules or a BKB earlier because of this amount of kind of catch?
Mage Slayer is just too good of an item, right?
So what you imagine, Mage Slayer into BKB, or can you get away with not getting BKB that early this game?
Guess we'll have to see.
It's just so much, right?
Yeah.
It's so you have to play the fight so carefully.
I'd probably something like that. Probably just like a Mage Slayer into some extra defensive item would be probably necessary this game, but we'll see based off how these lanes go and how much he has front lines. So you see Gyro, top of that net worth. We see 33, even though that lane was a little difficult.
He's doing fine.
He farmed stacks. Yep. The stacks are gone already. They couldn't actually make it there to contest. It dies too fast. So that 2K lead quickly gets shrunk down to almost nothing off of those stacks that they're able to just farm back up. And now, by the time they invade, Katomi is actually walking in to perhaps get some vision. The stack's already gone. It's very early the way that they clear them.
Yeah, they cleared that super early this game.
And 33 is now level 7 off of them too.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Find another courier. He's found quite a lot of them already. I think 3 or 4. That is another determination of, you know, the gold lead that they did have, right? He's found 3 couriers plus these extra kills. But yeah, things have gotten stabilized here for Tundra very quickly just after farming some stacks. Kiyotaka, DD. Trying to push the limits. Keep Lornoff low.
Lornoff's got to be careful. 3 heroes around the mid.
If he gets caught by a chains, could just drop. He's going to make his way
they'll be able to get the follow-up easily on Saxa. I see Katomi looking towards him. Has got save with him.
Kiyotaka.
Oh, it's easily
not
enough.
even needed.
Yeah, very, very hard damage coming out already, of course, from the Hoodwink.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he just destroyed the line.
Yeah, Deluge plus that. We're seeing a lot more of this, either like 4 or 5 Hoodwink in many more games. I saw Miposhka even doing it in a lot of his pubs and the officials, as we saw. Dodges the root.
Escaped by the chains. Can they get the bushwhack? They can. That's good. Oh. He's got just enough to get away, but my goodness, was that close.
Raindrop save.
Yeah.
Just barely keeping him alive. Playing nicely around this mid lane. BB just trying to play around Kiyotaka, ensure that he can keep getting these power runes. He's got to get a 3rd. Invis as well now too, so 3 in a row that he's been able to grab with the way they played around him. But Tundra not exactly contesting those too much either. They were playing for catching up in farm after the lanes were a little bit complicated, at least for 33 in particular.
Kiyotaka tries to get the setup there.
Don't know how much he wants to... overextending on the Ember can be pretty scary.
Yeah, that would be a bit much going up here.
Too many stuns. If you just make one slip up, one stun, and you're just going to get followed up with multiple afterwards. Nightfall 2, he is 1,300 behind the Gyro, but he almost has his armlet finished. Miro has Solar Guardian at the ready. And you see how aggressive BBT's trying to play. Whitemon at the ready for a save if that Solar Guardian doesn't come out.
To the net, but again, it's too deep. Backup's coming in. Tundra ready to try and punish this. They get the setup for the Burrow Stroke for 33 to come in. They'll be the Solar Guardian, as they might look to be able to turn this on. It's actually just going to be the two of them dying. There's no chance for them to actually do anything in return. They're still jumping around with Kiyotaka, but the Burrow Strike's there once more. Get the catch up onto him. They've got the punch up.
He's in trouble.
He's got nowhere to run as well. 33's in position by the Remnant.
Ooh.
I mean, that was so aggressive really from BetBoom right. They were hovering around this mid for quite some time.
At bottom, he did get the stun up on him.
Able to stop the Solar Guardian coming in, which...
He didn't really hide, to be honest with you. Miro kind of did it.
It was a very easy one for him
at the tower. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think it would have mattered.
No, I think if he came in, I think he might have died as well.
Yeah.
So maybe Nightfall even saving Miro's life there, stopping him from following up on jumping over towards the mid, but... Yeah, BetBoom, they really tried to force that. That gave Tundra all the time to react, and now
Pure
making the moves.
They've
got the finger burst, indeed. They'll get themselves another Tundra. See if they'll lose Saxa here. The chains will connect, but Nightfall, he's in the area. 33's low on the mana, though, so no chance for the setup's done, so they'll back off for now.
Quick stun from Save.
The sharpshooter as well.
Gets pulled from his buddy.
And they've got the snowball to dodge the sharpshooter again and onto Save. The song's there in time, though. Kataomi.
Do they have chains up again?
They will. They could look to try and still find the opportunity to kill off the Storm. They get the root followed. The Burrow Strike comes in, but they'll get the kill. See if they can find Whitemon as well. He's able to get the punch up, running away. Sleight of Fist, not enough to finish him off. Whitemon survives, but 33, he may just get left behind on this. He's not got a lot of mana. Not enough for a Burrow Strike. The chains are back up. They've got the Sandstorm up, but he will end up dying. Homing Missile chasing down Whitemon. It's going to be beyond the tier 2s. Homing Missile into a Sleight of Fist.
They got him.
That'll finish the job. BetBoom, they strike back.
33 ran out of mana. He actually completely ran out of resources when he went Blink Stun. If he had the Sandstorm there, perhaps they can continue fighting. But you can see Nightfall was hesitant to join his allies after that Blink Stun to try to save them. Great save from Kataomi. Stalls, waits for the chains to come back up, and they get the catch. We said this game was going to be pretty battle-heavy.
It's pretty chaotic. We're seeing both teams kind of push it a bit too far. BetBoom around the mid, and then that time Tundra trying to make something happen into BetBoom's jungle. Each side getting punished for each of their attempts here early on.
Lornoff about to hit a big timing. That Orchid is going to be... it's one of the faster ones. Even though he has died, he's still going to have it pretty much at this 13.5-minute mark once the courier comes back to him. So being able to gank the Ember, even annoying for a Dawnbreaker early on. This could make movements easier for them. I say that. They overall have the ease of execution on their
they just got so much. That's why I think it's going to be really difficult for Kiyotaka to play in these fights. So far, he's doing fine, only dying twice.
But the one thing about him is that it's not a game where the Ember has to completely pop off, right? He's got a Gyro, he's got a Dawn, right? He's got these heroes that can overall super scale as well, too. And we're seeing Miro, after the Corrosion, he's not going full auras like we saw him do the other day. He is going
look at this, Lornoff. It's an easy setup for him. It's going to be... unless the Solar Guardian can turn things around, it can't. Pure's gone.
Great play, again, from Tundra.
I mean, Lornoff's very low on the mana. TPs are coming in. Look at the opening. Can they save it?
33's here.
He's ready to jump straight in on the backlines, 33. They'll lose Lornoff. Can Tundra find anything against this? They're heavily outnumbered. They've got the dust down to 33. Tundra, they lose a second. The finger comes in from the side to burst through Kataomi, but overall it will be Tundra losing 3.
Like you said, sometimes overextensions do happen. They think they had more damage, but they don't have the numbers there. They don't have their DK. Nightfall's top.
It was obviously like a very appealing attempt for 33 to make that jump in, try and turn things. But I guess in reality, probably as a team, they should have just let the Storm die.
Probably, yeah. Just because there's so many people that rotate. Saxa up top, he's got Nightfall with him, but there's already Kiyotaka.
I don't think he's getting out of this one, Saxa.
No. Another death for him.
So all in all, BetBoom continuing to get that little bit more when it comes to the early game kills. 16-8, 3K lead because of it.
And now he's got that Mage Slayer finished up already on the Ember. So overall, yes, his game can be difficult versus Lockdown, but he's going to reduce a ton of damage. As we already saw in that last fight, if I'm not mistaken, versus 33.
No.
That's why that Epi did not look as threatening as initially when it got the connection.
No, he's playing it really nicely. So far, Kiyotaka, I think, yes, a difficult game and a game that many Embers could get crushed pretty early on, but yeah, 4-2-5. It's looking great so far.
And Save, also, you can't forget about this Hoodwink. We've been seeing a lot of these 4 positions just get these incredibly early Atos which just causes big problems because not only do they have extra catch, but these 4 positions are way tankier than you'd usually imagine. And he's pretty much got it done on save now on this Hood. Another extra form of catch, which they're kind of lacking. They're not completely lacking because they have this Ember, but
yeah, it's not the catch.
The catch is the same as Tundra.
Exactly. It's just when you look at like a Tundra lineup, you're like, wow, this team's got all the stuns. Yeah. But indeed, yeah, Bet-Boom's definitely not. It's not a problem.
No. Another element that Lornoff is going to have to play around. They're going to look to smoke up. They don't have... I mean, they have the shovel, so he's always got to refill if he wants to dig inside the river, of course. Tower will drop just a casual tower hit. To a catapult hit, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Kiyotaka, he's considering, he's like, do I need to get the BKB?
Oh, Kiyotaka, I mean, I love this guy because
he get away with
he's a bit too aggressive.
With the build.
This might be one of the times where just, you know, take the back foot. You might want to just go for that because
you don't want to see him just get like the Maelstrom. You think
maybe if he's able, if it literally is like, oh, there's no pressure, then he can do it. But we'll see. We'll see what he wants to do. Pure. Pretty much having that Aghanim's done after the crit, the treads, and the Falcon Blade. So a lot of early game items, 9,400 net worth. Nightfall 0-0-0 in a 24-minute game.
I know quite a bit of action. You know,
Pano was talking about how sometimes Nightfall has these games where he can be a bit quiet and just play for that farming, but he has not been involved at all. He stopped. The only thing that involved him was him stopping the Solar Guardians. Besides that, it's just all been the creeps.
And of course, he's going with the armlet into the BKB. I gotta say though,
Mask of Madness,
I really liked it the other day when we were seeing, who was it, Satanic?
Satanic, yeah.
Doing the armlet Mask of Madness build to the point where I feel, especially if you're playing this style, you're getting this much space. Honestly, getting the Mask of Madness in between the armlet and the BKB, I feel like it probably doesn't even slow down getting that BKB that much when you're getting this much space.
I actually have to.
It's just interesting how the different carries right now have this different approach, where you get where you get the mom or you skip the mom.
I think I saw him do the same exact thing the other day when he was actually like 0-0-0 in a game as DK and he was doing the BKB anyway. So maybe just the team makes the call that they want him to do that as well.
Sure. I mean, I think to make it work, we've got to see him do something with the team now.
With the BKB.
You prioritize getting the BKB rather than your farming, and you've obviously got the BKB at a very good time.
Because now look what he queues up. Now he's queued up the Master Madness. So he's like, all right, the game is actually quite slow. Maybe I should just have played for this super.
I think that indeed. I think he's probably thinking exactly that. Yeah. Because he could have. With the way it's gone, obviously, you can't always predict everything, and to be fair to him, Bet-Boom, they have had 16 kills so far. They've been pretty aggressive. Sure, most of those kills that have been happening because it's Tundra running into the Bet-Boom side of the map. Nightfall's not been involved or being caught in any action. But he almost certainly would have been able to get away with Mask of Madness into BKB, which would have made his build a bit quicker and would have meant that the gap between him and Pure might have been a little bit smaller.
Absolutely. Yeah, but it's really interesting. I love seeing when teams are like dynamically changing throughout the games constantly. Yeah. Every player seems to have their own way, or each team has their own way that they want to play with. Probably DK in particular. I think this is the one where I've seen quite a lot of different builds because we see Skeeter exclusively goes for like the blink every single game.
Yeah, and it works for him.
And it works for him.
The different sort of approach with the builds definitely works for the different players.
Top. 33. Does get the blink out. I think they maybe caught a sight of him for a second there. They're looking to sandwich on top of him. BB's just going to start the Roche.
Okay. And Nightfall's going to use this space to take out the tier 1 mid, which will be able to finish out low. And
heads up move.
Yeah, Tundra's not going to do anything about the Roshan.
And BB is going to go for a triple BKB timing, unless Kiyotaka shifts his build. Triple BKBs versus that heavy magical burst. Heavy magical damage that can come. He switches it as soon as we're saying it, so feels like he wants to go greedy. I guess because he gets the Aegis. Okay.
Yeah, and I think this is perfectly fine.
That's fine.
As I said, so far he's not getting caught out, Kiyotaka, despite all the threats, and if he can get this full Shivas on top of it, even without the Aegis, it's hard to take him down the once. Like, yeah. This is a pretty tanky Ember with the Mage Slayer and the Shivas.
Yeah, and with
the good time.
And with Max Flame Guard now too, right? So he should be able to survive.
Even if he does get caught by the stuns.
Katomi.
Okay.
Seems to know.
Has he got any backup with him to help?
He's always got the Solar. He needs one more if he wants to go for it.
He's going to try and start. Indeed, here comes the follow-up. Solar Guardian. Yeah, but they've easily got enough damage with the 3 of them. Same time, Tundra will be able to steal the Tormentor.
Soxa gets it.
Radiant's courier.
Pretty decent one. Not fantastic by any means in this game in particular, but not the worst.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
and how's Lornoff doing? He does have BKB done, so on the flip side too, on the side of Tundra. They have this double BKB. We did see, I think, 33's Courier got sniped, but he didn't actually end up buying any of the components, so he's about to have Bloodstone. So we could see both teams kind of clash versus each other. Just BBT right now having these BKBs could make it a bit complicated for Tundra to approach the fights unless they can kill a target before they get those off. Maybe. Seems like they're going to just be able to steal this away. Stoxa attempting for a walk-in.
Taking a lot of damage. He has managed to at least stop them from getting the Tormentor. Kiyotaka, he'll get out. They tried their luck at trying to steal it. They don't succeed.
Katomi comes out of nowhere and just throws a net onto him. It's like, where'd that angle come from? And they do have this aggressive ward down that Katomi was able to place on the high ground. We'll see if it gets dewarded early on around the triangle. Oh, 33 actually gets the shard too, so very nice.
Now, close a bit of the gap that was starting to grow between the two teams in net worth, with Tundra being able to get both of those shards.
Hey, that's very nice for 33. Rather than the Tusk getting it, he gets it. That's going to amplify him a lot when he's got the Bloodstone timing too. Yeah, these BKBs could be problematic though. It's going to block so much of the damage that comes out from Tundra besides from the DK. But talking about Nightfall, he's continuing to accelerate the farm. He's catching up to the Gyro. He's keeping it only 1k.
Now that the Martian Madness is online, it really does speed up the farm very, very nicely.
And he's got the small crit too, so his damage is going to start adding up in the fights. So these BKBs are not the end-all be-all for the side of BB. And Lornoff about to have Shard too, so their damage is going to increase quite a bit here. So you have the Shivas yet. He's about to. BKB done on Pure. Things were accelerating massively early game. Now they've slowed down a decent amount here. Both teams trying to finish up these items, but Tundra looking for a potential catch if they can find the Dawn. But he's got BKB, so they have to chain stunts the sequence.
He's got backup with him. Kiyotaka and Save smoked up.
They're reading the move, and Lornoff.
They get the chains opening. He's got the BKB. We'll see if he feels pressure to pop it. He does. He'll not mess around with this. Pop the BKB immediately. Trying to stand toe-to-toe with Kiyotaka, but he does not have the damage alone. He's going to have to go for the TP.
He gets caught!
Changes there again. The BKB comes to an end, and Kiyotaka able to catch him on the retreat.
Lornoff tried to push the limits of that BKB way too much.
He underestimated sort of how tanky the Ember is. And alone just not close to doing enough damage to being able to threaten Kiyotaka.
Oh, great. Great there from Kiyotaka being able to jump knowing where he is. A 5k lead. Now they're getting momentum.
That's a rough play to make.
It is.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be seeing in the mid matchup.
Taking a tier 2 as well now. That was Tundra trying to set up for a potential play, and they just get made the move on first. If he just BKB TPs, he can just get out, but... Or BK zip TP, because he does have to watch out for the Solar Guardian, I guess, in some of these instances, but either way. Gets punished for the greed.
No, I mean, he 100% could have bailed out if he wanted to, but... misreading the situation.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Pure just continues to play very aggressive because he has Katomi at his side, so he can just get a song reset. So he just continued to hit this tier 2 with only like 2 heroes around him. Tundra is going to look to set up. I believe they do know that they are splitting up a decent amount here, but they still have this ward in the triangle. 3 minutes that it's been up.
Really amplified damage rune here for Nightfall.
That could be a call to go. Pure. He's got BKB, but he could just get chain stunned.
They get the opening bar strike. Can they get the follow-up stun in time? They can't. The BKB's off. Pure. He's considering fighting back here as Katomi uses the song to try and set up the sort of situation for BetBoom. Miro turns with the star break over towards the Tusk. So they should be able to finish Wipe on first, and they'll go straight on over towards, and they'll get him. They will lose Kiyotaka in return. Now the stun comes out onto Miro. Save trying for the TP out. If they've got anything in time to interrupt, they certainly do. Hex into Vortex. Tundra able to take the fight as BetBoom is caught a little bit by surprise there. Pure's able to react quickly with the BKB.
But he has to run after that BKB runs out. He can't jump into the fight. He's terrified because there's just so much magic damage and control. He literally has to run and watch his team just die on the sidelines there. Miro's probably like, please help me. You can see both of them attempting to make a move, but watch Pure on the top side. He just can't really get involved.
There's not a way to get around. Yeah, sort of the sandstorm, because he knows the 33 is around somewhere looking to drop the epi on them.
Like, look, he literally he didn't hit a single hero during that entire engagement. Tundra with the control.
Excellent team fight.
Nightfall now has pulled ahead.
Yeah, getting that sort of cleanup there, getting the double kill on the DK.
And his damage, it does accelerate massively once you start getting this type of scaling. He's almost level 20, Gyro level 18. DK's single target focus is way stronger overall than a Gyrocopter at this point. Kiyotaka will find a catch. And they are about to have, I believe, the Solar Crest also. So Solar Crest plus the Drinking Buddies on Nightfall. What buff ups do they have for the Gyrocopter? I believe it's nothing. They don't have any of these damage amps.
They've got the setup on a 33.
Can they fit? Oh, big damage.
Warp, but they're pulled to the side here. Whitemon may be able to bail 33 out of there. He's healing up a little bit with the Bloodstone. But with the cooldown coming in, there's no further escape for 33 as the two of them may have ended up going a little bit too far out on the map on their own. As, yeah, Bedboom completely collapsing upon them.
Bringing the numbers there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
7 deaths for 33. Got quite a lot. And he's still farmed. The power of the Sand King. Playing super aggressive, getting caught. 4K lead for BB, but it still feels very even. Teamfight execution, it's crucial. And that kill does put Gyro back at that even net worth with the DK to get that acceleration.
Radiant's bottom
Wondering what
tower
item build
is
it's
under
going to
attack.
be that comes out from Nightfall, because you probably anticipate that the Gyro is going to go for a butter pretty soon. So does he actually want to go for anything versus it, or are they just going to have like Lornoff go Bloodthorn later? Guess we'll have to see, because it's still a ways away. Of
Yeah,
course,
but yeah, we'll see
you probably
how...
want to get an MKB. Because he's got the AC queued, because that makes sense for his whole team, since it's a lot of physical damage coming from the 3 cores. But if he wants to just be that heavy hitter, he will need that MKB.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already purchased the Hyperstone.
Dire's top tower is under
Okay.
attack.
But I mean, the butterfly's not out by any means yet, so that right now it
Sure,
doesn't
but
matter.
you're
It's just
gonna
when it
know that
comes.
Pure's very likely to be buying it, right? Like, well, what else would this Gyro be buying now?
Maybe like Satanic. You could have. Maybe you could think he's doing something like that, right? But ideally, you want to be able to just anticipate something like
That's
that.
true. Yeah, sure.
But yeah, we'll see. Because also, it's like if he gets an Elven Tunic, it's also devastating because then you have like double evasion. Yeah, we'll see. They do have tons of control, so that can
But if
sometimes
they
help.
can't get the hits in
Yeah.
and they can't kill this Gyro, there will be issues.
Yeah, we'll see.
Radiant's
Shall
bottom
see about
tower
that.
is under attack.
It's also the thing is when he gets the AC, look at his items. Like what does he want to get rid of? At that point, it's like you get rid of your Mask of Madness or your Armlet. You probably get rid of the Mask of Madness.
It's the Mask of Madness, yeah.
So
You have to get rid of.
you got to just switch that out. Which is okay. I mean, it's fine. But yeah, it could run into an issue in the next upcoming teamfight once he gets the butter. But we'll have to see in these next few moments. Miro also going to go AC. Finds Vindicator's Axe. Pure actually gets a Quiver. So just increased damage for him. And Nightfall got Paladin Sword, plus he's got the attack range now finished up as well. Roche is going to be the next thing that both teams probably look to fight around. It is coming back up in a second. Nightfall checks the pit, and it spawns immediately after he steps out. But BB already making the move up here.
To the point where Tundra, I don't know if they're ready for this sort of 5v5.
They're smoked up. They're bringing everybody.
And Bedboom, I feel just as a whole in a 5v5 team fight, going to be that much more scary.
Are scanning.
All depends on who gets jumped first.
Radiant's
Eyes on the
middle tower
BKBs from the
is
side of
under
BB.
But if it's not Kataomi getting jumped, he's always going to be able to kind of reset the fight with the song. It's difficult for Tundra to do this.
And it's a lot of heal that comes up from that song now, too. It's 7% per second since he's got the shard.
Nightfall.
Wrap around
He's
Nightfall.
going to dispel. They're going to look towards him first with the chains. They'll put the Dragon Form, get caught by the Bushwhack. They're going to try and move in over towards him. We'll get
They'll
the
pull him
BKB up, but he already took a hell of a lot of damage.
Pure's dead.
Pure, and at this point, here, Nightfall and Whitemon, they completely destroy him.
Oh my god!
Pre-Butterfly, no evasion at this point, of course. He is not a problem at all.
That's
but
that
this Dragon
buff.
to eat up. Mirror pops the Solar Guardian, but with Pure gone, there's no fight to be had anymore. But Bedboom, Kiyotaka also caught at the side. I don't think Bedboom
got
expected
destroyed.
to lose their Gyro that quickly in that fight.
Whitemon clutched it up. This is what we were saying too, is the buffs that this DK can get. You can see that
That's
physical
crazy damage.
He just shredded him in seconds. He had Drinking Buddies, then he gets Solar Crest, and he just hits him 3 times. I think he got maybe, I didn't say if it was 2 crits, but he at least got 1. It just chunked him down. Pure not respecting that deeps.
No, I mean, I don't think Bedboom were expecting that to go down as it did it at all.
He died in 2 seconds of his BKB. He literally just died in 3 or 4 auto attacks that came out from Nightfall.
All right.
And now they get a Roche from it, and that was all the BKBs used, right? So that was the first usage from Kiyotaka. He dies. Miro uses his BKB. He dies. And Pure does. Tundra. starting to claim good control of this game. And it's looking scary, even though if they do get the butterfly on Pure at this point, he saw the Eagle Song. So now if Nightfall wants to, he can itemize either for an MKB or he can go down the route of that Bloodthorn.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah,
he's switching
Hyperstone
because he's got the hype. Oh, that's clever. So he doesn't have
this
to
works fine. Yeah,
that's actually cool.
And then with that, I mean, honestly, even without sort of the Juice Strike potentially before, if say this Butterfly does come up before the next fight, Nightfall's not quite got the completed Bloodthorn. It's like, maybe it doesn't matter, because the hits do hit.
Pure.
Hit so hard.
They've got the
They're going to catch him outside.
He's dead.
Now they can push on.
BB, that's a long time that your Gyrocopter's dead. Tundra are going to knock on the front door.
Yeah, this push is going to come in around this Aegis, no doubt about it. They're even ready to jump the high ground. They've got so many ways to kind of enter into the fight with these stuns. They can really push it aggressively whilst there's no Gyro for a full minute.
And we've seen so many games, to be honest, where these Tusks, they go tag team just all about the lanes. The Drinking Buddies this game, he just pulled them out of the bushwhack, I think 2 or 3 times.
And here's the diving. You know, they could go for this. Mirror will come in with the Solar Guardian.
But they've got no Gyro.
Oh, okay, big damaging does the table to take the Storm down the once. 33 able to get the Sandstorm, the Epicenter out as Betbin will back off.
33 trying to zone them back. He's got BKB if necessary.
Nightfall a little low.
They're trying to push the limit while this Gyro's
in.
They get the stun.
He gets the setup with the Vortex. The Storm comes out. The damage is enough to kill Kiyotaka. Not quite. Kiyotaca's able to jump away with the Remnant. BKB comes to an end for Nightfall. They've got him with the root. Pull side here. Whitemon trying to keep his Dragonite safe, and he's succeeding. They get the punch up on a Miro. Miro gets taken down.
Nightfall.
They'll jump in and they'll jump out. Kiyotaka able to find the kill as they're able to take out both of them.
Tundra's got to run.
Whitemon and Nightfall are dealt with. Or enough going for the TP out on the cliff. 33's got the BKB, and he's got the TP, and there's nothing to stop it through it. So Tundra will be able to bail out with the rest of them.
Good buyback from Save.
Yeah, good defense. They don't even end up losing the tier 3. So whilst they can go for those aggressive dives, Tundra, this time, maybe a bit too much of it.
Yeah, just get punished. I think they underestimated how tanky Miro was, too. He actually just stood his ground versus that DK just beating on him. Same thing for the Ember.
And they got so close to killing Kiyotaka.
They did.
I mean, we had the song come out, but
Big
just
heals.
before they had the BKB up on Nightfall, so he was able to get the hits in onto Kiyotaka. But yeah, he was indeed. The heals were just enough to outdo the damage.
And now it's BB going the other way. They have 40 seconds, but there's no DK. They might be the ones to just poke onto that high ground. Lornoff gets rooted. They've got the chain stun.
BKB's on cooldown for 20 seconds.
Oh, Lornoff!
Oh, what?
What? I mean, he was zipping. He zipped the direction he was facing because otherwise he has to turn.
What, to dodge the homing missile?
Well, no, because he has to. Like, you have to turn otherwise in order to get the zip off. So he tried to zip.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Actually, a missile already connected, but
so he. I think if he
had
zips
to do
further towards them, then he can zip backwards.
Nah, you're right. It's one of those situations that looks very comical, but it was the only play that he really had in it to do.
It's the turn.
He had to make that turn.
Yeah, exactly. So BB, they'll get back the other way we go. They get themselves some momentum getting these kills, and that should be almost a butterfly for Pure. But as we said, Nightfall does have that Bloodthorn, but 40 seconds, no Storm. BB looking to control a bit of the map off of that kill. And starting to see Lincolns get picked up, so wanting to at least deal with, or at least on the Ember, wanting to at least deal with that instant catch that Tundra does have in at least one method. There's a lot of ways to break it.
Turning out to be a pretty crazy game, though, this one. This is a lot of back and forth.
It's the 2 super carries.
Yeah.
And Gyro is that DK.
Both could take it this game. There's no doubt about it with the way that the actions ensued so far.
I mean, both just have a great supporting cast. It just Pure just doesn't have the same buffs. Yes, he's got the extra heals that are going to be coming up from the Naga, but the DK, you can see when he gets those buff ups how much like physical damage he can do on just one target with the Drinking Buddies plus the Solar Crest. So they've got to keep Pure protected. How close are they to the AC? Miro almost has it, so that'll also help a lot versus that hard physical damage.
Pet boom.
Just waiting on the high ground.
Who's going to step out? Pure will show himself. Tundra, they're going to know the Pet Boom's all up here.
Pure, he does have the save of the Katomi always, but if they full BKB commit onto him, and everyone just throws the kitchen sink onto him, they could still kill him as the song is going off.
Yeah, I think pre-Satanic is where he's still vulnerable. Once the Satanic's there,
out,
then there's that chance for the BKB Satanic to be popped in, even if the stuns or damage is coming in, he's going to be healing up enough.
I mean, the threat is also just like they have these double kind of ways to reset the fights with the Nagasan plus the Donald. Tundra, gonna smoke up, gonna look for a grab. I think they did, I believe they caught wind of that one there.
Kasami could look for the song setup. But yeah,
I don't know if he wants to use the song for setup. I think he needs to use it for reset. It's a little crazy. He uses it for setup. Okay. Unless they catch like the two supports in the back.
Yeah,
that
because I get
Saxa, he gets caught first. They've got a force. Lornoff.
Get the control onto him. He's got to put the BKB. Lornoff's going to try and turn and fight into this, but he's taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful how close he gets. The song comes out from Katomi. See if they can find any setup at the back of this bet boom. They stick around. The Hex opening is there onto
Nightfall.
Pure. They get the opening onto Nightfall.
He's just deleted.
He's gone. And Pure, he's full HP, ready to fight. Pops the BKB. Looks over towards 33. 33 trying to take down Kataomi. He's healing up a hell of a lot with the Bloodstone. He's going to go for the TP out in the tree line. Is there anything to find him? There is. They'll get him with the root.
Beautiful song. That's the way you want to use it.
Absolutely.
As soon as you see one, you get them isolated afterwards.
Yeah,
the line goes down.
It was Nightfall getting dealt with.
Wait, what even? What just burst the DK? Was this like the Hoodwink as well? He took an insane amount of damage. My Death Summary is not working.
They might be able to catch the replay.
Because he was getting hit by multiple targets, but I feel like Save Snipe did like half his HP.
And a push coming in now from Betboom. There's a buyback available on 33, but Whitemon and Nightfall, they don't have buyback.
Yeah, Hoodwink Sharpshooter, ready? 1440 magical damage.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the Hoodwink did by far the highest damage to him, besides all the little instances from everybody else.
Yeah, I guess what with the add up of the Shiva's reducing the magic resist.
Goodness.
And then allows that to hit that hard.
Because he literally just went, he went like 100 to 0 almost instantly. And now to the high ground.
They're getting a lot.
They've got 30 seconds still.
They got the top step. Now they're over towards the mid. Satanic's online for Pure. Now it's going to be very hard to take him down.
Yep.
But just goes to check that. Just that one lost fight. They lose so much off the back of it. It's 2 sets of racks gone.
That was crazy. Lornoff, maybe he needs some armor. Yeah, he has a Witch Blade, but he walked next to Pure and just almost dies to the casual flak hits. The initial go did not hit. And it really is, the support's getting caught first. Saxa got caught at the initial go that they had to play a little weird to react on the side of Tundra to try to bail him out, and then they just get the song set up perfectly onto both supports, essentially. They kill the one, and then they trap the Tusk to not be able to save the Gyrocopter and get the full lockdown.
Yeah, because if you do the maths right, there was a lot adding up, right? There's the
Grove Bow.
Reduced magic resistance because the Grove Bow hit, the active of the Shiva's Guard, increasing the damage taken from spell damage, the Boomerang, and also the Ceremonial Robe that Katomi had.
Oh, I didn't even see that Katomi had Ceremonial.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so if you put that all together,
big amp,
then you're getting your 1400 damage Sharpshooter hits.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, what the heck? Because I saw his health, and I was like, no way Gyro is hitting a DK that hard. That was pretty cool.
Here I am. Dire's top tower.
And now Save's got a Glype. Well, I mean, he's got a Glype now on top of 2,000 gold. Start transitioning even more into a bigger carry. Nightfall will pick up a Mindbreaker. Saxa plays his way out of this.
I don't know if he can. Very, very close there.
And Roshit's going to be spawning very soon. Pure already in the area. Pure also did find Aviana Feather, so Butterfly on top of that evasion. Yeah, they've got the Bloodthorn, but
he's
fine.
He's kind of through the rough patch of, we had that one play up top by the Roche where he got dealt with very quickly. That's unlikely to happen at this point.
This Tundra, can they even make it to contest? I doubt it. It's just dying way too quick.
They got to just prepare for the high ground defense because this next push from Betboom, it's going to hurt.
Oh, and maybe you just give. Do you give Miro the Aghanims too?
I think you do. More of.
Or do you give it to Save for the double Sharpshooter?
Nah, Key Attacker takes it.
Wait, did he?
Yep. They gave us the Ember.
Oh yeah, he did. Sorry.
A tool to teach.
I was confused because Pure ate his at the same exact time. So I was like, wait, are you sure about that?
Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, so. Enabling Kiyotaka more. Sure, why not? He's had a pretty darn good game versus all these disables. We'll say that.
He's got back up with the Solar Guardian. They can't kill him under the safety of that. Now they can turn, look towards Saxa. Saxa.
Going down.
He's out without buyback.
And now they've got a pretty
And they can change
lead.
connection. He
Another
might have
catch.
to BKB. We'll see how threatened he feels long enough. No, okay, he feels that there's nothing else to follow up the chains, and he'd be correct in that. There was nothing else in range. But now they're going to try and defend 4 versus 5.
Lornoff doesn't feel like he's doing any damage anymore at all. Even though they don't even have pipe, but it just feels like they just are way too tanky to be able to deal with the Storm Spirit's damage. And the way that they reset the fights with Katomi.
Yeah, the Naga Siren factor is definitely a huge part of it, as we saw in that last one in mid.
There's a reason this hero has 100% contest rate at this tournament. Just all the different things you can do with it. Pure.
Gonna try and burst through the jar of the ones.
They're trying, but the
Stong
again.
comes out. Pure's healing up. We'll see how Betbin want to set up for this. They're going to look over towards the Storm. They've got him caught at the side, but the BKB, it's able to be there in time. Lorinov has to BKB and back away, though. He can't fight into them. Lightmare comes out, makes the connection onto Nightfall.
33 pump fake in the ult.
10 seconds until Stax is back up. They'll have the full 5-man, a bit better chance of getting catch on to Betboom, and Betboom, they'll respect this. They'll back off.
Especially without Song, they're going to be a bit hesitant, because then the full commit can come from Tundra without Song, and without Solar Guardian, but it's coming back up. He's got the level 25 on this Dawnbreaker too, so he can keep spamming Starbreaker inside fights, even just to refresh his ulti. So yeah, it's back up. So they're actually looking again, even without Song, perhaps.
Oh, full Scardy on the Dawn.
That's a cool pickup there. When you're playing versus double range cores, when you're playing versus a sustain Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of builds like kind of the Dream Dawnbreaker
really cool.
build, where you've been able to go full right click. The stats, they're crazy. You know, when you have the armor on, you have like 4,800 HP on this Dawnbreaker.
Catch, Saksa.
Well, Saksa's looking very dead. They won't be saving him. Same time down bottom. Actually, was hoping to get the Ghost Steps off, still dies through it. Bottom, they nearly found a chance to punish Kiyotaka, but he's able to BKB and Remnant out. So still not quite being able to take anything from Betboom in these final few moments that it seemed to be building up. It's 21k gold lead for Betboom. Still got 2 minutes with the Aegis. It really feels like they're one good push away from closing this game up.
Absolutely. Just waiting for that mistake that comes out from Tundra, just waiting for them to show on that high ground. Still 2 minutes on the gyro. DK's hit 25, so his survivability's gone up, but I'm agreeing with this from Nightfall. The Bloodthorn's not enough. You need more True Strike. You need the MKB as well, just to be able to full focus fire this gyrocopter. They're still a ways away.
They're just going to step up. Play aggressive here with the range of the Aegis. Right, the jump here, Lorinov, he's going to look over towards Save. He's going to try and go for the backlines, commits him with the Orchid.
Got Pure.
They won't manage to get the kill onto Save. And indeed, the Aegis has been taken out of the hands of Pure. 33 revving up the epicenter.
Pure could be in trouble.
It's going to come to an end. They get him with the Burrow Strike. 33.
He's got
kill him. Nightfall brings in the damage, brings in the crit. They'll be able to push back Betboom here, Tundra, as they keep this game alive. They'll even get the catch on a Kiyotaka.
Nightfall's damage still ridiculous, but he's sitting on his high ground, if he's able to stand his ground attacking.
I mean, they can run it down a lane now. They can at least force out one of these buybacks, maybe even 2. There isn't even a buyback available on Miro.
Oh, this game is just delivering. Lorinov, I guess he's like, you know what? Save is the issue. He's making Nightfall not able to play the team fights. Now Nightfall's able to stand his
look at the
ground
damage
fully.
he does, and great setup here for 33, preparing the epicenter, getting him with the Burrow Strike, and yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're Pure, you can't do anything at that point when you just get controlled. Your BKB Satanic's on cooldown, and the damage from Nightfall's flying your way.
And the best is, like, Nightfall now is like, never mind, I don't need MKB anymore after that. I clearly don't need extra True Strike.
Yeah, this is a crazy game.
This
Back
game is
and forth, and no shown of when it would stop. That looked like as good as any of a point where Betboom might have been able to close it up, but they don't. Tundra.
They might lose.
Defend.
Wait, they use Glyph. They might go for tier 4s. They might be forced to use buybacks on both cores.
Surely you're going to have to buy back anyway.
I mean, they're going to go high. They're going to go in.
At least one of them has to buy back. Probably both of them had to buy back. I don't know if one's enough. It depends how much Tundra want to push it.
They're going to settle with 1.
Let's see how careful Tundra play, because they could try and push out the second.
They're going to go for 2 sets of racks. They'll just force that 1 buyback from hitting tier 4s. BKB on Nightfall's back up in about 5 seconds.
Kiyotaka's got to be very careful.
Oh my god, he's pushing the limits.
Yeah, that is risky. Alright, they'll hold off on the buyback. At least from Pure. He won't have to use it. They lose 1.5 set of barracks.
Back to even we go.
I mean, Betboom, they could go straight out and try and catch them.
But do you want to? You need to not let Nightfall attack. That's the key thing. If Nightfall's attacking, you're going to lose the fight probably.
And it's harder now because they've now got the double blinks right.
They do.
They've got the full overwhelming blink. was the option at the end of the day from Nightfall rather than trying to slot in an MKB.
And Lorna.
And Whitemon's also got his blink, so the save potential is real.
Pure's feeling like he needs a rapier now.
You need it. You absolutely do. Even when you've got that, you just got to make sure and hope, if you bet Boom, that Pure doesn't get jumped and burst, because he will still die.
Their damage ramped up so much on the side of Tundra just in a few moments, because they got literally, what, 20,000 gold?
It was 20,000 gold. They were 20k ahead. Look at that.
Literally. So Lornoff is now 26, so he's got the insane talent that he gets, of course, with that Overlord bounce, and he pretty much has Parasma, or a Hex.
Okay.
Or sorry, Parasma and a Hex. And Stanking's about to 25. Another jump.
So with the Burrow Strike onto the two of them, Katomi getting caught very low. He's gone. Has got a buyback available. He uses it straight away. They'll get the Hex out on towards Kiyotaka. They're coming in with a follow-up punch. The finger as well. They've got the burst. Kiyotaka, he's out. Dead for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. Save, dying to the epicenter at 33. Miro will be able to BKB TP up, and now they've got to try and hold 3 versus 5.
Just far too much damage. They focused the Naga Siren perfectly. They got the disable. I believe they got the silence after the Greaves, so he couldn't actually get a reset.
But we're seeing as well.
No Ember. That's dangerous.
And late game, just the amount of the stuns and lockdown, we're seeing it in play from Tundra. Maybe you would have expected kind of more of it to be happening early on, but it's actually these sort of later portions of the game where you're really feeling the fact that everybody has got a way to set up, and especially at this stage where the BKB durations are low, it's difficult for BetBoom. Somebody's going to get caught, and they will get destroyed with Tundra having the damage they do now.
All right, Pure, the Rapier's online.
3 versus 5.
He could just die in a stun, though.
What can Pure do? 33 is able to get the jump in. The songs come out.
Nero's still dead because of the Bloodthorn damage. Oh my god.
Got buyback available. He's going to have to use it.
Building's dropping fast.
I mean, Pure used Flak at the same time the song was used.
Nightfall?
So still on cooldown. He's going to have Flak back up in a second, Pure.
Look at this damage.
He gets caught in the vortex into the stun. He's gone. It's over. Tundra. Fantastic stuff from them here as a very quick turnaround this game occurs. I think it was like, a few minutes ago that BetBoom had a 20k gold lead, and then bam, just like that, Tundra turn it around and they take the win.
We've had a lot of games, I feel like, in back-to-back tournaments where one little mistake versus some of these crazy heroes that end games so quick, and you just lose the game. We saw this with the Shadow Fiends multiple times when they get like 6 presence stacks. We've been asking for more and more DK, and I think we're going to see more and more. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nightfall showing us just how ridiculous it can get with the damage output. And in a game against Pure on his Gyro, who was having free farm, was hitting all the timings that you'd hope for as a Gyro player. Yeah, these fights, it's just not even close. The DK gets the hits in onto you. You get destroyed during the Dragon Form.
If Nightfall lives in the fights were over. The only time that they lost the fights is because he got burst before he got pretty much any single attack off. So,
yeah.
Wow.
DK stonks are definitely continuing to rise with each of these showings that we're getting from some of these teams. And yeah, Tundra, late game execution definitely was there on their side this time around. 33 multiple times getting that opening stun with the Burrow Strike was absolutely on point. Epicenter after epicenter. They couldn't deal with the Sand King in the late stages either. They couldn't kill him, and he was getting the catch on them time and time again.
And I like their items too. I mean, it's kind of standard that you see it for this Tusk now at this point, but not going for this Aghanims. He didn't feel like he needed it. He just went for the buff ups. Solar Crest is standard, but then even a Vlad's. So you can see how much it increases Nightfall's potential to just decimate once he's actually able to attack.
There's so much catch across the board from Tundra, right? Not only the stuns, but the itemizations. Exactly. The Hexes, the Orchids, the Bloodthorns, they had all the ways to make the plays and ended up being too much for BetBoom. And Whitemon got to end up with a Divine Rapier in his inventory. Is this game 1? It goes to Tundra.
Thank you very much, Jody Pixel and Fog. This game was very back and forth. It ended the way that we kind of thought it was going to end.
We knew.
But not the way it happened.
Yeah,
like
this fight right here shows the power of Dragonite when he has a free reign in a team fight, when he's getting buffed up by a Solar Crest. They pop the drums. There was later a Vlad's that they just mentioned. So all of these small things add up damage to Dragonite. And I've been hyping up this hero for a really long time. Really surprised that the hero is not picked as much. But this is one of the few times where Dragonite just melts. You're playing into AC, you pop Mask of Madness, your whole armor is gone.
He was broken there too, by the way.
I
noticed that in retrospect. That's how he died.
Difficult one. I think this one, they had it in the bag. This was the fight where if they win it, For BetBoom, they pretty much close out the game, but unable to do so. Fighting into high ground against Dragonite, into these multiple silences. This is a fight where Dragonite has Bloodthorn ready, has neutral item with the silence as well, so pretty difficult to post BKB to fight into that.
That man right there. He was there.
Which one?
Well, he's there again, but it's not just him. Nightfall.
Oh.
That man was 0-0-0 for 22 minutes.
Yeah, he was.
Before showing up to a fight. There he is, and everybody was laughing. And you know what? When the world laughs, I don't know where I'm going with this, but he powered up, okay? He did what he needed to do. He farmed. Nobody else knew that this was the right move except for him, and he trusted himself, and his team trusted him, and they won the game.
Yeah, definitely because of that, because it definitely wasn't close at all, other than...
How many times did he TP out with the BKB this time around? Zero. Nada.
I guarantee
But he did also just made himself be not in the position where he needed to.
Yeah,
so he learned.
gameplay. That's perfect gameplay.
Yeah.
When they win the series 2-0, and Nightfall comes on for the interview, when they win 2-0, easily, you ask him if he thought game 1 they were still going to win. And he's going to say, yes, I knew the entire time we were going to win.
Of course,
he's
you always got to believe. I will say, though, after the game ended, we saw some of the camera shots of the players. They didn't look like they won. I don't think that they wanted to win in the way that they won. I think they had a very difficult first game where, based on draft, we thought it was going to be less difficult, Lacoste.
Oh, for sure. I think gonna go back to itemization because he built Armlet into BKB and then continued to farm with the BKB. Which is a bit of a question mark. I think Mask of Madness is just too good of an item to skip on Dragonite. We've seen what Satanic did. He got a 15-minute rampage when he decides to join because you have pretty much unlimited damage. We already talked about BB Team not having that much explosive damage to kill him, so I was a little surprised that he wasn't joining some of these earlier fights, and with the item build that he did go for, I guess he did not want to join.
Were you actually surprised?
Not really, but if we talk about 10 other carries or 8 other carries left in the tournament, I would say that 6, 7 out of them would definitely go for Mask of Madness after, but he has his own style, which I do respect.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. I think it's great. I think it's great having these characters in Dota. It's so marketable. This is why Moon said, dude, don't be psycho. Come on, go back to Nightfall. You're iconic. This is why he does stuff like this. Still ends up winning games. It's really funny. He's ranked 3 in the world right now.
Very good.
He's ranked 3 for a reason. It works. It just looks funny.
It does. And also, when they needed to draw out the game, they were doing a really good job sanking farming on a different side of the map, and then also the rest of the team is doing Tormentor, the enemy Tormentor, then they take their own Tormentor, and then suddenly your sanking has a shard 21 minutes into the game because he got lucky, the 50-50 was in his favor.
No, it really was. I will say also for the game we just witnessed, we did see for BetBoom, even though we didn't like their draft that much, we did see their strength. They had a very good idea about what they needed to do that game. We said at the end of the draft, Jenkins, that it was going to be Pure that would have to do really well on this gyrocopter if the game was ever going to be going in their favor, and he crushed it. The first 10 minutes, that lane was his.
Yeah, they were doing very well. They were getting a lot of kills. This game, just due to mostly luck, went exactly how I thought it would, because a lot of the times the draft changes and the game never goes like that or whatever, but it really was Tundra was just out macroing them, with the Tormentor steal into TPing back and defending their own Tormentor. But then on the flip side, BetBoom was playing the fights amazingly. They played the lanes amazingly, which is cool because this is not the old BetBoom where they're all top 10 ranked players. They're sitting at rank 200, these guys are just
plebs. Yeah,
they're plebs, but they mesh better together. They're willing to pick more crazy stuff, and I think that's what gives this team the flair and the ability to beat these better teams.
Yeah, they didn't do it this time in the first game. And before we move on to a second game, we're first going to check in with Kezu, who's going to talk to us about the Kadea and Ward of the Game.
Absolutely, but I'm sick and tired of talking about wards. We're going to look at other things that also show you vision that are not observer wards. So let's look at the Donald. We're going to have 2 Donald ultis in this game because with the innate ability, the whole map, you see everything, Shiver. They song here, now they know 3-3, he's isolated. Maybe at other times, when you have different heroes, you could even TP bottom because you see the entire enemy team. They're currently stealing your Tormentor, but With the ult, you know that you can just kill 3-3 for free. And at the 40-minute mark, something similar happens. The whole map, boom, it lights up. You see the shield rune. You know that Staxa's going for this rune. And you just get yourself this nice little, just a freebie. Here comes the Mr. Donald again. You have the full vision. You come in. And Shiva, we have a bonus clip.
Oh.
We keep talking, about the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Because of what he's doing. He's using his body as a ward for his team. Now, they know that Beboom aren't at this hard camp. He's going to be able to get the BKB, then farm even more aggressively, show his team even more aggressively that they're not there, and then prime carry, as Jenkins said, he will take over the game.
Yeah, well, he did. At some point.
He did do that, yeah.
Do you think that for just going back to the Dawn in 8, do you think that teams are using that enough?
No, not yet.
Not
I think
yet.
there's like times where maybe you have Storm and you can smoke at like 39, 40, and then it's like, guys, let's wait for the second, and then boom, you just go and do it.
Yeah.
It's, the hero is only now starting to rise in popularity.
True, but you're hoping that it will be used a little bit more cleverly.
Yeah, absolutely.
As the time goes on.
I think there's, other innates and other facets that people can use more. I thought I would have like a cool example, but I don't,
I was waiting for it.
We'll get there. Different segments,
we'll study it, because we're going to head to a break. When we're back, it's time for game number 2 of the series.
Like this many years ago when they invented the spooky twist. Many boys and girls came from all around and did the spooky twist. Now make sure you tell your parents if you're going to go out this evening and spooky twist. Your shoes get untied. You don't want to trip doing the twist.
Strolling by the riverside, nectar better not catch my eye. Vampire night, taking flight. Come with me, join my choir of scream. Hunting till the night is through. Underneath the silver moon. Vampire night, taking flight. Come with me, join my choir of scream. You'd better run. This is getting fun. You'd better run. Vampire night, taking flight. Come with me, you'll be free of mortal life, fear and strife. Hunt with me, fill my choir of screams. One dark and eerie night on Old Hallows Eve, spooky creatures gathered round for a trick or treat. Witches cackled in delight as Dracula flew in. The mummy opened up his bag to dump some candy in. The vampire bats flapped their wings in the sky, while the black cats prowled with evil eyes. Residents cowered from spooky beats, while the ghouls and goblins screamed, "Trick or treat!" The creatures in the moonlight are haunting everyone. They're giving us a good fright for Halloween fun. They're coming out at midnight. They never see the sun. They're looking for a good time. Halloween night's begun. Spirits floating in the air while Sasquatch fixed his messy hair.
We've slightly adapted our spooky squad, but they're just as good as they were before. And actually, I would say looking a little bit more alive than what they did before as well. So congratulations on that. And congratulations to Tundra for winning game number 1 of the best of 3. The first best of 3, just DreamLeague Season 24. We're in the group stage 2, that is. And we're full on best of 3 right now. BetBoom for game number 2. They're going to look to tie the score to force out a third game. They'll be on the Radiant side this time around. Tundra is Dyer. I'm here with Kezu, Lacoste, and Jenkins, and they're going to talk all the smart things. Dota 2.
5 seconds.
Is he playing with a knife?
Is that a knife?
It's a knife.
Well, I did say they look more alive, but...
You did also say they look more spooky,
They
which I
did
agree
look
with.
more
New cutting edge technology.
Oh, no.
Good one, Lacoste.
But he's an evil doctor, is what he is.
Yeah, that seems the case.
Some of them are evil.
All 3? One might say. Or you mean doctors in
Doctors, because some of them frig up surgeries, that way you have to go in and get more of them.
Yeah, but they don't do that. I would only say that they would be evil if they do that intentionally, and I don't think they do that intentionally.
I would. It's free,
Debatable.
It's free real estate.
Free money.
I don't know if that's how it works. All right, let's focus our attention on the draft, though, because we got Tundra banning out Invoker, Bat, the Muerta. The Naga as well, important to note, considering they were the ones letting the Naga go through previous game to counter it, which they did.
Yeah.
But they don't want to pick it up themselves. Or sorry, they don't want Bedboom to pick it up again, as Bedboom has once again first pick. We also got a visit to the Sand King band because Bedboom knows you got to try to keep 33 down.
Banning him out is traditionally and historically speaking very difficult, although they will certainly try to do it with 3 of their first phase bans being 33 here.
There's so many still in the pool. I just don't know how you would even start to try it. Like, are you really more scared of his Sand King than of his Doom? Are you more scared of his Sand King or his Visage than of his Broodmother? Are you more sad or rather scared?
Sad. Maybe they are sad. But so the Sand King ban is maybe more about the fact it kind of forces Tundra to either ban the Naga or you give it away and then they can't close the phase with the Sand King into the Naga again. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the problems when you play against this guy because he is a maniac on his heroes. He's just really good, you know, with those. But for Tundra, you know, there's going to be different closing picks. Maybe there's a Dark Willow, maybe there's a Clockwork, which was a hero we didn't see last game at all.
What about the Alk Doom?
Yeah, what about Alk into Doom ban?
Yep, pick
good.
into pick.
Yep.
I think they just leave it.
Oh,
and
damn, even Saxo is shocked.
They just pick it. Yeah, that's weird, because he is on that team.
Yeah, he shouldn't be that shocked.
He's like, whoa. What's the team doing
now? You end up in this weird scenario where Bedboom wants to ban the Doom, knowing that Tundra will leave the Doom and then pick the Doom for themselves because they have the Alk. But then you're banning the best counter to the hero that Tundra just picked.
Well, because here depends now on what you would want. Because the problem is that Tundra could ban like Medusa and pick Doom. Because maybe you're like, oh, if they pick Doom, we can... You're gonna need more than one hero to let them have these 2 heroes.
I like
to beat
that.
it.
I think that's a good idea. Medusa into Doom pick.
Tundra, there are 5 out of 5 games with Alchemist, and 4 out of 5 times they first face this hero.
Yeah.
How many of those are also with a Doom that they pick up afterwards?
Or at
Let
least
me double check.
If it wasn't first phase banned, I guess.
It only happened when they played against Falcon. So they picked Alchemist on 9 and then picked up Doom on 13 immediately.
They're going to.
They ban out the Timber and they pick up the Doom. Okay.
So this is one of their openings. Bedboom lets it through. There's some response to it. What is our response here?
Can we bring out the graphic? What were the most successful heroes against Alchemist?
Damn.
Let me just
there was some
check
Ursa
that real quick.
And Chen, which is banned. Well, I think here you're gonna pick your other sub, which is gonna be probably the 4. Like I think here you need to pick either your carry and your 4 or your offlane and your 4.
What kind of 4 do you need to have if you're laning against an Alchemist?
I'm okay with like any range 4.
Bat Rider has the highest win rate
banned,
in
sadly.
Dota. Okay, it is safe.
It could be like any Hoodwings with...
Yeah.
I mean, what are the offlanes?
BB team's turn.
Yeah.
There's the Hoodwink, so they didn't even need any others.
Because I think what you should do as Bedboom is hope and pray to God that you get an 18 Medusa that Tundra isn't going to cover with their next 2 picks. It's like very likely they're going to pick some Lion or maybe something else, and I think you still need to man up and
I
take
agree.
this hero anyway. So now pick an offlaner where you feel good about against Alk. That will also make it easy for you to feel good about this Medusa pick.
Yeah, give me some Primal Beast or give me some Mars for Miero, some explosive damage and also team fight. I was really not convinced the way those Donalds were used in the previous game. Like, we really haven't seen the value out of them. Might be a bit of a bait pick, I would say. The hero feels strong, especially in the laning stage, but if you're not...
Oh, they're not going to risk it. They're going to pick up straight away. Yeah. They just want it. To be fair, that is giving respect to Tundra because I would imagine that if we're thinking it, then, you know, Bedboom knows it and that means Tundra knows it.
There's
so they
also like literally a way where Tundra could pick, because they know this, you know when you have these 2 heroes and you don't ban Medusa, this hero's coming. Like Saxa could have played it as 4, or like we have seen it, so, you know, I kind of like the fact that you level it up and you take it right there.
I have a question. In the past, we've always seen people ban out Anti-Mage still against Medusa, even if Anti-Mage has fallen off. And people have put Anti-Mage on mid, on carry, on offlane, just to make sure you have that in the game. I mean, Tundra can definitely still flex their heroes. Is there potential?
They could also flex on side of Betboom if necessary, because they could play Medusa as position 4 with Tusk offlane. Miero, I watched some of his replays recently, and he did play quite a amount of offlane Tusk.
Okay.
I think for Tundra, just given the players that they have, I would rather see like a Pango soft counter to Medusa or like Monkey King, Diffusal Blade, that sort of thing. Where they just get like a Diffu hero. You don't need to all in on the anti-mage. If you have some Amar type player who's like willing to play the anti-mage offlane, then yeah, sure, it's pretty good. But I think the Medusa's already fairly answered. Like Alchemist has one of the highest win rates against Medusa. I think it's, other than AM, the highest win rate carry against Medusa because the timing just works out. Like Alch will outpace the Medusa. So I don't... The Medusa's really just to counter the Doom.
Yeah.
Because the Doom makes it so you can't heal. Medusa, her health is her mana.
Okay, so they have, I mean, this support duo is obviously very good. First of all, SD can stack a lot, which Alch abuses quite hard, and SD is very good against the Medusa in the game. So if you're Mr. Bibbidi Bobbidi, I mean, I feel like Tundra's lineup doesn't have the most damage. Like, I think right now they actually take quite a bit to kill your heroes. Maybe there's a way to abuse this. And
maybe just Storm. There's very little lockdown on Tundra.
I was thinking the same.
It's good.
Because it's probably going to get banned out. Like, a lot of the times we see this situation where both teams are looking for an offlaner, and then you have 4 bans, so you get one, you ban what you... Like, something's going to be let through. Or if you want to go for some, like, co-op game, I think that's also fine, but not now. Like, you need to... I think you need to see more.
Yeah, co-op is definitely more doomable than a Storm is.
Now the turns are tabled.
Well,
I like seeing Tundra get brooded. Anybody else?
It's pretty satisfying. Yeah, they deserve it.
Screw these guys.
I mean, I know that they probably are able to deal with it quite okay, but it's just, I don't know. It just makes me happy.
Yeah, stupid 3-3, you know, bringing all the shit into the... But Brood is insane against these two subs. Like, Clock hates all these Zoo Hero because he relies mainly on cogs. I mean, I'm not convinced it's like an Alch counter, but we've seen it before.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you do have the Necrotic Webs versus Alch, so you've regen reduction, but also Alch can stun you and press Acid Spray and kill all your spiders and get about 500 gold, so I guess it kind of goes both ways right now just because of those Necrotic Webs.
I mean...
Pango's still available. Like, there aren't many counters in a game against Pango right now, even for both teams. Earth Spirit's still in.
10 seconds remaining.
These are, of course, you mentioned the Storm, so there are a decent amount of options left, but it's getting smaller.
Well, Betboom at least pick first. They need a hero that rotates to side lane, so like all these heroes you guys are already mentioning. What was it, like Pango, Storm? I do think they need to be careful. Like, if they pick some Pango, they can't leave Monkey in the pool, because this hero has way too high value for Tundra, especially if he counters your mid pick as well.
If Betboom bans, like, Monkey, this also opens up potentially a Puck pick for them, because, again, Tundra, they don't have enough lockdown.
Like Puck is good. Okay, so they take out the Earth and Storm.
Kiyotaka has just looked way too good on the Earth Spirit lately.
Yeah.
That's a very valid ban. Even though I do feel like he can roll in and just kind of get doomed, and that's a very good Doom target, he's just looked too good on it.
Maybe Puck is just the best out of these heroes. Like, maybe they just kind of can heal through, like, Pango's roll with, like, Alch.
Tundra Esports turn to pick.
Okay, so they go the other way around.
I mean, I don't see how you don't get Monkey King here if you're Tundra. I mean, I like the Pango pick for them, but I would have...
It's perfect. It's Diffusal Blade against Pango and Medusa. Like, you are buying that item from the mid lane. It gives you super high tempo. Is there anything else that we're missing? I mean, they could still pick up some Ember Spirit. I'd be okay with that as well. But yeah, mostly leaning towards Monkey.
Monkey also has a very high win rate against Brood because you can hunter over the trees and you can kill all the spiders with your Q and it scales.
I mean, let's see. I don't know if there is anything else. Like, there's some, like, more casuals.
Shakira, maybe.
Earth Shakira?
Yeah.
True, against the Brood.
Good in lane against Pango.
Yeah, that's nice. That is one of the heroes that can just literally insta-kill Brood. Because you kill the spiders with the facet.
Nah, it will be that Monkey.
It makes too much sense. It's way too good. it's good against all 3 cores on the Vetboom side, honestly. The only thing is, I do think that a Tusk plus Hoodwink rotation towards mid could definitely kill a Monkey King. Like he's susceptible to getting killed by these heroes. But then also Tundra has pretty good heroes for responding to that. If you imprison him and then Soxa comes in with Cogs, Battery Assault, like you can turn that around.
I'm okay with Vetboom's draft again. I like that they picked the Medusa early, but I really feel like picking this Pango like this without banning MK with the 2 drafts that you see at that point is like a humongous mistake. I think Tundra got everything they want, so I will again prefer their type of draft. But Vetboom showed us last game that they can do it.
Yeah.
So if they could kind of, mesh out those mistakes for this game, they can be okay.
I feel Tundra, when they played against Falcons, they got everything they wanted. And a little surprised, as you said, that they didn't get the good read on how the draft is going to be played out. And I don't think the last pick for them is going to work out as amazingly as it should. This Pango and then leaving Monkey King in the pool that builds into Diffusal. Like, first, you're going to lose the lane. Second, he's going to build into Diffusal against your Medusa, which is going to be pretty quick. And I think Medusa is going to keep suffering, especially with Alchemist and Doom. These are the 2 heroes. This is something that Thunder does really well, create gold out of nothing with their Visages, with their Bounty Hunters. They've been abusing that. And they also have Shadow Demon, the hero that stacks the most. So they're going to be, I'd say, like 3-4k gold up 10, 12 minutes into the game with this type of a draft.
Jenkins, same question as I had last game. Where does Vetboom get their win from if they do force this to a game 3?
I think we're in the same scenario where they need to win the lanes.
Okay.
I've seen Brood beat Alchemist lately. Yeah. It does happen. The passive is very good for laning against this hero. You're tanky, you heal because of Mother's Milk, which they've recently changed to Spider's Milk for some reason. So I do think you can outlane it. But I really like the Tundra draft. For all the reasons you guys said, I also believe in the Alchemist timing versus Medusa. I think Tundra's got this 2-0.
Okay, let's see how it's going to play itself out as we head into the game with Owen and Fog. But first, some Spooky Squad.
And gentlemen, it's time to get into the action. It's game 2 time between Tundra and Vetboom. And yes, talk about spooky. We're certainly got some spooky heroes on Vetboom. They go with the Medusa. They get themselves that Brood Mother. But overall, seems like people are liking what Tundra did in response to this.
Yeah, I mean, giving it the last pick Monkey King with their Pango pick could be a big oversight. We'll see how the lane ends up going, but it's been a disastrous pretty much every time we've seen. And just not even the lane, right? The overall game plan, playing Pango versus Monkey King can be very complicated into the Woonkongs, and it's a Diffusal buyer, so it feels like it does tick like a triple box that they kind of wanted to fit with that last pick for Tundra. But let's see if BB can make magic happen, because last game they did make some magic happen.
They got a good lead.
They ended up dying in that high ground push because of all the stunts. But Tundra does have comfort. They absolutely do with this type of double greed that they create gold out of nowhere, like Lacoste was saying, and the stacks from the SD. And yeah, the Monkey King kind of dictating the pace. It'll be eyes on Lornoff to see how well he does, which he should do super well. But if BB can somehow slow down some of that momentum, that's where their draft can thrive. And the top lane, this will be one that I'm going to be looking at in particular, see how Miero is going to be able to do versus that Alchemist if he can actually slow down Nightfall at all. Because he's got a good, powerful duo with him, right? He's got the Hoodwink with him, so one of the more potent ones. Right now, they do have 3 to start up here, so might want to start with the First Blood, it looks like.
I don't want to try, but Miero seems pretty prepared.
Yeah.
So, unlikely. I mean, as you see, stepping up a little bit.
Can they do enough?
I mean, these 2... Yeah, they're not going to quite be able to kill them. They give it an effort. They give it a try, but it's not going to succeed. Miero's fine.
And 33 overall bottom, he actually got the range creep in front, so the lane's going to shove out really hard into him as this Doom. I saw Katomi was trying to just bully him a little bit, but at level 1, you can't just like kill this Doom immediately. So he's going to have that double creep wave pretty much pushing into him, which is going to be super nice for 33 off at the start. See if Soxa wants to sap you that experience. Or does he just want to like pull waves and still continue to manipulate?
Well, the lane ended up meeting in a pretty awkward spot here on the top lane. How both supports were kind of dragging the creep wave with them.
Good old lane manipulation. I'll keep some eyes on mid, but this one it's gonna.
It should be the Monkey Kings.
It's gonna be pretty one-sided, I would imagine. The first few levels you can handle it as a Pangolier sometimes, but then once that level 3 comes out, just the denies start to really rack up. But let's see if Kiyotaka can make some magic happen in lanes, because he has done some really good stuff on some of his lanes. Usually when he has an advantage, but top. They do get the disruption save. He's only level 1.
That's a lot of damage with the acid spray and the concoction, and it's enough to find first blood for Tundra.
Ooh, he had to be way more careful. As soon as that Alk hits 2, they're just gonna go. Big burst damage. Saksa. Looks like he...
Oh, they've got the blood grenade.
Should go down.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That gets
Likewise, the level 2 has hit down bottom. Katomi also got a lot of kill potential with the shards. And that tag team.
Yep. Both those 4s making a bit of a slip up, not respecting the level 2 that can come out. Means 33 is going to get more levels, though. And he does love his levels when he is playing in this Doom. Playing with that level question mark pain, of course. I know he's not really the one that goes the Amar build. He doesn't do the S&Y Alpha Wolf to beat people down.
Not the right-click stuff, not.
It still does add up. You can't ever scoff how much damage a Doom can do with these extra right-clicks.
They're trying to fight this here. Saxa caught in the shards once again. As he tried to go aggressive, he's going to get caught in the root. He's gone.
Brought down again, and he's going to have no TP to return.
Yeah, keeps losing these trades against the 2 of them.
Seen a couple of these times with Saksa where he does die back-to-back in the laning phase. Seeing him have some struggle in a few situations. So roll 33. He's still getting a good amount of Doom. He actually got the Lotus because of that death, so... I mean, Saksa obviously doesn't want to die there, but at least they get something out of it for the Doom. And they are going to have 2 very successful lanes, as we are seeing right now. The Alk with that start, that little like tri-lane thing that they started getting that first blood to. He's top of the CS, top net worth, and Monkey King is dominating mid lane as expected. So as long as they don't feed bottom, the recipe is looking pretty good for Tundra.
Exactly. That's the biggest concern for Tundra is just how much the Medusa is going to be getting.
Yeah.
Of being involved in those sort of early game kills.
Because with this type of start for Nightfall, unless he literally just plays over-aggressive and walks under tower and gets bushwhacked, he shouldn't die. He shouldn't die, or it shouldn't get slowed down up here too much now versus his Broodmother. He's already got, I believe, his phase boots coming out. He's going to have the Soul Ring very early on. Trying to get the connect pull, but nice play from Save. He's trying to stop it, but he can't get all of the creeps. So they'll only get 3 of them. 2 of them will get denied to the neutral. And Kiyotaka, he's trying his best to manipulate creep waves. We've seen some players just like, you don't even play the lane when you have this type of horrible matchup. You just try to cut creeps. But Monkey King, he's not a hero that, like an Earth Spirit or a Monkey King, when they have a bad matchup, they can just rotate it to a lane. Like, this is a hero that you want to try to still get stuff out of your own inside the laning phase. And he still is at least level 5. So, all things considered, I mean, yeah, his CS is quite sad, but he's getting at least some good experience, some okay experience. Nightfall. They're going to try to go aggro on him. He's just too tanky.
Yeah, too high on the HP at the moment. Completely attempt. Miro's got to be careful.
She just takes quite a bit of damage inside that acid spray.
Bottom lane, 33.
He's got the Lotus.
And indeed, he'll be okay. He'll keep us cool. Saxa trying to come in to help out.
Save. Gets caught by the stun. Stepped up just a bit too far. Got disrupted. They have the setup for it back to back. And they're going to have regen now as well. Nightfall gets salved up. It's like a half salve, so it's not full regen, but the 2 lanes going very successful for them. The Medusa is farming well, but Doom, we know what Doom does. He gets stuff anyway. Prince money out of nowhere. They'll fill Kiyotaka's bottle. And the only way that they can actually go for a play here is if they bring 3 heroes to look for the Monkey King.
Saxa.
He's going to get caught again.
Get the cogs out. Snake to save him. He should be fine.
Should be right.
Oh, for now at least. I mean, Katomi, he's going to keep the chase up here for sure.
He does have boots. He's going to at least check the rune. Lornoff will not be able to get it. Will he be able to go for Katomi here? Saxa is still around.
He's very low though, Saxa. Shards are out. I mean,
the tag team with the illusions.
And Lornoff, he can't quite kill Katomi off immediately. He's going to continue to chase.
He's got a boundless.
Yeah, he'll have to drop it just to secure the kill. There was the threat of Kiyotaka coming in with the Rolling Thunder. So they get the trade.
But Soxa dies again for the third time. He's all 3 of those deaths for his team so far.
They get set up once more with a concoction.
Nice dodge of that bushwhack Nightfall.
Mira has to run, and he can't. The poison stacks up. Indeed, he's gone. Kiyotaka comes in with the rotation. The swashbuckle finds Whitemon.
That's a good kill. It's a killing spree.
Or 7 minutes.
He's being sneaky. They also are bringing the Monkey King, so they're doing what we've seen a couple times from these MKs. Go for a Steel Wisdom Rune if you have such a good lane. And now Kiyotaka perhaps getting set up on. Yeah, battery salt.
The bushwhack is going to get the chance for the shield crash into the Rolling Thunder.
Can they get the Wisdom save?
Sax is trying to head over. They'll be able to jump in. Loronov's able to grab it.
Katomi steals the other one, though.
The Rolling Thunder continues. Saxa, he's dead again.
That's 4.
And Lorinov, he got what he came for. Gets the Wisdom Rune, and he's going to be fine.
But on the flip side, yeah, Katomi was able to snag it, so a 1-for-1 Wisdom exchange. Nice rotations. Especially from Kiyotaka here. You know, a lane that's very rough for him, but he's doing 0.
Around.
Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe we're thinking about going for the balance into maybe Nightfall, have the concoction follow, but saves he came back across.
They're going to deward that immediately.
Yeah, stop them from being able to go in for that aggressive play.
Almighty money.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very cool moves. I love this rotation from Kiyotaka, as we said. You know, it's not the easiest to make these rotations early as a Pango, but he did get the 6. He is queuing up that Diffusal Blade for himself. He's trying to go down that aggressive route versus the Doom and Alchemist. Diffusal is very valuable this game versus the 2 of them, but could fall into some dangerous position here. Because he is going to be very fragile as this Pango. Where's the rune? It's a shield. The disruption. Loronov's going to want to chase.
He's going to try.
Radiant's middle tower
At least tries
is
to
under
get the
attack.
Jingu, but juke around there from Kiyotaka. Won't happen. And Deuce is in a position where she's ahead of the Alk currently at the moment because of these kills, because of the absolute free farm that Pure is getting. 61 last hits.
Yeah, it's just very little pressure on him down bottom.
0.
They tried earlier, but those early deaths that they had happen on this bottom lane, Tundra, very much meant that just having the chance to slow down this Medusa, it's only going to come now when they come in with the rotation from the Monkey King.
It's to be anticipated, though. They did get the Medusa pick versus the Doom, which in most games is not only just about the game in the lane, it's also very strong to play versus. Arrow again, and there's a disruption.
That's the entire the Spider army there, cleaned up by the Boundless Strike as well by Lorinov.
Kiyotaka's here.
They've got the Rolling Thunder, they have got the backup.
They don't have the damage, do they?
Let's have a look. Katomi, pop the shards down. Rolling Thunder comes in once more, straight over towards Lorinov. Lorinov trying to stand his ground. He'll get the Boundless up. It's pretty much back up to full HP. They can't kill the Monkey King, and now Petboom, they're the ones that's losing heroes.
5 heroes.
Kiyotaka cannot escape this. Jump forward, they clean up the 3 of them, and Tundra lose nobody.
Oh, and Nightfall gets both of the kills as well. Now he's pushed up ahead of that Dusa. I mean, Lorinov, as soon as he gets the Jingu off, you can feel it's like, uh-oh, they definitely don't have the damage to bring him down unless they bring the Dusa, but I doubt Pure wants to make a move up there. Tundra, they respond with 5.
Yeah, that's rough.
They do see Nightfall bottom, but he shoves it out too fast. Katomi can't actually go for a pressure play. Maybe get a ward or potentially look for something that you can scout the Alchemist, because he is going to go jungle now and does have some stacks to enable him as well. Talisman of Evasion's already done. And overall, that Brood pick that they wanted, because they did pick it into the Alk. They wanted to be able to pressure this Alk to slow him down. That concept did not work so far.
Saxa, up around the power in spawn. It's going to be a Whitemon ending up grabbing it. And he pushes forward Saxa here with help of Nightfall.
Kiyotaka's stuck.
He is.
He is stuck.
Everything's on cooldown. He's got nowhere to jump out of this.
And another.
With Kiyotaka gone, that means Loronov's got the freedom to continue to dive for more. They'll look for Katomi underneath the tier 1 tower. He's trying to run, but he's not getting out of this one. Katomi's going to be going down. He's not even able to bring Whitemon with him. It's just more kills for Tundra that they're picking up.
This Monkey King's going to be a big issue. The Diffusal Blade's online now. Kiyotaka, he did make a couple, like the first move that he made, he could get the 2 kills, but now those 2 mess-ups, they're going to hurt him so much. He's going to be super fragile because he's going down the Diffusal build as Pango. Doesn't feel like he can go a different one. And with Lorinov having Diffuse already, he's just going to roam. He's just going to make moves everywhere, and Pure has to feel a bit threatened too. If he finds him, he can kill him.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those games where it's all on the Deucer. You know, it's
all
early
on
days,
him,
but
it's
it's going to be can Pure 1v5 this game.
Pretty much. And he is versus that Alchemist who's going to be able to farm super fast, and a Doom who I mean, 33, he didn't die in the lane. That's
He
the
did
thing.
not die.
Yes, the clockwork, Saksa, he did have maybe 1 or 2 deaths that were avoidable, but at the end of the day, it did its job to be able to allow the Doom to get this type of position. He's level 9, so he's having a fantastic time. Overall, the game plan from BB is just not working. You can see the pressure they're feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think Tommy has that type of
yeah,
physics
that was some true despair.
Yeah. They're probably like, uh-oh, we have an out. I mean, they're definitely feeling that problem there for the Pangolier in particular. And the Brood, right? They picked, the Brood and the Pango were picked afterwards to respond to Tundras, and both of those are the ones that aren't working so far. Not pressuring the Alk at all, and getting last picked Monkey King in a good Monkey King game.
Yeah, things are definitely not going to plan for BetBoom.
Saksa, maybe he dies again for the 5th time.
He might.
But it doesn't feel like it's giving them too much, just besides some extra gold for Pure, which is good, of course, but
it's all on Pure.
It's all on Pure. And he's not, as you said, it's not the easiest game either. He's playing versus Shadow Demon. He's playing versus this farmed Monkey King, Miro. So let's lose the spiders. This will be a true test to see how Pure can do.
Got it.
Ornoff just gonna force the ult.
Wait it out. He's still gonna get caught by the stun.
But forcing a Stone Gaze, it's a pretty sizable cooldown that they could look to make a move around it. There's that Radiance, so the farm for Nightfall is gonna start to skyrocket pretty fast. I did see 33 was taking the stacks away from him, so he was the one that grabbed the most of them that were made in the jungle, but he's got a Midas stun too, so the greed for Tundra, it's paid off massively.
Look at that, that's quite a crazy amount of spiders that have been killed this early on. It's
50?
It's given him 500 gold so far.
That's quite a bit.
That's a lot of cash.
Yeah, that adds up. Don't find Saksa again.
I mean, at this point, it feels like this is just part of the plan. Now, Saksa's like, right, guys, I'm going to keep dying, and we will win this game.
Yeah, they're like, I'm giving info.
It's some big brain stuff. It might unironically be exactly that.
I really think so.
So far, it's great. You know, Tundra are doing fantastic, and BetBoom, despite how many times they kill Saksa, they're not doing a whole lot.
No. Yes, Pure's net worth is inflated a bit because of it, but it's not that inflated when you see the Alchemist.
Yeah.
And this is hot stuff here from Tundra. Now starting to pressure mid. Nightfall, his timings are going to be ridiculous because he's got no pressure on him whatsoever so far in this game. And where's the pressure really going to come from? It's, like you said, it's going to be Pure, but that's usually not the best case for when you're playing versus an Alchemist to try to slow him down. Miro starting to get a little momentum. So maybe it's also Miro once he's able to get that Orchid timing, but it's going to be so delayed. The Manta from the Alch probably comes out at the same time as him.
Yeah, this tower's gone.
Yep.
So Tundra able to take the tier 1 bottom.
And they're going to instant smoke. They're going to look for plays, maybe look for the top, look for that spider.
See if they can find Miro.
Yeah, this will be the true test to see how OP Dusa can be. Swinging. Will they find anything? Lorenoff, smoked up.
They might get saved. Lorenoff actually doesn't want to commit for this.
Little hesitant. Doesn't want to jump in.
He's aware that the Orchid timing could be there for Miro, and it is.
It is.
See the Orchid's out on the spider.
He's got a point saved up on Lorenoff too, so just to point it out. He does have Wukong if necessary.
He jumps in. There'll be a snowball to give him a bit of time, a bit of protection, but the Wukong's command is laid down into the boundless.
It's perfect.
I mean, that was not the play there for Kiyotaka. Totally underestimating the opportunity for Tundra to turn.
Save has to just run away, and
Miro's
now
in trouble. They're
he has to
chasing
get
him
out.
down. He's able to get over the tree line in time, and that should save him.
Lorenoff might commit, though. He does have some jumps.
He was close to maybe getting the boundless there.
Miro should be able to kite around it. Tundra
taking the Ancients.
Tundra's the one dictating pace when you have an Alchemist and a Doom with a Midas. That just more and more concerns for the side of BB. And Kiyotaka, he did jump in there.
He goes fully in.
Yeah, and we see how fragile he truly is. Sure, you've got a snowball save for a moment, but it ends up just setting up for that Wukong's even more so. I mean, yeah, this last pick Monkey King, it really just is perfect, and he's having a flawless game. 5-0-4. Gonna have a BKB very early in the game, too. I like that he's gone this defensive route because he knows that Orchid's there, and he's playing versus Pango. Pure. We'll start to poke mid. He's got the backup of his team, but my goodness, an 8K gold lead at the 16-minute mark. That is pretty crazy. Yeah, the ways to kill Lornoff, it has to be now, before he gets the BKB. If they can kill him pretty much in the next minute or so before he has it finished, that's their best option to do so. But he's playing in a very safe position.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He got a little scared. Kobold, I think, scouted him for a second there, so he just leaves one creep. Miro's going to try to get some momentum onto this top tower. 33 does have a blink up here. Saksa.
All part of the plan.
He'll die again. All part
of the plan.
7 out of the 8 deaths is him, but up top.
The rest of the team, they're doing good stuff. They're able to get saved. They're going to be able to push Betboom out of the jungle.
This reminds me of the when we used to see like the snaking deaths on Falcons. It's happened less lately with the way that they play, but Snake used to be like that super sacrifice. Sox is literally just the pure sacrifice this time around. Kiyotaka, I see he's holding his gold, so he's, I think, maybe wanting to go for that blink, because their initiation is quite awkward on the side of BB at the moment without him having that blink dagger. The Tundra accelerating things even faster. As we said, Nightfall, the Manta's done. Super farmed. They've got BKB on Monkey King. It looks like they're just going to go for forcing this Roche.
What does Betboom have to say about this?
Fighting into Wukongs around Roshan.
Yeah, they might have to pass it up.
Like if Pure walks in, he's just going to get his whole mana burned. Unless they can get some type of crazy positioning with Kiyotaka, but that's unlikely. And Kiyotaka's executing Ags. Okay, so opting away from going that initiation tool, maybe wanting to be a bit tankier. But that's going to be a ways away.
They'll be able to slowly but surely take this one.
Tundra making it look pretty clean so far this game.
So this Roche, they can definitely start cleaning up probably at least 2 tier 1 towers, and maybe even a tier 2.
Maybe just can start looking for straight up team fights rather than just getting pickoffs as well.
Get better.
Saksa
does have the 7, or has the 6 in particular, the hook shot to get some extra catch. Pure is still avoiding every gank, so he is still quite farmed. It just, is he going to be able to do it with versus a good amount of these counters, the SD and the Monkey King in particular.
Kiyotaka, he's going to have to roll and TP.
Get out. No Rolling Thunder, 60 seconds. But they're not in a position to force anything, and do they even feel like they need to with the way that they've been able to build the greed?
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe if they can find Miro top. I've tried a few times to find him, but he's been doing a good job of avoiding the moves himself.
I mean, Nightfall has Blink Dagger, so that always just, I mean, this is a standard build for Alk, of course, too, but they have three different ways to jump on top of this Medusa now, so it does feel like they do want to find extra kills, if they're given to them. But BB, playing split up, not really allowing them to get that yet. Saksa will go for a jump.
That's the team not too close.
Nightfall's trying to catch back up, but he is in range.
He's able to get the blink stun off. He's in with the concoction. They get the boundless strike down the middle. That's Katomi out, and the tier 1 to fall.
He was so far away when the hookshot initially got there, but extra move speed, he gets there in time. And swinging quickly over. Tormentor up in 5 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That should be a pretty easy steal for Tundra.
Kiyotaka, he commits, so he's almost got the Aghanos finished, to be honest. So it's going to make him a bit tankier.
I mean, Betboom's heading over. Save is going to try and throw in a spell, but they're going to jump over towards them straight away. The Doom down onto Kiyotaka. Here will put the Stone Gaze. They've caught them under the tier 2. They haven't quite finished the Torment. They're just going to turn towards it, finish the objective off. They'll get it.
Do they want to walk into this Wukong's?
A little bit low from a Tundra.
They're going to flank around the Wukong.
Whitemon going for the TP out, and he's away just in time.
Do they all get out?
They do. They got what they came for. They get the Tormentor, get the Shard, and they don't lose anyone.
And they don't overextend. A good patience that comes out there from Tundra. I thought maybe they're going to overcommit looking for some extra kills because they did throw this Doom out, but no, they played patient. Maybe someone makes that call. Don't die past tier 2. Don't give extra kills. Just get the Tormentor, play it safe. And that's exactly what they do. Stone Gaze forced, but nobody ends up dropping. That is Kiyotaka's Aghanos. Yeah, that's going to make it, though. He's going to have to roll into a Wukong's without getting the initial initiation. How close is Tusk to Blink? Not quite there either, so Overall, Tundra has a huge advantage in terms of being able to start fights as well. Pure, I believe that is the butterfly finish, so he does have a timing to play around. They're gonna go for the catch anyway.
Taxa.
Bit risky.
They get the shards onto Lorinov.
He's got BKB.
3-man boundless strike. The pushback gets him into the punch. We'll get the BKB off. Now he's ready to look to turn. He's in onto Kataomi, building up the Jingu mastery, but has to back off now with Pure pushing forward.
And this butterfly timing it's a bit scary for them to walk right into. Nightfall.
He's getting turned towards it with the Rolling Thunder and the bushwhack. He gets the Chemical Rage off, so he's healing up a little bit. Boundless strike is there. I mean, they're looking to stand toe-to-toe with Miro. They'll lose the Aegis, but they're going to be ready for round 2 as Miro's dead.
Pure's running low.
They can just chase them out of the fight here. Betboom have to somehow run. So Kiyotaka get a shield crash off. Wolf clean up the second support, but the cause of Tundra still standing strong as they get the double kill. 33's diving in over the side of the map towards Betboom. Fine save.
They just kite Pure. All 3 cores able to do it beautifully in the stun.
They're going to be able to put a stop to his TP as well. As they get the team wipe. Wow. This game 2, it's a miserable one for Betboom. This one hurts.
They can't touch cores. Soxa may be 0 and 8, but the cores have 0 deaths. Nightfall tanks so much damage, but look at Pure. Casually throughout the fight, his mana just disappears under the acid spray, under the Scorched Earth of the Doom, all these little instances of damage, they start to add up. Yeah, Kiyotaka does a good job cleaning up the backline again, but the cores are just way too far ahead.
Yeah, and 33 keeping these two interested, chasing them down, not only securing the kill onto save, but kind of causing Pure to stay around that little bit longer, which ends up causing him to get caught in his attempted escape. They get everybody.
And it was a timing for BB, right? Like you could see Pure's like, okay, I'm strong. I have Butterfly. They can't really do it, but they just avoided it. They just went for everybody else, and then boom. Doesn't matter if you have a Butterfly, if you have 0 mana in your first 3 cores. Especially when you're at this deficit of 15,000.
Very tough one for Betboom.
And these next few items are pretty massive, right? They've got 33 able to just go Greed and Octarine for him. And the AC's pretty much done for the Alchemist on top of everything he's already gotten. For BB, it might be like starting to think of like the plan Bs, especially for Kiyotaka, of what he can do to adapt now toward this game. Pure just doesn't feel like he can do it on his own. Yeah, I love Lorinov's build this game so far. Kind of picture perfect, just defusal, then he's going BKB, then he's going Gleipnir. Very good hero to have that Gleipnir. Miro. He's got TP backup. Lorinov will respect it.
I mean, the rest of the team is coming down here on Tundra. They're seeing the river, 33 and Kataomi ready to go as the Doom gets dropped down.
Nightfall.
Kataomi, he's gone. Seeing over in the jungle, Kiyotaka having to just roll away once more. Save charge for the TP out, but the Boundless is there. Lorinov gets another.
They might dive for Kiyotaka too.
They're certainly trying for it. They'll get the concoction off on towards him. They're diving up past the tier 3s. They'll get the shield crash off, but he dies inside his own base.
These 3 don't care about no glyph. Nightfall with some nice little individual play there. While we're looking at top, he blinked as the swashbuckle was about to hit him. He blinked over it and concoctioned both Save and Kiyotaka and almost brings them down just in that. That's why he has to fully defensively roll and try to reset. Tundra, it's a pretty much flawless game from them, as we were saying before. It's 8 deaths on a Clockwork and 2 on a Shadow Demon. The supports are just tanking everything. It's the dream scenario.
Absolutely, for Betboom killing the supports, it's not even going to feel good now.
Now it's just incredibly hard too. This is a pretty tanky Shadow Demon with the Solar Crest and the Cloak.
Yeah, pretty much double the net worth of their own supports. In the difference there between the SD and the Tusk or the Hoodwink.
That's a lot of spiders.
It's a lot of money.
Gold, it's quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon's starting to catch up close to these other cores. And Alchemist is literally 2 cores of net worth now at this point. Almost 22,000 net worth. He is literally the Pango and the Brood. And yeah, Miro overall, an incredibly quiet game from him, and he might just get brought down here as well.
That's the BKB and hope for the best.
Purge or a hook, they don't hit.
Oh, not quite, but with the jump forward of Lorinov. I mean, Miro, he's trying to run from this, but the Gleipnir, it's gonna find him. They'll get the kill.
Lorinov, beyond God. Like
this Monkey
the
King
last
pick
pick
coming
Monkey
in last.
King.
I mean, you got to sort of ask yourself, do you think this was a case of Bepin forgetting about the Monkey King?
It really feels like it, because it's a jack of all trades, this game. It's so good versus literally all 3 cores. It's great versus Brood. As we see, he clears the spider super easy, he can rotate to the lane. Obviously, on paper, incredible versus Pango and a Diffusal Wire. Kiyotaka, caught again. Making this one look quite easy.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
How's Pure doing? He's the only hope.
He is the only hope, and he's almost got
He needs
Scotty.
the Scotty, he needs the Daedalus, he needs the Rapier.
Yeah.
And then, maybe on the high ground. But before that, it's not looking great for Betboop.
Yeah, it feels like their only way to fight is actually on their high ground. And even then, we've seen them just be able to bypass through it so far. Kiyotaka, I think that's like 3 times I've seen him at least get doomed this game too. So overall, 33. The deaths from Soxa have paid off massively. He's just finding the right target every time. He pretty much has Shiva's done now too. Items just flurrying out. And they have a gem too for Soxa to control that vision. Or, well, from Whitemon. We'll give Whitemon the credit since he's the one who bought it. And yeah, just continues to just be 0 deaths. Roshan looks to be back up, 33. Looking in a bit of a dangerous position here.
But that complete achiever's done.
He's got 36 armor. Soxa, or 33, of course, the one who we should point it out every time, but he's been selling items a lot. But yeah, he's always does this, so I just don't point it out too much anymore because he's constantly selling his Midas, rebuying, etc. So Shiva's done. Craggy code as well.
I mean, they're trying to walk into this fight, Betboom. They immediately lose save.
Kiyotaka.
Rolling Thunder is there, but he kind of gets pushed back by the cogs. He has to bounce out with the final shield crash. A look back towards Saxa.
Pure's trying to run.
I mean, the fight's just falling apart. Betboom, they looked for something. I don't know what they were hoping to find, but it's nothing. It's a triple kill. It's over.
It's over. It really is over. There's nothing that they can hope for as this game progresses. They can't even kill supports now at this point. Katomi buys back.
They can't get anything.
No.
Well, at
Done
least Mira didn't die.
True. Actually, I don't know how he got out.
They didn't get team-wide,
They called it.
They did lose the game. GG's called.
An oversight. They had to have oversight for the MK.
This Monkey can get in to do what he did. 14-0-10. I mean, he slid across the court. 3-0-14 on the Doom. 6-0-16 on the out. Obviously, Tundra played fantastic, but when you have a game when none of the cores die, you gotta say something went wrong in the draft.
Yeah, and the Monkey King is part of 24 out of the 29 kills. He literally just he dominated mid, went from lane to lane, stole Wisdom Rune. Yes, they ended up getting the opposing Wisdom Rune because Totomi was there to get it, but overall, with the way that Lorinov just dictated pace, his cores had flawless games. They could do whatever they wanted to. And we'll give Soxa some credit, because you know what? He was literally the sacrificial lamb this game when he dies 8 times, but they're putting some tension to try to kill this guy, and it's giving 33 space to just do lane manipulation shenanigans that allows them to just get this big.
Oh, well, there we have it. Tundra looking on fire today. You know, they had a bit of a slower start in the first game, but bam, they come in with the turnaround, the defense, they shut the game down, and then, yeah, this game too, not even close. No. Not one bit. You can see it there on the scoreboard. None of the cores end up dying. It's a flawless game for the 3 of them, and the support deaths that they were indeed all part of the plan for Tundra, as they perfectly execute this game too. And with that, take the series. It's 2-0 this one for Tundra.
Yeah, this game number 2 had no doubts left who would take it. This was quite the beatdown. I will say I find it very poetic when at the start of the series, I say, oh, we don't see Lorinov really, be the shining star of this squad. Wrong! This game too, Jenkins, he was the shining star. Get the last pick, crushes.
Yeah, 14-0, and he was everywhere, and he was doing the cool thing on Monkey King where in every fight you're either hitting some very important double stun or TP canceling and tree stun, or he's getting Jingu at 10% HP and surviving. Like, it wasn't one of these 14-0 performances where he wasn't playing on the razor's edge for his hero. He was having really high impact in all the fights, soaking up a bunch of damage, making the right rotations, making the right moves, maybe stealing a few kills here or there, but he's beyond godlike.
Yeah.
He's got the Diffusal Blade against Medusa. He's the counter. He doesn't need Nightfall to carry this damn game. He's gonna carry the game.
There is a reason why multiple players in pub games had and still have in their nicknames mode Lorinov, because this guy is really good, especially when he gets that good of a matchup. I was a little surprised that they gave him Monkey King, because I think I would rather play against some Huskar than this, and they could have also maybe picked Puck instead, and still better matchup than Pango is into this Monkey King. But yeah, they completely dumpstered the game from the start. All 3 cores from Tundra didn't die a single time, which tells you a lot how the game was played out. We also saw the cameras. They were not happy. There was a lot of face palming. You could sense the defeat already 10 minutes into the game. And something that Tundra did really well in both of these games, the exact same move, is smoke and go for the play, kill enemy Tormentor 20 minutes in, then they go to the own side of the map and kill their own Tormentor. So basically getting 3,000 gold advantage on top of getting the gold with the Doom, with the Devour, with the stacking, with Alchemist Grievous Greed. So way too much gold created out of nothing.
Yeah, they did that both games.
Yeah.
Steal the Tormentor into taking your own Tormentor. Like, once again, they win out on the macro play, but in this game, they also won the lanes and they were winning the fights. So they were winning on the macro and the micro, which is just a stomp. That was complete and utter devastation. I can see why BetBoom team is frustrated, because like losing like that, you just feel totally outclassed, and it's just like, what the hell's going on, guys? Like, we gotta get it together. But there's no shame in losing to a Tundra that looks that clean with a draft that they have executed already so many times to this like perfect degree. I think teams need to really consider solving the Alchemist from Tundra.
Yeah, because I agree. It's not, there's no shame into losing in a Tundra that is this good at the moment, but it is the strategy that we've talked about before. We know it, we've seen it. So I would imagine that BetBoom did their homework as well, and they knew it. Why did they let them have it?
Because sometimes you think you can beat it. You want to be that team because you went through the first group stage, and you also want to be the best team. So you want to be able to beat best strategies, I would say. But that was not successful, not at all. Considering that Tundra now is 6 out of 6 games with Alchemist, 5 out of 6 games were Alchemist first pick. So you have every single pick available to counter it, and still nobody figured it out.
Yeah, do you think it's better to play Tundra at the start of the group stage or at the end of the group stage?
Start. I think the start. I feel like this is a ramp-up team. And once they figure something out, they just stick to it and they perfect it. You have 33 stacking 3 camps at once on multiple minute marks, and they have drafts where Nightfall's always on a hero that can farm it. They have heroes that can protect it. Like, this team, when they really have it together, they look scary. Like, I'm very excited to see how this Tundra looks at like TI time next year. I know that's a very long time away, but there is so much potential here, and they already are one of the best teams in the world. But you can watch the replays and see stuff that they screw up. They screw up laning, and yet their macro is so good that they sometimes come back. Imagine if their laning is always really good. Imagine if their early fights are always really good as well. You don't have these like minor little mistakes from them.
And I want to go back to a couple of, I said that the cores didn't die a single time. Saksa was most of their deaths, which looks kind of stupid. He's out of position, but he's just buying time until his cores are getting items. He doesn't care too much about himself. Goes in, maybe Shadow Demon, if he's paired up with him, will save him, but a lot of the times you would see him die while everybody else is getting that extra gold that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's clockwork. I feel like if you go in and get your cogs out nicely, if you die,
if you're playing
it's
clockwork
okay.
and don't have double-digit deaths, are you even playing clockwork
Exactly.
properly?
Then you didn't initiate enough.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
There's even a fight where he hooked in on the mid lane. I don't remember who he hooked, but I remember that he was hitting the cogs and just missing them. But because the guy was sitting in there and trying to dodge the cogs, but it stalled enough time for his team to get there and then get the kill. So it's kind of like one of those catch-22s where like maybe you go in and die, maybe you go in and you miss all your spells, but they're so focused on dodging you or killing you that you just have a 14-0 Monkey King on your team. Like, that's good supporting.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We should also talk a little bit about, I know it feels maybe kind of mean, but how BetBoom got behind so fast, because so we knew that the draft was going in the way of Tundra, and that was not that big of a surprise, but I think it got out of control so fast that I think it was for me a little bit of a question mark. Why did that happen like that?
Bad laning. It just happens. I mean, a few kills here or there, it snowballs. Enemy team has like a Bracer or Wraith Band before you do. It just, they got to go back to the drawing board on the lanes. And I think that goes back to the draft and Tundra having something that they're very comfortable executing. Their second pick, they're going to pick like this. maybe you just don't let them get the thing that they're clearly really comfortable on. Like Nightfall on Alchemist in the laning phase, he does tend to go for a lot of kills. He is very active. He's not just going to sit there and farm. You know, I'd almost rather him be on a DK than this Alchemist. The DK looks good, but the Alchemist, they're what, 6-0 on it now?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's a crazy stat line for a first pick carry. It's not a first pick flex. That's a first pick always carry. That's wild.
It is very wild. I wonder if Kezu actually chose the Alchemist. I don't actually think he did for his Ace of Predator head-to-head. Let's find out.
No, I absolutely did not, because what we need to look at is the two mids. As we kind of touched on in the draft there, yeah, I would say a huge mistake in the draft to give Mr. Lorinov this hero in this matchup, being able to get the last big Monkey King into the Pango. Here you have the hero damage, which, to no surprise, he's more than doubling Kyo Daddy's damage here on his Monkey King with 25.8k. And if you look at the KDA, it ain't pretty for Mr. Kiyotaka, but Lorinov 14-0-10. You know, we don't always talk about him, but this time around, yeah, we absolutely have to. Perfect pick, perfect gameplay, really nice items, and we have, of course, a few clips to kind of show that too. Like, with his nice laning stage and them just playing around him nicely, like, they had so little to, like, aggress him in this game. I think maybe unless Miero, like, comes mid and whatever, and here, you know, Kiyotaka gets stuck, Monkey just keeps getting to hit him. It's just so hard. They keep trying to, like, play into this Monkey King, but he can just stand his ground, get his Jingle Mastery, use his spells, get the lifesteal back. Like, what you gonna do about it? You can't really do much, and this is why sometimes maybe it's annoying to hear, oh, you know, draft this, draft that, but this is the perfect Monkey King game. Me or Jenkins could play Monkey King in this game, and we will destroy them as well. So, yeah, head-to-head, Lorinov, good job.
That's high praise.
About that?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Top 5 player NA Jenkins, come on.
Top 4
Top
now
four
that Nouns
now.
is disbanded.
My top 4, guys.
Get it right.
Top 4.
Easy. Well, I wonder if that would be the case, but I do think that Lorinov deserves the praise there as well. Not just for the pick, but he did play it perfectly. He was set up to shine. He's shown. That's sometimes just the way that we want to see it. And so far, Tundra has looked very strong. Of course, it's only Series 1 of this group stage, though. And they start off with a win, which is very good for them. They still have 6 more series to play after this. And BetBoom also has 6 series to play after this. So they'll play again tomorrow. They'll have the rest of the day off. And I can tell you, because we will be getting an interview at some point, but before we do that, I can tell you already what teams they're going to face tomorrow. See if they have an easier opponent. I think for BetBoom, that will definitely be the case. But I will say their opponent is strong. It's against Extreme.
Who's going against Extreme?
BetBoom.
BetBoom's going against Extreme. Okay.
Yeah.
I could see them taking that series, considering that Extreme are more late game oriented team. Even, like, they're still playing the same Dota as they did before, even with swapping the players, the same mentality of the team, how they should approach. They have some interesting picks, but I think BetBoom is going to learn a lot from this series. And they are a team that can fix these mistakes quickly, because you have a full day off and you just got completely stomped, so you have to fix that, and I think they're going to do a good job, and I'm going to give them slight edge in the series against Extreme.
Thunder is going to go up against Spirit tomorrow.
That should hypothetically be pretty easy for Tundra. I think Spirit has the heart and soul of the old Spirit still. Whether that comes from Aposhka or they're just really good at like drafting players that fit the same vibe. So I would never, ever look at a Spirit match and say like, oh, guaranteed this is Tundra. Guaranteed this is Gaming Gladiators over Spirit. That's just not giving that org enough respect. But Tundra, especially with how they played today in this game too, it should be fairly favored towards them. Maybe Spirit takes one game. It'll be an interesting series at the very least. Spirit never gives up.
Yeah, I will say I would like to see Spirit taking one game. I could see them taking just a wild, crazy game where Satanic just runs with it.
Potentially, but I think there's going to be, because Tundra, they're so good at macro game as well, and they're also very good at drafting, so I know that they're going to have something spicy prepared for Satanic, considering that Team Spirit are playing heavy 4 Protect 1 strategy. Everything evolves around Satanic, like where are they gonna go? He's calling the shots later on, and in the interview they talked about how they need to be able to control him. He's still a relatively young dude, you know, has
he's annoying, but he's the wild card. He's the weapon that they can use. That was Laurel's
That was Laurel's quote. Yeah,
he's the weapon.
He is the weapon. Well, someone who was a weapon.
Somebody else who's a weapon. Let me do the transition. We got Nightfall.
You got this.
Hey Nightfall, I requested to do your interview. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Why is he smiling like that? I want to ask you a few questions. So the first question is, game 1, you were 0-0-0 for 22 minutes, I believe. And everybody backstage, they're saying, what is he doing? Why is he not fighting? And then boom, you show up and you get like a triple kill in the fight. And I was like, that's my boy. I knew he was going to show up at the right time. How, as a carry player, do you decide when is the right time for me to show up to a fight?
I mean, I think that game was pretty hard, and only way like we could come back is just me keep farming and getting items. So I became kind of really like farmed, and then we saw that they were making some mistake on mid, and we tried to like capitalize on it. I got DD, then I just like, which was very luckily for me, like minute 24. Then I like cast for smoke, and we fought around it, and yeah, we won fight. They overcommitted badly.
Okay, so that game you also went for the armlet into BKB build on DK. Is BKB a farming item?
Yeah, it kind of is farming item because enemies like usually don't have like BKB disable, and you can just like play kind of aggro on map, and if anything you can BKB TP, but even besides that you can just keep playing in your zones, and like it's very hard for enemies to come and kill you anymore. Yeah. You just keep farming there, and if they come, it's not an easy like decision or kill for them at all. So yeah.
So if you get a BKB, it kind of like opens up more zones of the map that you can farm because you can just BKB TP.
Yeah.
Okay. How does it make you feel that everybody else during the whole BB Dacha event was doing the BKB TP, and then all the casters are going, it was the Nightfall, it's the Nightfall. There's the triple Nightfall as well. Do you like having this thing named after you?
I mean, it's kind of funny. Yeah, more so I like it than not, because it kind of gives me, you know, like PR. Like people like know and think about me, like whenever.
It's true.
They do it, so it's kind of like plus media for me.
Yeah. Is that Moon that convinced you that you should do it for the PR, or was that your own idea to go back to Nightfall from Psycho?
Oh no, I mean it wasn't. It was not connected with Moon anyhow. I just realized that Nightfall is such a cool nickname, and that it's like best out of 3 like my nicknames by far, and that I just wanna come back to it.
That makes sense.
I can see like yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I can see like Nightfall like winning tournaments, like cool nick.
So can I. So can I, my man. All right, I want to talk about a couple of heroes. Do you know what your score is with Alchemist? Like how many games that you guys have won with it? Do you keep track of that?
I think I looked at it yesterday. I think it should be like. I mean, I think I haven't lost on Alch since I joined. I think it should be like 8 or 9 win streak.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that's right.
I mean, it's for me even from TI. I won a lot of games in like playoffs there, so I think it should be like 8, 9, something like this.
Is this like the perfect Alchemist team? Do you feel like could other teams first pick Alchemist like you guys do, or is it just because you guys are really good at playing around it?
I think it's. I mean, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't like say such details, but we're a good Alchemist team, yeah.
Okay. All right, one more hero question, and then I'll throw you over to Kezu. Dragon Knight, we're all wondering why is it only coming back into the meta? I feel like during the qualifiers, it was like the carry, and then during BB Dacha, it kind of fell off, and then now it's back, and every game it looks really good. Do you have any insight into why this is coming back?
I think people started to play a lot of range carry counters on mid and free, and DK like all carries like from TI 10 got nerfed, and even after last TI got nerfed, and I thought even after TI that DK gonna be good, but then I was just like kind of playing SF on these heroes every game, and I just feel this hero is super strong. I won like 2 games with it on like group stage 1, and then I like wake up today and like I play against some rank 1k like DK against me, who was like Unreal Genius, and he like solo carry win game. So I like come into series, and I'm thinking, yeah, I just want to play DK, like this hero is busted.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you for that. I'm going to send you over to a guy with some smart guy questions, and that will be Kezu.
What's up, Nightfall? I have a couple of questions. Anyone who plays pubs with you knows that you talk a lot. You're a very vocal player. Would you say, like, is your role in this team any different to other teams you've played on, or is it the same?
No, I think it's pretty same, like what I'm doing here, or like what I was doing in like Bad Boom.
Okay, that's fine. And so you just had the BB Dacha finals against Falcons. So it went to 5 games. I would say it was a good finals. But you guys lost the deciding game where you were like 15-0 with Ursa. So I want to ask, is there something that you guys took away as a team or something you took away like individually after this series to like, well, beat them next time? Or like if you played this series now, the 5th game again, do you feel like with some changes you could have won this game or should have won this game?
I mean, I think we had very higher chances of winning this game than they did. So, of course, if a player run it back, I think we're gonna win it. I think it's not much that I learned. We're just learning like as team, like day by day, like every day, like because we like before Bad Boom Dacha had only like 3 scrims together. Yeah. So every day is like learning process. And of course, after grand final, in particular, we like learn something, but we learn like after each day. And for that game, I think we will have win it because we had way more opportunities than them to win this game, and we just kind of like fuck them all up. But that just life sometimes.
Well, it happens. And last question, so about this draft that literally just happened. First of all, I'm surprised. Do you guys not care about Medusa as much? Like when you have Doom Alk, I would consider Medusa to be one of the best heroes against it, but you guys decided to ban Timber over it.
I think we played against Duza with Doom Alch already against Falcon, and Falcon is for sure like better team than Bad Boom.
Yep.
And I think it's a pretty chill matchup for us on the Doom Alch side. Like Alch kind of out-tempo Duza, and Doom is good against Duza later on, so I think it's pretty chill.
Okay, and very quick last question. Are you not surprised they gave you against Medusa and the Pango matchup mid?
I wasn't kind of surprised because we haven't run Monkey yet, and it's not like it's our best hero, you know. It's just some average hero for us, but that game it looked good, so we picked it. But before I think we haven't played it for like since Tundra, since Bad Boom Dacha, so it's not a surprise.
Okay, makes sense. Well, thank you, Nightfall. I'll send you back to Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Nightfall. I'm just here to thank you. Good luck against Team Spirit tomorrow, and see you later.
Okay, thank you, guys. Bye.
Good lad.
He's a good lad.
That's prime Nightfall right there.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
No, he's a good talker too.
Yeah, you ask him any like Dota-related question, this guy is gonna go ham, and he almost like started talking about some strategies, and then he stopped himself. Like, okay, I gotta stop.
This is
revealing too much.
33 wanted him on the team because he thinks he's a thinker. Thinks about Dota. BKB's a farming item.
And he doesn't only think on the in his brain. He actually says it, can vocalize.
He articulates.
His thoughts. He articulates what I just didn't do, basically, really well. So I don't know how many people are remembering previous Dream League, but in case you remember previous Dream League, then you know we have a not before schedule, and that means that, or no, it's a happy thing. Yeah, thank you. That means that our next series will not start until a little bit from now. But we got something planned. So we're going to take a quick break. But when we're back, it's time for some actual packet loss.
Oh, there's a howling in the distance and a moon so bright. A creature's on the prowl in the middle of the night. He's got fur and fangs and eyes that gleam, but this ain't a normal beast, he's a surfing machine. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. The full moon rises and his change begins from a man to a beast. Oh, what a sin. He's got a burning passion that he can't hide. He paddles out at midnight and he's ready to ride. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. Woo! he's out on the water, his troubles fade away. The rhythm of the ocean keeps his mind at bay. He calls through the waves with an untamed style. Can't even hang ten from mile after mile. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side.
Do you see that? Somebody's out there shredding in the middle of the night. Is that Johnny? Oh wait, no, this guy's covered in hair. That's a werewolf!
He glides on the water like a creature possessed. With the power of the ocean, he is truly blessed. When morning breaks through, he'll be back on the sand. A man once more with a surfboard in his hand. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. So the next time you see a full moon in the night, remember the werewolf surfed with all his might. He's a legend of the ocean and a creature so rare. He's a howling surf rider with the wind in his hair. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side.
Maybe it was only just a dream that I had. But just the other night I found myself in a land where everyone was nameless and faceless and bland. And out of every window came the sound of a band. Brain dead rock. It's like a very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Clapped on the 2 and 4 in near perfect time. Boys knew all the words and sang out every rhyme. And something else was missing, something free and divine. 'Cause every single person sang and danced in a line. Brain dead rock. It's like a very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock.
Broken stories, fallen glories again. Lost angels, this is how the story ends. Again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you secret is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 24, and our next series is going to be Extreme versus Waska, but it won't be until a little bit from now. So we're playing a game in the meantime. When I say we, I mean us and the two people that just disappeared, which is Ted and Jenkins. They'll both be here as well. We're playing Packet Loss, and I know that a lot of DreamLeague regulars might already know what it is, but we're going to explain it to you once in short. Do you want to do that, Owen?
Fogged?
Fogged?
What? Explain what?
Kazu?
Okay, we're playing a game. Someone gets a clue, they read something, then they have to act it out.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
No one else is watching.
Correct.
The person who starts with the acting finishes the task. No, you do it first, then you choose someone and you do it again?
No, you choose someone
Okay, shut up. No,
Thank you for
you get the
confusing
clue,
us.
you read it, everyone shut up.
Yeah.
Then you choose someone and you do it.
Jenkins
Oh,
can
thank
explain.
you.
I can explain.
Charades.
It's
There we
just
go.
telephone, except with charades.
There you go.
That's all it is.
Bingo.
Everybody's turning
Oh,
around.
you guys are acting so tough, but don't want to explain it. I see how it is.
I just didn't give you the opportunity.
Right now.
Where do I stand?
No, not here. I will tell you guys that we got 3 prompts only.
Ooh.
Only.
Only. 3 prompts. And who wants to start? Is there anybody that really would like to start?
You should. You've read one of them.
I don't mind.
Yeah, but no.
I think Owen should
It should
start.
be a-
Let's
should
kick
be
it
a-
off with
it
Owen
should-
starting.
No. That's gonna ruin it. It's gotta be somebody who
It can't be
actually do
either
it.
of them.
Ted will actually do
It can't be
He'll
either
actually
of
do
them.
it.
Actually, you guys, why are you both participating?
I'll do it relatively
mean?
normally, Sheets.
And
and then-
you've played
Yeah.
it before.
I have played it before.
Yeah, there you go.
Great.
I have
You got
to
the
act
Well, I
out
ruined
thing.
it last time I
One
played it.
card
That's what I
here.
remember.
Yeah, it can't be a lazy person.
I
It can't
take
be
a
somebody who's
card
gonna
out.
I've definitely ruined a couple.
Well, you take a card out, you don't show it to the audience, you don't show it to any one of us, and we're actually all
Turn
going to
around.
turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Turn around.
Do I show it to the audience?
No, they're also not allowed to know. That's
They,
Stop
they
looking
have to,
at
they have
the-
to guess along.
Oh, I
Ted.
can see it there on the
no,
monitor.
don't
He
look
looked
at that.
He's looking. He's looking.
He's not showing it anywhere.
Don't
Kazu's looking.
He's not looking. And
I'm looking at your butt, Owen.
And then
Okay.
Typical
Ted, you
Kazu.
tap someone on the shoulder,
All right.
and
okay,
they're going
hold
to
on.
do it with you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's start with Yanis. I trust him the most.
That's
So
an L
I
choice.
act this out.
Well, yeah, he's not picking Owen and Jenkins. We're
I
sitting
act
in the
this
meeting.
out, and then you have to see.
I follow you.
You
He,
figure out.
does, he
Okay,
follows
all
you.
right.
I just
while
follow you
you're
while you
doing
do
Let's
it.
get some space here, cameras.
You only get to do it once.
Don't be too active. Remember, I'm still.
All right,
I'm not super
Can you
injured. but-
stand back here, please?
Already making excuses.
Oh, don't be too active. What are these excuses?
Let me just center myself. My motivation. Okay.
Deep breaths.
And of course, we're being accompanied by the wonderful Puck Jam Pandas today, Spooky Squad.
That was gross.
That was me.
That was really gross.
Why?
It's just entertainment. It's very silent.
Yeah, that's the whole
but that's the
point.
point.
It's charades.
They're watching. We're not watching.
Oh yeah, that's the spot, Kazu.
What are you doing?
Still going?
How long is this charade?
Oh, we're gonna have.
You only have to do it one time, Ted.
The end.
One time.
What?
That's it.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Whoa.
I need to turn around. I feel like I'm being grounded.
Oh, I got the top.
Here we
Oh, this
go.
is gonna go well.
Oh yeah. I believe
Remember
it.
the details,
Wait, you
Yanis.
want me to stand on this side?
I don't think you were
Stand
looking
on
at
this
me.
side, sorry.
All right. I don't know if the sticker is still.
Oh, you're nervous again.
Yeah, I am.
He's nailing it. He's nailing it.
You can't say anything.
Oh.
That was not part of it. I'm sorry.
What are you doing?
Why is it taking so long? This is like 2 minutes.
I didn't realize this was longer than usual. I'm sorry. It's quite a story.
It's a good one.
It's a good film.
Yeah.
A feature film length story.
Oh, I get it. I like this one.
There you go.
I'm gonna sabotage it, Owen.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay. At certain parts, I'm okay with the tempo being upped a tiny bit. Just, you know. No, this is not part of it, Owen. I'm talking to the band. That is not part of it. Okay.
He's already sabotaging.
You know, this is dragging it out.
A lot of running, huh?
Excellent.
Okay. Jenkins.
This is gonna go great.
Okay, let's see. How do I grief this the most? Okay, we'll go Kezu.
Can't wait.
Maurice.
Okay. Start over here.
Excuse me?
Over here. Okay.
All right.
Give me the monster.
Okay, so I have Stippy now?
Yeah, but he's not gonna do it with you. He's only gonna look at you doing
So
it.
you've got to show Lacoste what it is.
Yeah.
All right, Lacoste, keep your eyes open and pay attention, baby.
Hey, you're playing some instrument?
Don't be lazy.
I see what it is. I think I know. Well, wait, do that again. What is that move? Now I got got confused.
What is it?
So, what you're doing, you're playing on a PC. You have to run to the bathroom to take a dump because you have to run it. You have a big house.
Well, you need to, I think, ask him, not me, because I don't know.
Wait, I have the full story. And you're also like, oh, I already lost the game. I'm going to pick up my dog, going to have some fun with him, pet him, then bring him to the PC, keep playing on the PC. I'm not sure what that part was, but...
It's the chin. He's scratching its chin.
PC part might be Ted.
Do you want to know what it was?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
All right, it was. You hear an creepy noise coming from the basement. Go into it to investigate, but find out it is only a cat.
That's close enough. That's close enough.
Not super far.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
We'll start the next one.
Isn't it Lacoste, because he guessed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's why.
Yeah,
That's what we did last time.
That's right. It's Lacoste.
Well, Lacoste set the standard here.
Yep.
Set the stage.
Yeah.
We all face this way, right?
Yeah,
we
we
have
do.
I need to tie my shoes. 1 second.
Very important.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Wait,
Do a lot of running in this.
Uh-oh. Is it an emergency?
We'll gauge it. We'll gauge it.
I'm just moving over.
Why was there so many stairs to the basement?
There's a lot of
Because you're upstairs and it's the basement.
I also feel like somewhere along the line, the door to the basement was...
I thought we were playing a piano.
And why did Owen fall down the stairs?
Because
I was so surprised by
elaborate.
what we found. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea was
you
I was
added that.
upstairs
Yeah.
playing Dota, heard a noise, and I had
Pause
to
the
go
game.
downstairs. I had to pause the game.
I
That's why
noticed
pressed
the pause.
F9
Very
key,
good.
Oh.
And then I went downstairs. Luckily, they didn't unpause. It was good of them.
Very polite.
This one's going to be pretty easy.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with Kezu.
What do you want?
Yeah, don't look right at it.
Are we starting yet?
Can't tell how far away it is.
We're starting, yeah.
Stop talking. Can't do that.
Try harder.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, this is good.
That's it.
That's phenomenal. Again. Okay. Good to see you. We're starting.
Wait, can I take the...
Let's just do it.
All right. Owen? Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay, start over here.
All right.
Go behind me.
Still behind you.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put it. Jenkins and Owens back to back.
Yes.
We're in for a treat.
Drop that one. 2 logs falling on the phone line and destroying communication.
No, I just want part of it. Stand there. Fucking stand.
Oh, sorry.
Do the voice. All right.
All right.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll go with Sheev.
All right. Because you have to start here apparently,
Okay.
and we're doing this.
Well, wait, it's my microphone. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Is it good?
I ain't getting this.
Should I just make it do the reverse? Then in that
But it
case,
seems like
fun.
it. Sure. Literally reversing.
We're doing the little reverse.
Where am I starting from, Shiv?
Right behind me or something.
Okay, I guess.
But we also start like this.
What the? What the hell is this?
He's gonna be blind.
I can't do it. I don't think.
What do you mean?
I can't do it. I
Do
physically
it with
can't.
one arm.
You have to do something.
One arm only.
I can't do it with my arm.
Yeah, with one arm only.
He's feeling good. Good, keep it up.
Okay, just pretend you're
whatever.
doing it.
Ow, that hurts my shoulder.
Be careful, Yanis.
That's it? Tat?
Am I guessing or
you are guessing?
You're guessing.
Oh my
I'm
god.
guessing?
Yeah.
Where'd everyone else go? Oh, they're all over
Right
here.
here.
We're all here, don't
All
worry.
right. Who's doing it? Here we
Give me
go.
a second because
Okay.
it takes me something over my shoulder.
All right.
Only do it if you can.
I can't. Just takes my shoulders.
I get it. I know that bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This has been owned right here. This walk has been owned. Or possibly Andrewed.
Where are you going? I feel like there's so many steps that got lost along the way.
This is amazing.
Oh my god.
Okay, I will say I have no clue.
My jaw hurts,
I
dude.
have no idea.
God.
I have absolutely no idea what
This one is great.
It seems obviously someone comes out from somewhere wearing glasses and yells at someone.
Yeah, you're getting there. It's close.
Very close.
It's not me yelling at someone, is it? I hope not, because I don't yell at people, as everybody knows.
That's bullshit.
You're not the only one wearing glasses here.
That's true. God, I have no idea. I couldn't even begin.
Which day is today?
Halloween. Oh, was there someone yelling at trick-or-treaters?
You're getting there.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
So you're out trick-or-treating, but run into an unfriendly neighbor who takes your sweets instead.
What?
What the hell? How was...
Well done, Ted. Well done.
Very good crab under the ocean.
You rang the bell. He comes out, starts yelling, takes your treats, and then you run away crying.
What sort of neighbor goes? What language is that?
There is one
like
more, but we
Croatian.
can't do the same rotation again. So I give it to Jenkins to start off.
Oh, Lord.
Jenkins.
Okay.
That sounds good.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Jenkins, take me.
Don't look.
Oh, sit down.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Owen?
Yeah?
Oh.
Okay.
Now we said they can't.
Okay.
Quite a long one.
We'll go with period.
Hello. I must act along with you, is that correct?
Oh, you've not done this before? Yes, indeed. Just follow my move.
You're making it look like a... Whatever.
Ooh la la.
It's warm.
Is that it?
That was good. That was good.
Yeah.
You made it better.
Oh, shit.
Pick
I gotta
someone.
remember
That was
it
really
now.
good.
Sheeds, let's go.
Let's go.
Are you ready?
Give me a second. How worried would I be? Yeah, no.
There's not a lot of movement, but there's a
we're
bit
fine.
of. Okay, ready?
Doing his own thing. You're adding the wall.
Pretty much that.
Alrighty then. Lacoste.
Sorry if I missed any details.
I shouldn't have worn these spectacles today. That made that look a lot
Spectacular.
a lot worse than it really is.
Down there.
I like your rendition of the walk.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's really good.
We're at work right now, Andrew.
Yeah, we are. Certainly feels like it. My heart. God. Oh no. Oh my God.
I think we've missed a detail.
Oh no, we've
Sorry.
missed a very crucial detail.
I'm sorry, Andrew.
All right, who's left?
I think it's Giannis.
Giannis.
No,
Giannis
Kent
and
as
me.
well. So
Giannis and
The
Fogg
two of
are
us.
both
I'm
over there.
fogged. I want to gas.
right,
Okay,
no,
fine.
Fogg, you got to do it.
Okay, fine.
There you go.
I want it to gas.
It's gonna be rough for you, because
It's gonna be good.
I hate to
It's gonna be good.
put more effort in, Fogged. There you go.
That's it. That's effort.
This guy knows how to dance. Yeah, that's good, dude. That's
Great effort.
Respect that effort.
We forgot about this part.
That's it.
That's
This
it.
this is you know what, this,
Yeah.
this
All right,
is
let's
gonna look
go.
really bad.
You can stand up.
Stand up.
Come on.
Alright, let's
waiting
go.
for it.
Let's go.
Here, take the guessing chair. Take the guessing chair.
Tell me when you start.
Really concentrate
I'm starting.
now, Maurice. Really get in his head.
Okay, you're Owen walking on the street.
This is how Owen walks, to be
We're,
fair.
we're walking on the street.
Can't confirm.
We're dancing. We're shoveling in the garden. Okay, we're still shoveling. We're finding a treasure in the garden. It's heavy. Owen is a psychopath bringing back the treasure.
I knew it.
You're not supposed to say that.
Okay, you're going into your garden, digging up a treasure that has a key in it because you're playing a video game. I don't know. Digging up a treasure in a garden.
Don't look at
Who's
me.
doing it?
I just thought it was a treasure.
It was Jenkins.
Jenkins.
How about if I'm very far away, he has to do it again?
Okay.
Andrew, what was it?
Yeah, Andrew, do it again.
It was.
No, do it again.
You want me to do?
Yeah,
No,
Andrew,
you do it. You do your
We
rendition.
have time.
Okay.
had to add
We
it.
Okay.
have
forgot
time.
it.
Do it again.
I may have added additional steps that confused you. Let me take these off. These make it worse. Okay.
Am I at all
Here
close?
we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Not
Yeah.
even about to.
You're
You
kind of
really got
close.
me.
You're kind of close.
Okay. Pixel.
Yeah, we got the walk.
We got the OD
we got the
Pixel.
walk.
Sorry.
I have to start again now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go from here. I'm trying to act.
Sorry.
Why is the walk so long?
He has a
Stop
big garden.
distracting me.
It's
Stop
a big
being
garden.
distracted.
It's a big garden. Yeah, we're shoveling.
There's definitely digging.
Yeah, we're definitely digging.
Bringing something home.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a...
This is still the same.
Yeah, it's a treasure or something.
It's not a treasure. What? Look at my arms.
A baby?
An animal?
What holiday is it?
Your grandma.
A pumpkin.
A pumpkin?
Oh,
It's a skeleton.
Oh, you're carving
you're carving a pumpkin!
That's taking the guts out. That's what that is.
God damn it.
And it explodes!
Wow. It made it look a lot like a treasure, but I get it now.
Yeah, it's because I get it. I have the glasses on. He made it into a serial killer thing.
Oh, well, I didn't do anything.
You added this, dude. You added who shovels a pumpkin out like that?
It's a big one.
Pumpkins are not buried.
They're pretty big.
Yeah, but they're not buried under anywhere. It's like
digging it
you're
out with
digging
a
a
trowel.
body.
You're using a shovel.
And you do this, you're like, ooh, like over the shoulder, like it's a body.
All right, calm down, lads. It was just a bit of fun.
Yeah, chill.
This has been fun.
Let's never do this again.
This is how
People
he
got
drinks in
angry.
pubs as well. It's just ridiculous.
Ridiculous behavior.
Oh, this
I'm sorry,
is
Alan.
pretty
Can we hash
Pretty
it out?
good.
I think we did pretty okay.
1 for 3.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah. It was a good one. We only had 3 prompts. So that's it for now. And we'll be back after a break with our next series, which is going to be Extreme Gaming taking on Waska. So we'll see you soon.
One dark and eerie night on Old Hallows Eve, spooky creatures gathered round for a trick or treat. Witches cackled in delight as Dracula flew in. The mummy opened up his bag to dump some candy in. The vampire bats flapped their wings in the sky, while the black cats prowled with evil eyes. Residents cowered from spooky beats, while the ghouls and goblins screamed, "Trick or treat!" The creatures in the moonlight are haunting everyone. They're giving us a good fright for Halloween fun. They're coming out at midnight. They never see the sun. They're looking for a good time. Halloween night's begun. Spirits floating in the air while Sasquatch fixed his messy hair. The werewolves howled and ran the streets while demons eat some tasty treats. Zombies lumbered door to door while banshees wailed and moaned some more. The Reaper swung his mighty scythe and cheered hooray for his favorite night. As the evening to an end and the dawn broke through, the creatures bid farewell, disappearing from view. But every Halloween when the moon shines bright, they'll return to trick or treat once again in the moonlight. The creatures in the moonlight are haunting everyone. They're giving us a good fight for Halloween fun. They're coming out at midnight. They never see the sun. They're looking for a good time. Halloween night's begun.
the other night I found myself in a land where everyone was nameless and faceless and bland, and out of every window came the sound of a band. Brain dead rock. It's like a very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Clapped on the 2 and 4 in near perfect time. Boys knew all the words and sang out every rhyme. But something else was missing, something free and divine. 'Cause every single person sang and danced in a line. Brain dead rock. It's like a very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock.
Right down, got a story to tell about a pretty little devil that you know so well. Fire in the eyes, walk so mean, about to bring the strongest man right to his knees. She's a wild one, hey, she's a wild one. Give your heart and she'll break it right in two. Take your soul from joy to pain, turn your mind into a hurricane. Make a deaf man hear and a blind man see. Pay her way and she will set you free. Rain in the fire, web of a spider, catch you in the web of her own desire. She's a wild one, hey, she's a wild one. Give your heart and she'll break it right in two. Heart is dark as a moonless night, up is down and wrong is right. Lives her life free as a bird, keep your dreams in the pockets, it's so absurd. Forget about love, you get no more. A pretty little savage straight down to the core. She's a wild one.
till the morning's breaking and fight them in the daylight. They're creeping up just to see if they could. So don't wait, there's no time. We better run if we know what is good. Stay with me now. Oh! What a sight, what a sight, what a sight to behold. Creatures coming for us. Foggy night full of fright, now we're ready to go. Tell us when it's
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we are getting ready for our next series of the day. And for that, we had removed Jenkins. We have removed Jenkins because we straight up went for an upgrade.
I'm on the early shift for a change. In the first half of the day.
How do you
don't
feel?
think this is a coincidence. Extreme Gaming Flame, XM, the best sniper in the world. Suddenly we have Tank Cardell expert.
Lost with it the other night. Unbelievably.
Unbelievable. It is good to have you on board at this afternoon. It's not that early, guys. It's like 10 past 2.
Put that hand down.
Come on. It's a high five, Ted.
I'll give you a fist five.
It could have been that.
I mean, take him off the panel.
No, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I was surprised he changed.
I don't like a high five. Sweaty.
Good. Anyway, continue, please. Ruin the segment.
No, it's okay. Before we get into the Extreme and Weska part of our discussion, we're first going to check in with Kezo and see what he has in regards to the current state of things in Dota 2.
Yeah, so I have a meta report. So we're going to look at the Herald win rate and the Immortal win rate of specific heroes, and maybe, Ted,
I can help here.
We can figure out together how they could be even better or why they are garbage.
Right.
So we have Wraith King. This is a hero. Well, you know, the win rates I can tell you without even looking at it.
Okay,
Ted.
I know
56% in Herald.
Yeah.
But only 49% in Immortal.
Right.
Quite the difference.
I wonder why.
So Wraith King has 2 lives. That
Yes,
is
he does.
that is
Thank
first
you,
of all
Kes.
a fact. But can you guys imagine how high the win rate of this hero could be if people in Herald would stop building their items, something like, you know, Midas, I need to farm, then I'm gonna go Radiance, then I'm gonna go Manta style, and, you know, like farm for 6 items. Ted, what if they played it like an Immortal player with boots into Armlet, maybe a Desolator,
The
play
into Armlet
fast?
toggle doesn't work.
Right. If I may, Kazu, the build that you're saying here, the Immortal build, is losing more than the Herald build.
No, that's because they play against better
Well,
players.
what I'm seeing on the screen is that your Immortal Wraith King is losing to Herald Wraith King. He lost half of his HP already.
Yeah, he can't Armlet toggle when there's a Radiant.
But he's obviously losing. Look, he's losing.
But the other guy's not attacking now.
That's because he's bad. He doesn't know how to click around. He's Herald.
Come on. What I'm saying is, you're talking about a build for a hero and talking about, like, this is how the Immortals build it, but they're not playing this hero. This hero sucks.
Because they understand it's garbage. But now imagine if the bad players who play against other bad players build actual good items.
That win rate would be like 70%.
That could be at least 65%.
I'll explain to you straight away why this won't work. The Armlet.
Okay, so let's take out the Armlet and then we still keep the rest.
The Armlet is too many buttons for Herald.
We skip the Midas. Can we skip the Midas?
Yeah,
Just only use items that don't need to be clicked.
Okay,
S
then
and Y,
No
this
blink
though.
dagger.
we do this and Sanj and Yasha.
Remove
Exactly.
the blink
I
dagger.
see, I like.
Remove you guys can blink. You can press blink dagger.
I love Blink.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but that's
can,
not
but there are
Herald.
people who can't.
That's the
So
nicest
remove
thing
the
anyone's
face.
ever said about it.
Kezu, just listen. Remove the face boots.
Okay, so just no boot. How about no,
No power
treads?
treads. They're not gonna toggle. Like
Yeah.
you have to click face all the time.
Okay, so then this should be the improved Herald build.
Remove Midas.
Midas.
That's the one.
That was the
Press
wrong
out.
hero. So like this.
Yeah.
Is this acceptable?
Sure, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Hard build, yeah.
You need hard.
Oh yeah,
more
we need
tanky.
hard to tank up because they're hitting us anyway.
Yeah.
No,
Double
I think,
hard.
No, because it's in Herald. You buy damage.
You know
Hard
what you
doesn't give
buy.
you damage.
There's one
No, hard
item
is-
that
hard
they
is a
like
Herald
to
item.
buy,
Fashion.
and that's Shadowblade.
Oh, Shadowblade, yeah.
Actually, that's
Nobody
good.
buys Dust or buys
So
Sentries.
Shadowblade is clickable.
Yes. That's the only
Okay.
one.
You click it once, easy.
That's good. So now we will move on to the next hero that could have.
Wait, they didn't fight.
It doesn't matter. They don't need to fight because
really
we
want to
already
fight.
know. So we're gonna move on to Enigma. This hero in Immortal has an incredible win rate.
How much?
54%.
Oh.
In Herald, it's like 46%.
Why don't we see Enigma in our pro games?
It's banned a lot.
Yeah, they ban it a lot.
So, what do we think? Why could it be low win
Because
rate?
managing the Eidolons is
Okay,
difficult
first
for
step, you have to
Losing
press.
HP, people don't like that.
Yeah.
They get
True.
themselves killed. They're like,
Yeah,
oh man,
yeah, yeah,
where's
yeah.
this HP?
They build around like
removal
BKB,
coming from.
BKB Blink, like Blink BKB. Just think
Exactly,
about the black
because they
hole, that's
only
it.
play around stupid black hole.
Yeah, they don't
Whereas
build
this
into
hero
auras.
in pro level pubs is played a lot around your Eidolons, your Midnight Pulse, your other stuff. So what you should do, and you guys are saying that maybe this is impossible because they have to click buttons,
Yeah.
No,
which
don't
kind of
click
sucks for them, but you can buy a pipe, you can buy Griefs,
Oh,
you
my
can buy
goodness.
Crimson Guard.
Dead items.
You cannot. Okay. Yeah, I think we've got the problem here. But this is the build that if you actually want to win with this hero, you need to build items that are good for your team because you cannot only play for the black hole.
I see a lot of
Interestingly-
buttons to click.
That is,
Yeah,
that's
this is
quite a lot of
hard.
buttons. But interestingly, you're selling that. I like this idea.
Oh,
That you're
okay.
saying this is the correct build. This is the way people build it, and it starts winning. But this doesn't really work for your first point with Wraith King. I'll just say.
And also, this
not?
type of a build doesn't get you famous on Reddit.
Exactly. You,
know,
want
it's
a
not.
5-man black hole is where it's
There
at.
we
baby.
go. He
That's how
knows.
you get invited to.
And that's why you will stay in Herald forever, and
I'm
you
not
guys
Herald.
did not, because
Okay.
they actually get it. That's the end of my meta report, Cheever.
I will also say that if you want to teach and help heralds, one overarching factor that we just saw and everybody said is like, oh yeah, you have to have Shadowblade because nobody buys detection.
I will
Guess
choose-
what? If you want to leave Herald, buy detection.
Just stop sucking so much.
Or play
Or-
Ricky. Ricky's win rate is very good in Herald.
All the
Yeah,
Because
All
nobody
the
buys
image.
detection, so buy detection. It's
And
literally-
play Ricky before the other people do what she said.
it seems simple enough.
There's some things that people don't do. Like, I think it's easy enough when it comes to lower level players. They understand that if you're grouping up around an objective, one of them should put a sentry down.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time they say, oh, I don't need a sentry, I have dust. But it's too late. If he gets the jump on you, it's
Yeah,
too
then
late.
he's already
What you should
on
do
you.
is get the sentry so you can see him coming, because he's going to think you're an idiot and just bozo his way in there. Then you kill him. But they're always reliant, and there'll be some support standing 10 miles back who's like, oh, don't worry, I've got dust, and can't get there at all.
I've got dust.
It's like awful.
Does it also mean that Nyx Assassin has a very high win rate?
I will not look at it, but he has an invisibility, therefore, yeah, his win rate must be good.
There is one reason particular why I hate Herald people. They get silencer
Whoa!
nerfed.
Whoa!
They can't counter
is
the
true.
silencer, and silencer is getting nerfed every patch. This hero is not contested at all. I mean, it was pretty obnoxious to play against the old silencer with level 20 Arcane Curse undispellable talent. Then you're getting the Aghanim Scepter applying Arcane Curse onto everybody. So that was quite bad, but this hero is unplayable from the lower ranks. I think they're collecting data where silencer's like, yeah, I'm gonna steal some intelligence, gonna steal that smart, and it gets nerfed, and we don't see that hero in Pro Dota.
53% in Herald, 49% in Immortal. Yep. This
Oh,
hero is
there
an
we go.
absolute dog water. You won't see him picked or banned in this
Hey,
tournament.
it's better than Wraith King.
They
They're
know
close.
they know how to make this hero work. This is some silencer can be silenced faster
Mask
with
of
Mask of
Madness.
Madness.
Yeah.
I will say,
That's legit.
generally,
That is good.
legit.
games in Herald generally have a lot more kills, meaning you'll steal a lot more intelligence than what you normally do in a game
True.
where it's not Herald.
What's
And-
Pudge's win rate throughout the brackets? I'm intrigued.
How about you take a guess, Ted?
So I'm going to assume, because all the goons that I play with are petrified of Pudge, and will even though they're bad at the hero, will pick Pudge.
So that
just
the
so the enemy
yeah.
team can't get Pudge, and then we're stuck with a Pudge that actually is garbage at Brisingare. So you're kind of stuck. with this situation where the lower ranked lads are absolutely petrified of Pudge and always get hooked. So I'm going to say his win rate in the lower levels and the higher levels. The higher levels is probably pretty low. Although he's also
low, high, low.
Often.
Not a bad start.
I'm gonna say it's like maybe 48% in the higher levels win rate.
That is spot on. In Immortal, it's 48%.
Yeah, I'm gonna say in the lower levels it's probably like 53.
51.
Okay,
Sorry.
I would have gone higher. You gotta let other people also.
Sorry.
I
I mean, he's the expert here.
No, thank you. Oh yeah, like she's an Immortal player, of course.
She plays with Immortal players.
So do I. I did last night.
Okay, my bad.
How did that go?
We dubbed.
Oh, there you go. How many times?
Not with the tank Cardell.
Once out of 4.
Let's say time.
We got a dub.
Oh no. All right, let's start with focusing our attention on our upcoming series. I don't think we'll see Wraith King, and I don't think we'll see Silencer, and I don't think we'll see Enigma, even though maybe I'm hoping we'll see Enigma actually. But let's focus our attention on the series, and for that I do actually think...
Oh yeah, me again. Okay, so I looked at some stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
Because Waska is doing very well, believe it or not. But they have been doing a lot of good things. And I looked at Mr. Dark Mago. I believe I have prepared a graphic. It should be ready. It will be about the fact that my friend in his last 18...
look at that KDA.
I knew you would jump on it. So he's 17-1 in his last 18
Don't
tiny
care
games.
about that.
And I did my math. I did all the calculations.
Did you check? It was
be
actually
101.
6.9. Is that...
And...
Like, did you
Yes,
do
it
that?
is.
Minus 1 is 6.
It is 6.95 KDA.
7 plus 1 and 1 is 9. So
Yeah, which makes it 4 plus 2.
So his last professional games back
add a
also be
0.
a 6
426,
so,
9. Yeah.
Correct. So, this is my segment because my man, 17-1, perfect KDA, the best you will ever see, and they also flex Mr. Mars. He plays Mars mid, he gets a refresher orb, he beat Team Falcons, and they're doing good.
Yeah, they are doing very good. I wanna put something on the table here because obviously we've only had one series so far, and the start of the day, we were talking about the difference in power rankings for Group A versus Group B. Right? We only had one series. Tundra 2-0'd Bedboom. Bedboom came 4th in their group, whereas Tundra came 2nd, 3rd in their group. Tundra comes from Group B, Bedboom came from Group A. Waska was tied with Tundra in the group. Our Waska and XG was tied with Extreme was tied with Bedboom in the group. So we're seeing two teams with exactly the same score lines. Is this gonna be an easy 2-0 for Waska?
I mean, Group B, I would say you got Falcons, you got Tundra, you got Spirit. I haven't seen Waska yet. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But those are 3 good teams. I mean, I haven't seen Paravision either because they've been morning, we've been afternoon.
Yeah.
I have seen Extreme, I haven't seen BetBoom. In terms of power rankings, I think Group B is probably stronger on paper, I would suggest. So for Waska to finish 2nd there is jolly impressive.
Thoughts?
I think for me it's Group A. Just like that Paravision is playing some of the best.
BetBoom already proved you wrong though.
True, this guy doesn't...
Well, we don't have the big sample size. And
That's true.
also Gaming, they were knocked out. They didn't do too well, but they also had... I think this group was much stronger because Avalus just won a tournament. They showed some good performances compared to...
Heroic
unfortunately,
just won a tournament.
Yeah, but they have Fortnite Man with 1 and 13.
Dude, one of the teams in Group A doesn't exist anymore.
Their org doesn't exist.
That's true. And we're not talking about Nigma Galaxy. Okay. Just checking. So, yeah, announced they are gone, but I feel like the competition in Group A was much higher.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
A is on average, like they have the high average, but I think Group B, they have like Falcons, Tundra, who in my opinion are like top 2. And then Waska and Spirit are like on the lower 3
the
pack.
same score.
Doesn't matter, just group stage.
Well,
I mean, if they were a better group, why were they not called Group A instead?
Back to you, Shiver.
I want to focus my attention on Waska, but then in particular on the elephant in the room. Waska has been around for a little bit, and they normally fall a little behind Heroic on the rankings. And this event, they've just absolutely leveled up. But they've also got a little bit of a change, Lacoste, because obviously Kotaro is not here, so they have a stand-in Pike. how much of their success is on his shoulders?
90%.
90%. Oh, yeah.
This guy is a beast. He was the second best carry at Wallachia Season 2. When he was playing for Beast Coast, they had a good result there. They finished 5th, 6th. And he was just playing pretty much same play style as we've seen Parker play. This is the guy that is not afraid to experiment. He's playing all the stable carries right now. There isn't too much variation other than maybe some carry Muerta. He's playing carry Razor, but everything else, and he's very explosive. This guy knows how to farm. They will give him priority, but he's also going to be joining. This is not going to be, something that we've seen in the previous series, Nightfall, 25 minutes in with the 0-0-0 score. That's not going to happen with Pyke.
No, like this guy is really, really good, and I think he fits the team very well because Dark Mago has always been the guy who's going to play your Tiny Mid, your Ember, your Mars, and Sacred as well, very much like the sacrificial type offlaner. So you need the super greedy young guy who's going to soak up all the farm, but then actually use it in the fights. And this guy does it really well.
Yeah, he does do it very well. And I am wondering how much, because of the knowledge that we have and that I think Extreme has as well, how much focus is Extreme going to put in trying to shut and Pyke down, right? Because if we're saying it's 90% on him, Ted, that means it is Spooky Town for him today.
So I spoke to the Beast Coast lads at TI.
Yeah.
And obviously they've got all these young fellas, him being one of them.
Yeah.
And they were extremely confident. Like, they were really... What's the name of he's an Argentinian lad, is the coach for Beast Coast, right? What's his name? Big lad. Is that him?
Yeah, I'm... Papita used to be.
Yeah.
Mariano.
He was like, these boys are the business. He's like, they're so good. They're going to wipe the floor of everybody. Obviously, it didn't work out. And they were genuinely like crushed because I think the expectations were quite high. This kid's only 18.
Yep.
So he turned 19
he turned 19,
last week.
Yeah, sorry. 3 days ago.
Yeah, 3 days ago.
So, yeah. It's funny to me, Wasker actually means drunk. That's what the Wasker means, drunk. I'm going to mispronounce this, but I think it's Quechua, which is like a language in Peru. It's like 20.
Yeah, the Waska,
He's drunk. I don't think he's old enough to drink in Peru. I don't know, but yeah, that's this lad. So yeah, he's phenomenal. I don't know how you shut him down. I don't know if Dota's really like that anymore.
I'll drink to that.
Shut down the carry.
Waska.
He's drinking Waska. Let's get Waska, boys.
All right, we're focusing then on Extreme, and this is also a team coming in with a couple of changes on the support duo. So we have Ame that I feel like has had a glow up, which is feeling really mean to say. So obviously, Xingqiu and DY, top tier supports, but this time around, he's got himself Tianming and he got himself PYW, and I feel like, Kazu, that Ame, for some reason, has had...
Actually, it's a bit of an L because I saw a bit of the reflection, but it was still spooky.
I did not.
I
did not. Snake. Thank you for that.
Kazu's snake has escaped onto the set.
Yeah, Medusa ganking us. Get her out of there.
Medusa.
Sorry, what's the question? I forgot.
My question was, if Ame now has more time to shine because it's more his show rather than giving Xingqiu and DY maybe a little bit more space. I feel like PYW and Tianming both don't take up that much space.
No, I agree. I also think they're doing very well, and I know that Lacoste and Fog keep gloating about Mr. Tianming.
Yeah.
Best Chinese position 5. Is that correct, Lacoste?
By far.
By far. And Ame has pulled out some like really cool heroes plus item build combos. You know, the Medusa with the Kaya Yasha, which no one else has done before. I'm just gonna say no one has done it.
Nobody in the history
has
of
ever
Dota
done that.
has ever
Outside
done
the
this.
Herald bracket, the real pioneers of Dotes.
Yes.
Yeah, as we saw before. Anyway, Lacoste.
I think it was Sanj Kaya.
Yeah, I said it wrong, but the Kaya part anyway.
Yeah, one of the three, the Trident.
Trident, very good item. But back to you, Lacoste, what do you think?
Back to me, I think Ame is having a great time. I don't know if you mentioned Juggernaut.
No.
That he played. That's also another hero, Spectre as well. This guy is just playing different stuff. But to go back to Tianming, Tianming has been the most stable Chinese 5, I would say. It was between him and DY, but Tianming had a much better performances, I would say.
Oh, scare the hell out
We're
of me.
getting the gun.
Nice. I love shooting.
This is a loaded gun.
Oh, we should play Liar's Bar. Did you play that?
No.
Oh, that's a really
Sounds
good game.
terrifying.
Don't do it, Kazu.
Guys, did you...
Shut you
We
first.
figured it out early in the morning.
We saw it in the
did?
morning.
Yeah.
You only got one bullet, though?
I also only have one.
I have 2.
I got 2. I shot Kazu.
You already
I'll
shot-
kill
you still have
sheeps.
2?
No, I've got one now.
Whenever
Snakey,
someone makes a
save
stupid
me.
comment, we get to shoot them.
We're on the draft.
Oh, I'm
It's
going to
not
be out of
big
bullets in the banning phase.
Sorry, Tom.
He wants you to shoot him in the butt. Oh, that was close.
That's some expensive equipment.
All right, Ted, what first pick do you think we'll see here from Extreme Gaming?
Enchantress.
That's actually not a bad call. You're not being shot this time.
Okay.
All right, we got indeed the game. The draft is on, and we got the Tusk coming out first.
No, it's fine.
He's gonna shoot me.
It was a good idea.
Okay, it was a good shot.
Oh, what? Oh, I have to.
Camera on the panda. Camera on the panda.
Oh my God, you shot Panda. Why is Panda's mouth all? Oh my God.
That was perfect.
Damn.
Oh no!
Did you shoot him as well?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I got him.
Oh, he's back from the dead!
It's Zombie Panda.
Kill him with
He had ages.
Jesus. Headshots
I'm out of
only.
bullets.
I'm out of bullets. I'll have to crush his head in with the butt of this pistol. Yeah.
Oh, back to the draft.
Yeah, back to the draft, Lacoste. We have Skeleton Man.
Yeah, Skelly Man, something that Waska does flex between their position 4 and 5, so they're not exclusively playing that within one role, which I really like. This hero can be comboed with, either Storm Spirit, with Medusa.
Yep.
Two of the strongest combos right now, I would say.
Oh, that was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to continue. So, like Lacoste was saying, Storm and Medusa, of course, very good. And the Medusa is something that Ame has played, with the Yasha Kaya, of course. Who has pick here out of phase, Ted?
You can see it very easily on this side, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Like, who picks first out of this phase?
Don't threaten him with the gun while asking questions.
It's Waska.
Is it?
It is.
I said Extreme. It says...
What are you locking in?
I'm locking in on Waska.
Okay, you're safe.
Okay, you gave me a second chance. Thanks, Chiefs.
You're welcome.
I don't really pay attention to the draft until a few picks in.
That's fair. That's fair. Lacoste, maybe you can take over.
I can't take over. Extreme Gaming, they open up with Tusk, which is and has been one of the most stable position 4/5s for a long time. We've seen different facets being taken, depends on the situation. We saw in the previous series where they did go for the drinking buddies, pulling people out of trouble, giving them that extra damage. And sometimes we do see tag team when they are playing from position 4, when you're playing more for yourself, which you deal with more damage. If you're playing against some tanky heroes like a Dragonite or Timber, it works out really well. And now removing Pangolier, which could indicate that they might go for Medusa themselves.
Is there another hero in the game that you guys can think of that has something that can something that could be a stun and a save?
Stun and a save from all the heroes other than Tusk.
Yeah. Don't shoot Panda.
Oh, Pudge with Shard can do the thing, which is not the most reliable spell in the game. Earth Spirit.
I suppose Shadow Demon Disruption is kind of like you can use it offensively and defensively. You could use it to save or to some
Dazzle with Shard. He hexes you and can save you.
What, with his Q?
Yeah, Poison Touch with Shard hexes you.
Yeah, but it doesn't hex friends, does it?
No, but he can save you with Graves. Save you with Graves.
Yes, but we're talking about the same spell.
The same spell.
Yeah.
Save plus stun.
Because obviously the snowball can be used.
Shadow Shaman. With a facet, he can hex allies and he can hex.
Get the clock out of here or whatever it's called.
They do
the Medusa
read.
ban?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that they try to, I would say, mask that they want Medusa. Like they don't make it super obvious by not banning Anti-Mage. But Lacoste could see it, so I think
I could see it 3
Waka
picks
Waka
ahead.
AA could see it too.
No, Waska got themselves the Shadow Fiend, and I do feel that is definitely a comfort for Pyke.
Damn, Kezu shot Lacoste right in the face.
Painful.
SF, damn. This hero is ridiculous.
It is super strong. Like we've seen so many games where these Shadow Fiends, Lunas, you win one big team fight, you get a couple of stacks, especially on Shadow Fiend, and you just pretty much end the game. Or they use the buybacks, they try to fight one more time, and the game ends. They've been playing it only from position 1. We saw some position 2 Shadow Fiends when Kiyotaka was playing it, but I want to see some stuns. I want to see something from the off lane that's gonna provide him with a stun. Either some, Stanking's banned, but I want to see something cancel, because right now Shadow Fiend Pugna.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, it is an enigma. I love it.
He made it through. Now we get to see him build Blink, BKB. As we know from Kez's analysis, the best build. He was
Yeah,
having
this guy
to go
really
all
paid attention.
Having to go at all the Immortal players for building all these dumb aura items. You get Blink, you get BKB, you win the game, right, Kez?
That is absolutely correct, Ted. And another reason why Enigma will be so good in this game is, honestly, SF doesn't have that many bad matchups in the lane, but Beast, Enigma, maybe some Primal Beasts can be very annoying. So this Enigma pick, honestly, is quite scary for Waska to deal with. I don't know if they want to put the Pugna there and you just keep hitting Eidolons, or if there's like a kill lane you can go for. Like there's no Tusk left that can really help you kill in the lane.
But just to be clear here, we're saying this is Tusk.
Tusk 4 mid-tiny.
Tusk 4 mid-tiny.
It's also a possibility that they run both of them as supports, but I think this is going to be Tusk plus Enigma lane, most likely. And they're also picking this tiny, so they're kind of keeping it as a flex, but also a lot of value with the toss back when you're playing against Pugna so that he can get to the Cryptify, he can get the Drain. So
does picking tiny and threatening to run it mid still count as like what used to be like the Puck counter, where the threat to Puck is too great to just get blown up? It was like for a while, I remember, you just have this tiny and he just goes and combos Puck and you're dead.
I mean, Tiny is still like very, very good against Puck, so it can cover like a lot of these mid picks. But also with like what we looked in the pregame, Waska, a lot of the heroes that they run all the time have been like banned or picked in like the Primal Beast, the Mars, the Tiny as well, Pangolier. So I have seen this in the tournament that was running at the same time as BB Dacha, where it was a Gyro 5 with an SF against Enigma.
And you still take Flat Cannon level 1 just to be able to deal with Eidolons. And they also have, I mean, there is some flexibility for them if they pick an offlaner right now, so they could keep the flex open between this Gyro, Shadowfiend maybe going for the mid lane, and it's going to be Donald against the Black Hole. That's going to be their way of stopping the Black Hole.
Because what's cool about the Gyro SF lane is, so level 1, of course, you take the flag, and level 2, even though it's a Gyro support with the Presence Aura from SF, like the Eidolons just die to a Gyro with like no items and flag. But
are you related to Gyrocopter?
Me?
Ted? Yeah. Fury and Flak.
No.
Thanks for the soundboard.
And there it is. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
All right.
He's gonna build the tank build, you know it.
So that will be Sniper in the mid lane.
Most likely, I think so. I mean, I
so.
guess it could be safe lane?
No. The Ame Sniper is
there's a chance.
There's no way you're gonna have Ame play Sniper when XM's in the team.
There might be.
Nah.
Most likely, it's going mid. But then, let's see about the bans here. I mean, you have a lot of nice heroes to play around. You have a Tiny that's going in for you, a Tusk, and Enigma. You can keep pretty good range. There's no catch for you yet. So they will ban out the Storm. What other jumpers are in the pool?
Jumpers.
Like jumpers that also do okay against you mid. I feel like there are not that many. Because Puck gets destroyed by you in the lane.
Yes. Let's see what they've played so far.
Primal
for Dark
is
Mango.
also banned. Dark Mango, yeah. What has he played?
I mean, he could... never mind, Mars is banned.
Yeah. There's no Mars, there's no Primal, there's no Pango. And even with this, they have one more ban to set on top. Earth Spirit? Should get banned.
I think so. Earth Spirit, I mean, they have a bit of a flexibility. Maybe there's some argument for Quap there.
Quap
as well.
Yeah.
But then again, you don't have many stuns. Waska, I don't think coming into this series they expected to have draft like this. This was more responsive to what Extreme Gaming have done, where they put the pressure. And the old school, I can't believe that they would still maybe play Sniper and Faceless Wood. If we go 2 Dream Leagues back when we were talking about Tank Cardell every single time on panel, they've been picking it a lot, and they didn't lose a single time, I believe, with this combo.
Yeah. Couldn't Extreme also just, like, if the Sniper goes mid, can't they just, again, pick DK carry? You lane against Dawn, you have a good matchup into SF, you buy a Blink later.
Oh, you could, yeah.
They ban out Beastmaster, so they also, keep their options open. They go for the Juggernaut, the classic Ame Juggernaut.
Lacoste, you talked about this before?
I did, yeah. I did mention that Ame loves to play this hero. That's why they banned Mars in the first phase, because Ame, with the facet, with the Bloodsport facet on Mars, Ame dealt absolutely 0 damage. There was a clip on Reddit. It's still bugged. Maybe it was fixed after seeing that one. But yeah, you lose vision inside of the arena. and now you don't have to deal with that. So your Omni Slash will actually deal damage. And this is why Kezu's being paid the big bucks on panel, because he can predict some of the picks.
Yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit makes sense, especially against, against a sniper. You lane well, you can rotate, but not the best matchup for you when it comes to like going against the carry. Jug has Blade Fury, he buys Manta, he can dispel his stuff. And you want to like build Magnetize over time and make people lose HP. How do they kill the healing ward in this game? Like, some dude is going to have to go real deep.
It's Gyro.
It's Gyro, man? The Adomi is going to go straight in there?
This is a very difficult draft from Waska. I think probably might be even one of the bigger outdrafts, I would say. Even though they got some of the stronger heroes in the meta right now, with Shadow Fiend, with this Earth Spirit, and also Dawnbreaker, I feel like this is a super difficult draft to execute from their side, because they have no stuns. You're going to be fighting into Black Hole. Sure, there's Donald, but other than that, I think it's going to be very one-sided.
It is very much their style, though, right?
It is.
All these heroes are very much on brand.
God, I thought I was just going to shoot. Ted, please.
Yeah, I think no stuns is bad. Like, I hate it.
Yep.
And when you're especially up against an Enigma, that's very difficult. Heroes like Sniper, even Sniper can become hard to pin down when you just don't have good stuns. You've got the chase with the Earth Spirit, so there's a chance to get on top of him, but I don't know. I think I like Extreme Gaming's draft a lot more.
Okay, we're gonna find out. What are you doing, Ken?
No, he's pretending to shoot me. It's off camera.
It's off camera. I was gonna say off camera doesn't count, but we're heading over to game number 1 of this best of 3 series. The PogChamp Pandas. Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, time to get into the action between Extreme and Waska. I'm ODPixel here with Fogs, and looking forward to seeing this one. We're getting to see the Juggernaut come out for Extreme. We know there's something that Arme loves to make happen, and yeah, it kind of falls into the sort of narrative we were talking about earlier in the Daylight River Extreme, where they go with what Arme wants to play. I'm sure Arme said, I want to bring the Jug out. They're like, well, okay, we're going to bring the Jug out. Let's go. The question is, how good's it going to be here, Fog?
It's one of those heroes that when they didn't know how the flex was going to happen with this Gyro kind of SF thing. So it's a hero that if you do get an Omni Slash onto either Gyro or SF, it's been for a long time. These IG carries, Jug just kills them. Luna, SF, Luna and Gyro were the two in particular that used to be the case where Jug was picked up because you've got the immunity versus the magic damage. But now it is going to be a support Gyro. Still can have some really good stuff versus the SF. But it's out of meta, so we'll just see after the execution. But yeah, I would say Extreme, their draft looks a lot easier to play. I think for Waska, their only real playmaking is going to be coming around Dark Mago. So I feel like his work is really cut out for him to dictate pace, but also ensure that he doesn't really fall behind if he does constantly make moves behind on this Earth Spirit. And let's see how it ends up going. XM, he's got his best hero, right? I think we've said this now for almost a year. He's one of the... There's a couple players, of course, that do love the Sniper, but the XM Sniper in particular, it's just devastating.
Now we'll see what Dark Margo has as an answer to this, and how well he deals with XM Sniper in the lane. And overall, anyway, it was sitting in this bottom lane. Getting the Jug for Arme, what are the downsides of this hero? Nobody else is really touching it.
Well, he's got low... What was that? He has got low stats. His ultimate has a 2-minute cooldown, literally, at all levels. It does not get better. There's no talents that actually make Omni Slash better, so you're just about getting your item timings and being able to get, like, this Mjolnir very fast that we've seen him do in particular in a lot of the games. Not in officials, but his pub build is his official build, where he goes Treads, Windlace, Mjolnir, and then builds on from there either into SNY or Manta or whatever he feels fit. But the hero can falter because you can be pretty squishy. Sure, you've got the Dispel that comes after your spin, but your ultimate can kind of just be stopped from a Decrepify. A lot of different abilities that can just literally just
healing them up.
So there's been some concern.
It doesn't seem easy.
No, not at all. But it is a comfort thing for them, and the rest of their draft does look strong, right? It's not just about the Jug because they have this Sniper. So
you feel like this is a draft where Arme was like, I want to play the Jug. And then the rest of the team's kind of like, well, I guess you can get away with it because everything else looks so good.
Yeah, and you know, if Ame is confident in it, he's been playing it a bunch in pubs. Nice decrep there from Matthew. Very annoying things he can do. And we'll have to keep eyes on Matthew because this decrep in particular can be very, very useful this game. Not just versus the Jug, but even versus the Tusk spells. Sacred. It takes some big damage, but he should be okay. Ming might actually get turned on here. One more blast. Actually, no, go for it. Lanes though, top where they're just doing the flak versus these versus the Eidolons every single time, so that's why they went for this kind of position. I think overall, maybe it's Waska, but I think the SA teams in particular, they still do sometimes pick this gyrocopter and flex it, and then end up having it as support. It's not the greatest by any means, but you know, if he's just playing to kill Eidolons, then it kind of can do a bit of its job early. Later on, we'll see how much.
The lane.
Yeah, later on we'll see how if it becomes just completely useless or not, but. So far, Dark Mago on one of his very comfortable heroes, and it's the Earth Spirit. Does very good in a lot of matchups, even versus something like Sniper, because Boulder Smash is insane.
Neither side having anybody getting shut out of the lanes really so far.
Nope. XXS is not really even using Eidolons. This is something kind of interesting to see as Matthew.
Oh, okay, now the slow from the hammer comes in. Sacred able to keep Matthew safe.
Matthew speedy. Thing about the Pugna always, you're very, very fast if they don't get you trapped inside. So XXS, I don't think he's even used Eidolons once, by the way. He's holding the skill point for level 3-2 if he wants to go for level 2 Eidolons or not. So maybe they just use it for kill, right? If you find an opportunity for a tossback, you summon Eidolons right off of that, and then you play off them so you don't lose them to the constant flak spam. And his CS is maybe a little bit hindered because of it and how much he's preventing the SF from getting, but the fact that he's not feeding Eidolons is a good thing.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So
yeah,
cool.
One of the uses of that gyro that they wanted to get done, as you say, not being allowed to happen.
And look at his micro. I'm gonna be mostly looking at top because of this. Because look, he's bringing just one Eidolon with him. The other two are on the side, so he's trying to like bait the flak hits now that he's finally used it.
In the middle. This could be the first blood here. Rotation comes in. XM, it's caught in the river. He's got the one charges.
He's trying to turn it.
Now he's ready to turn. Indeed, they look straight over towards Dark Margo. Get the Crepified. Stop him from getting the last few right clicks in there. So Matthew coming in with the save. Shards are off the mark. He's forced under the tower. So we'll end up with Extreme finding the kill here first as backup comes in clutch.
Trying to get aggressive on the Yadomi, cannot. And mid, it was a huge one charges and that raindrop that literally just saves XM's life. So a lot of times we do see raindrop nowadays picked up in mid versus these constant spamming heroes. Very good versus that Earth Spirit. And now he's starting to pull a bit ahead on that sniper in terms of denies. 9 for him. Overall, Ame, he's farming well. Right, 23-1 right now in the bottom lane. Yes, Dawnbreaker's getting a good lane, but not getting kills.
Yeah, Pike. Oh, top. He's having the best time so far on the SF.
This is interesting rotation. Playing it with the moving the Earth Spirit early out of the lane. Guess he doesn't want to play versus the sniper anymore, and they want to get aggressive.
Okay.
This is an unexpected move.
See what they can find with this. I mean, they're going to get the toss back, but indeed, Waska, they're ready for this. They set up. They knew that Extreme would try for that sort of play with Waska approaching the tier 1 as they were, and it's just a full-on bait. And the rotation comes in.
And it's around the catapult wave, too. So they can actually apply a decent chunk of pressure, and I believe he misses 3 range creeps there on the Enigma.
You don't expect that gank at 5.5 minutes.
No, very clever stuff coming out from the side of Waska. It's usually, usually like 6 minutes. You see Power Rune, then maybe they'll make a move. Sometimes the Earth Spirits digilane.
Never that early.
Not like that. Not in that type of way with a Pugna. So very clever. See who gets the Power Rune.
I'll take
on
that
top.
as tribute.
Just an invis.
It
looks like Ame's just jungling. So Ame's just going to jungle. They're going to give Sacred a free lane.
Okay.
And he's going to... Oh, yeah, he buys the Null.
The Null, yeah, I remember.
The Tread, Null, Windlace, Mjolnir. That's strictly his build every single time, pretty much.
It's going to take some time, though. This is against Squad. Waska, just 6 minutes in, already 2k ahead. They'll be able to get some momentum going. And they've got good heroes to really kind of pressure objectives early. And to dive objectives. And in the mid, XM, he's ended up
deep
on the wrong side of the map.
He got booted, I think, right? Looked like it at least. Didn't quite see if the connection did grab him.
At the same time, Extreme, they were looking to see if they could try and punish Pyke whilst they knew he was alone, but they've just not found the chance themselves.
And they got the scan, right? They saw them coming in on the flank, so a good read there from Waska. Nice early game.
Yeah, really good early moves here from Waska.
And they're gonna get stacks farmed, or stacks started there from Matthew.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how much Ame is going to be able to do as Jug in particular also, because this game, when you look at the Enigma game, it can be pretty complicated for XXS to play around Black Hole. As you know, we heard from Kezu, it's not always about the Black Hole, but essentially you do want to be able to use it in some situations, but...
I mean, this is the thing as well, right? For Extreme, they've got 2 very active supports, but the 3 cores... Isn't it pretty greedy on paper, right? You got a Mione Jug, you got a Sniper mid, and you got an Enigma on the top lane. These heroes, they need a lot of farm.
That's going to be that's really the question of, you know, Ame asking for the Jug, right? He's asked for an independent hero, but they've made this work before when they've gone for these type of greedy routes, when they've had like, what was it yesterday?
The Medusa.
Was it Sniper Medusa?
Not at least not the one that we did. Maybe in the other one I didn't see.
Yeah, I didn't see. There was one game that I believe they had something like that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we definitely see them have this kind of play style where they will fall behind, they'll lose quite a bit of the map, but they do kind of swing it round later on in the game.
Yeah, and they just play to like farm. I mean, that's more of the old XG style. This one is a little bit faster, but they're still a pretty slow team in particular. They like to play for timings. So XXS now at this point, he's just going to jungle, doesn't want to play in the top lane. And they're just going to give the Tiny the lane, but that does mean that PYW is at threat of dying if he steps up even slightly too far.
No, he's straight up.
He's fine. There's going to be a good amount of those. If there's no Earth Spirit, there's a lot of TPs that can just end up happening in this early game from the side of XG. Level 6 is hit. Drum is online. Aggressive ward placed from Waska to watch Tianming, at least in this area, but they're persisting for the tower. All right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can't really threaten Sacred.
Radiant's top tower
That tower will drop. All because of that kind of clever 5-minute move that they did. Getting that extra bit of damage there.
Now, let's see where Waska want to go next. I think they can really play aggressive early on, much more in comparison to that of XG, where, you know, it's just a lineup where Ame on the Jug, he's not going to want to turn up unless it looks incredibly beneficial and guaranteed for him to get some action. Now, Primione, this is, you know, he's going to be hitting the jungle.
This could be a pretty farm-intense game, Owen.
Yeah.
It really does feel like we're going to have XG hitting creeps for what feels like 30 minutes or something.
That's the plan for them.
Fully ready to fight, but they do have good ways to fight over extensions. That's the one thing that Waska does have to be cautious of. They have great aggression, but don't want to overextend versus Tusk and Tiny. They do have ways to save and bail people out, and they have a sniper. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to watch people hit creeps for a while, so I hope you guys are strapped in. Get your drinks ready.
We've got the counter on the screen.
Yep.
Might get some pretty impressive numbers.
I think we will.
Because they're the ones that definitely, as I say, going to be more interested in getting something done. And we'll have a smoke
100%.
move from them here.
They're bringing Pyke, so this is actually cool. They're getting him involved nice and early. They get tabs. They see exactly where the Enigma is.
They want to go for XM.
Yeah, they want the bigger hit.
Collapsing under the tower for him. They'll drop down the nether ward. They'll get him with the dive. Tianming is here to try and help out. Have a bit of momentary safety here with Snowball, but they just get destroyed by the numbers as Waska bringing the full 5-man and can put the pressure on the tower. And this is something I feel we're going to continue to see Waska to do at a point of the game where I just don't quite see what Extreme are going to bring in response to this other than just crossing their fingers and hoping that Ame is making the most of the space.
I really think that's what it's going to be. It really is. Just sit back and wait. Next time his TP gets canceled immediately as he starts to TP it out. And even if you have a stave, they don't have the Tiny there. PYW, I guess, was just finishing up, trying to farm up top. Doesn't have a TP. And they have good ways to force towers with Pugna.
They do, yeah. They could take objectives easily.
I've been loving Pugna. I mean, I think I say it every game that I've seen it. This hero has been super nice to play. Super nice to watch and to play within this current meta. Because he enables all the spirits, he enables the Medusa, and he sets tempo. So a 4K lead can really start to explode quickly if you're able to keep getting towers early on and pressuring, which is exactly what Pugna enables.
And if they can find some sort of way to shut down the map early, when you've got these 3 cores in Extreme that need quite a bit of space to farm, it's going to be hard for all of them to find the money. And it may kind of fall into a game where it's going to be either XM or Ame that actually has the farm, whilst the other one has to sort of take a bit of a back seat.
Which will probably be Ame, especially in this game because he's a Jug.
Yeah, XM could fall behind.
Yeah, XM can die because of that Earth Spirit having such a good time to be able to close the gap on him, and they always have the Earth Spirit follow-up. Ame, he can be a bit difficult to kill this game.
Might get some action here. As Matthew will get the Decrepify off. but oh, no way.
There's
Sure,
no
he's
way.
not going to get out. I mean, he's making them work for it, but PYW will have him. And
Does he get
he's
denied?
not going to get the... No way.
He's still...
What?
He's joking?
I mean, he's making them work for it. It takes a long time, but they do finally get him.
Did I just not want to use spin? I guess. Whatever.
He's got creeps.
He's got creeps.
He's got creeps there.
It's fine. Fair enough. Top tower does get denied. But Matthew, I mean, he's like, okay, whatever.
Okay,
I made them work 20 extra seconds to kill me. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting game because I
mean, the question: whose approach do you prefer? Like from seeing Extreme Gaming's gameplay and seeing how it has worked out for them more often than not in this tournament, would you then settle with sort of the style they've gone for, or are you a little concerned?
I mean, if they can just get, like, if they actually can just sit back, they're probably just going to end up winning the game unless all the towers get forced. But I mean, Waska's I would say is more normal to the meta, but this is just XG's style, so it's not
really
like
is,
it's uncomfortable for them. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. And the thing is too is they have the two of the best high ground defenders in the game. They have
do.
Tiny.
They got the toss-backs,
and
the kickbacks eventually, and
so
then
yeah, you'll be. I guess eventually you will be on this weird timer for Waska, and you might feel forced to force the issue. But I want to see this from them. Get every tier 1. Look for pretty much every objective that you can to just set tempo. Ideally, like the 20-minute, even like maybe not the 14-minute wisdom, but I want to see 20-minute torments or contested. I want to see them playing fast. I don't want to see them just letting XG hit jungle with 3 cores. And they are going to play fast. Making the way top, but the Eidolon, they're pinging it immediately. So Extreme actually knows this movement is happening. He had the Eidolon to scout it out. He's going to see the courier even walking through. So you see the Radiant scan. They're expecting them to go steal the Wisdom Rune. Waska's actually going from a different angle to do so. But this is... I didn't think they'd actually be able to go for taking this one. But they're actually going to try to at least, which is an objective in itself.
PYW. Caught by the slow. TP's coming in. He'll get the toss back onto Dark Margot. PYW finally falls. The Omni Slash is there onto Yotomi.
He's ready for this.
XXS, he's in. I'll close the gap on a Matthew.
They were so ready.
They really were.
Even if Waska took the long, kind of weird
and the
route.
scan didn't connect.
Yeah.
Because you saw as well, there was like that maybe a bit of an opportunity with the roll connector for them to kill off PYW quickly. But yeah, as you say, even though they might not have expected it because the scan missed, as soon as they did see heroes going on PYW, they came in fast.
Yeah, and S Sacred probably looking there and being like, I do not want Omni Slash. Man, I want a Solar Guardian into this. It's definitely too dangerous. And yeah, overextensions, they have a great lineup to punish them if you do go for them. We did see the blink there from XXS, so they do have to watch their positioning. Yes, they'll have Solar Guardian in most instances to stop this black hole, but it does take a couple seconds too. And besides that, their stuns are limited. Like Earth Spirit, good luck, right? It's going to be difficult for them to stop perhaps some of these black holes. Yeah, I don't know, and I'm a bit worried for Waska just because it feels like they need to end the game faster, and I feel like XG just gets to sit back and do whatever they want.
Well,
they just can just wait for them.
and do exactly what they want, right? This is XG through and through. They've won many a game like this.
Yeah,
and many a game where they will have been much further than 2K behind at 15 minutes.
That's true.
You know, they're only 2K, it's like 1K behind. Arme's getting to farm. He's got his Mjolnir.
Yeah, it feels good for him. And then he's going to go, it's a standard build every single time he's played this hero.
Oh, Waska's got to do something. They tried to. It didn't go great. They've probably got to try it again.
But Mago, the issue is for Mago, right? Like, he just made his aggressive move, and he rolls in, he gets tossed under a tower. So he's probably also a little bit like, if I make aggressive moves, I might just die. He does have Shield Rune this next time, so that could be a little bit more of an enabler. But there's also a blink now on PYW. So he has further reach to be able to go for these tossbacks. Ame, spin. Ame's always going to be very difficult to bring down. And Omni Slash is back up.
And with the Mjolnir, he's more than happy to find a chance to drop an Omni Slash on someone. Get the
catch.
Jump in. They get the combo. Solar Guardian will be coming in as well. The defensive Decrepify thrown down onto Dark Margot. Arme.
Omni Slash.
The Omni Slash. It's a good one on the back lines. Pike getting incredibly low. The Blade Furies are the ready. Arme
he's dead.
Finishes the job.
Oh, the perfect Omni Slash.
Can he get out though? We'll see Matthew and Dark Margot on the chase.
He's got another roll.
Arme's pretty speedy.
He dodges.
And then a black hole drop down onto the side to control Sacred. Indeed, Arme will finally fall. But getting a lot done before he goes down, right? Gets in, takes out basically the two of them there on the backlines with the Omni Slash, and one of them being the big one, being Pyke on the SF.
And Pyke probably kicking himself a little bit because that Omni Slash went from the gyro and just bounced to it. He kind of just walked into it.
He did walk into it.
So,
I mean,
slip up.
Obviously, it looked like he maybe felt that he was going to be able to get away with the Requiem towards the end of it, but Blade Fury was ready.
Yep.
So as soon as Ame was out of the Omni Slash, he was able to stand amidst the Requiem and perfectly trade damage back towards the SF.
Yep, well worth it. Matthew almost got clutch though, right? Yeah, I think the Omni was about to come, and then the decrypt comes, and then Ame waits. So it was both kind of like patience from both sides. Yeah, Pyke turning up and dying. Definitely not what you want to see for the SF.
Huasca, we'll see what they want to do next.
Still feels like they gotta keep it up. Sacred does have, I believe, the Aghanims finished already, so that's actually very fast for the Dawnbreaker. Maybe playing around Sacred could be the key if they want to look to get him involved without just Solar Guardian. Could be something nice for them as they'll get in Tianming and they'll catch him.
Good roll forward there for Dark Margot. Catch him just before he's able to get up with the TP. Tianming also to be found. Snowball will not save him. Matthew getting the double.
Oh, Pyke, they saw him with this ward. Who's setting up for who?
Dire's middle tower is under
PYW will have to get back to the base, so I'm not going to be able to set up for that. But there's a Philosopher's Stone for one of the supports on the side of XG. Don't believe PYW got his.
Has been denied.
The next time is going to go Mask of Madness. More farming.
A good couple of kills though for Huasca.
It is.
See what they look to push on towards for it next.
And they've got the Ags now on Sacred. So with that could also be another pretty decent answer to protect Pyke in particular, to protect the SF.
Yeah, Ame's got to be very smart about how he uses the Omni Slash in the fights.
Yeah. But they can reposition, as we said, Tiny has Blink, so Roche is gonna be probably one of those objectives pretty soon. Same thing for that Tormentor if they do want to go for it. But they're not really in position to go for stealing Tormentor right now, so it might just be a little bit of sit back and farm for Huasca as well. It's gonna be a really interesting game. As Ame now claims top net worth. I hope we get to see other people try, because it's literally just him doing this type of stuff. Like, look at that farm speed. Hey, it's not bad with spin. With this fast, it's pretty quick. Especially once he's got this farm. He's almost got SNY.
Huasca. Seems like they've also sort of decided to fall back into a bit of a farming period rather than keep these attempts going.
Maybe waiting for one or two items to coincide with each other. Maybe the BKB from Mago before they fully start forcing again. Dawnbreaker, they're gonna see everything.
Radiant are scanning.
UAW, hunting, Matthew, get caught.
They got him. See if they figure out. And he went for that bit of a warding mission to get that good ward down that's going to keep eyes on Ame's farming the triangle.
Does he get the courier as well? PYW. He wins. So extra bit of gold is coming in. Now maybe setting up a push. They're considering it for up here. And if anybody shows, they could get top effects.
Ame's strong.
He is. They can play around him now. He's not squishy with all the points and stats and with the SNY now. How's Dark Mago's BKB? It's still not quite there. I think him going in without it is a little bit suicidal still at this point. Now Roche is going to start shifting. They're already starting to make the move down with the two supports on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Well, they can do it pretty well if they want to just go straight into the pit. And with the safety of the healing ward, there wouldn't be too much threat of Huasca catching them low HP.
Yeah, it looks like not quite yet. Ame just continue. Ame's doing his farming pattern, so they'll have to adjust whenever they want to go for that rush, whenever Ame wants to go for it. PYW.
He's on his own.
I think he wanted to maybe try for like a wisdom steal or something. But it had already been grabbed up. Huasca. will be able to claim their Tormentor with ease. And Shadowblade is done for Pyke. Are they going to look to play things a bit faster? Do they feel like they can outscale? That's the other question too, right?
I mean, SF has done pretty crazy stuff this match, right?
But into a sniper and a Jug, right? It just feels harder for him when he's on his own. Yeah, he has Solar Guardian, but feels like the later and later stages this goes, it gets much more complicated for Waska. They're going to be able to claim their Tormentor as well, too. One of the most useless shards. They got a bit unlucky
That's
there.
a little unfortunate. It's going to happen sometime.
When are they going to change this one? No one's playing court.
What, carry Tiny, yeah.
Give it some love. Maybe have it 2 different ones. You get to pick one or something for this support.
Oh, mate. Can they burst the Jug?
This is a tough go without their SF.
Oh,
Ame.
He's blinked
in. He's silenced.
Look at the silence into the stun. Easily a chance to put the Blade Fury and walk away before the missile connects. It's just... I was sort of before of them there. It's just so hard for them to go on the Jug.
Pretty much they have to have the SF there and like maybe just be literally on top of him when they get the initial silence. But yeah, he has S and Y, so status resistance.
I mean, is there anything that they could sort of buy or that they are buying to increase their chances of being able to make that sort of play, or is it just never really going to happen against the Jug?
I don't know what item there is for that in particular.
Yeah, there's just you going on the Jug is it's just going to be a case of what Ame fighting in a team fight and overcommitting.
Yeah, pretty much. They are setting themselves up bottom, so perhaps they can actually look for this Roche themselves on the side of Waska. They are starting to head into the pit. Smokes are up from the side of XG.
It should be pretty big if they can sneak this.
They have the Solar Guardian at the ready too, and it is Aghanims from Sacred. It's going to get instantly scanned.
PYW, he's got the setup onto your dummy. They'll catch the support gyro.
Ooh, that's not how you want things to start off for the side of Waska.
Definitely now with just 4 of them, or 3 of them, plus as you say, the Dawnbreaker available for this fight. Roshan, they can't look to take it. Extreme, they're closing in.
Ame's getting dangerous through farm. He's level 19 compared to 16 on Pyke.
And just really the problem of who makes the jump on him.
Who deals with the Jug?
This is one of the sort of situations I feel like in the past when Jug was a hot pick, right, that it would feel great to get him. When you get him in these games where there's just no sort of piercing lockdown that the Jug has to care about on the map.
Yeah, there's no BKB piercing lockdown except for the Dawnbreaker, which is not what you want to use for the Jug.
Yeah, it's
Either
not
way,
just that, yeah.
they just don't have lockdown. That's really what it came to. The panel was talking about it a bunch, how lockdown is definitely going to become an issue, and that'll happen when you have a Pugna Gyrocopter as your 2 supports, right? Or, yeah, Pugna Gyrocopter, sorry. And XG just positioned themselves now bottom. Level 20, one of the big talents, of course, for Jug, even though we don't see him nowadays so much because this talent's also going to nerf like crazy. He does have it online now, too. Pretty crazy one. As the toss back.
The jump.
Pyke.
He's going to be able to force back to safety. There's a Solar Guardian coming in as well. Dark Margot getting the jump onto PYW. They'll catch the Tiny. The Magnetize comes in to take him down. It'll also be able to roll forward over towards Tianming. XM trying to help out from the sidelines. There'll be a Requiem from Pyke just to push back any potential backup, allow them to kill up Tianming.
Ame's coming. He's on Pyke.
Top of the fight. He's got the Omni Strikes to the Black Holes with the Decrepit fight was there in time, and that should keep Pyke safe for now. He's getting healed up as well, so the Assassinate will not be enough damage. They'll be able to get Pyke out of the fight.
Can they get Ame? Have to reset. XM still too healthy for them to deal with. Sacred also.
Ame has
will survive.
You know, Ame can't die for kills. I mean, what a beautiful save indeed. The Decrepify from Matthew, putting a stop to what would have absolutely been a 2-man Black Hole into a 2-man Omni/Death.
It was split
second. The save was there.
It was split second, right? He literally got it as the Enigma's jumping in. That was perfect.
Yeah, we'll check it out again.
Because this is looking scary, too. Like, look at the map. You see the Jug.
Ame's coming in from the back.
in, but Matthew, so quick to react. It's before that
Just before the Black Hole catches him.
Yeah,
and then the heals as well. If that life drain doesn't come in for Pyke, that Assassinate absolutely kills the SF. Matthew doing everything there to keep his carry alive.
As clutch as possible, really. Otherwise, that fight is disastrous for them. They probably end up losing 3-4 heroes.
They're going to be feeling good after that one there.
And maybe they can go for a Roche off of that, too, now that Black Hole's been used and Omni Slash has been used. XG, though, they're coming up. Ame has a DD. Or amp damage, sorry. Pyke.
They're not going to want to touch him. They're watching this Jug. But the increased damage, and they don't want to go on that.
XM
gets the space to finish off the tower bottom. Waska absolutely showing that they can deal with the Jug's offensive moves. See if they can deal with it this time, though. And Dark Margo able to get the Blade Mail off. Still a little bit too much for Ame to be able to bite through on his own. He doesn't have enough damage quite yet to take out Dark Margo solo.
This pesky Pugna's got to be dealt with one of these supports. Either
someone's got to find him, right?
They've got to just either get an avalanche on top of him or toss, reset his positioning, because he's getting some really good saves.
Yeah, he's coming in clutch, Matthew.
XM, in the meantime, while his team is threatening them top, he's actually pressuring bottom versus the Dawn. Mago. Both teams very patient, but the thing about XG is their cooldowns are coming back up. 40 seconds on Black Hole. Omni is back at the ready. Waska looks like they're going to start perhaps poking the Roche.
Into the pit they go.
They've got that. They probably have the timer for the Black Hole, so they probably are like, okay, guys, we got to go. It's coming back up in about 20 seconds.
Extreme are going to come and contest this, though. Black Hole or not, they will look to fight this, especially with the fact that Omni Slash is up.
And he just got Vindicators X Owen, so his damage has gone massively up.
Matthew's got to come in clutch again.
He does.
Every single fight, this Pugna has to pop off. Otherwise, Ame will get that. He'll get a lot of kills with these Omnis.
Matthew did get blessed with the Eye of Vizier, so he does have that extra cast range to position himself.
They're trying to sort of check the backlines because they know that Matthew's going to be hiding in the backlines.
XM.
They're going to roll forward here. Dark Margo. They'll start off the action over towards Tianming. XM. I mean, Pike's on top of him. He's looking to try and get the Requiem off. He still continues to stay on top of the sniper, forces the sniper out of the fight. So the Guardian comes crashing in. They'll get the damage down on the XXS. Now they'll turn over towards Tianming as well. Punch up Dark Margo.
He found him.
The Omni Slash, it's there. They're getting them very, very low. The Magnetize starts to tick in as well. Pike, Requiem's off, looks towards XM, but with the BKB, XM's on the retreat.
Matthew's still alive. Pike, Ame, they're fighting.
Pike. Can he survive this? He's able to get away with the Invis. He's going to live. Ame goes down. I mean, every single time, they're just stopping Ame from being able to do what he wants to do. He's got a lot of farm on the Jug, but they've got the answers in the team fight.
I mean, Matthew is just coming in so clutch. Again, gets the positioning. He gets the decrep onto the SF. The Omni bounces to the Earth Spirit, and that's exactly what they want. That tanky Earth Spirit to tank that extra bit of damage. And Matthew, they got the flank around, wrapping on him, and he got the positioning reset. He got away from them. And these Invises, I mean, that ended up hurting quite a bit. Little Shadow Blade play, little Glimmer play too. Able to dance around this Jug.
Yeah, just really getting into the head of XM. XM knew that he had to kind of keep running. He could not kind of get into the position he'd hoped to because of this SF just sort of breathing down his neck.
Matthew literally being as clutch as you can possibly be in these last two situations. And that's a big Jug that gets brought down. They're going to be able to get this Roche down. Now they have an Aegis to protect the SF for the potential Black Hole plus Omni Slash combo.
I mean, and this is the thing, you know, maybe they just, you know, maybe Waska, they don't have the easiest way of getting onto the Jug or setting up onto him, but, you know, they can't kill him, but he can't kill them
until he
with
gets
these plays that they're pulling off.
Yeah, until that maybe like a Nullifier or something comes out later on, but he's going Scotty. So that's going to be maybe the next item that he goes after that.
I think it's got to be right, Scotty, Nullifier.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Will definitely take some time. I love watching Pugna. It just gives me like that. It reminds me like the Jerax, right? Just all these saves that he was able to do back in the day. Matthew looks like this time he might get picked off, and they might actually lose more. Mago shows himself.
Matthew, very dead. No life drain is going to be able to save him.
What a Solar Guardian! They're bringing more.
They're thinking about trying to fight back. Not able to quite get the connection onto Tianming, but they'll be able to drag him back in with the harpoon.
Matthew buys back. He wants to join.
They want to make this fight happen. Got the numbers here, Waska. Pike is going to look straight for XXS. Look at that damage there from the SF. Tears apart the Enigma. Now turns towards Ame. Ame, he's trying to retreat. He's got the Omni Slash. Turns over towards Dark Margo. Dark Margo rolls away, meaning the Omni Slash bounces over towards the side, over towards the neutrals, I believe. As Ame, he's now without an Omni. He's got to be careful how he goes back in onto this. He's falling very low. Pike trying to get the right clicks in over towards Tianming. The snowball buys a bit of time. He'll turn over towards the side. That's the Aegis gone. See him be back for round two off the back of the Aegis. Ame's got to be careful.
XM is peeping him.
Can they deal with Pike? Pike. He's over towards XM. He's got the sniper kill. Now he turns towards Tianming. He's going to be able to kill the Tusk as well. Ame's got to run. You can't tackle this SF alone. You got to get out of there.
So many cool individual little plays there. Pike, perfect. Manta dodges the punch. Both teams looking to reinitiate from each other. How many buybacks were there? It was just the two supports, right?
Yeah,
and they both ended up dying. So ends up being a kind of equal change, but they did lose. I mean, they still have Black Hole, actually, so they still have Black Hole for the next fight.
And it's still just kind of the difference in how easy it is for Pike to play his hand in the fights compared to Ame, right? It's just at that time around...
But Pike has to be careful.
With the Black Hole, Ame's coming in.
Can he reset?
Oh, he cannot. Okay, yeah, he gets caught out massively there. He did not expect XXS to just be able to walk up and black hole him like that. He wasn't ready for him to back out on the map.
A cool build. Good lens. I didn't even notice that he built that earlier on the Enigma. So being able to play from that distance, get that extra.
Yeah, that's
catch.
a huge one there.
That's huge.
Because I think without that sort of play with the fight considered on its own, I think Pike would have been happier with the outcome than Arme. But dying like that, Arme's back on top.
And there it is. He's got that Nully immediately queued up afterwards, and that's going to be a really big difference. That's
That's a game changer.
That's going to ruin Matthew's life. Like that's when it's going to be like, okay, now we need to think about the next level plays of how we actually end up protecting these cores. Which they do have ways to do it still. I saw Dark Mago trying pushing the roll, using it to pull the Omni Slash into some weird positions. So they do still have ways to play around it, but it's going to get more and more complicated, as we were saying, when items come out. But execution, so far still from Moscow, has been pretty nice. I do have to give them the credit.
Here they come, smoke up from XG. They don't have the black hole, but they do have everything else.
They're feeling strong.
They know there's no Pike for 20 seconds.
Omni Slash at the ready.
Get a freebie on your Domi.
And XM's really starting to hit hard too, Owen. You know, we've been talking about Ame, and Pike in particular, but it's the sniper. He has MKB. If he's forgotten, he will just peep them to death as well. Can't believe how farmed he is, because I feel like they got on top of him a lot of times, but I mean, it's the XM sniper. He does this a lot of times as Mago. He can't TP because the Tusk is on him.
So he can create the space between them. He's going to try.
He can't get out.
That's not happening.
Oof. Big kills, kind of back to back to back, getting the SF and the Air Spirit in particular after that sequence. It's going to enable more timings. Level 25 soon on Ame. They've got an AC now for Sacred, so it'll protect a good amount versus the physical from the sniper and the Jug. But these two do so much damage.
It's so much physical.
It is really so much physical.
I can push for the tier 2 extreme. With Dark Margo dead, there's not really much threat of Waska trying to turn up and fight.
Pike just has to pretty much be insanely clutch this game is what it's starting to feel like. Pike and Matthew, because he's now it is a full 4 protect 1 now for this SF. And there are ways to just 100 to 0 him.
That's the push. Fortifications out. So quite a bit of time without Dark Margo. Who goes in first onto Arme? The tier 3's gone.
Quiver at least lets them take out that healing ward.
And success, he has the black hole back up.
So coming in. 5 seconds, their Spirit's coming back.
They're going to respect that, yeah.
They can back up.
They can let's deal with the other lanes, get them in good position. That's the nullifier completed.
Oh, they might look to re-engage, actually. They might wait on high ground because of that pickup.
This next fight is going to be a difficult one for Waska.
Waska's got to have pretty much a perfect approach into this one. Teamfight feels much easier for XG to execute. And they're positioned around the Wisdom Rune too, so they will be able to steal this one away. They already have 25 on Ame. He's got the Omni Slash duration. How do you protect these cores? I guess he doesn't have detection is the one thing, right? So he does have to have either one of these guys that have detection.
He's going to walk into this.
Oh, that's the first one.
It's an important component that could get taken out immediately. He'll get the Decrepify off and he's healing up.
Big heals.
And a lot of heals here. Matthew, he's perfectly fine. He's got full HP. He'll get the Omni Slash off. A lot of it onto Sacred, but the Decrepify's out. And he's tanking it completely. Now he's ready to turn. Arme's the one that goes down.
This guy.
I mean, how's he getting away
How
with
is he alive?
They find him first. But he still gets to do everything, not only to save himself, but to save his team once again.
Unbelievable. He just literally walked into them and got tossed, and he lived.
And he lives. I don't know how they couldn't kill him there. They needed to throw everything at this puck. If they don't kill him, they're not winning the team fights, folks.
Sacred just the Ag Solar Guardian with the AoE. It catches Ame on the side of it. How is Matthew doing this?
How does he get away with that? That's wild. If they don't kill the Pugna there, we'll see it again.
Was it hesitation from the nullifier, or perhaps a little bit, but he did end up using the spin while he went for it.
Because he used the nullifier on Matthew kind of mid-spin.
Yeah.
And then obviously that left open the chance for Matthew to obviously be fine with the life drain and the heals come in for the Solar Guardian because there's nothing to interrupt him, but also to use his Decrepify then on the Omni Slash target, which was, of course, keeping the Stormbreaker alive.
And Sacred overall, I mean, he does have, if he's the one tanking the Omni in particular, not his allies, he does have 50 armor.
That's even if he wasn't Decrepified, he would have tanked a lot of it.
Yep.
Yeah, that next time round, if XG is going to make that sort of play, they
that.
have to make sure they kill this Pugna. They cannot let Matthew live like that.
Because if I'll just mention it, because if you want to look at like the graph in particular, sometimes the graph is a little wonky. We do like to say that, but you know, it's very confident. Even afterwards, it's like it still feels like XG doesn't matter. 6K gold lead, all these type of things don't matter. And that's when they catch the Pugna. It's just crazy that he's able to survive like that. And Matthew now queuing up a Lincoln's. So he is starting to find the answers, in particular to perhaps to deal with Nullifier. And they have an Ags on Earth Spirit. So they are starting to find more and more answers to save each other, bail each other out of these problems. Right. That's actually pretty cool too. So he can enchant Remnant, perhaps save the Pugna as well. And now a Hex for Pyke. So extra form of Disable to perhaps catch this Jug off guard.
Oh, like, yeah, fully aggressive build here from Pyke.
Oh, we're in for a treat with this game. Even if the initiation comes from XG, we see Waska can turn it.
Waska, they're going to find the jump first. They find PYW. I think XG, they don't want to take this fight, surely. They just leave this.
That's so cool.
Of course, you know, we did talk earlier, the high ground defense.
Still hard.
Even if XG start to lose some of these fights like this out on the map, there's always going to be the point where high ground's got to be broken, and XG, they've got a lot of good ways to hold it. Outside of the base, though,
he can boot XM.
Kickback. It's a deep kickback as well with the Enchant Remnant. XM has to put the BKB and run.
Can he get out?
Detection, and Pyke's got the damage. XM tries to force away. He's healing up.
Not enough.
And he's out. And that's been gone for 90 seconds, I believe, because he did spend up to buy that Satanic XM. He spent all his money. He has no buyback for 80 seconds, folks.
He showed himself on low ground. Dark Maw goes like, oh, okay, I have an opportunity to get that kickback.
Ame's in, but he gets caught by the Hex.
Ame!
They get him straight away with the Hex. The Force of the guy, the snowball save comes in. Give a bit of a chance for Ame to get the Blade Fury off and run, but now they just turn towards Tianming, take him out.
Oh,
and there's another hero down without buyback. The push can continue.
They are fighting just beautifully. The way that they're executing these team fights is marvelous. 2 stacks now on the SF. He's hit 25.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's the push onto the barracks.
And Mago just waiting in the wings to perhaps look for more kickbacks. So
he's going to go for it.
Black on 2.
2-man Black on the trip. Fight comes out. They're keeping the SF safe again. The Omni Slash was there, but it doesn't matter. They're surviving through it. Ame Blade Furies, but he's probably going to start backing off. He cannot afford to fight anywhere close to Pyke and Pyke. He's stepping up, turns towards PYW, dominating on the SF as they clean up the mid-racks. I mean, they try for a jump. It's a play of desperation.
He's got 4 stacks, Owen. Yeah, they're going to push this hard.
And there's 3 heroes without buyback. I mean, XXS comes in with the buyback, but he's already used the Black Hole. Look at the Blade Fury over towards Sacred.
Okay.
Again, though, with the Enchant Remnant, Dark Margo able to save his heroes, save his teammates, get Sacred out of there.
We're truly seeing why Waska has been doing so well.
Look at these plays. These are crazy. And just every single time, even this, again, I kind of lost track of what happened with the Nullifier usage, because the Decrepify, it's still working. It feels like Army's not finding the chance to get the Nullifier and the Omni Slash on the same target in these chaotic fights.
I think he just threw it onto the Pugna there, and the Pugna decrept the other target while he was dying.
Yeah, I think exactly that's what happens.
I feel like Waska just, I almost said Beast Coast because he's tagged Beast Coast for a second. I feel like Waska's just clutching out in these fights over and over again.
Yeah, they are.
Like, they're just outplaying, and it's beautiful
and
to see.
I feel like if Arme wants to play the Jug again, the Pugna's got to go.
I feel like,
I feel after this one, Arme's like, I love playing the Jug, but never again against a Pugna, and especially the Matthew Pugna.
I'd love to see this here. And now you have more items starting to come out to answer. Lotus Orb is now done to reflect the Omni Slash in particular.
Get a good opening to get the Roshan here.
It's dying fast.
They'll get it before Waska's able to head over. Question is if Waska, they might be happy to take the fight into the Aegis, because they probably do feel that strong.
And they should have timers on the ulti.
I mean, what's the Black Hole cooldown? As you said, about a minute still.
Yeah, they're going to go back on the side of XG. Yeah, finding more and more items, though, to deal with these, this Omni Slash in particular, deal with the Jug. And XM, very rich, but dies before he can actually do anything in that last fight since he gets caught on low ground. 15,000 lead now. XG can still fight versus it with this Aegis, but Waska showing that even when they have a bit of a deficit, that they can take fights with the way that they position themselves in these fights.
Yeah, actually, he's just got to go all in on the high ground defense. I think, Tianming, he's got to kill that Axe next.
Okay.
We got to see some kicks into the fountain.
He is too poor for it, though.
Eventually.
Eventually, maybe, but yeah, for
if
now.
they can get, buy time, which we know they can. XG in the past have done this, where they'll fall behind, they'll have some rough kind of mid to late game fights. If they can just keep the game going, then this sniper and Jug duo could get out of control.
Could. In theory.
In like 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it's going to take a lot
Sure.
of time that Wasker, of course, is very unlikely to give them.
And Wask overall, it's still just been such clutch plays. Now the Lincolns is done for Matthew too, so they have an extra way to protect versus Nullifier.
There we go.
Yeah, they're really starting to get these items racking in. Mago, now we're talking about neutrals. Mago got Timeless Relic also, so probably best one you can ever get on Nurse Spirit, of course. And next time, he'll show himself outside.
He's outside of the base. Arme's going to jump in, he gets caught by the Hex. We'll be able to still get the Blade Fury off and retreat. Little scary there, though, both of the cores.
I'm watching Mago.
Outside of the base.
I'm just watching Dark Mago if he finds the angle again for an Enchant Remnant.
Yeah, to get a good deep kick back.
Black Hole is up at the ready again, though. They'll respect it. We'll go for a smoke and wrap elsewhere. Can Mago steal the Wisdom Rune?
See if he assumes it's still there.
I mean, he's going to check.
Is he, though?
No, he's not.
He doesn't assume it's still there.
A little scared. Well, that would have been very nice for him. Meanwhile, Matthew's actually blasting bottom tower, so forcing a reaction.
There's the smoke from XG. They want to try and take the fight outside of the base. They're not going to wait until Wasker come to them.
Yeah, they need to get some vision outside here.
They don't have Arme for this move, though.
No, they don't have like any vision out here either. Ame's spending his gold out too.
Oh, that's very risky. He does have the Aegis at the moment.
Whoa. His team is coming over to connect.
Alright, he can join the remainder of the smoke if he wants.
I actually really like this SF Hex build too. This is really cool stuff. Sure, it makes him have a little bit less damage, but who cares? You have enough damage on SF in most situations anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those games, right, where you don't have to get the BKB, so you can get away with this more aggressive build.
Very true. And it's a game where you have like no lockdown, so it's like you want to get that extra bit from somewhere. So yeah, it's very cool stuff. As Mago, this Wisdom he should check. And that's pretty much his Octarine done after he finishes off these Ancients as well. And 25, so one of the more broken talents. We always like to talk about it. Magnetize, Undispellable. Does get pretty crazy with Timeless Relic. Another smoke. That's another timing, though. Ame, Swift Blink is ready. He's got Ninja Gear for positioning. They want to get a catch with these 90 seconds.
Let's have a look. Because so far, it's just been rough, the Omni Slashes. They've always been able to outplay him.
Where's
in
Matthew,
the midst
though?
of the fight.
Matthew's a bit separated from his team.
I know he's around.
See the courier.
Dark Margot miles away from this. Pike's thinking about going back in. He's going to go for the play with a Hex. He's going to try for this after Solar Guardian coming in to back him up. Arme gets over towards Yadomi on the backlines, takes him out with a Blade Fury. Pike turns over towards PYW, well forward from Dark Margot. Arme and Pike, they're on top of each other. Pike can be able to force away with the Hurricane Pike and break away from this. They're dealt with XXS.
He's dead 100 seconds.
Buyback comes in from Yadomi. They're going to pop the Omni Slash on a Sacred, but you're right.
He tricks the cloak. He tricks the cloak.
He did. I was going to say, put it to a stop very early, and Arme has to bail out.
Oh, no detection. He just goes invis.
He just can't catch a break with these Omni Slashes.
He can't get anybody with it. No detection, no slots for it.
It's got to be frustrating. I mean, you imagine if you're Arme, right, for all the love that you said he had for playing the Jug, I think after a game like this, he might not want to play it again. They just keep dealing with the Omni Slash in some shape or manner every single time.
And they found XXS in the backlines.
Yeah.
The Air Spirit, Dark Mago, just got on top of him, killed him, 100-0. 18k gold lead. Tiny's back up, so they have toss back, but a lot was used. Oh.
Radiant's top tower.
What do we got?
No, nothing. Never mind. I thought they killed the courier with the Octarine.
No, he's got it.
I was like, where the hell did it die? But no, it did not.
5 versus 3. The push coming in from Wasker.
60 seconds. It's him.
Dark in with the roll. What he tries for the Avalanche. Arme's going to jump in, but he gets hexed immediately. The silence to follow up. Arme's got to bail out of this with the Blade Fury. PYW. He should go down. Yules won't save him.
Way too much damage.
Xiaoming jumps in with the punch up. I'm trying to bring the damage in on Sacred, but he's so tanky on this Dawn. They get the space to take the top racks, and again, Wasker, they're getting these objectives without losing anything.
They might just continue as well. Matthew Ninja geared in position. Every time having the bailouts, I'm seeing multiple people with Trickster close
punch up on the Assassinate. Next XS is back in the game with the Black Hole. He needs a huge one. Has to be a massive Black Hole catching, you know, a core plus Matthew.
And they have to have sentries then. Or a gem on somebody. Next to Ame.
See if they want to push it again here. They've still got this window where there's no Tiny for the tossbacks.
XM's damage has not gone up too much more either in these last few moments. He does have the 25 talent for the shrapnel charges, which does make it pretty annoying to push into because it's like he always has shrapnel. But he's had the same items now, it feels like, for 10 minutes on this sniper as well, too, because they found him back to back.
Ame's in.
He's trying again.
He's going to go straight over towards Pyke. Pyke able to get away from now with the Shadow Blade. They got the Stolen Guardian Heal coming in. Pyke's perfectly fine. Tianming, he'll get the snowball up, but he should die at the side. XXS, he used the black hole.
Margo kills
only
him.
onto Dark Margo. Dark Margo survives. 3 dead on XG. Waska, they're ready to go up to the high ground. Push him forward. As the Omni Slash will come out, but again, is put to a stop.
He's alone.
Is saved. Ame is surrounded and taken down. Nobody to fall on Waska. Everybody on Extreme is dead.
XM gonna buy back. They have the Tiny coming up in a few seconds. Heroes are low. But Waska, they're not losing anything. The way they're executing these fights just beautifully. Mago is just getting XXS in every single one of them. He just jumps in, magnetizes him, and he has to ult, but he dies to the magnetize.
He just died during the ult, yeah.
So fast.
During his own black hole.
Nice in. Still has 4 stacks of the presence. That's the Megas. Waska. What a game still.
See if they can close it up here.
15 seconds on it.
No Ame for nearly a minute.
Looks like they should be able
That's
to.
the tier 4's got. I mean, Pyke's just hitting the Ancient. PYW's got to do something. He jumps in with the Avalanche. Dark Margo tries to roll over towards XM. XM able to turn, but they'll lose the Tiny almost certainly. The Ancient's exposed. It's going to be game over. As
so
Waska take game 1. And yeah, absolutely, you can feel the hype. See exactly why people have been talking about this team with the wins that they've had. They look fantastic.
Absolutely. And definitely, you know, we're hyping up the Ame Jug, but definitely a reason why we don't see Jug too many times in these games.
This game was the definition of why we don't see Jug, right? It wasn't a single Omni Slash, apart from that one in the mid. That one in the mid that kind of did well again into them. Every other Omni Slash, it basically just gets denied. But it always gets put to a stop.
In the most important clutch scenarios, in the most important clutch like team fights in particular, it's when Matthew really clutched it up. The bottom one, when he gets the decrep on the SF, and then the life drain heal to save the SF. They end up losing him a little bit afterwards. But then he gets tossed back. He survives, and that's when the timing from Ame came from the nullifier too. So
they had to get him in that fight. They didn't. Matthew survives and makes these saves. And yeah, on the other side of kind of the carries, Pyke 11-2-20. And getting to do this in a game with this SF, obviously great hero in this patch, but you don't even need to buy the BKB, right? He goes with this fully aggressive build, and it's perfect. The positioning in the team fights, they just couldn't deal with Pyke in the same way that Ame was getting dealt with on their side of XG.
Yeah, just beautiful execution is really what it comes down to. Waska, we really do see why they ended up in the position that they did in these groups with those wins. These plays, they're just clutch.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. To start off this best of 3, Waska will take game 1.
What a great showing here in the first game of this best of 3 series. The first series for these teams in the second group stage here for DreamLeague, and Waska is just crushing it. After the draft was done, my panel was like, well, you know, Extreme, they just look so solid. No, Waska coming in, and even though at some point Kazu was like, no, there's no way they can win. They cannot kill Juggernaut anymore. No, no. Guess what? They could kill Juggernaut.
They could.
Yeah, they could do it very easily, actually. Actually, Matthew, right here is the moment I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is the fight where they picked up Nullifier, and it looked like it's going to be a good fight, but he gets the life drain off, and there were these Omni Slashes were not dealing the damage that you expected them to deal. Like these Shadow Blades, Glimmer Capes before he could get a Nullifier, and sometimes he would go on a target, he uses Nullifier already, and like even during the Black Hole, they were just not connecting on the same target. There were a couple of fights where Extreme Gaming, they were going for like different targets, especially XM. Like he needed to help out Ame to dish out the damage because they're relying so much on Juggernaut. And in this case, Jug, he doesn't have Aghanim Scepter, so doesn't have that mini slash just to be able to get extra damage, maybe dodge something. So it was quite difficult for him. But we gotta give credit to Waska, man. What is going on with South American carries? North America died, so South America could thrive. Ever since, North America has been down here somewhere with Dota. South American carries have been carrying. We had some like really nice performances from Pakaz, from Pyke, from Heroics carry as well. So it feels like this is the new region, and I really love the aggressiveness that they are playing.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great game 1.
I loved the way the panel, I'm excusing myself from the experts,
Of course.
was like, they've got good heroes. You know, Waska, they've got good heroes, and then these are good heroes, but doesn't connect. And they weren't the stuns. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. I feel like the sniper had loads of money, and occasionally he'd be peeping, and it was good. But this SF man, this hero, he could just stand there and just fight, and it's just too much damage. I don't know how they bring him down without losing like 3 people doing it. And that, like you were saying, the moment where the Puglet was dead, I was like, he's dead. How'd he live? What's happening here? It's crazy. So he's just sucking the jug through spin. Apparently that's fine. Ridiculous.
Ridiculously good.
But great.
Yeah.
Great game.
Life Drain is the only ability that you can suck at and still be very good.
Hey.
Just maybe Mana Drain as well, but I gotta give credit to them. Like, their positioning was really top tier. Also, the amount of healing that they did was insane, and also Aghanim Scepter on Donald, so that you can choose where you want to go. One of the reasons why they didn't itemize for BKB on Enigma, knowing that it's still gonna go through, so very difficult. And they caught him off guard so many times with this Hex. Really love that itemization from Pyke. So he doesn't need to get a BKB because he's playing into Omnislash, he's playing into Black Hole. So he pretty much has a free slot. Goes for Shadowblade, turns into Silver Edge, and also has a Hex, something that we don't see. One of the reasons why these South American carriers are so good, they're not afraid to experiment, buy new items, and this is what I like to see, this aggressiveness, because he's involved in a lot of the kills, and a lot of the times you would see Shadowfiend getting 1, 2, 3 kills. Suddenly there's -10 armor with the level 15 presence of the Aura Effects building, and he just goes through those buildings so quickly.
Speaking of experiments, though, isn't Juggernaut, like the hero itself, being picked up by Extreme? Like, literally, they're the only team that picks
I think
it
it's
up.
time to stop.
It's also a little bit of an experiment.
I've not been impressed by Juggernaut. There's just something that we talk about a lot, that this hero needs either a talent or his first hit of Omnislash needs to be able to dispel, because right now the hero just feels very lackluster.
It's got a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you ult and you bounce off to the load of creeps. I mean, it's just...
Omnislash can hit creeps.
It's just daft.
Easy fix.
It's just daft. I mean, or you can just use yourself, or glimmer yourself. Or there's too many ways to prevent
There's
it.
a lot of items that you can
too
just...
much kiting.
It's too easy to kite. And if you kite it well, now all of a sudden Jug is not where he wants to be, because you can't just jump out of it. It needs something. Either it needs to be more reliable and maybe do a little less damage or something. Because it always used to be, if the fight was, maybe not going well, you get a good Jug off, and now it's like, well, now we're taking loads of damage, we can't hit the carry, what do we do? That causes problems. It needs work. It needs rework.
Definitely needs work.
But it's an iconic spell sheet. You can't change it too much. It's an iconic
You can
spell.
reduce the cooldown, maybe, of the ultimate a little bit.
So you can fuck it up more often?
Yeah, potentially, but then at least you have more shots, One thing that he did do very well, and that was definitely very helpful in the game, was, he put his healing ward out a couple of times. That was very good. I wonder if it was good enough to be awarded Ward of the Game for the Kitty Award of the Game with Kezu.
Well, we shall find out, because Ame certainly didn't do that much in this game, but Sheaves is correct. The healing ward. It's our Kitty Award of the Game, because, let's have a look and see what it actually did. Because if you play pubs, you should use healing ward just like this. Here, if we go back like 20 minutes, Extreme are feeling pretty good. They can just push this high ground. Who can kill this ward? For now, it's healing 1,000, 2,000,
Wow.
3,000, maybe 9,000.
Wow.
God knows. And until this SF shows up, Mr. Pyke, look at his attack range. How is this legal? He has like a quiver. If they don't have quiver here, Sheaver, this game ends and we will be praising
But
this Juggernaut.
he has a quiver, right?
Exactly, and that's why they could win this game. They just got very lucky. No, just kidding. Obviously, Waska played incredibly well. I think their items, as Lacoste already touched on, I think very clutch. Whereas Extreme, I'm lacking like an MKB on the Jug. XXS, didn't really see him in this game. I think his items aren't great, but I will say, Waska, they look damn good. They play well, they position well, they itemize well. Well played.
Yeah, you were full of confidence the whole way through, right?
No, I was not, but I will give them credit where credit is due, because I thought Extreme should win. They were in an okay position, but they got clapped.
Do you think they're going to do it again?
After seeing game 1?
Yeah.
87% chance that Waska wins game 2.
Ooh, that is an incredibly high percentage. Let's see if Extreme will be able to punch back and force out a third game to this best-of-3 series. We're finding out after break.
was your saving powers. Every night I see your light. My true love is on my mind. And when I go to rest my eyes is when I feel most alive. Moonlight, thanks for the gift. My consciousness is starting to drift into morning light. Moonlight, see you tomorrow night.
Battle physically, conquer mentally.
He's seeing monsters. He's losing his mind. And he feels it going.
You know the words.
I've been feeling something in my brain. Something that might mean I'm not quite sane. Suddenly I feel the need for just a little pain. I'm a mad scientist. Give to me my Frankenfix. I'm a mad scientist. Give to me my Frankenfix. Making monsters makes me none too pleased. First I give them life, then they run away from me. But every now and then, it's what I need. I'm a mad scientist.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24. We're in the middle of our second series of the day. We're in a second group stage, so we're over to best of 3 series only from here on out, and a best of 5 finals, I know. But in this group stage, only best of 3s. And game 1 was taken by Waska against Extreme. Extreme, we're going to find out if they can force out a third game to the series. So they need to win the next game, guys. Previous game did not look that good. Juggernaut did not look that good. But let's be real, was this only a Juggernaut problem?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I gambled on yes.
Well, I don't think so, because Waska, not only did they execute their draft better, they played better, they bought better items, and they team fought better. So actually, they did nearly everything better than Extreme. I still feel like Extreme can win this game, but they should make it easier by not picking Jug next game.
Yeah.
Interesting Dota stats. Did you know that every Dota hero is at a Juggernaut?
I wanna.
Back to you, Shimmer. No, come back.
We need you.
That one. I feel like I've heard it before as well, the cost.
Probably
No,
from him.
no. It was a different one.
Which one?
It was TB or not TB.
Oh, glad we got those out of the way.
Now we can focus.
Actually,
yes.
Ted, have you sat next to Lacoste yet this Dream League?
No.
No, we were. Us 3 were on the.
He couldn't handle the smell.
Yeah, we had
Do you want to check his laptop?
Oh, sure. Why?
And document
Snack
he
next.
has open on it somewhere, a notepad.
Have a look.
There's jokes on it, I think.
He has
A joke pad.
joke pad.
No, these are just good notes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Read one.
Mode Lauren-off.
One more?
Carry style difference offlaners.
This is just, you know.
Nightfall versus old.
Yeah, and they played the offlaners.
Where's your joke
There are no
document?
jokes. They're in here.
No, you had a document.
They're in
No,
the
I didn't. Jenkins is making shit up.
Why are you believing
Shocker.
Jenkins?
Oh, no. All right, let's focus our attention to the
there's a
draft.
draft.
Game 2
Draft.
here, and Waska actually opened with their Mars. Now we talked a lot about Mars already because it is 100% flex pick for them. Because Dark Mago loves playing at mid. Obviously, Sacred can play it as well. And Extreme open with the Clockwork, which you can never go wrong with. They actually, interestingly enough, first phase ban from Waska, even though it lost previous game, they did remove the sniper.
Interesting. Even though, I mean, maybe you're expecting Extreme to ban out the Mars, so you just, you take out the... Because maybe from the last game to this game, Ted, they would learn to build Tank Cardell instead of right.
They might have figured that out. I mean,
So-
one of the components of Tank Cardell is the shard.
Exactly.
And
He did not have it.
Tanks need mobility, right? A slow tank, it's like going back to World War I. You need a modern mobile tank, you get the shard.
I won't join the conversation, Shiver, so maybe back to you.
All right, with that being said...
Did you say I'm not enjoying the conversation?
He's not joining.
Not joining the conversation.
I'm not enjoying this conversation, Shiva. Back to you.
All right. We got a couple of carries banned out with the Medusa and the Shadow Fiend both taken out. Are those carries that normally just do good against Mars? Or where are they going with this?
Yes,
Usually it's the other way around. There's been a lot of Mars against Medusa because of his bulwark, of course. But I think it's more about giving these heroes that can siege the high ground. All it takes is pretty much one fight, as we've seen with Shadow Fiend, to take 2 sides and maybe even close out the game. But about Medusa, back to you, Kazu.
I actually think they're banning Medusa and SF because they were hoping by lowering the carry pool, you increase their chance of taking Juggernaut.
Okay.
But Extreme actually leveled up and they will instead go with the fact of, okay, you ban Medusa because she's tanky against Mars, so you can just ban the Doom, pick the Alk, like Mars doesn't giga pressure the lane. So you will very likely farm a lot as the Alk, but maybe here's where if you're Waska, you can just put the Mars into the middle line and pick a new offliner.
This is very much out of Tundra's playbook, no?
Absolutely. Because one of the only counters to Alk, seemingly, is Doom. Back to you, Ted.
Are you saying that they're trying to bait out the Jug pick?
By banning better carries.
No, by picking things like Mars and saying like, you better pick Jug. They could pick Disruptor and then it'd be like, I better take Jug because
maybe they should
got
do it.
Disruptor. I'm just saying. What happened to Disruptor? He was like pretty good meta guy and then they got rid of him. What happened?
I don't know, just not a good hero
People have
right
been
now.
trying it. They went for the fence and everything.
True.
But
I
he was
think it's playable.
there. He was there for a minute.
If you want to do the X thing with 2 charges, you can just pick Konka instead. Those fences are not good. I mean, they can be clutch in some small areas, but still, if you're going for some big wombo combo. And now Waska picking up Tusk and picking up Batrider. Batrider's stonks are on the rise.
they are.
This hero is way too good, especially when you're playing against like lineup that does have, bless you, Ted.
I tried to mute it. I'm sorry.
There is a mute button right there.
Yeah, but
I tried.
microphones would have picked that up either way.
No, it's a bit of a dad sneeze I developed.
It's all good.
Yeah, Batrider very good against these 4 protect 1 drafts, yeah. Because you can always go through BKB. Now you have Tusk, now you have Batrider. So not going to be an easy game for Ame to play this Alchemist, I would say, because there's going to be a lot of downtime.
You do want to see Ame play this Alchemist, because
yes, I think
he
so.
does get last pick for his team most of the time, so this is a little bit different. And there's no flex potential?
Maybe there's some, but this hero is too good as a carry, in my opinion, to put it somewhere else.
Okay.
So if you're extreme, I was looking for either a mid that doesn't just like insta-die to these spells, or an offlaner that gives you like team fight, but I assume they will pick this last. But they should be aware that there's a very high chance for Waska to... Well, they have the option of either A, you pick the tiny mid now against the Puck and you just put the Mars offlane. But I guess Mars can also play mid like okay against Puck. You don't really get overly pressured. So it's kind of like...
But which other offlaner would you like them to pick up to pressure this Alchemist in lane?
Honestly, I'm not that sure. I think I've heard different things about like Beastmaster into Alk. I personally feel like it's playable, but some other people tell me that it's like one of the worst matchups for Beast. But that is one hero I could see. Timber, maybe?
Why not just... Timber's fine. Maybe some Earth Spirit again for the mid lane. Put Mars in the side lane, so you have something against this Puck. They don't have any egg hitters. That's the big problem. Like all these 3 heroes, plus the ones that we are suggesting, these tinies, and also like they just don't deal with the egg. So it's gonna need to come out from the safe lane.
I mean, I guess Pyke will have to play a hero like Morphling later.
Morphling,
like when you play Mars bad, people need to die in last, so in the arena. And like Lacoste was mentioning, they need an egg hitter. So maybe if you feel like there aren't that many carry options, you can do that.
I have another one, maybe some Dragonite, because Dark Mango also played it from the mid lane, and they could also play it from the safe lane, but they're just going to go with their own style, which I do respect.
But this does not help at all with the egg.
No,
absolutely not.
This is like the opposite of an egg solution.
Well, it will be on Mr. Pyke to do that.
You know who is a great egg hitter?
Juggernaut.
Yeah, I was gonna say Juggernaut. Or Lifestealer, I guess.
Oh, both very good heroes, of course.
They're really, really in the meta right now. It's very cool.
I mean, if I'm Waska, you need 3 options right now, because if you give credit to Extreme, they're gonna ban your 2 best heroes, which should be Morph +1, and then you pick the Juggernaut. Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me. I think Morph should be banned here by Extreme Gaming. I think there's also a good Luna ban that could come out. But this also, because Pyke has a pretty big hero pool.
He has a good pool.
He has a pretty good pool that he can choose from. I think there could also potentially be a good Muerta game. There is decent amount of magic damage. There always is. And they're going to ban it. Back to you, Kezu.
Back to me. I will be giga surprised.
If they don't ban Morph, I think that's crazy.
That's actually what I was going to say. Not bad, Ted. Because it would be quite insanity.
No, there it is. It's a ban.
I mean, you need a carry, most likely a range carry, that lanes with Tusk. You need to be able to deal damage into bad Mars. So like follow-up damage with either spells or hard right-clicks.
Yeah.
And you need a BKB in mid-game against Phoenix, Puck, Alk.
You know, if Lina was still considered a carry, she would be decent.
She would be very good.
He also played Razor. He also... I think it's because Morphling has been removed, Luna is a safer pick. It just gives a team fight.
Yeah.
There you go.
It gives you ability to kill the heroes. You also don't care too much about most of these. You also build into Pyke.
They don't really want to pick another melee hero as well. That would give them 4 melee heroes.
They could replay and pick Enigma. It is better this game than it is last game.
Okay.
Because Beast was taken out. What else does Mr. XXS play?
Anything, really.
Yeah. Darkseer? You could lane Darkseer with the clock.
He's nice against Luna.
You build auras.
Would give them a lot of team fight. Most of the damage is magical from Waska. So I like that suggestion.
Vacuum Wall Egg Dream Coil is pretty good.
True.
Combo.
Pretty solid.
Good combo.
If they didn't have Mars, I could have seen the Rizzle Dazzle. We haven't seen offlane Dazzle yet, but that hero's good.
They could always go back for the Centaur as well. There's still quite a few options
True.
actually in the game for XSS and Extreme in this one.
And my favorite ones would be either you rerun the Enigma or you pick the Darkseer, man. What else is there?
But was the Beastmaster and the Timber that they have removed for Waska for the offlaners?
Yes,
And they still have 30 seconds left.
There's like a Dawnbreaker option, but I like it less than the others.
Oh, but it does give you vision in the Mars arena, right?
When it turns daytime? Or the old?
No, when the Mars has the vision. Oh no, you can't click them.
You have Rocket for that. I think that's going to be used most of the time to scout things out inside.
Yeah.
Come on, XXS.
Darkseer. There it is.
Good call, guys.
What do we think?
So, back to you, Kezu, because you suggested Darkseer. Now you can elaborate why they're going to lose with the Darkseer.
Let's see. I mean, it's going to be
Do
a
you
very...
think they're gonna lose?
No, I think Extreme are going to win this game.
Okay.
You thought that last time and you fucked up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate the very normal
Just
language.
pointing it out.
Well, it's a very good Darkseer game because you're great against Luna. You build more units that will tank your ult and the glaives. You also build pipe. I feel like this time around, Extreme should be able to easier execute that draft.
Okay.
Because they don't have Juggerfart, who's a garbage hero. And they have Alchemist, who's very good. Back to you, Lacoste.
Yeah, it's going to be much more competitive game. I think Ame is going to have a clearer entry to the fights in terms of what he wants to do. There's not going to be too many complications, who he needs to focus. But I don't know. After seeing Waska, the way they outplayed him in game number 1, and also shut down XM Sniper, which I don't think has been done in the Dream Leagues, I'm going to go with Waska this time around, because they have also a really strong draft.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen. If we are going to have
It's
a
a Waska
game
dub.
number 3, or if this is going to be a 2-0 for Waska. Let's find out with Odie Pixel and Fog via the PogChamp Pandas.
Game 2 here between Waska and Extreme Gaming. And we've had some good change-ups here right, from both sides. Bit of a different approach. And no Juggernaut.
No
this time, folks. We're getting Ame on his Alchemist.
And it's, you know, it's crazy how it's just like this Jug into the Pugna, and the Pugna, Matthew, just is so good at Pugna. I love to see that hero, honestly. It was so cool. Matthew, this time, he'll scout them out. We'll have to skill Firefly, usually not the ideal. Want to get that Flamebreaker sticky for lane, but doesn't want to end up getting killed. Scouts them out. And yeah, looking at the overall draft, they, you know, we can talk about the Jug a bunch, but I did also want to mention XXS because I felt like he had a really rough time in the Enigma. His itemization too maybe left some to be desired, but they just had all the answers, and I would say that Waska, having all the answers, I think they had a bit of tougher access to execute them, but the way that they did was just so beautiful to see. So let's see if they can do it again. I would say Extreme, their draft looks a bit more standard this time around with the Alchemist core.
A lot of team fight, right?
A lot of team fight, but on the same side for Waska, they also have a very standard comfort draft, I would say, for them. Dark Mago, Tiny, I want to say it's his #1.
Okay, because I was going to say, Tiny, I feel like is one of those heroes that we're seeing some people bring out in the mid.
Yes.
It doesn't look too great, but in the hands of Dark Margo, you don't mind seeing him still going with the Tiny.
No, I mean, we saw even XM the other day when he was playing versus the Puck. He had a phenomenal game getting that super early Conda. He was a beast. The one thing about Dark Mago, I would say, is he is into a Phoenix as well this game, which is its worst matchup from a support. You don't kill the egg, %-based damage, attack speed slow. So there will be that later on when the, once they start getting the ults and the big team fights start coming out. But yeah, he's got good targets to be able to burst, in particular that Puck. That's the main reason they want it. In this top lane, the fact that he doesn't have Flame Break actually means that they can't apply as much pressure to Ame in this early laning start. But he still is able to claim the range creep with it. But Sacred overall should have a good time up here.
Radiant's courier.
And Sacred, when he gets to play his Mars, I think he's one of my favorite ones lately because he just does crazy stuff. I mean, that's this lineup, that's this team in general, but he does some crazy stuff. They're actually getting aggro onto him a bit here. Because a lot of this is the result of that Firefly, because he just can't trade effectively with them.
Yeah, should sort of change up when they hit the level 2.
Yeah, he gets the flame break. Gonna stop the pull. And bottom, this lane is gonna also be one to watch because we've seen a good amount of Darkseer when he's playing with Clockwork. The kill threat is constant. If you're not careful, they will have Tusk to maybe go for some type of snowball saves and all that, but yeah, this is a very, very kill-hungry lane.
Gotta watch out on those 2s. Top lane.
Up. Level 2 is hit first.
Sacred's gone. Tianming finds the first blood opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is just this level 1. They get this advantage. Matthew not having a flame break to push them away from Sacred. I was talking up Sacred, but yeah, all this does happen when you don't have the usual ability skilled up for you to take advantage of.
They'll have the level 2s now, so they should have at least some way to protect themselves if they get gone on again by Extreme Top.
But the issue is, I think after this type of start, you can't really get aggressive onto the Alchemist. I think with this lane, if you actually have Flame Break and you have your normal kind of lane setup, you can poke him and be a little bit annoying to slow down his farm a bit, but with this type of start, it does feel like it's going to be a pretty much free farm for the side of Ame, unless he just makes a huge mistake. So it does feel like Waska, they're going to have to start doing some lane pull shenanigans up top to help out Sacred after that.
On mid lane, pretty close. A little bit of a lead for Dark Margot in the first few waves.
Yep. Starts to get a little bit better, I would say for the Tiny. He starts to be able to smash a little harder versus the puck, but some players, some of these pucks, they do a lot better versus the Tinies than others. Matthew's actually just holding the skill point now at this point, because maybe just deciding that it's not worth it to even have the flame break for aggression as PYW. They're trying to go for him. Not quite.
You can't imagine that bottom lane is definitely where we're going to see somebody go down.
Yeah. They're keeping them low, though. Both XXS and PYW are low, so they can't actually utilize double Ion Shell, go for an aggressive play yet. Starting to heal up. Ame will actually stun himself. Matthew now.
Does there in a second.
Does have Sticky.
They could literally try and make a move here,
They're going on Tianmei. But he's burning Matthew down at the same time with that AoE.
Sacred having to be careful how he commits into that.
Yeah, it's like, you want to burn me with Firefly? All right, well, I'll burn you with my Dying Light. You can't actually trade. Level 1 Firefly is pathetic amounts of damage. And this top lane, definitely not how Waska probably anticipated things to go with this 2-lane setup.
Easy farm so far for Ame. Same to be said, though, obviously on the other side of the map. Diving in a bit.
Tianming sticking on top of him, that extra burn damage, is it enough? It should be.
Yeah, Matthew can't do anything to get him off him. Tianming gets the kill, and he'll get out of there with a TP.
Oof. These two top, crushing it right now. Not able to take advantage of the double Ion Shell this time yet. We'll get the cogs in a good position. Now they are starting to get really good damage.
Back in there onto the both of them. Yeah, Domi pops down the shards. We'll give him a chance to run.
They'll make him work for it a bit. He's got a Fairy Fire and a Salve.
I mean, they might not want to spend time chasing this.
I think he might actually just get out of here. Blood Grenade to stop the Salve, all right. But that's, yeah, he's got to actually get at the cover. He wasn't looking.
He certainly wasn't. That's a sentry gone and Ame's courier out.
And he lives, and they used a Blood Grenade. All right, Waska.
At the least, they didn't spend too much time chasing.
No.
Outside of the Blood Grenades. You know, PYW did hold back and return to the lane.
Yeah, they identified it quickly. And now top at this point, it's more of like this, okay, yes, things went wrong for us on Waska, but now we can go back and get stacks going. That's the one thing that Batrider can also provide very nicely. Get the double stacks with your Sticky, and you'll be able to farm them either with you and your Tiny or something.
So yeah, who's going to kind of get priority in clearing stacks, do you think? Are you giving it to the Tiny for like the blink timing, or are you giving it to the Luna for the carry, or the Mars to catch up after a rough lane?
Not sure, to be honest with you. They might just end up giving it to Dark Mago, so he has quick blink time, but we shall see. Because it does feel like the blink timing it's probably the most important one for them as they find Matthew. Cookies clean up, and they get to scout the stacks as well. I believe they have a ward on the high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
They've got pretty decent ways of stealing
They
the
do.
stacks. They really, yeah, kind of across all 3 cores.
Constant acid spray plus a couple orbs will definitely be able to go for it if Ame feels comfortable to do so. And even though Ame did lose his courier, it wasn't when he bought his talisman, right? So he was able to walk toward this secret shop over here. He does have the talisman on him now, on the Alchemist. Dark Mago looking to get aggressive, looking to go for a wisdom steal. On the flip side, Tianming already in position to go for the steal too. He
might get away with this Invis rune.
He's level 5 on the Phoenix. It's a level 2 Bat Rider. Waska, they need these runes.
Dark Margo is going to be able to pick it up.
They'll get both of them.
Yeah, indeed they will.
Tianming is killing Sacred 1v2. He might kill Matthew as well.
There's no way.
It's close.
I mean,
they're baiting each other.
at the same time, PYW will get found by Yodomi.
Matthew getting the stickies up. He should be able to get Tianming actually, but does the Ancient get it? It doesn't.
And XM.
Radiant's top tower is under
Up there
attack.
from XXS, able to chase down Dark Margo. So they get some kills in trade in return, but yeah, both wisdoms.
Tianming is just bossing it though. He literally was just fighting 2 heroes because of how underleveled they were, but they do get the double wisdom at a very necessary time. Matthew was level 2. Now he's level 5 because of that. He gets the kill, solo kill XP onto a super high level Phoenix and the XP from both. So pretty much fixes his entire early game. Sacred's still going to be struggling a bit, but Matthew going to be very happy to be able to keep these stacks going. Wow, 3 points in the sticky. It's been interesting to see.
Dream Core back up. One of the both of them.
These cogs, they're both burning.
Have they got anything to fight back? They've got a quick, short snowball there coming out from Yodomi. Yeah, shards as well.
They are burning.
Nearly pushing Dark Margo to safety, but indeed Tianming on this Phoenix just doing so much. He's hit the 6 now as well. So has the supernova. The Eclipse from Pike cleans up at least 1 kill in return. But yeah, at the moment it seems that any sort of fight that happens near this Phoenix is just going terribly for Waska.
Yeah. Matthew, I was pointing out 3 points in sticky. He's gone for the Arsonist build, so I guess he wants to at some point be able to poke some towers. That's the only reason that you do the max sticky build like this. Which
this dive down bottom.
Tianming again, he's 6.
They're just in on top of Pike. It's a lot of damage.
He's got egg if he needs to go for it.
Yodomi's going to be able to hold them back. And yeah, Tianming will have to pop the supernova here just to survive. Pike, he'll live.
This Phoenix is playing like an absolute monster though. 5-1-1. Look at his net worth as well because of all these kills he's been able to find. Can we get damage numbers if possible?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I think we can. I'm
sure his are going to be very high up there after this type of early.
There we go.
Look at that damage, right? Like he's literally double the next person, pretty much.
Double the mid-tiny.
Yeah, that is insane how much he's been able to do. And yeah, a lot of the result of just that, I'm going to keep reference, that level 1 kind of thing where they forced the aggression after forcing a Firefly on Matthew. Very cool stuff from Tianming. Which is allowing Ame to also have this fantastic start top. Radiant's time is going to be nice and quick. Dark Mago is making the move around here top, but can't quite find the angle.
Radiant's top
Might be time to farm those stacks. Yodomi.
They're going to get the courier, and they'll almost certainly get him.
Don't want to waste the coil. He'll buy some time for his team.
They're getting a lot done in the early game this time around Extreme. Just 10 minutes in, 3k lead, pressuring the tier 1 bottom.
And it just feels, excuse me, it feels infinitely better too when you look back and you're like, man, my carry, he's not playing Jug.
He's not a Jug. He's not a Jug. He's an alchemist.
He's an alchemist.
That's getting a crazy amount.
Yeah.
I think Ame, as I said, I think you'd agree after that game. I'm pretty sure walked away from that being like, I never want to play Jug again.
Yeah.
All these decrepifies and invisibilities, it's a nightmare. He doesn't want to play into that.
I just cannot believe that Omni Slash is a 2-minute cooldown at all levels with 0 talents to update it. Why doesn't it reduce? Why doesn't it go like 20, 110, 100? No, it's just a 120-second cooldown.
Maybe next patch. All the Jug players are out there, I hope. And that's why Ame played it. He wanted to put his sort of bid in for getting Jug buffed. So like, look at this.
Matthew's starting to get the stickies up. So he does want to try to pressure this tower mid.
Radiant
So
structures
this is cool.
are fortified. Dire's structures
Don't see
are
too many
fortified.
support. I mean, the more supports are starting to take this, but it's not the easiest one to use all the time. Gonna get any hits off onto it. He's just continuing to stack it up. He can't walk up to hit it though. They're guarding it.
It's too risky. Yeah, he's just going to die if he gets too close.
He would kill it very fast. He kills it in like just a couple hits once he gets those 10 stacks up. 5K lead. Stream. As you said, getting so much out of the map. And in the meantime also, they did have stacks to go back to. So we do see Pyke. He's the one who's taking the Ancients. I believe Dark Mago, he did take the hard camp to get that faster timing on his Blink Dagger, but it's still slowed down. And there's massive Ancient stacks for XXS. And it's just going to be a pipe rush. Pretty good game for it. Protecting both the puck and the Alk. And speaking of the puck and the Alk, top
Sacred. He'll get caught by the Dream Coil. He drops the arena down. They're already in it, and they're happy to be in there.
Instant cancel of TP from Dark. Go. Can XM get there for the rune as well?
Radiant's
They're
top
protecting
tower
it.
is under attack.
Domi will have to take it away. But tower pressure also up top. Waska, what's your first move gonna be? Is it just gonna have to come off with a tiny blink? Looks like they're trying to force something up top here for a moment.
They're gonna go for the lasso. See if they can blow him up.
They have no vision.
He's able to get the supernova off, and now it's going horribly wrong. Maybe they can kill it. No, it's still alive. Can they kill it? They will. They will manage to take it, and now Arme. Can he fight up against this as now the numbers have come in for Wasco? Arme will fall. Double kill for Yadomi.
This amp damage is actually doing work.
Fight's not over yet. PYW. The hook shot tried to get it over towards Matthew, but Dark Margo ended up blocking it off. XM's still got a lot of mana to play with.
They might have to ditch PYW. There's a spear. Do they get the angle?
I mean, XM could look to try and pick off someone on the back lines.
Off the mark with the spear. Dark Mago wants to try to find another angle, but he cannot.
It was an awkward fight.
Oh, XM just got netted.
Oh.
Okay, he's okay. I think, okay, so the initial lasso, I believe they didn't have vision with the Eclipse, because 0 of the Eclipse's bouts. I think the tree actually blocked the Boomer to have vision for a second. So a little awkward on the initial go.
But he was lassoing him, so they have vision as a team.
I think for some reason, like the way that he got pulled, it was like, I don't know, it looked really weird. I don't think a single beam hit him. Either way, the DD from the Tusk do end up getting this kill, at least on the Alchemist, but XG, it's on a very comfortable spot. It just looks strange.
XM to get the setup. Whoa! He's able to jump out of the arena, turn around and get the Dream Coil off XM, and he's got the backup of Arme. Arme just goes straight in. He's striding on top of the Sacred Mars, and they can look for more.
And then that one canceled the toss. He used the arena, and it cancels it kind of midair, so he can't get the spear. Oh my goodness. Here's some crazy interaction.
PYW, he found Yadomi. Okay, Yadomi's going to be fine. Gets backed up by Matthew, but the mid tower's gone. Another tier 1's been taken.
XG, they're just picking every fight. Huge advantage for them, and this is before even... This is before the aura, right? He now has the pipe. Now he can start looking to run with his team. That's what's this again?
So what do we have? We have the toss.
Watch done. Tosses, and he gets dropped because of the arena, so he can immediately use his Waning Rift. If he tosses, and then you get the spear, or the arena, you know what I mean?
It made sense, right? We in the past, right, there used to be these things where you could be like above the wall of the arena, but now basically nothing can do that. So that arena wall, doesn't matter how high up you are vertically, you're instantly going to get knocked back by the wall.
So usually what you'd see from the Mars there, if you just spear immediately and then you drop the arena, because then it'll catch the puck midair off of the toss. But he tried to go for this because it's a random interaction that ends up happening.
Because he assumes he's going to be locked down still a little bit longer from the toss, so he doesn't need to rush with the spear.
But
yeah, that's how the mechanic works.
And it ends up hurting a lot. Like XM survives again. Will he survive this time? I don't think so.
There we go. Get him now.
Finally. Took him a while. That's his first death. And XG, they've got everything at the ready. They want to strike back. They're so strong in the 5v5 on the side of XG.
You've seen Arme, he just goes straight in.
Yep. And they get the scan. Will they predict which way he goes?
Ooh, they're not going to find him at the initial concoction.
To have a ward down though, so they saw where they went. Bringing numbers.
Going with the lasso, Matthew, but I don't think they have the damage to tackle this
Not
out.
first the Darkseer pipe.
Oh, Hookshot's going to miss. Arme's going to blink up in a second. He's able to get the jump in onto Matthew. Matthew's out.
Some interesting spellcasting going on all over the place, but overall, XG, that group up, that ball around that
really
pipe,
strong.
It's
under attack.
It's difficult for Waska to fight into this pipe. I think if the Darkseer's there in almost every single one of the fights, they just can't go for these targets yet. Unless they can isolate somebody somehow. Yeah, the pipe's going to be really, really dangerous. And I believe he also has a mech already done, too. So auras aplenty going to be coming out for him, while for Sacred, it's just going to be just Yules right now, right, to catch the puck. No blink for him. It's just reliant on Dark Mago to get the catch. And Pike's farm, it's not bad, but it's not that great either. The Darkseer's ahead of him, the puck is pretty close, and the Alchemist is just an Alchemist.
They do have... Dude. Dude, this actually kind of
I know,
crazy.
they have the kickback, the
They
toss
have
back,
the
and the lasso. I know, they have the literal
Look at that,
ultimate
they got
ones for
4
high ground.
heroes
Yeah.
that can get people in the fountain. Lasso, toss, spear,
Absolutely.
and kick.
They have
That's ridiculous.
They have a very strong lineup if it can get to these later stages for sure. If the Luna can scale.
That's actually crazy. I don't know, do you feel, I mean, they're all common heroes, but have you ever seen a lineup where it's been all 4 of them? You know what I mean? I feel like I've not looked at the lineup and been like, my goodness, they have 4 heroes that can get people dragged into the fountain.
What would be another one?
Magnus.
That's true.
Replace the Luna with a carry Magnus, and then you got the ultimate dream for getting people into the fountain, right? Or Pudge, obviously, as
or
well.
Pudge, that's the one I was looking
Pudge
at.
would do.
I was like, how could you fit a Pudge?
Who else can move heroes into the fountain?
Hey, there's a lot of movement heroes.
Deadshot, technically Muerta.
Lift, vacuum, it's like these things don't technically count, but yeah.
But this one,
this is pretty strong.
The bit is the fact that they got kind of the 3 major ones, right? The tusk kick is the huge one, the toss of Tiny is a huge one, and the lasso drag is a huge one. So
we'll see when we get there.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
That's the we know what the comeback plan is for Waska.
Mago, the hook hits. He did just use the toss as well. They're gonna know that ward is there.
If you can get the blink and the TP off, you might live.
The bullwhip plus that speed from phase boots.
That Dream Coil will catch him. He's going to try and hope for the best, and it works out. Everything's already been used. Same time in the mid, though, Walls drop down onto Sacred.
It looked like he had a haste rune because of the phase boot Yules plus the whip, right? He's just zooming. Sorry, not the Yules, sorry. The phase boot plus the whip alone. I was clicking on Sacred for a second. My brain. Pike, position top. Looks like they're trying to maybe get an opportunity over here. They're playing around the Luna. They know that Tianming, they know that someone was here from that ward that they have down bottom. They saw someone take the portal.
Bottom tower is under attack.
7K lead has stagnated a little bit.
Yep, it has, and as I say, there's always that comeback potential for
always the chance
for Waska.
Always the chance with these type of lineups. Difficult, especially because the other thing I always have to mention too is the stronger your Luna gets, the stronger the Darkseer gets. So it's always going to be that bit of an issue as well too that you have to factor in. But the Darkseer wall can't cast Conda Beam. It's a very important thing.
Oh yeah, that'll be next patch. Darkseer buff can now use the actives of the Illusion Heroes.
Can you imagine? Sacred. He'll get caught. Actually is ticking all the boxes. They're doing a very good job of controlling the map. 19 minutes. Could look to contest versus the Tormentor as well with the timings that they have.
Yeah, I think they'll want to.
Yeah, especially if they have the Darkseer with them, I imagine they want to.
Dire are
Looks like they are playing in this area right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Waska is
attack.
kind of set up around here for the moment. Can they fight into the 4 or 5 man of XG around these auras? It feels very complicated. They probably have to go for a blink tossback to pull them out of the area if they want to go for it, but I feel like that might just be kind of suicidal coming up here on the side of Waska. And Amit's just going to start working on that tier 2. So even making it easier for them to take that Tormentor.
They can just go for it without any threat of Waska intervening.
It's looking very good for this side of XG. And, ooh, Tianming. He deserves it. Absolutely deserves to be given the shard this game. A pretty impeccable Phoenix performance.
He's gonna lose his courier though.
He will. And I've disconnected from the... Just kidding, I'm back.
Dire's bottom tower
The courier
is
kill
under
lagged
attack.
me out for a second there.
Radiant's top tower
Another
is
courier?
under attack.
Matthew?
Oh, this is old Matthew days.
He's sniping a lot.
He's oh, it's a blink.
That's a big one.
That's a good one.
Dire's bottom tower
Matthew is
under
cosplaying
attack.
the Ricky that he used to snipe couriers with all day.
He's looking for more.
He is.
He might find
another one.
He's going to find another.
Glimmered up.
There you go. Pretty much 1 minute, 3 couriers.
Look at that gold exchange. What? 270 times 5.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah.
He's doing his best. Obviously, overall, the 10k lead still prevails and he's growing, despite his best efforts here with the courier sniping Matthew.
But what does that say that they're trying to do, right? It's buy time. They're trying to delay as long as possible, get these items in particular for Pyke, and maybe these better ways to reset around high ground. Pyke, can he get out? He can. And Dark Mago, that's his Conda finished up pretty much, and he steals away a Wisdom Rune. So it's starting to get progression on him. Definitely possibilities of him like one-shotting XM still at this point.
Ame.
So squishy is Ame.
He went in onto Sacred on the mid.
He doesn't have
the backup of XXS with the auras.
Oh, the pipe's too much.
He's standing his ground against them, and indeed Ame's just full HP. They can't throw anything at him, and a beautiful hook shot comes in from PYW to catch Sacred. Also able to take down Yodomi underneath the tier 2 tower. The Dream calls up into the silence. They've caught Dark Margo. He can't get back to the base, trapped in the cog.
He just spent his gold.
That's the three of them dead, and the push can continue from extreme.
And Ame takes, this is before he even had the BKB. He takes like literally 0 damage. I think
Matthew's trying though. He's cutting creeps, Matthew.
Did the Eclipse bounce the illusions exclusively in creeps? It looks like it did. Pyke had to run anyway.
It was pretty much entirely the dark, the illusions from the wall.
Wouldn't have killed him anyway, right? Even if he connects with every single one of them on top of him there. If he was completely isolated, maybe, but... And yeah, Matthew looks like he's just trying to buy time for his team. They make a big mistake.
He's just going to be sitting on this side of the map, cutting creeps and killing couriers. And hoping for the best. That's Matthew's plan.
Attempting to high-five even the tier 3 there, walking into the base. They did see him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Probably will have him here. He's got the glimmer. Can he work his way out of this one?
No. How's he doing on the Blink Dagger Gold?
It's a rough one for the start of Waska. We saw them have incredible plays in the last game, but this one just feels next level difficult versus this Darkseer's auras with this Alchemist at this type of advantage.
You know the plan. It's got to get them in the fountain.
Just delay. But they're going out for the fight here.
All right, this isn't nowhere near their fountain.
No. And there is a BKB on the Alchemist too, so let's see who they've run into. They're going to commit for XXS. They'll get a catch.
Backup is coming.
Oh, the spear doesn't connect. Oh, they're in trouble.
Well, they certainly are.
Pyke.
Okay. I think BKB's come out. I think he's just going to have to run.
Okay, he cannot run though. Pyke he is stuck. Nice man.
Well,
he gets the tower.
Can't dodge out of the rest of it.
But he did.
I mean, that was always going to be risky.
It was
going for that sort of play.
It feels, yeah, all signs point to desperation, really. Straight to the lanes, try to cut the waves again, try to snipe some couriers, Matthew. Gotta look to keep delaying until you can hope for these type of plays.
And it was just a bit of an awkward start to that play, right? It was the combination of what punch and spear that sort of pushed him away.
It's because he was TPing out, right? And they probably all just were like, we gotta get him! Everybody stun him! And then, yeah, they just throw everything, and yeah, it just doesn't even catch the tree. So he gets pipe off, and once he gets pipe off, there's no way you're killing him.
Yeah, it looked rather comical. It kind of got my hopes up. I was like, my goodness, this Tusk he's got the kick. You know, it looked like a kick. You know, the combination of the punch into the air and the spear push.
Yeah.
You see this guy just being yeeted out of the fight. So, I mean, he's got the kick ready. But unfortunately, alas, he's a long way away from having an Aghanims.
He sure is. And Pyke is a long way from being able to stand his ground versus this Alchemist. 8,000 gold lead now.
Got it.
And almost, I mean, pretty much an AC done actually for Ame, so they're going to have defenses versus the magical capabilities with the pipe.
Yep.
And then physical with the AC plus the Greaves. Everyone's going to be very tanky. And of course, can never, I mean, we should absolutely mention Tianming because he's had a hell of a performance this game on the Phoenix. If he doesn't get caught in the front lines either, this Sunray is going to be devastating. Not only just for sustain, but the damage it can deal versus a core Tiny. Pretty crazy. Positioning here for Waska is very aggressive again with the deep ward that they've placed. And yeah, that's the AC
I mean,
finish.
they see them, but making a play with this vision in mind while she's 16k down, it's so hard. Do they really want to try the fight here, Waska?
This is a crazy play if they go for it.
Oh, Darmo goes in, but at the same time, Ame jumped in. They do get the stun onto him. They're trying to burst through him. They get the spear.
They got him.
Able to get him. They've killed off Ame. They're going to get him XXS as well. Now they can try and turn towards PYW, but the Phoenix Supernova,
oh, they're dying.
It's there. They cannot focus the egg. They have to try and bail out, but they cannot. They're going to get team wiped. But, you know, tell you what, considering the position they try to do the fight, they got 3.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Jump. But yeah, this Phoenix again, is he the high? Can we bring up the damage?
Let's
numbers
get up the
again?
damage.
Can we bring up the damage?
Bring up the
numbers?
damage up. There we go.
Ah. Well, he's been quiet for a little bit, but my goodness, right there, you got to see the power of the stun ray. They don't have ways to really hit it at all.
No, I don't think they even got one hit on the egg.
Oh, wow. I can't believe how fast the Darkseer died, too. He even got everything off, and they still were able to just burst.
That's impressive, yeah, that they actually killed Arme and XXS at the start of that play. I mean, Arme didn't get the chance to get his BKB off.
Sure. But I'm surprised he didn't, because he's got the AC, he's got auras and all that. That's impressive stuff. And it was a little awkward how it started, too, right? They both blinked at the same time.
They blinked over each other.
It was like, hey!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, all things considered, right? Decent fight for Waska. It's just, with the deficit they're at, there's a lot of things they have to go through.
It's like a trade.
Yes, a trade.
Sure, they lost 5 and they only got 3, but they're 17k behind.
And also now,
so those 3 kills they got are pretty valuable.
And at this point too, now I'm going to say Tianming again. Tianming is a core. He is no longer support. He's not 4 position. He's 3 position Phoenix. He's level 17. So he's going to have level 3 egg online pretty soon as well, on top of everything else he's already been able to find. A lot of different targets that you have to prioritize, perhaps. Maybe for the next go on Waska, yes, you have to always go for Ame, but you have to also factor in Tianming. Yes. Levels of difficulty for them.
Get better. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Domi
Dire's bottom tower
tries to TP. It's literally same frame that the coil comes out, so it gets canceled.
A strange time to hibernate.
Dire are scanning.
And he does have drums, so blink drums. It's not the Aghanims, so it'll take a long time for him to be able to farm.
The dream will come. It just takes a bit of time.
No Philosopher's Stone either, Owen. And he doesn't have Shard to cut waves like we saw Mr. Biposhka.
And Matthew is trying to do some sneaky stuff.
And he will.
He will indeed actually get away with it. Never mind. No detection on excess.
Oh, an XXS, is that an Aeon disc for him? Looks like it is. So I guess they will have the combo breaker. So even if you do get the jump on both of the Alka and the Darkseer in the same position this time, one of them will for sure live.
Oh, the chase is coming in, Arme.
Does have the Yules.
He's going to look towards Sacred. No, I don't think we're going to get the chance to put the BKB. He's out of mana.
Doesn't want to waste it anyway, probably. XM looking for the next catch. Wasn't able to, though. Lincoln's also finished up a little bit ago. Maybe quite some time ago as well for the puck, so they will have protection, and it's such a value Lincoln's game too. So even as we're talking about, you know, the kicks, the hope, the dreams there for Waska, if they just build like triple Lincolns, that's gonna make it pretty hard for them to do that anyway.
It's not gonna stop the spear though. There's still a
the silver lining.
the one spear. And you still get tossed back, right?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, the Lincolns doesn't stop you getting picked up.
The kick.
Yeah, the kick
in the lasso.
And the lasso dream.
2 big ones. How long until... So next timing, I would say for Waska, it's Conda 20 for Luna.
Is under attack.
He's doing pretty good on it.
He's pretty close.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. Pike still.
And it's hard, but there's still that small chance just because of how OP this Conda can be.
And Pike and Dark Margot, they have good farm. Obviously, the Alchemist Arme is just completely
way ahead.
Steaming ahead, but yeah, that is going to be expected to a point. So you kind of look at the stage of the game at 29 minutes in. It's not terrible farm on the Luna and the Tiny.
No. It's
not
also
great, but it's not terrible.
Great. Not terrible.
They can still play in a fight.
The other X factor is just Tianming, right? Like he's just another big issue because of how much he's contributing inside these team fights. And PYW now has his Aghanim, so constant rocket spam. It's very annoying, actually.
It is the push.
They can't even blink. Good like blink tossing anybody if you're just constantly rocketed. Yep, those 5 or 6 or 7 rockets that
I mean, that is quite a good answer to the one thing that they might have been able to try and get done on the high ground.
I like this Aghanims on the Clockwork a lot of times. I always want to see it more, but a lot of times these clocks are just broke or they just have to go for Solar Crest. But has a lot of merit to get when you're playing versus these type of tiny here or these blink heroes, but also versus Mars. When you're playing versus this blood sport and just throw 3 rockets into the arena every time, you always have vision. And it does do good damage. It does add up. Waska trapped in the base. Pike, as we said, he does have 20 plus Conda. Don't believe he got one of the dream items though. He is holding on to a Vindicator's axe, so didn't get one of the big ones yet. Smoke is out. 1 minute left on the Aegis. Overwhelming blink purchased from Ame.
Dire are
They want to
scanning.
force it, feels like. Oh, and amp damage as well on the puck. I didn't see him grabbing that one with the Parasma.
There's the jump. They're into the base straight away. They're in on Sacred. He's gone, and he hasn't got buyback. The Dream Core catches the three of them. Yadomi's gone, and Dark Margo has to BKB and run. He's very lucky that the hookshot missed, because the connection there would have caused his death as well.
Nice sidestep from him, but the Rax is dropping.
The damage is being done. XG, they find the chance to break the base here on the top side. And they can keep going for more if they want to.
The chances for Waska to do their plays is just shrinking faster and faster. They're going to smoke. They're going to try. Pike is pinging.
Tower is under attack.
Aegis in 10 seconds.
That's the timing that they can work with, but Ame's playing safe. He's been sensible.
And they've got the cogs down to protect him as well as XM Jump scouts them.
So they will respect the Aegis. Timing out.
XM's the one with the Lincoln, so he's actually the one poking the tower.
Oh,
Matthew tried to break the Lincolns,
yeah, he tried to break the Lincolns with a force, but ended up forcing himself after he blinked in. He's gone. They're ready to move in for the cleanup here. They'll take down Dark Margo. Pike gets caught by the stun. He's gone, no buyback.
Well, no, game 3.
As indeed, Extreme here in this game too. No funny business from them this time round. It's a pretty clean game. 34-9, 28k gold lead. They look great, and Ame, he got to carry in the good old school style of fashion here on the Alchemist. It works.
This top lane in particular it was a beatdown, let's be honest. Tianming and Ame just absolutely destroyed Sacred. Matthew, you know, it happens sometimes.
It's the little things,
It's the little things that matter. Having to have like Firefly, you know, not being able to pressure in the lane. You end up just, you know, he goes like sticky Firefly, and you end up like you walk into this Phoenix, and you actually take more damage than what you actually do versus them. So they free farm top, they're applying pressure bottom, and XM overall versus the Tiny, he only dies once.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff, honestly. All round there from Extreme Gaming, they really, really stepped it up, and yeah, they pretty much made this game look impossible for Waska. You know, Waska, they were running around, they were getting a relative farm on their cores, but nowhere near enough to be able to tackle Extreme Gaming when they came at them with this push to close the game up. Extreme, they're looking much better than what they're able to bring into game 1. And if anything, means that the game 3, I'd say I'd be more concerned for Waska than Extreme when you've seen these two games so far. Folk, what would you say?
Yeah, just because this time Extreme has a more standard, stable carry in particular, right? So I would say so, yeah. No, Waska had lots of outplay in that first game. It also does come down to the fact that Extreme made some pretty big errors. XXS, you know, some of his items that we talked about, him having the jug. This time, XG, they solved everything. They fixed their draft, they fixed their play, and yeah, I'm going to highlight Tianming again. He played so damn well in this Phoenix. It's got to be something you got to keep up your sleeve and keep remembering.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the better Phoenix performances we've seen in a while. Great stuff from him. Great stuff from Extreme. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a game 3 as the series. 1-1 now between Extreme and Waska.
Hell yeah.
Game 2 was such a vastly different game than the first game of this series. Extreme, this time around, they don't have a Juggernaut, and they looked so good. Ame on that Alchemist had a lot of farm, great timings, and then there was really not that much that Waska could still do to try and make a comeback here with Pyrion and Lacosta to break it down. But Pyrion, this game, it got out of control so fast.
I think, I mean, when Tianming picked Phoenix,
it was over, huh? Game Joel.
The problem is, like, the first hero they responded with was Tiny, so that ain't helping right there. They obviously thought we need this for other things. But the point is that this fight here that we're just seeing right now, they could not approach this bird. It was impossible. And of course, you know, when your Mars goes 0-11, that's another story as well. I think that Waska just got outdrafted. As much as the first game was close, I felt like maybe XG kind of, with the jug pick, ruined their draft a bit. This game was a complete outdrafting, in my opinion, even just based on that one pick, that Phoenix pick.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Phoenix looked good. The way they started this lane is forcing Batrider to get Firefly level 1, which is something that you don't want to have. Kind of ruins your first level. You need to get to level 2. It's also not the spell that you want to have in most of the situations anyway until level 3, level 4. So quite a difficult one for them. You're securing Alchemist's farm. There were also a couple of funny interactions happening in this game with the toss, with the arena.
I think you find them funny if you are not supporting Waska.
That's true, but it's just the way Dota works. And then there was also a funny one with the toss and also the spear, which didn't connect with the kick, which looked like a kick. It was actually a punch from Tusk, but we gotta give credit to them the way they played, because it was pretty much from start to finish. Ame on top of the network. Pyke has been shut down. A couple of these rotations, it didn't kill him every single time, but it also pushed him out of the lane, so he was unable to farm. And big difference from the offlaners, like what they're bringing to the table. You have Alchemist with like 13 minutes blink radiance.
Yeah.
Plus you have a rush pipe on a Darkseer.
Yeah.
And then the other offlaner has 2 components of a Yule Scepter, which is not what you want to bring to the table.
No, not at all. There was one, I will say that I did like that Waska always plays to win, even if they're very far behind. I feel like that's a very South American thing to do. I always compliment Heroic on that as well. But Waska did it here as well. And they did go for a big team fight, like around minute 25. And they are like, okay, you know what? We're really, really going to kill Ame this time. And they killed Ame. And they killed 2 others as well. But then the Phoenix, it's like Tianming just blew everybody up. They couldn't deal with it.
This has to be one of the best Phoenix performances I've seen in a while. The way he like started the lane and then he was rotating. He was solo killing people. Like he was solo killing enemy supports. He was solo killing the cores as well. And then Matthew got 1 big kill on him, which pushed him to level 5. It could have been a disastrous considering that they got both of the XP runes, but this was a small comeback. Still not good enough to be able to punch back, because a lot of the times you see Mars as a hero, and if he's not paired up with a hero that he could play with, if that's not some kind of a burst damage, Tusk from position 5, plus Batrider, it's not a lot of damage that you can throw into the arena, so sometimes it can be lacking. And also, we've seen this so many times. We're going back to Wallachia again, where a lot of these teams try to counter Puck with the mid-tiny, and it's not working out. Dark Mago being one of the best tiny players from the mid lane, still not good enough to counter Puck.
No, I do think that this is very comebackable for Waska. If we're saying that this game too was mostly draft dependent, it's very easy to go, you know, okay, we're just not going to let them have that combination again.
Well, yeah, but both games were kind of draft dependent.
Yeah.
So yeah, they both got it in their arsenal, if you like, to screw themselves over in the draft, or just sort of walk into a situation and be like, oh, yeah, we didn't think about that here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think they definitely set out maybe to pick Sniper and Jug in that game. I didn't feel like Jug's the only choice here, because when is that the case?
Yeah,
like they obviously
never.
decided they wanted to get him. So yeah, I feel like maybe XG were like, tried something out, it didn't work out, they've got a much better draft, but that Waska kind of walked into this situation where they had no answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah.
And most of the games that they did lose on Extreme Gaming were the ones where they picked Spectre, where they were picking Jug, when they were playing Carry Morana. These are not traditional carries right now, and the hero pool has been relatively smaller. There are like 7-8 really good carries right now, and if you're picking others, you're putting yourself pretty much in a hard mode, the way you want to play the game. So I want to see something more stable, something normal coming out from Extreme Gaming. Sometimes they forget, you know, this is game 2, game 3, they're like, we got this one, so they might pick something different. Or for tomorrow's games, they could also go with something real wild in game number 1, try to experiment a little bit. But seems like stability is what they are looking for, because this is the time, these are the games that I've seen them play the best, when they have the most stable.
Then before the 3rd game, there's one more thing we need to do, and that is check in with Kazoo.
Boo. What the hell, Flags? Get this guy out of here. No, but for my head-to-head, we've all been talking about it, the Tianming Phoenix. I love myself a good Phoenix, and if you guys watch this game, hot damn, this guy had a sicko performance. He's destroying top lane, he's going mid, he's going bottom, securing runes, everything. 9-2, 18 on the KDA. You know, we don't have to look at Mr. Yadomi too much. You know, we're doing him a bit dirty, but 8.4k damage at minute 9. That's nearly 1,000 hero damage per minute. That's like double heroes' health bars in the early game.
That's mad.
Yeah, this is how much damage my bro is dealing in this early game. And you know, if people are like, oh, but this is just that, let's look at some clips of what this guy actually got to do in this game. He is 1v2ing this. This is a support Phoenix 1v2ing a +3 and 4, the entire lane. He kills the offlaner and like keeps fighting with the +4, you know, Mr. Matthew. They do end up getting this kill, but like what he's doing, honestly, is insane. Of course, you know, we have this fight at the bottom side, but overall that you can do this much, insane. Then he goes mid later. He goes to his puck right after this play, helps him get the bottom rune. They're gonna get like this 2-man fight with the coil as well. And I think even here, they end up with like a double kill. This, with all the other stuff, gives him like an early level 6. Then he goes bottom, and in this fight, he gets, look at this beam. He's like beaming his entire family to heal them and all of the enemies. Honestly, this Tianming Phoenix was a treat to watch.
Yeah, and this one right here was, I think, the most painful one, because I think if it was a Phoenix that was just a little bit less good, that fight would have gone the way of Waska.
Yep.
And then the whole game would have turned around.
Yeah, but they played it. First of all, they played it so well, and I think second of all, they knew in the draft. There's such a high chance this Tiny might come out on 18 against your puck. You cover it with the Phoenix. It's great with the ult, great with the clock, great with the puck, and great against most likely what they want. It's just perfect.
Perfect, and it allows them to go to a third game. We're gonna all head there actually after this.
Oh, there's a howling in the distance and a moon so bright. A creature's on the prowl in the middle of the night. He's got fur and fangs and eyes that gleam, but this ain't a normal beast, he's a surfing machine. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. The full moon rises and his change begins, from a man to a beast. Oh, what a sin. He's got a burning passion that he can't hide. He paddles out at midnight and he's ready to ride. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. Woo! All right! Ow! When he's out on the water, his troubles fade away. The rhythm
some amazing energy coming out from the Pandas, and I hope that energy gets transferred into our Game 3 we get coming our way here. We got Waska, we got Extreme. In the first 2 games were great, especially Game 1 was pretty back and forth. Game 2 was a little one-sided. We hope that we have a very competitive Game number 3 coming our way. We got Ted, Lacoste, Kezu. We got a draft that already begun with the opening of Clockwork for Waska on the Radiant side, and Extreme will be Dire side for
How
this
come you
summer.
used their cool names and you called me Ted?
It's easier to say than Empyrean.
Just
and
a
there
little
is
left out.
Yeah, no.
She called you by your real name, which I feel like shows more connection.
That's
Isn't
true.
that
We have known each other a long time.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Ted. Take it away, Ted.
Seconds remaining.
It's going great here in the DreamLeague studios. Don't worry about it, guys. Everything is the way it should be. We got Puck first phase banned together with the Alchemist first phase banned. I feel like we're having quite the adaptation coming out from Waska here for this 3rd game. Naga, Pugna, Shadow Demon, and Primal banned out by Extreme. The adaptation there, of course, is the Pugna from that first game we saw. And they pick up the Beastmaster because normally this hero is banned. This time he's not.
It's like one of the 2 best responses to Clock, at least as a core. Both Enigma and Beast like don't really care about the cogs. So when he runs in, you can hit him. You can share damage with all your units as well. So I like this a lot coming out from Extreme. I will say Waska's bans, yeah, they're good because it's stuff from last game, but I'm not sure what else is left in the pool now. Because obviously they had to swap bans for this. So Lacoste, back to you.
Back to me, yeah. This gives them the Beastmaster as the response to Clockwork, as you already explained, but they're also using the opportunity because they banned Alchemist in the first phase, which can be sometimes a difficult matchup. You did talk about it, that people have different opinions about it because of the summons. I want to see... I know this hero is not super popular. Maybe I'm just throwing it out there. Anything that can kill off those summons, something that can be slowed. There's always Beaver, which is... good.
Unpicked, I think.
I think this hero is uncontested. Let me just double check that real quick.
I feel like we mentioned it a couple of times, but it has not come out yet on either side of the drafts. We got a Medusa ban into an Enchantress pick, so it looks like Extreme that they're looking to run at him.
Zoo.
Yeah.
Start the zoo. That's what they're doing.
This does also make a lot of sense. Like, again, you have this pick where you close your first phase and you don't ban heroes that are good against it, or well, you do with the Medusa, but Ench is same story. Ench or Chen would have been amazing for Waska, but now the Ench is good with you for the Beast, and it protects him as well with Waska not being able to pick it.
So yeah, I did the research real quickly. The internet was working. Contested 4 games on Weaver, picked 0 times. So banned 4 times. I think this... Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, what would be the occasions for banning Weaver if no one's ever picking it? Like, why would you?
It's still good to respect heroes. Like, just because they're not picked doesn't mean that they're horrible. Because I would say, like, if you want to play Weaver, like Beastmasters and Enigmas are some of the heroes that can open up for it. Is it 4 different teams that ban it or 1?
Yeah, Enigma, Talon, Falcons, and Parivision.
Like, even like Falcons and Pari are banning this hero, so there is at least something
But once.
to it.
Only once?
Yeah.
It has to be very specific.
So what would that specific, where you're like, ooh,
where you don't have enough lockdown, carry-to-carry matchup is bad, you have like a lot of slows in the lane, probably where you don't care too much about it. It's just a very specific hero.
Interesting.
Where I could see this hero being picked here, but they already did go with the Gyrocopter, different approach, so you will have something to kill off the Enchantress always. You have this magic burst damage you get on top of her, especially with Clockwork, and you'll also have Flak Cannon to deal with the Beastmaster. So, strong lane whenever there's a Beastmaster +1, but Gyrocopter Clockwork is a lane that can easily kill the heroes. And
oh my god.
Look who's back.
Back again.
What is happening?
It's not a particularly bad-looking Juggernaut game.
3 picks in.
This time around, there's no Pugna.
True. First phase banned. There you go. Covered their base.
I don't reckon they're going to fix Jug. I reckon what's going to happen is this new bird hero comes out. They're just going to reskin Jug as Kez. He's now wearing a bird hat instead, and it's just they'll just change him up.
You already have Samurai.
I
Juggernaut.
would like to see, you know how Ogre has the Jakiro cosplay? I would like to see a Kez cosplay from Juggernaut as a set later down the line.
Hey, a Kez play. He's doing a good job.
That's a Lacoste
I was
joke.
looking at your face to see.
That's a good one.
It's approved. Lacoste approved. Love it.
So, classic response from Chinese team whenever they see Nyx Assassin. This has been as old as time. You see Nyx, they pick up a Hex, Shadow Shaman, or Lion, so you can actually burst them. What do they need? They need some anti-jug. So right now they have... I mean, you have Hookshot, but you need something big. I feel like you need something the Juggernaut is going to be afraid of in the team fights.
What is he afraid of? He's afraid of things with loads of minions, because then he jumps around to those.
Yeah, or like BKB piercing lockdown.
Sure.
So it's like there's like Magnuses, Enigmas, maybe Doom.
Doom, I was thinking Doom.
Or things that build Yule Scepters anyways.
Yeah, but I guess
You know what?
any hero could do that.
Doom also eats creeps.
That's
Just
true.
saying.
So he's kind of good against Ench and the
Yeah.
Jug. I mean, maybe you don't need it because Nyx already covers that.
But it's just, you know, more of a good thing.
Yeah, but do you really want a Nyx Doom lane?
Hell yeah.
What about Donald again? Donald looked really good. Because they were... If it's paired up with Nyx Assassin, he goes, he hunts people.
Sorry, who's Donald?
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker. Donald.
The Donald.
The Donald, of course.
It would give them the follow-up stun on Nyx Assassin. I think two supports can easily play. There's also Invoker, if they want to go that route, which I wouldn't mind seeing.
This is the Dazzle game. JK. Mangolier.
So first I have the Pango.
I'll take it away.
Yeah, the dark Pango.
Would you rather have Pango mid or Pango offlane? Like, because at the moment, Extreme, the one that they need, is still an XM hero.
Not an easy game for Pango by any means. You're playing into Roar, you're playing into Jug ulti, so going to be quite difficult. I think this is going to be the offlane Pango, more likely. Even though Dark Mago played it, Sacred did not play it so far, but we also seen them flex different heroes, so not afraid to use them in different roles. Back to you, Kezu.
Dark Mago, he plays a lot of Pango, as does Sacred, but at least for now, Lacoste was on the train that it's probably the mid Pango, which, yeah, I agree with, and it seems like Extreme are, you know, on a similar vibe, with them actually banning out the Donald, as Lacoste Stipage already mentioned.
Have you guys noticed, you know the way behind the heroes there's like ghostly sort of just...
Oh, I have a hero, Ted.
Oh.
No, never mind, he's banned.
Okay.
I don't have him anymore.
Behind
Lost
Enchantress,
him.
you can maybe see a couple of trees. What is Pango? Is that like a pub?
No, it's a building. You remember in the trailer?
A pub is a building.
Oh, yeah, but it's like...
It's like a tavern.
Actually, it's like a tavern.
I think
No,
he's
it's
just
like a
outside the
tavern,
pub.
because in his release video, there's a tavern in his background.
He's Pub Galere.
Pub Galere.
So yeah, removing the heroes that we did mention for all the multiple reasons. One, like all the BKB piercing spin piercing tools, something that can take out the Jug, because most of the damage is going to be coming out from that Jug anyway. And they wanted to have some protection for carry-to-carry matchup. And now this to me says this Pango wants to go to the mid lane after seeing Huskar and Monkey King banned. So they are still looking for an offlaner, which could be some like casual Bristleback.
Okay, yeah, honestly, that's fine. You have
Something
minus
that
armor,
lives through the roar.
it lives, it can buy stuff. I wouldn't mind Enigma, I wouldn't mind Bristol. If you have some Magna Specialist, I feel like that could work, but I don't think Sacred plays that hero.
That's Prophet. Now that's a new hero.
Huh. It's also a flex for them. Could be the offlane. This is something that Tundra would run, the old Tundra, new Tundra, with the 33 and Saxa, with Nyx Assassin DP from the offlane, but it also gives them flex, because they don't have the last pick overall.
Other
so.
than the flex, how does she fit in? Like with what
It's a damage that can kill Juggernaut during the spin. She has a lot of heroes that can lock them down. It's going to be another body in front, something that's going to soak up the damage. And she has the setup with Pango, Nyx, and Clockwork. I don't know. I kind of like this one.
Yeah, it's honestly not bad. You have a lot of tank. You have a decent lane with the Nyx. You can build the Yules, like you talked about before, like against the Omni. Like
They
Omni
were
set.
also sorely lacking in push prior to getting her.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, fixed, I'd say.
Like Clock, Nyx, Pango, that's not helping. There's the Storm, okay.
So I think you put that Prophet now to the mid lane. Let's see who's gonna pick it up.
Well, we already have Dark Mago picking up the Pango, so I think that's
never mind.
right there.
I mean, I kind of would have liked that switch too, but maybe this is more about comfort, I guess. Like just keeping the DP on Sacred, who's already played it, or at least in his pubs he has. Dark Mago on the Pango. Let's have a look. I think both drafts are like very good, and the teams are getting what they want. Like Waska with their Pango, a lot of heroes that can like go in and do stuff. But I feel like this is a good Storm game, and I also feel like this is a good Beastmaster game.
Okay, that's 2 for 0 in favor of Extreme.
So I'm slightly leaning on the Extreme gamers.
Hey, 1 for Extreme. What are we thinking, Lacoste?
I've been very disappointed with Dead Prophet when I saw it. I think there was only one pick during Wallachia, and it looked pretty bad. But there is some potential to this hero with the Morning Ritual facet, and I think they might have it in this. I also want to see what the itemization is.
What's the Morning Ritual facet?
It is the one that delays a percentage of incoming damage, taking damage even intervals over a short duration.
Ooh, what do you think,
I
Ted?
did not read that off the screen.
I actually think this is going to be pretty close. I think it's going to be a good fighty game.
Ooh, a fighty game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good fight.
Street Fighter.
Like Street Fighter. Let's imagine you've got like Chun-Li against Dalsim, for example, or like Blanca against Ryu. Yeah, that kind of battle.
Who's who?
Well, let me think. Well, they've got clockwork.
Long range.
And so I think that's more, you know what I mean? That's like Blanca's electrical thing. So I'd say they're Blanca. Blanca wins.
Blanca wins.
Let's see who's gonna win. We're gonna
And Blanca's
watch
from
the
South
game,
America.
Play
Blanca
it
wins.
safe, self out. So we're heading over to the Pixel Unplugged by the Function Pandas.
Deciding Game 3 here between Alaska and Extreme Gaming. Fogged, the Jug, it's returned.
It's back, baby.
But this time,
there's no Pugna.
There's no Pugna.
No Pugna. And also, there's a Death Prophet on the other side. So what is going on? Teams just wanted to play these different style heroes. Let's see who's going to reign supreme. I was a bit shocked that they went for the Pango in that position. I'll be honest with you, Owen. Versus the Beastmaster already.
Sure.
It's a hero that can do very well. And I will say this, like on paper too, a Jug. You have a spin to be able to deal with the roll. Yeah, you're going to take damage during your spin versus that roll, but you won't get controlled. And you just Omni-Slash him. So, yeah, could definitely see the reasonings at least why, I don't know, like XG, the Jug can look good in this game, but let's see if they can perform this time around with him. Because he did have great farm in that last time. It's just he got messed up a lot because of Matthew. This time, there's no save.
He's got
no save.
He's got a point to prove.
Yeah. Sacred.
They won't have enough damage to get him.
The Morning Ritual.
Arme. I don't think Arme's winning this.
I don't believe so.
No.
Morning Ritual, baby.
I was going to say, maybe old Death Prophet, but nowadays, no. Not going to work.
With this blade will take the day.
Yeah, she took an incredible amount of reduced damage.
Because what are the numbers on it?
15% delayed. So.
Well. Not a great start.
You can see, I think he got up to, 37 stacks or something at one point. So, yeah, he delayed a ton of damage. So, yeah, Sacred, he'll be happy. And this is a really interesting pick because we don't get to see this too much, if ever, really, on the Death Prophet. But versus Jug, you could just use the Spirit Siphon when he's spinning on you in lane, too. So, some kind of cool things, at least to survive for Sacred. And I guess also in the mid-game of the team fights, if there's a mispositioning with a spin, the Exorcism can be pretty potent. We'll have to see. These are all things on paper that could end up looking nice, but we'll see who's going to be able to execute a bit better. Because game 1, it was Waska. Game 2, XG had the edge on draft and play.
Now, what about this bottom lane? Is Gyro Clock any chance for these two to maybe try and get kills against XXS and PYW?
I don't think XXS should die down here.
Okay.
I think this is a pretty good beast. Overall, a pretty good beast game in particular. So we were saying before with that roar. PYW.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Good courier kill. That's the extra tangos. How much regen do they have down here? They still have, okay, 3 tangos. Can he meet the range creep? He drags it with the attack. What's he done?
I'll still stick around.
Success is 2. Gonna get aggressive onto him here, but it's still level 1 on the clock. He just kills the cog and walks out. So mid also, we're gonna start seeing it. Some people, like, it's fun. Like, it's funny to see this. Like sometimes some players, I see them win this matchup as the
as the Pango.
Yeah, I've seen them win it before. Most of the times though, it's been the Storms, especially if you have this facet nowadays. It was usually with the other one that I see them do better versus Storm. But Storm usually, I always say this. I always like the Storm in almost all these matchups when I see him versus the Spirits or versus the Pango. But I've seen other players have. Some players have just better times. They just have better with the matchup. Yeah, XM. It's a pretty good game for this Storm Spirit as well too. Nyx Assassin, of course, the biggest thing to be tripping him up, but overall, he's gonna be providing a lot. Now, you know what else I'm looking forward to actually seeing? A Jug when he's buffed up more. He's gonna have the Storm Shard.
Oh, with the shards,
he's gonna have the Beast Aura, plus whatever other auras they get. So, some cool kind of combinations maybe that could come into play to increase that damage. And even though Ame, he did die level 1, this is a lane that he should pretty much free farm in as this Jug. It's a Nyx Assassin support who just running kills the Enchantress creeps. So if he gets it first, he's gonna start beating on him.
I mean, he's just very tanky.
He does have the boots on Ame, but there's a TP and there's no stuns.
It's just not even close. You know, this is not an easy hero to go on as a Jug.
Once they have the Lion in these type of movements, then they can go for those plays. But yeah, early on, Sacred should be pretty survivable. And now he's got the Healing Lotus too. And Matthew's just got to maximize, just eating any creep that's up that's possible with the Mind Flare. Dark Mago. Starting to do a bit better. He's got his raindrop to be able to tank the damage of these static remnants. Ooh, and he does secure the money creep. Nicely done.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bottom lane. Very difficult for them to get on top of these two extremes playing safe.
XXS is struggling a bit though with the way that they're playing down here on the clock plus this gyrocopter. I think they've been able to burn out a decent chunk of his mana with the cogs because he's just completely Lane. The battle under the tower. Dark Mago. He will be okay. He will be safe. He was literally hitting him under the tower. He jumped in to pressure him since he was able to get the water rune refill and Matthew chucked out top. So that's the other benefit, of course, of this Nyx Assassin. He literally just always messes with the mid laner because you don't help too much in your off lane. All you're doing is killing creeps. So you just go mid, steal the power runes, and then also just deny any of the stacks that are available or any of those big creeps with the Mind Flare.
Yeah, he could just do this because of the fact that they have this Death Prophet off lane.
And now he's going to go eat the Centaur.
Just with no threat of dying.
Tianming should be able to separate him. Yeah, exactly, because now he's got boots as well, 2 on Sacred. So yeah, he should be survivable with the 2 Spirit Siphon stacks plus boots. And does he have a TP available? He's not going to bring one out just yet, so maybe eventually he will, but that also is a thing that he can always TP out to be able to survive. Ooh, an early movement coming out from Yadomi.
That's a tricky one. They, XM, is he going to get caught out by this?
Oh, Dark Mago. XM is pretty healthy too.
He's very close to the 6 on top of that, and he does have backup behind him. But the scan, they're not getting caught by this.
I haven't seen this build in a very long time on a Storm Spirit either. Players are just busting out new tech / old tech. He's on Soul Ring. When was the last time we saw a Soul Ring Storm? It's been a long time, I feel like.
Where do you go when you go to Soul Ring? Do you do like Soul Ring Kaya, or what you still go Soul Ring into Orchid?
No.
This one, does he want to go Orchid for Pango? I guess he can, but maybe he just goes down the standard Witchblade, but maybe he wants a little more armor since it's a ton of physical. It's interesting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Power in. Yadomi will make sure that goes the way of Waska. Tries his luck at getting in on top of PYW.
I mean, they're messing with XM, and now after all this lane, yes, he's got 40 CS, but it's the Pango who's ahead.
Where are you going?
Because he got that kill earlier.
Trying to go on top. Anytime the Ame steps up, the Siphon comes out. And
he actually has to run.
Completely back off.
Oh, this is cool. This is cool stuff. I love when teams are just still trying stuff out and or not even just trying things out, but using heroes that we don't see too often. Bottom, he'll get the catch. Matthew making his movements work. He's being pesky in mid, checking out the runes. He's already secured the lane for Sacred. Very hot stuff. 7-minute mark too.
Yeah.
Yodomi is looking to contest, and Matthew should be able to get his.
Dire are scanning.
As a hefty ancient stack. Won't be able to take the rune, but he'll be able to scout these ancients. What is this, a 4-stack, 5-stack? Close to that.
Hard to steal that.
Yeah, that's one you don't really contest. Axes also are being maxed this game, so he is going to be able to go back to get that timing of farm.
I'll try with the 3 of them top. If it's going to be enough, I mean, Sacred gets the siphons off. He's surviving through it, and he's healing up pretty nicely. Backup comes in. I mean, they try and gank the Death Prophet. It goes horribly wrong.
His timing going to go down. He's healing a lot. They're on Ame also.
Good bounces with the Rolling Thunder, but the healing ward's keeping him safe. Pike's coming as well with the rotation, and with that addition to the action, they can take Ame down. I mean, this Sacred Death Prophet.
This is cool.
They're underestimating it. They're trying to trade. They're trying to make the play towards him, but he can survive throughout it all. Multiple times, it just goes to show. I think, you know, coming into this series, with the way Waska's playing and drafting, they seem pretty prepared for Ame for bringing out the jug.
No,
the first game, obvious stuff, they already had the plug. I mean, the plug came out first, but this game, bringing out a Death Prophet, they'll lose almost certainly. Matthew here tries to turn and get XM, but won't get the chance to. But this Death Prophet in the lane against it, it's not laying. You know, Ame's farming. You know, he was farming pretty fine, but they can't ever make aggressive moves on him, and he can be left on his own.
And he does provide it's a ton of damage that Death Prophet will give out in the mid game. Now that he's got a level 6 so early. I mean, early, it's 8 minutes. It's not the earliest by any means, but he was sacked.
He did it on his own.
He was on his own. Matthew literally left him at, what, the 2-minute mark or something to start moving around and just snipe creeps. Setting up for the mid tower. He's got the Exorcism. Probably just going to pop it for this tower. And the question comes, do you actually want to contest this? Do you even have damage to contest it as well, too, since Sacred, he's shown he can just tank through your damage early on. You just have to sack your mid tower, it seems like, and it's 9 minutes in. Hot stuff from Waska. Dark Mago. He's going to have pretty decent timing as well on his Diffusal Blade. He's got the treads picked up already. Arcane Rune's been secured. Top 2 net worth for the side of the
I mean, yeah, Pike's farm's phenomenal.
Yeah,
for 9 minutes in, already crossing kind of the 5K mark. He's going to be a very, very quick Aghanims that he's on track for this game if this continues.
I thought XXS would be more farm, but yeah, that rotation that Matthew did down there really stopped him from being able to get that extra bit of farm. And now they're preventing him from farming these Ancients.
I mean, this would be kind of crazy if they can stop it from doing that. I mean, PYW is caught to the side. They get the Lion. I mean, if they can move into this area.
If they can take this tower and bypass it, Pike can get in there and definitely look to contest.
Extreme cannot let this happen.
They got to bring people down here. But there's a ward behind the tier 2 bot, the tier 2 mid, so they're actually going to see the Storm and
there's a misstep on XXS. Extreme have to do something about this stack getting contested.
You cannot let this get stolen. They're bringing the numbers. Here's Ame, but he gets stunned.
I mean, they're clearing out with the flak and the cooldown. I think they pretty much got the whole stack, or at least the majority of it there.
Just 3 creeps remaining. And they're going to be able to disengage. They get caught by a stun. Do they have follow-up?
They've got the zip across, but gets the shield crash off and the swashbuckle, the roars there. They will get Dark Margot. But they get everyone else out, and they certainly cause quite a reaction there from Extreme. Extreme have to do what they did there, come over in the numbers.
They have to bring 5.
But at least some of the stack was definitely stolen.
Almost all of it, except for those, the 3 big creeps, I believe it was, that are still remaining. Or 3 of the big creeps, because I know there's another big creep that they did end up getting.
Yeah, big moves from Waska, for the most part, getting away with it. You can see him. Pike's farm, as I say, that the speed that he's going to get this Aghanims is super quick this game.
And Sacred's coming down here to battle. At least to stop them from taking the tower.
I mean, just him showing on his own, it's enough to scare them.
Yeah, they're like, don't go for him. He's deceptively taking.
And they're sticking around at XM. And he's still got plenty of mana to play with, so he'll be fine on the way out.
Has to zip through it. He's got a lot of people to work around, but with Soul Ring, all this extra mana he's got, he's able to zip himself far enough. And now they're starting to work on these Ancients. Man, sneaky ward. I haven't seen that one from Yodomi behind the tier 2 in the mid lane, so he's watching them whenever they walk into that Ancient area.
Rexus is him. Let's put the pressure on another tower.
They're setting the pace this game. That mech's going to be coming up pretty quick, too, and Yadomi's just walking in. Yeah, he's not going to steal them, but he's taking experience at the least, just preventing the Beastmaster from having this good start. And maybe it isn't going to be that good of a Beast game, in particular for XXS, with him getting so much attention put onto him and slowed down this much. He's got 2 components of that Aghanim's done, but they've done a great job of slowing down any type of recovery outlet for him. How's the levels looking, too, for these supports? Lion is about to hit level 6. PYW will have that.
You got to imagine next up's probably going to be the tier 1 top that they'll be looking towards next with the following exorcism.
And Matthew's
starting to scout.
Yeah, start getting some information for his team. Immediately the port from the gyro toward top. Pike.
Try and go for Tianming, but he gets the heal off.
Pretty tanky. They missed the swash.
I mean, they really want him. And they'll get him with the 4 of them.
They've done. Matthew just really wanted to utilize that Vendetta. No one else he can really go for at this point on the map. Should be able to turn them into this tower here without an exorcism. Sacred, that's the mech finished up. Early timings for him. Ame, farming okay, but nowhere near as good as
not like Pike.
No, and nowhere near as good as the first game even on the Jug, where yes, he was versus counters, but he was very farmed, so he was doing a lot. This game, he's just behind. He's 0-2 so far in this game.
And there we have it. That is what the 13-minute Aghanims here for Pike.
Unbelievably fast.
On top of the Falcon's treads.
And the Defusal, as we were mentioning, was already finished up for the Pango on top of treads. He's got an illusion rune too to play around for the next upcoming fight. And XM still a ways away from the Orchid. Still needs that whole cornucopia.
Dire's tower is under attack.
The marsh completely there. They can't even punish him at all. They'll scout out XM as well. XM was just watching for 30 seconds, not farming.
Didn't want to make the jump in.
No. They were attempting to because PYW was there with the finger, but they can't. They're too tanky. They're too durable at this point. XM.
With a hook shot. We're going to catch on to PYW. Dark Margo coming in with the backup of the Rolling Thunder.
Speedy.
XP, there's no fight for them here. Tianming and XXS, they're hovering around. And he's kind of caught in a corner here, Tianming. Well, he'll end up losing the 2 supports here, Extreme.
Great invasive plays. Again, just Oscar. As you said, setting the tempo for the game. And XG, yeah, they're just sitting back and farming, but they're unable to respond versus the aggression that's coming out. Beast has Ags. Maybe this could be an indicator of a timing for them when they get that, plus the Orchid that they could look to fight, but they're losing a good chunk of map control here with the way that they're playing. Losing all their tier 1s, losing access to their triangle, and look at the circle that's drawn from Waska. They want to continue controlling the map, control the enemy jungle.
And they're taking a lot away from XG.
Yep. So, limited spaces for them to farm. 300 gold for the cornucopia. You have to imagine XG, they're going to look to make a play with that one, with the Orchid, with the Beastmaster, since he's got the Ags. Or does XXS just go for some type of Roche play? Because we have seen a lot of times when these teams get the Beast Ags online too, they try to go for a sneaky Roche. But Waska seems like they've been very aware of a lot of these plays, so I don't think it'll be so easy to just sneak a Roche.
Ame still not wanting to be involved for now. He gets scouted out by Matthew.
If they bring more, they could potentially change them with a hook shot.
I think they get with the 3 of them. They've got a solid effort here. They try and go for the Vendetta hit first. The risk does not
got the hook shot, though.
The hook shot being there might mean it doesn't matter at all, and indeed it doesn't. Ame goes down, not able to get the Omni Slash or anything else off.
Matthew.
It pays off, yeah.
He's got Ame's number this series, it feels like. Maybe not game 2, because he made, some stuff happen, but game 1 and 3 so far. 7 out of 8 of the kills he's been a part of in this game, and that last, first game in particular, he ruined the Jug's life. His net worth is fantastic, too, on this Nyx. He can actually go down the blink round if he wants to, which Matthew sometimes does do. With that info, XG, we're mentioning, there'll be a chance for them to just go into this Roche pit to attempt to just bring it down fast, and they do with the Beast. But losing Ame, quite a bit of momentum. He is falling far behind Owen. 0-3, bottom of the cores.
It's going to take some time. Needs his Mjolnir,
Dire's
which he's not that close to.
Nope. Under attack.
I think last game he had it about, I think at the 14-minute mark, I want to say. He was significantly more farmed in the first game.
I mean, there's got to be some pressure on him, right?
There is.
You know, as a team, if you're XG, you're like, look, we'll let you do it twice. You better carry us the second time.
That looked like they actually stopped it, but it didn't end up actually stopping Tianming. He's able to sneak himself out. Top,
They're going to find the Lion. I mean, Waska, they can kind of go where they want, make any sort of move that they want. And Extreme, they're sort of adopting a sort of similar plan as the first game, in which is just kind of hope that Arme can get the farm. And that this game, unlike in game one, there's less interruptions to the Omni-Slash plays in the team fight.
It really does feel like that. It feels like they have no way to kind of make their own moves on the map. The Storm doesn't want to make the move to zip in. Has the Orchid done, but is still scared. They're just getting quite farmed on the side of Waska. I believe the Aghanims is 3/4 of the way there on Mago. So you can Orchid him, but he has, what, 1,700 HP when he's sitting on Strength Treads. Even higher if he moves the Ogre Club in, or Ogre Axe, sorry. He'll be sitting at, what, 1,900 on Strength Treads. Maybe waiting for XXS's Blink. Since they do have this Aegis, maybe that'll be the one that they have, so they have a follow-up for the initial go. They have a Storm jump in, then the Beastmaster's able to Blink Roar a specific target, but we'll have to see. So far, Waska's just, one step ahead in every single one of the engagements. These South Americans, honestly, they thrive on team fights. The way that they execute inside of them is
the players
a treat to watch.
In game one were crazy.
Yeah. They have Solar Crest also, so we were mentioning how there's going to be enabling and buffing up for the Jug, either coming from the Storm Shard or from the Beastmaster Auras. They're going to have this buff up from Solar. They're going to have, of course, the natural minus armor that comes from Pango for Pyke also.
There we go. Smoke time.
They've got the Blink, right? So triple timings they've got. Orchid Storm, Blink, Aghs Beastmaster, and the Mjolnir on Jug. What are they going to find?
Indeed, they have the pieces.
They do. Pyke playing on the front line.
Pipe on Sacred. Doesn't look like they're finding anything though. They're going to sweep over towards the mid.
Bosco is aware of this. Look at the position
they're right
they are
under
down
the tier
here.
2 bottom. They're not letting themselves get caught up by any sort of move. They'll lose the tier 1 mid.
And that's not a place that you want to dive under a tier 2 versus that much team fight. A call down drops. If you don't kill Sacred, he gets Exorcism, you get hook-shotted. You kind of have to just delete them in an instant, which can be complicated under those T2s without vision. They'll claim enemy triangle. So it looks like they're going to claim this area, maybe go for that Tormentor area as well, too.
Arme's got to be careful here. He is close to being completely surrounded. They won't swing his direction.
He sees Matthew, so that's when he feels a little bit more confident to show.
The rest of the team, Waska, they're moving over towards the mid. Going to find Tianming.
Find him again.
I mean, they can collapse over towards Arme, but Arme should be aware of this, right? Yeah, Blade Fury TP is not sticking around any longer.
But the hook shot again!
Yadomi gets him. The Omni Slash comes out. Yadomi will die, but Arme, he'll certainly lose his life for that. In response, I mean, that's, you know, they're happy with that there, Waska and Yadomi. He'll die for that any day.
They're getting low. They're going to have to dodge some damage. They are getting low.
I didn't think they could do it.
Low. They are getting low.
Well, at least he had the Aegis. Sometimes the Torment gets the better. You know, it's probably worth it.
XM takes a drink of water off of that one.
They get the shard. You know what? It's probably worth it, right?
XM was trying his hardest to zip dodge, but look, he tried. Ready? Ah, he was mid-zip, about to use it. Wow.
Well, I mean, they got the shard.
They get the shard for the Lion, so.
And the Aegis, but, you know.
It is what it is.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Well, they've got to take what they can get.
Yeah.
At this point, because in terms of objectives and things, Waska, they're getting so much more. They're pressuring onto the tier 2.
And they're just setting up. They put Sacred up in front. He's got a Pupil's Gift as well on top of everything, so very tanky. And they'll steal the Wisdom Rune away while just playing around this Death Prophet with the auras. His tower's dropping. And Pyke does have a greater healing Lotus too, just always trying to keep track of whenever we see those picked up. Can be a gigantic burst of healing if a fight does kick off.
Waska, they won't suffer any casualties around. Tormentor with the 5 of them here.
And they're healthy, and Matthew, he is on the prowl already. He did opt to go for Dagon instead of going for that blink, so he does have potential kill threat on some of these squishier targets like the Lion. Doesn't have it yet, but very soon. Scouting.
It's good input. Only has Dark Margo near him. I mean, I could definitely go for something like a Beastmaster.
Matthew? Success got him.
The zip forward from XM. I'll make quick work of the Nyx.
Don't think I think he saw them, like he scouted them for a second there, but I don't think he was quick enough to get the Carapace off. It was just an immediate blink roar. Ame, catching up. Only 2.4k behind now of that gyro. Will this be the game that the Jug can do it?
He's hoping.
He's hoping for it.
Because if it isn't, I don't know if they're going to let him play it again.
Sure.
Because maybe this hero just ain't it, you know.
Sure. But this one feels easier for him to be able to get an actual Omni Slash on paper. I'm going to just say that. Last one he was playing versus quite a bit more difficulties. But we could see similar kind of things come out where they itemize with like Invis. You know, even find a neutral item that can provide that too. And Sacred, I imagine he's going to do like similar kind of build, even though he's playing a Death Prophet this time around. He can still do this kind of build where he itemizes to just super tank up versus the Omni, and he's the one who just wants to soak it. So he's got a plate mail done, he's going to go Lotus Orb after his auras. So he could just be that one that just eats it in a lot of situations.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
XM, BKB is done. His Storm is farmed. No shard for him this game yet.
Here comes their smoke.
They want to kick things up a bit.
Got a lot of burst. Michael show.
Timings on XG are being hit. Level 15. Oh man, he's got the SNY also.
Who gets the jump first? Are you going to go for Pike straight away? They get the Vortex. Then with the Omni Slash, the finger, it's a lot of burst, but now the Omni Slash are getting split between them. They group up, they have the roar.
But the roar,
they can control and kill off Pike on the gyro. XXS being fully controlled by the Rolling Thunder. Now
Sacred's
Ame
doing the damage.
in trouble. Sacred surviving against the efforts of Ame. The stun comes out from Matthew. They kill off the Jug. They take the fight. Waska.
You may bring down the gyro, but they have multifaceted ways of doing damage. Sacred and Dark Mago cleaning up.
And Matthew, he's ready to turn and help them take down Tianming as well. A 4-for-2 trade favoring Waska.
They have to blow everything and the kitchen sink, and the greater healing Lotus is a big factor because of that. They have to use the roar on top of everything to bring him down. And then, yeah, they get cleaned up. Sacred, the damage just really starts to come out from this Death Prophet, from this Pango. They synergize well. That physical damage from the Exorcism with that minus armor definitely starts to add up in those longer, after they used everything on the gyro in those longer fights.
They're perfectly ready for that one. And they're going to be able to get more and more of the items out to deal with
the burst.
Yeah, kind of this sort of single target focus they're trying to do.
Especially when Sacred gets the Lotus. In a lot of those fights,
Ame can't walk up an Omni like he has been.
Yeah. Or it reflects a roar as well too. It can just be devastating. And Matthew could even go for some type of itemization like that too. I mean, he had some really clutch, like little Lincoln's plays that he did to block some nullifiers even in the first game too. So absolutely can itemize. But we do see that XG, they can 100 to 0-1 target. They just have to find a way to be able to save perhaps one of these spells to take out another.
There's the Lotus. They can go for another play here as a team.
Their ults are back up in, what, 20 seconds? Roche is up in 30.
Yeah, the ults are set up for that by the looks of it. Get control of this top area.
XG will, I imagine, look to contest. Their ults are all coming back up. But when it's all set up like this, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get that angle to find Pike.
Gotcha. Radiant are scanning. Dark are scanning.
Dark Mago also has a shield rune for the next fight, so layers that they do have to break through.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll be able to scout that the Roche is up. Hellbear Smasher's in the pit to at least find that out. Waska getting themselves a free tier 2. They can look to back up to go threaten that Roshan. Full BKB on XXS, so he can pick and choose who he wants to go for with that. XM also has BKB and now has the Shard. See how much an Omni Slash Shard does. or Omni Slash with the Storm Shard buff. Ame's a bit separated from his team.
He's going to try and join them. Shan's going to go down pretty quickly.
They have to get him in the smoke. Okay, they will.
He's in it now, but the Roche is already half dead. This, unless they make a crazy jump. Dark he's going to use the Rolling Thunder just to keep the area covered.
Jump.
As they'll lose cover, there's the jump. He's going to try for the steal. He'll get the kill, but Pike will secure the Aegis. And just on the Gyrax, I'm having to use the rest of the mana to run, but indeed he's used everything to go in for that play. They're going to catch him. XM's gone. They're turning towards Pike. Pike, he's gone the once, but he's going to have this Aegis ready for round 2. As Waska, well, they'll be ready to chase them one by one now without the threat of XM being alive. XM
got the roar.
Down with the roar. They've got the Omni Slash.
It's bouncing.
Bounces. They'll bounce over towards Matthew, kill him off, and Pike does end up going down. They get the stun from the side. PYW controlling them, but that's the death of XXS. Ame.
It's starting to clean up.
You get the cleanup against the 3 of them, though.
Mana burn.
Hex out on towards the clock. Ame goes across, but Ame, he's gone. They can control him, burst through him. A Sacred survives throughout it all with the help of Dark Margo and Yodomi. PYW tries the TP out. And they'll make it away. I mean, they're trying to throw everything into these fights, but it's still just not quite enough. They get the kill steal on the Roshan, but not able to pick up that Aegis in time. Pike gets to play the team fight, and at the end of it all, Ame ends up going down despite his best efforts. The Omni Slash, it does a lot of damage. Gets split kind of awkwardly, right? He ends up on the left of the fight.
He ends up on Matthew, I believe. Yeah. It's a good attempted kind of go for them there with what ends up happening, right? But yeah, they just still have like these triple heroes that are just durable and do a lot of damage. It's not just the Gyro. It's like Gyro's not doing really much of damage in the team fights at all. It's really Dark Mago and Sacred that are dishing out all of it. 6-1 and 10 on Mago, 5-0-10 on Sacred. And they are continuing to scale. It looked like Ame maybe for a second was going to be able to do it, and then that shield crash and swash comes in, burns his entire mana
That's
pool.
The thing, yeah.
It's a lot.
Just on his own in that sort of situation, even though he did have what PYW watching from the side, getting his spells off, it's not enough to allow him to just outdo the damage and sustain that the heroes of Waska had that were left alive.
Yeah, and it really all does come. Yeah, he got the Aegis, right? So Pike able to stand tall during most of that Omni.
It was a good effort from Extreme, but not quite enough to shake this control that Waska have.
XM also had to use his entire mana pool, which hurt them quite a bit for him to be able to reset and go for another move. It ended up being just him, yeah, just getting the last hit, and then just had to bail out. Yep. So they kind of were lacking the Storm a bit in that last fight too. But every time, all the time that builds up, it feels like it is going to start getting harder and harder for them to perhaps burst down Pike. He's getting close to that Satanic. They keep throwing all these buffs on him, and
yeah, even if Arme gets on top of him, if he's got a target hit with the Satanic active, he will not mind tanking the full Omni Slash.
And now Sacred also does have Greaves, so it's every little thing can start to add up. This little armor that you get when you drop low. New neutral items also starting to get pick up.
Here they come, XG.
Looking for another catch. They want to start a fight.
The Omni Slash at the ready.
Ame.
There it is, he's in with the jump. He's going to use the Blade Fury first.
Mago catches 3.
Healing Ward down, indeed the stun control coming out for the Rolling Thunder. The Roar will be there on towards Matthew. They've killed off the Nyx Assassin, but XG they have to run. This is not their fight.
Mago's killing him.
He's been left behind. They're bailing on him. But the chase comes out. Dark Mago gets XXS. PYW is going to try for the TP, but the bash is there. PYW's TP put to a stop.
Dark Mago's on fire.
I mean, they're trying to fight into this, but they're just so ready, Waska.
The way that they execute the fights is just so beautiful. PYW's got another Hex, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get out of this one. Dark Mago takes the last hit. Well deserved for him. What an initiation from this Pango. Him and Matthew. Ame blinks down, jumps into everybody, and the rest of the team gets obliterated from the Pangolier.
I mean, he went and he did get the Omni Slash off right, but it just didn't
matter. They tanked it.
Yeah.
They split it amongst, what, 3 heroes, I believe it was? While Dark Mago and Matthew just made work of pretty much everybody on the side of XG in the northern side. That was one of the biggest damage by the Rolling Thunder. I didn't even get to see how much it actually did at the end of the team fight. My team fight recap did not work, but my goodness.
Bomb Step Barracks getting taken out.
Such good identification of that, the fact that the fight is coming to them too. Just the way that they smoke and show for a hot second, just such quick jumps. 23-9. Now they've got a firm grasp of this game.
Oh, they really do.
Those items just continue to fly out. Everyone getting tankier, even Yadomi. He's like, all right, Crimson Guard. Keep making it harder for Omni Slash to do much of anything.
Oh, that's great. It's pretty much as soon as you hit the Satanic, he's going to have a full Daedalus on top of it. I mean,
oh my goodness. Well, he did have a small crit, but yeah, so he did a lot,
the recipe and the Demon Edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be there for the next fight.
XG running out of steam. Well, Waska feels like they're picking up that steam as this game progresses.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Exorcism back up in 20.
Dire's middle
all the
tower
tier 2's
has
gone.
fallen.
Daedalus.
I feel like every time I've wanted to see Death Prophet, it's had a bit of a flop game. This is just a picture perfect one, it seems like.
Yeah, I guess all it required was for the enemy to pick the job. And then that's Death Prophet's time to see it excel.
Yeah, it's been honestly a treat to see how much he was able to do from the beginning till now, right? Even getting the early kill on Ame. They killed him for first blood, and then they've shut him down. He's 4-7 on the jug. So he's got a ton of deaths this time around. And now they're feeling pretty comfortable. They have aggressive wards even placed down around the triangle. XM. He's got a gem. Should be safe. And high ground is still a little bit scary.
Dire's courier
Probably wanting to.
killed.
Okay, fine.
That's his ultimate orb gone. It would have been far away from the Skadi anyway, but still a little bit of progress knocked out of the game.
They can look to control map now for these next few moments, at least keep pushing them into the base so that XG is limited to how they can get outside. And then probably, I would say, wait for the Roche before looking to go for a high ground. It still is a little bit afraid, a little bit scary, even though they have a good, comfortable grasp of the game. Or if a fight comes to them on a high ground, of course. And they have these double wards down. They know exactly where they are. The circle is drawn.
They can poke the high ground.
They're going to start to do so. Just because of that information that they were given, they're going to start.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Waska just with some very good shot calling, really. Got the banner.
Dire's structures are
No
fortified.
creeps with it at the moment. Everyone's coming back on the side of XG. Mike.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Who's going to do something?
They're frapping around. XM is attempting to. Has
Got
to
a BKB immediately. Hookshot's going to miss. The Hex out towards the clockwork. XM, he's going to try and take down the Panga, but doesn't get anywhere close. Has to get away from Dark Margos. The BKB comes to an end. PYW gets caught on the low ground.
Oh, and that's a BKB used from the Storm. They can probably look to continue with that.
Yeah, they got the Death Prophet Ghost ready to go. Yep. They want to just
really
force it down mid.
He's just going to pop them. They should just be able to get these racks with this. Okay, not needing the Roche.
I mean, they can go top as well, get the Mega Creeps.
Yep, especially with this kill. And no BKB Storm. He can't jump in now.
They got to do something extreme.
And Waska, their shot calling is just top tier. Top tier execution so far this game. And look at even that, like the way that these cogs, these are annoying. You know, you just put these cogs to cover them. Someone slips up, jumping into them can be devastating. They'll get a Rax, they'll get a tower, and then they can back up for that Roche, which is going to be spawning in 30 seconds.
These items just keep flying out from Pike.
Keep getting
full BKB on the Jara.
Oh, he did go down the BKB route. Okay. He had Butterfly queued for a little bit. Goes for the safer route.
30 seconds, Arme will have a Skadi. The next item will be out for the Jug, but
that doesn't feel like the damage that they need now at this point. They are so much tankier than these last few instances now on the side of Waska. They've literally, like you said, they picked up like 3 items, it feels like, on each person. Or 2 items on each person, 1.5.
Oh!
XM.
Nice little attempt there from Matthew to set something up with the Carapace off the Remnant.
Matthew, even, Yules. The Crimson Guard is pretty much finished if they'd like to purchase that as well. They're just going right back to top.
Back on with the push.
Not even going for the Roche.
What are you gonna
They don't care. They don't need it.
Somebody's got to make a jump.
Not giving me that.
I think they can stick around.
They're just thinking about it.
Yeah,
They got the Ghost back up, what, in 40 seconds? Like, it's not off the mark.
Jump in the back. He's in with the Omni Slash. Let's see if it does enough damage to get the kills. The hook shot comes out, trapping the 2 of them in the cogs. XM pots the BKB, zips out, but XM
Pike's cleaning up.
Amazing with the Blade Fury over towards Matthew. Matthew's able to protect himself with the Yules, and Arme's dead.
Shredding them.
He's out. He does not have buyback.
They can just end this. Pyke took no damage. Literally just stood his ground and killed everybody. He did 10,000. That's that.
I think it might be. The Mega creeps out. Pyke onto the tier 4s.
And the Jug does not work again. Not even, they don't even need the save this time around. They just need a Sacred Death Prophet to be able to tank majority of it. Exo's back up. What do you do without your Jug?
Yeah. I mean, what do you do with the Jug?
Even with the Jug,
yeah.
It's gonna try.
Matthew, he's looking for the setup. He might have just found it onto XM. He does. He gets the stun. XM still able to zip away.
With the buildings.
And they're going down. The tier 4's falling. And final zip potentially from XM. Trying to slow down the push by time for Arme to respawn. The Ancient's exposed. Pyke, he's ready to get some more kills on the way out. Takes down Tianming, takes down PYW. This game, it's over. GG is called as Waska could continue just with this crazy level of play that we were seeing from in the first group stage into this first series of the second one, and against XG. It's a 2-1 for them. Waska.
This is an exciting team to watch,
yeah,
for sure.
love it.
Because they do it in their own style. We saw, I think, like we were mentioning, the South American teams, this team in particular, they're the ones who flex this gyrocopter as this like 4-position or 5-position sometimes. This time, they sneak a Death Prophet into the draft, and it's as perfect as it can be. Doesn't die. I mean, the only one in the game that doesn't die. He's 5-0 and 20, and he really just tanked him. Actually, I didn't get to see what his damage that he took was, but I feel like he absorbed a significant amount in this game in order to allow his cores to just reign supreme.
I don't know, maybe it was just this series, but the Juggernaut, it's just not being sold to us, Fog.
No, I mean, it's
you know what I mean?
Players like some of these heroes, you know, we always mention we flame the Terrorblade quite a lot. You know, Jug, we've never even really gotten to flame it enough because no one else likes to play it but Ame, but it definitely does look quite underwhelming.
It just doesn't work out. You know, because he was getting the space, he's getting the farm. You know, he was top net worth for the team, for his team.
But he's constantly dying. That's the thing, too.
It's just I think it's the hero. You know, I think he's putting in a good case for Jug getting buffed. But I feel like XG's probably going to have to say to him, you know, are you really sure you want to play Jug? Look, there's so many other fantastic carries to play. Do you really want to play this one? Because, yeah, these 2 games in this series, it didn't look great.
No, and Sacred, I got the damage number, so he absorbed, he did 41,000 damage received. So tanked a good chunk of it. I can't obviously see how much it was of the Jug, but 62% of it was reduced. The Pango as well, tanking 33k, 65% of that damage is reduced. So you can see that they just had this plan to be able to absorb those big goes of XG. And XG, this game, it looked pretty difficult from early on.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Waska looking fantastic, as I say, coming into the second group stage. They're keeping the same level of play up as they were bringing in the first one. They look great. They take the series 2-1.
And with that, they also prove that at the moment, for now, Group B is better than Group A. The trend continues. But Waska, what a great game. This was not a great moment. Actually, it was from a humorous perspective, Lacoste, but not a great moment for...
I thought this could only happen to BetBoom team, but apparently Extreme Gaming, they lost the Aegis after pretty much killing Roshan and also dying with one more hero, so they didn't get too much value out of it. Overall, been very impressed by Waska as a team. Also, I think Extreme Gaming, if this was a best of 5, I think they would have picked Jug at least one more time. I don't know, it just felt so underwhelming as a carry compared to the other top-tier carries in the patch right now. It needs so much. He was staying on top of the network, but still unable to do as much, and I really love the itemization. Even though we are staying away from the auras, they had every single aura in this game. They had Crimson, they had Vlad's on Clockwork plus Solar Crest, of course, and then you also have Sacred, who had Lotus, he had Pipe, and he had Greaves. Really impressed by his itemization, and the guy didn't die a single time. I think Fog pointed out that he was tanking so much damage off his team, and it's very easy to itemize when you're playing like mostly into physical damage, so everybody was buying all these like smaller items. They were picking up neutral items, Craggy Coat, buying a casual plate mail on top of that on Sacred as well, so very nice stuff coming up from Waska.
I don't know if it's stubbornness or if it really is an idea that they're committed to.
They believe in that Jug.
They're like, no, I'm telling you guys, it's this Jug. He's the one. I don't know. And hopefully we'll get a chance at some point to ask them. But Yeah, it's a weird one because...
Probably not. If they keep using this jug, we're not going to do any winner interviews.
Well, but hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him. But it's just one of those things. It's like, well, I'd like to know more. What's the idea here?
Well, I had a lot of questions prepared.
Yeah.
In case we were going to talk to XG, but during this game, I mean, it was pretty clear that early on already it was Waska that was taking the lead. So I didn't even finish writing all the questions because it is Extreme just... They didn't... I don't even think it was just Juggernaut. I feel like they were just a little bit discombobulated this game, Ted.
I mean, the death to Torby.
Yeah, that didn't help.
I think when that happens, it's almost like that's not like the problem.
No.
But it's a symptom. Like if you can see a team doing that, you think, I think they've come down with loseitis. Like something's happened here because they just don't look like they're themselves, I guess. So I kind of think when that kind of stuff happens. Like when bad things happen, it seems to, likes company or whatever that saying is.
Misery loves company.
There you go. So I feel like things tend to spiral out of control. And yeah, this jug pick, it feels like, when you get some teams where they go back to like a safety pick and they're going back to the Alchemist or whatever it is. Their safety pick, their comfort pick is jug. And it's not working. So they need a new comfort pick, I think. And maybe not this.
Maybe not Juggernaut. Maybe a little bit of a hero that fits a little better in the meta.
Something like that, yeah.
But they have a lot of data to go off of to play their series tomorrow, Lacoste. A lot to learn from the series, I think, actually, for both sides.
Oh, for Extreme Gaming, I think it's an easy one, how to fix it. But the third game also shows that even with because they looked relatively good with the jug pick in the first game. The third game was just a bit all over the place. They were not on the same page in most of the situations. They were getting picked off, not understanding how much damage they can do. I think there are two situations where you don't know how much damage you need to deal to kill Medusa. And even though we've been with Tormentors for such a long time now, it still feels that the players don't understand how much damage it can deal, which makes it super funny. But for Waska, I think they're not going to fall into the same place as they did in Game 2 with the drafting. I think they learned a lot, implemented that into Game 3, and it was a smooth sailing.
It was a very smooth sailing. It felt very strong. They adapted fast, and they crushed it, especially in that third game. They will have Paravision to go up against tomorrow, and I believe they have already done... No, they're a different group again. So it's Group A team again, because Paravision was in Group A, and Waska was in Group B. There you go, got it. For Extreme, though, I want to touch upon them still for a second. They're going to go up against Bedboom tomorrow, and I feel like at the moment, both of these teams... Well, obviously, we did see BB Team win today. I think at the moment, BB Team would take this one, Ted, quite easily.
So I haven't seen them yet in the tournament.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, no comment.
No comment.
Well, they did lose to Tundra earlier.
Didn't they win? Oh yeah, because it's Nightfall. I just have Nightfall in my head as BB, and I remember.
Yeah, it's getting confusing. Pure Nightfall, who's in which team?
I literally had Nightfall in my head, and I'm like, no, what's Bedboom? And it's like, oh no, they did.
So yeah, not gonna be an easy one, even though Bedboom got crushed in the second game.
Why don't you?
There we go. And yeah, Tundra. We shouldn't even mention Tundra because it's gonna be Bedboom against Extreme Gaming tomorrow, right?
BB versus Extreme.
BB against Extreme. I think I'm putting more faith into BB Team, even though they got crushed in this second game. They just looked better throughout the whole tournament so far.
They did look good. Tundra did look good. But who also looked good was the guy that's going to be on my screen, Sacred. Hello. How are we doing this afternoon?
Hola, Sacred. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás en esta tarde?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Estoy bien, estamos contentos por haber ganado. Solo eso.
Hi, hello, we're good. We're happy to have won the game. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations with that. I want to know about the Death Prophet. Who called for it? How confident were you with the hero going into it? And what was the inspiration for it?
Dice que felicidades, quieren saber sobre la Death Prophet, quién pidió el héroe, estabas de acuerdo con eso, estabas inspirado, estabas listo para jugar, ¿de dónde vino la inspiración de jugar Death Prophet?
Bueno, en realidad yo pedí el héroe porque como la Nyx no es un héroe tan fuerte en línea, solo pensábamos como que la Nyx fue de medio y como la DP aguanta muy bien contra el Juggernaut y un Enchantress, por eso lo picamos, ¿no? Porque es muy fuerte y porque se puede aguantar solo en la línea, nada más.
Okay, he said that he asks for Dead Prophet because Nyx is not a strong hero on lane, so Dead Prophet can hold himself good against a Juggernaut and an Enchantress, so he asked for the hero.
Yeah, it worked out fantastically. I mean, it was a great series. Game 3 was superb, but I do have to ask about Game 2. Because there was a little bit of, it seemed like sometimes there was a little bit of miscommunication for Mars Spears not hitting when they maybe should have. So can you talk to me about that, how Game 2 went for you and what you have to say about that?
Dice que el Dead Prophet estuvo muy buena, juega muy bien, pero que le tiene que preguntar sobre el juego número 2. Dice que en el momento de la coordinación de las Spears del Mars parecía que no se estaban comunicando de la mejor manera. ¿Les puedes contar qué pasó en el segundo juego?
Bueno, en realidad nos outrostearon en el segundo juego y literal jugamos muy malas líneas y luego como que entramos en pánico supuestamente porque tratábamos de smokear, pero salía todo mal, ¿no? O sea, uno entraba, el otro también entraba y como que salió full misplay. Jugamos horrible, pero para el tercer juego reiniciamos y nada más fue eso.
Okay, he said that they basically were outdrafted on game 2. They also didn't perform good on lanes. There were not good lanes for them. They basically just panic smoked, and every time they did, everything went horrible because one just went after the other, and they weren't just coordinating properly.
Well, I'm happy that you guys were able to recover from that. I have one more question before I send you on to Kezu, and that is this group stage so far, obviously group stage 1 and this Dream League so far, you guys are crushing it. It's going so well. Last time we saw you guys was for Wallachia, and there seems to be a very big difference between then and now. Can you tell me about the lessons you've learned to become the team you are right now?
Dice que en esta primera fase de grupos los han visto que están jugando muy bien, están en verdad haciendo muy bien en esta fase de grupos, pero que la primera vez que los vieron fue en un torneo anterior y la diferencia de en ese momento con ahora es bastante grande, y quiere saber qué es lo que ha pasado para que cambien tanto y que les vaya mucho mejor ahora que anteriormente. ¿Qué fue lo que cambió?
Bueno, lo que cambió fue de que estábamos con otro carry jugando en ese momento y literal, o sea, pusimos de nuestra parte, pero no nos comprendíamos muy bien con el que jugábamos. Luego entró Pike, comenzamos a practicar, o sea, al comienzo no nos iba muy bien, pero agarrando más screens, agarramos más forma y ahora como que siento que estamos jugando un poco mejor. Y obviamente nos falta un poco más de práctica, pero sí podemos llegar algo lejos en este torneo si seguimos jugando así.
Okay, he says that the main change is that they were playing with another carry, and even though they tried really hard, they really couldn't connect in terms of communication with the former carry. Right now they are playing with Pike, and even though it was a little difficult at the beginning, with scrims and with practice they have managed to have a team synergy that works for them right now, and he thinks that they still have ways to go, but with more practice and more scrims, he believes that they're going to go far on this tournament.
Well, then I have one more question. I know I said I wasn't, but I do now. Because Pike, is that a stand-in situation, or is he basically on trial and do you want to get him with the squad? As I'm not really familiar with what the state of it is right now with him and Kotaro.
Ok, pregunta por Pike, pregunta si es que solamente un préstamo o lo están probando.
Bueno, es un préstamo por ahora, ¿no? Porque literal él creo que tiene contrato en todo eso con el otro equipo y bueno, vamos a ver cómo va con todo eso, ¿no? Así que por ahora es un préstamo también.
Okay, he is basically just a loan because he still is under contract with his current team, but they'll see how the situation develops.
Okay, well, you guys look fantastic at the moment. I'm going to send you over to Kezu, who has some Dota-specific questions.
Hold on, Sacred. I have a couple questions. First off, you guys are looking really strong, so it's similar to Shiva's question, but what do you feel like you guys are doing better than other teams that you're beating here at DreamLeague?
Okay, dice que una vez más están jugando muy bien, felicidades, y quiere preguntarte específicamente qué es lo que tú crees que están haciendo ustedes mejor que otros equipos en Dream League.
Bueno, lo que yo creo simplemente es que estamos jugando más para línea, o sea, estamos tratando de salir bien de líneas, luego farmear de 3 cores, cuidarse, smokear en momentos que necesitamos smokear como para runas minuto 8 y luego full timing, ¿no? Como para Roshan, un item fuerte y más que nada smokes y jugar puntos, todo eso.
Okay, he says that it's mainly that they are playing for lanes. They try to have strong lanes on each game. They also try to farm on 3 cores and are really focusing on timings. For example, smokes on the 8-minute runes and trying to hit the timings properly. For example, if you go for a Roshan, they always try to have at least one big item before doing that. So they are mainly focusing on lanes and on hitting the timings properly.
That makes a lot of sense. And I feel like South America is really owning, like in the last couple months and in this year specifically. Is there a specific change that happened within the region? Is it like new carry players like Pike and Parker that are owning, or what is it?
Dice que Sudamérica ahorita está dando la hora, está yéndole muy bien a la región, y él pregunta qué es lo que crees a qué se debe esto, ¿no? ¿Es quizás por los nuevos carries que están apareciendo, que les está yendo muy bien, o qué crees tú por qué es que Sudamérica le está yendo tan bien?
Bueno, en realidad por lo que nos está yendo bien es porque Pike juega muy bien, es un buen jugador. Y nos hemos comprendido en este poco tiempo nos hemos comprendido muy bien en cómo jugar con él y él cómo jugar con nosotros. Así que creo que es por toda la comunicación y la confianza que le estamos dando, y él nos da la confianza para que nos pueda carrear. Solo eso, ¿no? Es que en realidad son muy buenos los carries que están ahorita en Perú, nada más.
He talks mostly about his own team. He says that they are currently playing with Pike, and Pike is a really good player. He really gives that confidence to the rest of the team that he is going to carry the game. And in terms of South America as a region, there is that we just have good carry players.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Sounds amazing. And my last question about the second draft. You said you were outdrafted. I would agree. Where would you change the second draft if you could, in hindsight? Banning Alchemist, not pick Tiny, where would you go?
Dice que en el segundo juego dijiste que los outdraftearon, dice que está de acuerdo con eso, pero ¿qué cambiarías tú? Ahora que ya pasó el juego y todo, ¿qué cambiarías tú en ese segundo draft? Quizás banear el Alchemist, no piquear cierto héroe, ¿cómo lo cambiarías?
Bueno, en realidad cambiaría el Alchemist, porque siempre que queremos jugar Mars no nos preocupa una Medusa, y en ese juego sí baneamos Medusa, y eso fue lo que... Fue un error grande, ¿no? Parte del draft y de todo, ¿no? Por no estar atentos con eso. Así que solo cambiaría el H por una USA nada más.
He says that he would basically just change the Alchemist for a Dusa, and that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll send you back to Shiver.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sacred, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck in your match tomorrow against Paravision. Looking forward to seeing more of your games. Thank you, gracias, and also thank you very much for the translation, as I do truly appreciate. I also appreciate the cat tree that we see behind you. That's very good stuff. So thank you until next time.
Bye.
Dice que muchas gracias.
We can check in right now with Jenkins. He has been waiting like for days. For days, it feels like. He's been sitting at this table waiting for his turn to talk about things that he wants to talk about. Now it's finally time, Jenkins.
That is true, Shiver.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Say talk again.
Test 1, 2, 3.
I hear you because you're right next to me. I don't hear your microphone.
Do you hear me on the mic?
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay,
it's all good.
Yes, it's all good.
Okay, well, I've been
I'm
waiting
fine.
a long time for this. The Dota has been very intense, and I believe we need to go with something lighthearted. If I can ask production to enable the microphones of all my panelists right now. I want to do a little game show with you guys. We're going to play Guess the Doppelganger. I'm going to show you a picture, and you have to figure out
If it's a doppelganger, it shouldn't be that hard, no?
It shouldn't be that hard. You're going to guess who in this tournament is this picture. Okay, so computer, bring up picture number 1.
Picture number 1.
This is an easy one.
Crit.
You are all in agreement that it's crit?
Yes.
Yeah,
you got to read the text.
What is the text? I can't read it.
It's in English. Warning, this guy was supposed to buy our washer-dryer machine for 150 quid. He wanted to see it working first and asked if he could do a load of laundry. After he finished, he said, let me go get the money, got in his car and drove away with his clean clothes.
I think that's really funny.
Computer, can we reveal who this is in the Dota scene? That's Crit. That's Crit. So I gave you an easy one to start.
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and load up the second doppelganger.
All right.
Yep, here we go.
Quinn.
It must be Quinn.
It has to
Well,
be
that's actually
Quinn.
Nick Cage, but who is the doppelganger?
I think it must be Quinn.
Quinn Callahan.
Lacoste?
Yeah, I agree with that one.
That
It's
is...
Quinn now.
Computer, roll the next clip of who this is.
Computer.
That is Quinn Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. That was submitted by Gaming Gladiators on their Twitter, actually, so they did him dirty there. We'll load up the next person, the next doppelganger here real quick.
It's Saxa. He has to be the tallest player.
It's Saxa.
Well, that's actually a picture of him standing next to Tundra Esports. They accidentally loaded the picture of him.
I guess we can load in Saxa.
We'll load in Saxa. That is indeed Saxa. There he is in his full glory. We could get them all in one frame.
I was going to say, I don't see his face, but I guess I didn't need to.
You can't see his teammates in that picture.
No, they're below, right? They're off camera. We'll load up the next doppelganger here real quick.
Darth Maul?
What?
Is this some...
I mean, is
Well,
this
is this
an
an
Arkosh
Arkosh player?
player?
No.
No?
No. Think player cams.
Who's always sitting in the dark?
Lorinov?
Well,
no. Oh, that's a decent call.
There's a couple of people that are sitting always in the dark. I mean...
Boxy?
No, well, Boxy's always wearing sunglasses, and he does have his hood up. But there's a couple of people that always sit in the actual
but
dark.
he's not here.
It could have been Amar the F before being
I would
like...
say maybe Amar or Boxy, I
They
guess.
are in this tournament.
Yeah.
They are in this tournament.
Amar's in this
So are
tournament.
the players were saying.
Are they still in this tournament?
Yes, they are.
Amar is still in this tournament.
So is Boxy.
So is Boxy.
I will say you guys guessed the guy, but you have to pick one.
Amar.
Are we in agreement on Amar? It's 1 for 1. Boxy Amar.
Yeah, sure. I thought Boxy, but go on.
I'll go with Amar.
Well, you can't do that. Okay, I'm going to guess Boxy because I know who this is. Computer, load up who this person is. That is Darth Boxy.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Very good.
Whatever.
And we'll go ahead and load up our final doppelganger here.
Final?
Yeah, this is our final
Oh,
doppelganger.
it's
Oh, no, actually, this is not our final doppelganger.
This is Tofu.
Yeah. No, that's Steve Aoki.
That is Steve
Did
Aoki.
you know he collects Pokemon cards?
I did
Tofu
not
or
know
Steve
that.
Aoki?
Maybe both, but definitely Steve Aoki.
Okay, we'll load up the doppelganger for this wonderful gentleman here. That is
Wonderful.
indeed Tofu.
All right, who you got last?
And then we have our last doppelganger. The computer loaded up.
What? Giga Chad.
Well, Collapse is not here.
Is he still in the tournament?
Lacoste, your line of thinking is close. It's not Team Spirit.
No, but is it Fortnite Man?
Yeah, that's Fortnite Man. Yeah, load up the image. That's Fortnite Man, ladies and gentlemen. The Giga Chad.
The Giga Chad.
If his
He's the
team
first
didn't hold
player
him
come
down,
to mind.
if his team didn't hold him down, he would still be here owning. But it is what it is. Sometimes you get unlucky.
Sometimes you do get unlucky. I like this segment. It was a little bit social media. It was like a guessing game as well.
Well, I tweeted out, and then a lot of people actually responded with some of these pictures. Shout outs to GamingGladiators.gg for the Quinn Callahan.
Very good. Very good.
Picture.
Well done, Andrew. Very good segment.
Very good segment. We've reached the halfway point of the day. And that means we are going to have Tsunami take you through the rest of the afternoon and evening with his crew. And the upcoming series is a good one. So get yourself ready for Falcons versus Paravision.
stories, fallen glories again. Lost angels, this is how the story ends. Again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you see, cruel safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse? Sometimes it's a rush, yeah, it's exciting. Dining with the devil, you'll know inside my soul it grows and grows. But you see, cruel is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
All these best of threes getting started, and Waska and Extreme treated us to the full series. Now let's see if these last two series are going to go the same way. Let's get into our group stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 24 with the spooky PogChamp Pandas. Thomas is always in character and always in costume as a Viking there in the middle, along with the Doctor and the Jester here at DreamLeague Season 24, where we also have a brand new panel joining us as well. It's Purge, Effie, and BSJ for not only a brand new panel, but a brand new team, because we are going to be covering Parivision versus Falcons. And we have not seen Parivision on the mainstream at all, but they have been setting DreamLeague Season 24 on fire, because this matchup right here are the champions of Group A and Group B going up against each other. The most games won. But how do they do it? Parivision, they've been quietly making their way through, the first team to make it through Eastern European quals. They got grand finals at RES earlier, and now they top their group. Purge, how'd they make it happen?
Well, I think it's two factors. I think first off, they are a new team, so people are underselling them a little bit. They're kind of like, okay, we recognize these players are good, but we're not going to worry about them as much as we're going to worry about like the other teams. We're going to worry about Team Liquid, Extreme, BetBoom team. So they're putting focus on that. And number two, they're also doing different things than other people in this tournament.
Okay.
I actually have a graphic showing their top most picked heroes of this tournament, and there's some the biggest outliers. They're most picked. It's Marcy actually. Marcy's picked a lot on their team.
Who the hell's picking Marcy out here?
Just them. They picked us 7 times so far with a 71% win rate. They've also been prioritizing a lot of Enchantress and Chen on Ducalis. When 9class is not playing Marcy, he's playing Batrider typically lately. So those are the biggest outliers. But I want to talk about Marcy and why Marcy is actually pretty cool. Every single game, he gets the bodyguard facet. That's basically makes his third skill work different than you're used to sidekick working. What it does is you activate it, and if the guy you're standing next to attacks an ally, you attack him. And if one of your teammates attacks the guy near you, that guy you also attack it. So it basically amplifies the attacks. But the crucial thing is that when you activate it on your teammates, it gives them armor.
Okay.
That's the big deal, actually. So if you think about how valuable it is as a skill, it is basically the new Solar Crest, is how I'm thinking about it. So imagine you have a Chen on your team, and you have a Marcy on your team, and you both press your third skill on a guy. Guess how much armor he gets?
Plus 15.
It's 40 armor, Neil. Isn't that incredible? 40 armor.
That's hype. I mean, the trade-off is you're losing the lifesteal aspect of Sidekick, which, you know, is Marcy's other facet. But if you're pairing it up with a Chen, like Kev is mentioning, you're getting sustain inherently through other heroes in your draft that you don't even need that aspect of Marcy's Sidekick, and you can play for the armor. It's a cool take.
I have a video. Let's watch it.
Don't get your thoughts too out of your mouth yet, BSJ. Wait until you watch this video, which exhibits, I'm assuming, the offensive capability of a Marcy.
Watch this. It's not a very cool video. Look, the Chen is in trouble. He casts bodyguard on him, and the numbers weren't showing because Dota 2 replay bug. But think of the common carries right now. We got SS.
Look how much armor he has.
SS given minus 25 armor if they're on an insane killing spree. You got TAs melding. You got bristleback carries. Love those heroes with armor against these physical high damage carries.
And actually, that's really cool because it's a bristleback carry. He doesn't benefit from the lifesteal that Sidekick would give him anyway. That's probably something else that they're looking at. He's not right-clicking anybody. He's doing his damage through his quills.
Yeah, it's effective, like giving him EHP because he has his passive, so every bit of heal he's getting is amplified by just that much. And then you also have the fact that he's life-stealing through the damage, like with his spell lifesteal, not through right-clicking. So with heroes like this, they kind of double dip, if not more, on the heals that they're getting. So the fact that you're saying they're sacrificing sustain, but they're getting it from the hero itself. So that's really cool adjustment that they're making. And the fact that these teams all have like I'd say like the groups themselves develop their own metas. So I'm looking forward to seeing like, okay, now Falcons who top their group as well, how are they going to deal with this post strategy that clearly Paravision's running a lot?
Yeah, I'm wondering why isn't Marcy seen more regularly for other teams, do you think? Like, what are the shortcomings of this hero that Paravision are able to mask? Because every hero has something that they're not good at. So what's Marcy not being able to succeed that Paravision don't care about?
I mean, one thing is that it's not a ranged 4, and teams are they feel very stubborn about having to pair like a melee offlaner with a ranged 4, for example. And there's been lanes where they're just comfortable playing a Marcy with another melee hero, and they don't really care that much. He's playing Marcy standard other than that facet change, just normal things, getting kills, snowballing, buying BKB after phase boots, all normal things we expect out of the Marcy. But I really feel like it's thinking about how valuable that third skill is against all the minus armor carries and paired with heroes like Bristleback or other survivability cores that makes it quite valuable, since Solar Crest is a little bit weaker and bracers are weaker. Heroes are just naturally less tanky than they were, and she's going to make up for that.
Well, what they're doing a really good job of, I was looking through all their drafts that they had Marcy in it. They pick offlaners that are allowed to be left alone after like level 3, 4-ish, like Darkseers, Enigmas. Like they have some Beastmaster who's going to stack for himself. I think being able to make a hero like this work is not only understanding what you're lacking perhaps, but what this hero needs to function. Marcy's definitely one of the heroes that likes to roam on mid. She likes to go through the twin gate, and having that freedom of movement dictates their offlane pick, and everything has to fall in place. And if it's not a meta hero like Marcy, in this case she's not a meta hero, then if you don't enable her in every way possible, it's not going to work. So it takes a deep understanding of what it takes.
And you would think one of her shortcomings may be pushing, perhaps, because she's more combat-oriented, but I also have got a Wisdom rune for Paravision, showing that, on average, Paravision actually take towers extremely quickly, along with their opponents in Falcons. This is the first tower taken on average throughout Dream League Season 24, and these are the top 5 teams to do it. And unsurprisingly, the 2 teams that top their groups are the ones doing it the fastest. And while Paravision do enjoy the Marcy pick, they do go for some more pushing-oriented picks, as you can see on the right side of your screen, with the most pick position 5 for many of these teams. Enchantress and Pugna are topping the charts, and BetBoom team, who may be taking towers a little bit slower, have a less pushing-oriented support pick.
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching some of Paravision's games back yesterday, they play an incredibly fast pace of Dota. Like, reminiscent of how Liquid played last year, they love to pick these heavy sustain group up heroes on Ducalis, like the Chen and Enchantress as mentioned. We'll most likely be seeing some Pugna as well. And Crystalis, as a carry player, like he was notorious for playing these scrappy, brawly type of carries, you know, his Razors, his Bloodseekers, his Monkey Kings. He was never the style of carry to just, you know, sit back and farm. He's always looking for these early engagements, and I can see how that translates to early towers because of that. Pair that up with no one of all people on the mid lane who's just very kill-oriented, always looking for something to do. That just gives them this recipe for a very Liquid-esque, high-tempo kind of team, which is what they've been doing.
And a team to maybe finally push Falcons to the limit. So Falcons drop... How many games did Falcons drop in this group stage? That's against who?
I didn't look closely at who. I think the last game of the group stage they dropped versus Waska.
Oh, yeah.
And then they dropped one against Tundra, the first game overall of their tournament. So first and last.
First and last. But everything in between that sandwich.
Yeah, so they're going to lose game 1 of this series, and then they're good.
But oh, right, because it's the beginning of group stage 2.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well...
make win-loss sandwiches here.
And then they end it on a loss as well, but everything in between?
Yeah.
Nothing but dubs.
Exactly.
Hey, it's best of 3s now.
That is true.
We don't know if that's good or bad for Paravision because they've been thriving in the 2-game format. In a 3-game series, is 2 games enough? Like, let's say they take a win, drop a loss. Is that enough for a team within the best of 3 to kind of figure out how they're playing, especially through their position 5? Because it does seem like a lot of this is just oriented around Ducalis and how he's playing these 2 heroes.
And we'll see how many of them he gets his hands on as we get into the draft for game number 1, as Paravision ban out the Alchemist, the DK, the Doom, the Shadow Demon. Falcons ban out the Naga, the Ench, the Sand King and the Beastmaster. The first pick does indeed be that Pugna that Parivision and basically everyone in this tournament has been very, very reliant on. And Falcons respond with a Bristleback.
This is actually the first Pugna they played since their first series, though.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, this has not been their primary support. Their primary supports were Enchantresses and Chens typically for Ducalis. It was a little bit cookie cutter in terms of the summons. They're only the Enchantress is banned in this case, but I do like Pugna against Bristle and Lane. Good teams have been using that as well. You can stop somebody from taking quill damage at basically any stage of the game. It's very, very effective. Bristle's never going to buy a Nullifier, basically. There's just too many other important items he needs, and the Nether Ward against Bristle and Lane is also fantastic. Once you hit 2, you can kill him first, and that's normally not the case.
Yeah, you mentioned that like a few patches ago, like you were doing the math on Pugna's ward and everything, and the fact that they gave it a pretty high base damage before the mana cost, like in the past it was just purely based on the mana cost of a spell, so something like Quill's being 30 mana is not a big deal, but it's 50 base plus that, so you're effectively doing more damage to yourself on Bristle than you're dishing out during the laning phase, and like he's all about that war of attrition. And I think Pugna, I'm surprised they picked the Bristle into the Pugna, because I feel like when I've been looking at Team Falcons, they often pick the reverse, like they pick the Pugna as a response to Bristle. So curious what Amar is going to do to make that work.
The thing is, like, it can be annoying for Bristle, but as the game progresses and he gets items, like, Pugna does nothing to him. Like, sure, you're talking about the Netherward being a nuisance early on, but once you've got that Aghanim's Bloodstone BKB, what does Pugna do to you in team fights? He really isn't that much of a nuisance or that disruptive towards Bristleback outside of that early stage of the game. So maybe they just look at Bristle and what the hero provides them in terms of a 15-minute, very aggressive timing with that Aghanim Scepter coming out, that they don't really care about this core-to-core thing.
The time that the Pugna looked really effective against the Bristle is that you have to pair it with a guy that kills Bristle, okay? And Monkey King is an example. They banned that. I saw there was a Monkey King the other day. I don't remember what team played it. They had a Monkey King hitting a Bristle to death, like jumping in with like Scotty, ulting, and when he got down to like 40% HP, that's when the decrypt came out. And then it was like, okay, you're getting the Bristle killed and covering him with the Pugna, and that's when it felt useful. It's like you need 2 pieces to beat the Bristle instead of just the Pugna.
I know this hero sucks, but would they ever dip into the Crystallis Bloodseeker? Like, again, I've always thought he's really good against Bristle.
Really?
Yeah, I've always liked that matchup. So I'm wondering,
Doesn't
like,
he just run
it's
away
like the
and take less?
It's like built in it's not for the rupture. It's the built-in sustain, and then you have high attack speed, pure damage coming from your right clicks.
Gotcha.
So in lane, I'm wondering, like, I think they're gonna pick Crystallis' hero here. So is it the Razor? Like, that's the hero they've been picking more often.
There's also Alchemist that a lot of teams just like versus Bristleback, because you have a good kill tool set on lane with your acid spray and your stun, and then you match Bristle's timings. Like, Alchemist is a hero that comes online around the same time that Bristle does, actually, so you're never in a position where you can't fight back.
It did get banned, though, unfortunately, in the first phase.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it's all the way up there.
Oh, God.
So they do end up going with the Marcy. So now they have 2 heroes that basically keep somebody alive versus physical damage between Decrep and Bodyguard. Almost certainly going to be 9 class playing that. And they've got Pango. They paired Pango with Marcy, I think, in that replay that I brought up earlier as well, because it's just a nice hero that's going to be in the mix of things. And Marcy can leap off of him nicely.
They're just picking their heroes. Like, they picked Pango so many times as well. Like, I'm going through their drafts. Every single series, they have a game, at least one game with Pango in it. So clearly just comfort zone.
Yeah, and also this new super speed Pango is a nightmare to play against if you're a support like Hoodwink. And he just kills you and finds you so fast in these fights, you can't really get out many rounds of your spells.
And his ability to chain stun is just so much higher. Like, you can just run in a circle basically and hit the same support multiple times in a row. You don't need a wall nearby. You don't need as much skill. So there's just more, it's cleaner. The team fight impact is better.
You guys think in the next 5 years there will be a patch where people don't pick Pango?
Someday.
Will that happen? What does it take?
I think he's going to be one of those perennial heroes, like the Morphlings.
I just feel like every time I see a Pango nerf, something else about him's buff, so then he just gets, he's different now, you know?
Yeah.
Like, now he takes this facet instead of the other one. Now he goes Ags instead of building Diffusal. Like, I mean, now they were kind of going back to Diffusal again, but the point is, Pango's always viable, just slightly different every patch, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, having a BKB team fight ability with his ultimate is just always going to be valuable, I feel like. And you don't really need a mobility item to get that into action, which is sometimes the case for those powerful ultimates, so he just has like the full package.
They are lacking pretty hard lockdown for this Primal Beast. Like, if I'm thinking about Primal Beast, he's often countered by the supports. like something like an Enchantress that just dispels you, or something like Shadow Demon, for instance. And so they have no saves for Primal Beast ult. Like if he goes in with BKB on right now, he feels pretty free, and your ult does still cancel the Pango roll instantly. So that's a way to deal with like his freedom of navigation of the fights. So I'm really liking this Primal Beast pick. Malrine loves it as well. Like it's a signature of his.
You don't mind that it's going in blind?
Is it not a Pango mid?
Oh yeah, that's true. It'll be no one's. Never mind.
Yeah, it's been no one. I think. I mean, every game I saw, it was a no one Pango.
Yeah.
Because I see it with Beastmasters and Viper offlanes and stuff.
It's also just really important because we talked about the sustain coming out of heroes like Pugna and Marcy. But if you want this Bristleback to play these fights with the fear of Decrep later on, you've got a hero like Primal Beast that completely shreds this Pugna, right? Decrep will make it so that if he tries to save himself, you've got Primal with its trample just crushing him. So it is very important that you address this hero in Pugna if you want to enable your Bristleback.
And with Ogre in the game, they have a relatively strong laning stage against the Marcy, at least, that Ogre's going to be tanky if he gets thrown back. But he also amplifies whatever core they decide to go with. And Bristle here is still technically a flex. They could make it carry if they really, really wanted to. Not really their style, but it's an option.
Marcy, Viper, most likely the offlane duo. For all we know, they rotate Pango to 3 and try to give Primal Beast a tough time. I don't think you do that, though, because Primal Beast is one of the best mid laners at literally not laning. You just start cutting the wave once you're level 3. So I imagine this is Viper offlane. Definitely a DM special. He's one of these pub players that will go last pick Viper, Venomancer, the cheese guys that just meant to ruin your day and win the game that way. So he's definitely very good at making all of these heroes work. Because I feel like those heroes, they are easily... Their game is ruined if they don't do that job in the first like 10 minutes. That's the entire point of the hero. But I'm a bit nervous about it in the sense that they haven't seen his lane opponent yet. So yes, in the game, you have the break for Bristle, but...
I feel like it's good against Ogre, because if he gets ignited, he's just corrosive skinning back repeatedly, and he's going to keep him at a range, and he's doing mostly magic damage, which cuts through Ogre's armor. Ogre's not going to be able to get in Fire Blast range, basically, unless he commits to the death.
Also, like, Paravision have played Viper once before this DreamLeague, and they ran it mid on no one, so it could also just be something that they keep the flex open for the very end, because Viper versus Primal seems like a very free lane for Viper.
Yeah.
And they're banning out other potential mid laners. Party Vision take out the Sniper, and Falcons, meanwhile, are targeting Crystal's carry pool by banning out the Medusa and the Razor.
And I think Morphling is also an option for Paravision if that's something Crystal is comfortable playing here.
Yeah, his options are running thin. He ran the Gyrocopter earlier in this tournament and the Luna, but pretty much every other hero that he's run has been banned out.
Wow, where's that Bloodseeker? If there's anybody that's going to pick it, it's this guy. Not that I think they will, but...
I mean, Luna with a Silver Edge is a fine solution to Bristleback as well.
True.
That could just be like the hero they dip into now because all of his other heroes are banned.
I will say I'm a bit concerned if the carry doesn't have like a little bit of built-in sustain in the laning stage, because you're dealing with like Hoodwink Poke, you're dealing with Bristleback. So Luna, I would be nervous about the laning stage.
Falcons
But yeah, Morphling. built-in sustain,
What about like
that
a
works.
Muerte carry for Falcons?
Muerte carry? Is that a Skeeter hero, I guess, is my question. I don't think I've ever seen him play that.
So they do go for Morphling. I'm glad that was the first hero that came to mind. I'm not really sure. I'm sure Crystallis has been playing it a lot too. I wouldn't like rate it as his highest hero or the hero he plays best.
Yeah.
But it's just great here. It's a good hero on lane. It's gonna free farm. It's not under any kill threat by Hoodwink plus Bristle. And later on, it's also an excellent hero versus Primal.
So they go for the Luna themselves. Okay.
So where's this Pango and Viper going? Amar is the offlane Bristleback, and no one will be playing mid Viper. It's going to be DM on the Pango.
I'm not a huge fan of the Viper in this case, because yeah, it's gonna have a good lane, but I mentioned like I think Primal Beast is one of the best like non-laning mids in the game. Like what we're gonna see in minute 3 is he's gonna cut the creep waves behind tier 1 and tier 2, and it's really hard for Viper to properly counter gank a Primal. So I saw Malrine play Monkey King into Viper earlier this tournament, and he popped off even though he literally didn't lane for. So I think he's one of the best players at addressing these toxic heroes. So I'm skeptical of Viper's impact in this game. His ult break is really nice, but I do overall like the way Falcons formulated an entire game plan here.
I'll make a case for how they're gonna like play this Viper. Is I pretty sure that at some point Pango is going to be left alone, and 9 class on the Marcy is just going to be playing with that bodyguard around that mid lane, trying to get the tower early, like just kind of being Viper's +1 throughout the game, and shifting a lot of the resources away from Pango. And if they do that, it's a great Viper game. Like, it's great versus Primal, it's great versus Bristleback. They don't really need to buy the Silver Edge and Morphling. Like, they're already going to have the natural break within Viper. And if you can get them off to a good start, then I think their draft has so many solutions to Falcon's draft.
And the downside, though, is that then it's going to be a Pango offlane versus like a Luna +1, which is almost certainly going to be kill thready. So I think if DM plays relatively safe and just sacrifices his golden levels a little bit, but still gets 6 at an okay time, he can just roll into fights and be disruptive and set things up for Marcy. So it'll be fine for them if he doesn't feed too much, or if they're able to kill the Primal Beast while he's cutting waves.
I just think Primal has complete control of the map. Like, Marcy, Pugna as supports, I'm not afraid of this. And once I get phase boots level 5 as Primal, I'm concerned for both side laners. And I feel like even if he's not ganking them, he's going to be off map a lot. So they're going to have to kind of miss out on farm that way. And I just think Luna will have plenty of space. Amar's going to, like, Morphling lanes well against Bristle, but he also doesn't, like, kill Bristle early. So I think there's a lot on the no one kit, like, and a lot for him to do in this first, like, 12 minutes. And he's just a slow hero. So maybe he'll shut down 1 or 2 plays, but I guess I'm skeptical of Viper in terms of, unless it dumpsters its opponent laner, which I don't think he's going to.
That's okay, because it's a clash of the titans. We don't know which of these two teams are going to be better. It's a Topic Group A going against the Tropic Group B, and game number 1 with Cap and Synderen.
That's right, it's the battle of the best between Falcons and Perryvision. That's why they brought the best caster.
This one's a jam.
It is.
I'm just grooving. This one's really good. Not that the other ones aren't. They're pretty much they're pretty much only producing bangers. But you know, sometimes you can have a banger that's a little bit more banger than the other ones. And that
a banger that fits to your personality more,
this was
your taste.
This was the banger of their bangers so far. It was very nice.
So we had a little bit of back and forth banter during the draft. And by back and forth, I mean Amar all chatting and Chrysalis giving a question mark. Amar predicted that it was going to be a Razor pick.
Yep.
Never happened. Chrysalis gave him the question mark. They picked Morphling instead. Now they've been calling out smokes.
Yeah, I mean, there's some legacy for the Creep Wave gang, of course.
That is really interesting. He took his offlaner's lane and...
Wait, are they full-on lane? They're just lane
They're
swapping.
full-on swapping. Okay, okay.
Okay, I kind of like that idea theoretically. I was like, mid laner taking an extra wave and then TPing mid so he can lane against Viper. I thought it was kind of a creative approach.
Yeah, I thought
solving that problem.
With level 2, then obviously you're much less likely to get punished, but
they're gonna just put the Bristle against the Viper, which I mean, I don't know how good that lane. Wait, what's happened?
Okay, so I think he is mid, but he took the first wave top, and Amar took the first wave mid, and then now that Malrine is level 2, he's going to cut waves, maybe.
Okay, so they're just swapping wave number 1. Crit is in.
Okay. He's going back at Amar is chasing down no one.
No.
He's gonna kill no one. No way. What?
And now he's going top? Dude, this is so sick.
Oh my god. He didn't really miss. So the first wave, then the second wave got pulled by Crit, so he's not even gonna miss anything, really?
Dude, I swear this team is on another level when it comes to laning. It's so cool. I've already been singing Malrine's praises in unplayable matchups in this tournament when he was laning against, I think it was either a Husk or a Viper with it was Monkey King against Viper, right?
Game, yeah.
And he just left lane level 3 and dominated the map. And now in this one, they're doing this creative, first killing the wave top and then lane swapping so that Bristle gets the better start against Viper and then swapping it back. And now as a result, Malrine is 8-0 against a 4-3 Viper who has also died. This lane is probably playable now, actually. Oh no, don't tell me. Okay,
yeah, I was gonna say.
If he could have killed him there, that would have been just flat out game winning almost.
Yeah.
If Viper loses its lane in a favorable matchup, that is very bad luck for the rest of the game. But super cool stuff here from Falcons. I feel like they're the only team in the world that would have done this. And I don't say that often, because most of the time, there's like some consensus among the teams of, this is how you can put lanes. Oh yeah, you can lane swap. Oh yeah, you can pull these like waves as your primal mid. You can cut waves, etc. That all the teams do that. But this specific iteration of that play, super cool. Next level stuff.
My eyes are glued. Like, what is Malrine going to do next?
Yeah,
so he gave up on a wave and is going to cut another one. He's going to cut this. Using his mobility, which is a little risky, but the Viper isn't close enough to get a slow on him, so he's good.
Yeah, he bought boots first, and then because of the creeps he got, he was able to afford a bottle. And now he's using this to pull the wave, and now he can go and get the bounty rune. It's already being pinged out, I think, by the Pugna, but unfortunately for him, he will be late by just a little, so Malrine will get that mana refill, and I think he wants to pull the next wave in. Yeah. This is interesting, because the way Viper dominates its lane, it's no secret. You stand on the enemy hill, you bully them, and they can't really contest you because you're just stronger than them. But what if you just don't lane at all?
Yeah.
And you're taking advantage of
this, like, Eternal Envy, right? He was, like, one of the first people I really remember of doing the early cutting of mid-wave constantly. And we've seen different iterations of it, but the twist that Falcons have given this is definitely new.
Yeah, I think when Envy used to do it, it was mainly with Ember, and he would just skill Flame Guard, and then when he got level 3, he would just start cutting waves instead of laning against whatever meta mid was the matchup at the time.
Yep.
The difference is, this time around, you're not just cutting the wave, you're also farming hard camp. So Malrine is winning mid by not laning. Isn't that... It's so funny to say it out loud, but... Honestly, this is about as good as mid could have possibly gone.
And instead of trying to get... Oh, he almost got thrown up on the high ground there. That was close.
Malrine did sacrifice his water rune for that. Let's find that a bit surprising, because now he's actually going to have no resources, and now he has to go back to base. And this is probably the end of his advantage in mid.
Yeah.
He's going to miss a full wave, and when he comes back, he'll have to run all the way between the towers again.
But do you think he's going to come back?
Yeah, that's the other question.
He might gank a side lane with this.
True. He might just not return to lane.
We'll see. I bet in some regards it depends on what no one does. Like if no one is like hard denying the creep wave and keeping it back, then
big damage
here he comes. He's going to rotate to bottom lane. They're already going for the kill on Marcy. They get that. Now Malrine's going to show up and get the kill on DM as well. Oh, wait. Big stick. Still able to dive the tower, though. Malrine is tanky enough to take that one for him.
This hero with Bloodlust is huge. Give him a Giant's Ring, too. Let's see if we can see anything on the screen. Yeah. I hope he gets all 3 this game. Let's get a 60-minute game just so he gets Giant's Ring and make sure he buys BKB.
I would like that.
That would look sick. I think it's a bit of a... It's something that I feel like teams should pay more attention to when they're picking Ogre. This hero has, as we talked about in the green room, he had ridiculous win rate. I was very surprised. I had you and Ted guess what do you think the win rate of Ogre is, and you both had like something in the range of like 30 to 40%.
Yeah, we had losing win rate.
Yeah, and he's 12-3. And I think when you pick this hero, obviously you want a strong laner. You want him to enable a carry that truly uses Bloodlust, but I think it's really nice for Ogre when all 3 cores use Bloodlust well.
Sure.
And there are some heroes where it's way better than others. I think Primal Beast is an S-tier hero to get Bloodlust on. Move speed on this guy is amazing. It just amps up all of your damage when you're running around. And then the last guy is Bristle, who uses both the attack speed and the move speed exceptionally well. So all 3 core all 3 cores that he's playing with love Bloodlust, and that's nice. It's the same thing that I like to see when teams pick Io. That hero has fallen out of favor a lot. But I like when Io doesn't just have one partner in the team. I think it's very good to have 2, because then if the guy you're mainly tethered to dies, you have a secondary option. It also means when you're missing on the map, the enemy team can't always predict what your next move is, etc. DM, speaking of next move, here comes the
he
buff.
got him. He's going to be able to close that gap now. No one is going to try and get some return kills for them.
He will.
2, no problem there, but the fact that Malrine is still finding success around the map is definitely cause for concern, as Falcons have not lost this laning phase, truly. They are still actually slightly up in net worth.
We have been talking about this a lot, though, because it has been the story of the game in the mid lane, but if you do a little bit of inventory on the... Uh-oh, hang on, Malrine.
Well, he can go up the high ground with his
probably just get away here. Onslaught TP. He's just wasting them. There's no way he's greeting this bound or wisdom. He is.
Oh my god, he's gonna go back for it, try and knock him away. Got the wisdom, and now he'll die, but he got the wisdom. Dude.
The presence of mind to do that while there's 3 heroes chasing you. It was obviously his original plan when he went there, but I think most players with 10 seconds until rune spawn, they just call that off.
Yeah.
But he's like, they have no stuns, so I'm going to keep all 3 of them here for another 10 seconds. I'm going to steal the rune, and then I'll probably die, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah, if he messes it up, I think most people would not do that, because if you mess it up and don't get the Wisdom Rune, then you've just fed away your mid laner for no reason.
He just trusts in his ability and pulls it off. So what I was going to say was, now that we finally get to stop talking about Primal for 2 seconds, Morphling's doing really well. And this is a very good Morphling game for Crystallis. When we looked at the draft, I think I understand why Falcons were mentioning the Razor.
Dude, look at the vision game they were playing with that.
Okay here.
That was pretty cool. They, like, Snaking shows up out of vision because Skeeter is giving him nighttime vision of the hero, and neither one is being seen.
They just don't have the right hero combination to kill Morph. And that's going to be a problem for the remainder of the game, actually. That's part of the reason why the hero is so good here is the core-to-core matchup against Luna, I would say, is very good. And the enemy team does not have good, reliable lockdown to really prevent you from scaling and having major impact in fights. So I do think Crystal is having this good of a start. I could understand a potential Razor pick here as well, because the Bristle-Luna matchups are also good for that hero, but I still have Morphling as S-tier carry in this patch when it's uncountered. I feel like that hero takes over games like none other.
Yep.
We had this talk the other day of what our S-tier carries are, and we agreed that the top 3 in some sort of order are probably Luna, Alk, and Morph, right? That was probably the top 3. To me, Morph is #1 when he's uncountered, but on average, Alk is probably #1 because of the easier application.
Sure, like we've seen a lot of Alk games where he dominates and he was like first pick, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the difference, is that carry, what usually constitutes an S-tier core is that you can pick it first in the draft.
Sure.
And Alk is almost the only one, actually, that we see first picked as a carry at least. So.
And I think the difference between the Morphling and the Razor, I feel better about going late game with the Morphling.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that is always something important to have, unless you are very, very confident in your laning phase execution against Falcons, right? This is a team that is so good at laning that a lot of times they outscale you and they win the lanes, and it puts a lot of teams in a really awkward position in the mid game, right? To both recover and take over the game before Falcons get to their point where they've got, you know, their triple BKB lineup or whatever it is.
Yep. Nice catch onto DM.
Beautiful stuff. Not quite enough for the kill yet. But DM's dead now. Okay.
Yeah, they got him right before level 6. This kill is not possible anymore when he comes back to lane, but they got it the last time they could, and yeah, this Pango is having a miserable time. I mean, this lane is unplayable. Ogre Luna has to be one of the worst matchups you can play in this patch as Pango off lane.
Sure.
So strong. You can't trade with the Ogre. The Luna has range, so you just get spam ignited and beamed. You just lose on resources, and in order to farm, you have to use mana, because you can't ever go to the wave and hit the creeps.
Yeah.
It's a really tough time.
Are in trouble, broken by the Viper, and bodyguarded as well.
I love how he instinctually turns his back, and then we just saw his camera, and he was like, I have no purpose. It's just, why am I playing this hero?
What am I doing here?
Yeah, that's
being
always going to be
by
that
one of my
Viper
favorite heroes.
Yeah, it's so unfair when my best hero gets countered by my other best hero, and my third best hero is banned. Or actually, I'm suggesting it to the enemy carry to pick that. Amar's going to buy Yules eventually for this problem. We saw him do that the other day when he played the Bristle Viper matchup. You can avoid entirely the application of Viper Strike if you Yule when it's mid-air. And if it does connect on you and your Yule, you buy yourself a very valuable couple of seconds to outlast it, because the duration obviously still ticks, and as soon as that break is off, your hero is back to normal. I wonder what is actually the stronger Bristle counter, depending on lineup, if it would have been the old Nether Toxin or the current Viper Strike, back when Nether Toxin used to be a break. Because that one was way lower cooldown.
Yep.
But Bristle could also navigate it easier. This one is going to be a guaranteed hit, but then again, you can itemize against it with Yules, Lincolns, etc. So it's like, I don't actually know what version of Viper is the better Bristle counter, if it's the current one or the last one, but both are good, of course.
I feel like I like the current version. Like, Viper Strike is just easier to kill some of these heroes, in particular with Bristleback, early on in the game. And I feel like Viper wants that kind of momentum, but I suppose if you have a lineup...
Hey!
Oh, the haste rune. Can he get away with it? Oh, he got up to the high ground. He's instantly
He's not even using the rune. He's just TPing.
Yeah, he holds on to that one. He's got a Blink Dagger haste rune when he comes out. Oh boy.
Damn, he's wasting no time healing in the fountain.
Yes.
maybe should have stayed there for a little bit longer, but once he has business to attend to.
Yeah, we'll see if the extra second or two makes the difference here.
Well, Pugna's dead.
He is very dead. Still holding on to that haste rune too, so still more threat on the map that Perivision have to worry about.
Amy, at any given time, he can solo Viper. That's the thing about having this rune on Primal, is that it completely unlocks that matchup for the duration of holding onto the rune. And they're gonna just put pressure knowing that they have this rune in their back pocket. They feel like Perivision can't fight them, and seems like that is a mutual agreement. So a 3,000 lead for Falcons already, and they take the mid tower. The majority of this gold is just Pango, and we've talked about this before. I think how I feel like Pango is one of the better offlaners at playing with bad net worth, because inherently so much of what you do is just down to spell casting and not so much to itemization.
Yeah.
So it's not a alarming situation that they're in. It's definitely not ideal either.
Surrounded by all these heroes, he's going for the kill, and he will not have enough damage in the end. Bailed out by Ducalis.
If Trample wasn't expiring...
Oh, Chrysalis! Turns into the Primal Beast, but is a bad driver.
What a great situation. If Trample hadn't expired, Malrine could have killed all four.
Yeah.
In another 3 seconds, I think. But right funny situation there.
You still want to hold this tower.
Yeah. Well, Malrine has full resources, so this is a little bit awkward for Perivision. They're half HP on Pango. They have no health on Pugna, so he can't really drain anyone.
But they brought all of these heroes, in particular the immobile Viper, right?
Yeah.
It's like they want to get something out of this.
For sure. If you just run back here, it feels like such a big loss. Oh.
They're going to jump on. Oh, what a stun from 9 Class. He blinked into it on Malrine. They'll only get the kill on Snaking for it, but what a stun.
I still feel like this is not great for Perivision. They're spending so much time. And in the meantime, Falcons are just farming up their Luna. They're farming up their Bristle in the jungle. So I guess this was a necessary evil. Like maybe you just had to take this tower to open up the map, but the amount of heroes and the amount of time they needed for it definitely wasn't ideal. As this gave Amar effectively an Ags, just this downtime with no pressure.
That Ags in turn quickly will become more items.
He's actually not going for the Euls in his quick buy. He has the BKB. I thought Euls was going to be his second item.
Okay. They do have a lot of magic damage he's matched up against. Can Ducalis save him again? Getting off the Rolling Thunder, it goes off successfully, and now DM will try and get some revenge here as stunning up Malrine, but they have no damage to back him up.
I wonder in a situation like that for Falcons if you just redirect your focus to the Pugna and just kill him, right? I think you could have guaranteed killed Pugna once the life drain started. You could just thrown the Hoodwink ulti onto Ducalis and then redirected your Primal Beast there. Might be something the players need to get used to a little bit now that Pugna becomes more meta, is in those situations you just have to switch targets.
Chrysalis, see if you can help no one here. Eclipse is going to be used, and Chrysalis says no.
The answer is no. I cannot help you, my friend. Yeah. It's one of Luna's big strengths as a carry is its ability to do that once in a while, even in the early game. Strong laning, good team fighting, and can even skirmish. What more could you possibly want out of a hero?
So they're going to go double BKB, which when you have BKB, Perivision damage for the early to mid game it's all magic damage, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that timing is going to be really rough. Malrine's going to get his first. I imagine Skeeter will get a third BKB eventually, but
yeah, they
the
all
second one
BKBs for sure. I will say though, Perivision's lineup has a point at which the BKBs become less of an issue. When Marcy gets an item, when Morph gets farmed enough, Pango obviously does some physical damage. It all adds up. But yeah, for the time being, this BKB on Primal is going to be exceptionally powerful, especially because they don't have a BKB piercing stun. So Malrine can effectively just choose a hero he wants to kill. And I would probably choose Pugna as the go-to. to start the fight off nice and simple and build it from there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's a nice stacks here on no one. We've seen a couple of Viper games this tournament. We've not been impressed with it, at least I haven't. But no one has better farm than the other Vipers we've seen. This hero can be a late game monster when you get there. But a big part of the appeal is winning your lane, and that didn't happen.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
Snake looking at Ducalis down here, but no backup. Now it's arrived. Will it be in time?
Dire's
Yes,
middle
it
tower
will.
is
The
under
big man
attack.
is here
Oh, unless
to get a kill on Ducalis.
Very
Got the
quick
Decrepify off really quickly.
Doesn't really help.
No,
Considering the enemy heroes dealt exclusively magical damage there, that was not a big help.
no. But impressive in the quick reactions.
He's getting into their heads. They're like, damn, this guy's fast.
He's so good.
It's going to matter later. High class. It is nice for Viper to play with Marcy. I feel like this is an interesting combo. You compensate for Viper's mobility weakness by just using a rebound on him.
Yep.
It helps him get out of trouble. It helps him initiate. And on top of that, no one also bought Boots of Travel, which is pretty standard for mid-Vipers. So I think that hero's inability to navigate fights will be a lot less significant in this one. And again, this 3K lead, yep, that's what it's like playing Marcy when there's nobody to kill. But, you know, some games just develop this way.
Well, there is an objective to contest, but it does not seem like Parivision want to play for that side of the map. That objective, which is Roshan. Falcons bring all 5. So this is the point where maybe Parivision can even out the net worth a little bit. They're farming all over the place. But.
Yep. And I think once again this lead is, for my money, pretty insignificant. Like having 2k less on the Pango than the Bristle, or as a matter of fact, it's 3k. So aside from those two heroes, we're dead even. I still think Pango in a game like this can find enough impact. You're not playing against heroes that hard counter you, so even if you're poor, you can still get good ultis off, you can still land a couple of spells. It would be more concerning if he was against, you know, a TA, which is going to body you in 2 attacks in the fight, or a Monkey King ring that you can't roll into. But against Luna, until she gets really farmed,
they had the vision there, but they smoked through. Did anybody watch the gate? It seems like they are backing up. It was pretty interesting. Parivision seemed to have an idea of smoking on that Roshan play, expecting Falcons to come through the gate, and maybe that's an opportunity to get a successful fight even against an Aegis, but it didn't happen immediately. A little bit delay there. Falcons now pushed out that bottom lane, gotten aggressive.
What kind of a play is that? He just blinked next to the Morphling and ran away. The mental game is on point from Malrine. They'll steal the Tormentor and look for the tower, so already getting some good value out of this Aegis. And I assume they will go to their own Tormentor after this. At least that's an option that they have. I guess any pairing plus Bristle could just do it. Bristle can also solo it at level 14. Should be fine. So they can just send Amar over there to do that task. I don't think high ground is really in the cards right now. Outside of Falcons. They want to control this area and get the Wisdom Rune, and Ogre already over covering the other. So they get double Wisdoms, and they steal the Tormentor. That's all in a day's work. Very nice.
Do you feel like Parivision are dodging fights right now?
Yeah.
At what point do you feel like they will be good to fight again? Are we purely just waiting for the Aegis to expire, or is there an item timing that we're looking at?
I mean, I think if they had free choice, they would want the Aegis to expire, and they would like to get at least 2 BKBs.
Okay.
The Morph one is almost complete, the Viper one is half, and then Marcy's working on hers, and that one will take a while. Marcy does have Iron Talon, though. That can be a pretty big help, because it allows the hero to kill Ancients, which it otherwise has to ulti for, or just kill big camps. It's going to accelerate things a decent amount. In a very stale game like this is an incredible neutral item on a lot of heroes, including supports.
Yeah, I think Marcy is one of the biggest downsides of the hero is that for her to continue growing in the game, I do feel like most of the time you need to be getting kills.
Yes.
Because the hero sucks at just punching neutrals.
It's really bad at farming, but Iron Talon can solve that, as it has historically done for a lot of heroes.
True.
As a matter of fact, it used to enable heroes to jungle level 1. Had many a good game on Juggernaut doing that for a while. That was a good time. The item was different back then, but you could afford it minute 0.
Back when Legion Commander was a good offlaner.
And the jungle, did the jungle spawn at 0 in that patch as well, or was it already delayed? Because they did those two things somewhat closely together, right? Have delay the jungle spawn and remove Iron Talon? I miss a little bit of that diversity. You know, I miss the ability to...
That's a good one.
I miss the ability to for heroes to jungle level 1 or for tri-lanes to work and stuff like that. We mainly just see the 2-1-2 almost every game.
Yeah.
It's cool to have a bit more diversity. 9 class has nothing to jump on.
I guess this is my problem with the... I feel like the BKB timing for Falcons is very potent. I'm not as convinced that Parivision's BKB window is going to be as strong because Falcons still has a pretty healthy amount of physical damage between a Bristleback and then just a scaling carry.
Yeah. It's mainly going to come down to good fight selection, I think, on Parivision's part. You want to either kite the BKBs if possible and then reinitiate with Pango, or you want to get a really clean hit where you get in with Pango on top of someone before they BKB and then Morph just kills them instantly.
Yeah.
But I'm never going to count out Morphling in a game like this because I've just seen it too many times that if you're in this healthy net worth position, all it takes is one good fight and you're just suddenly running the game because the enemy lineup doesn't counter you that well. But Chrysalis still has some ways to go. I think getting Conda or Daedalus will really change the game for me. Not necessarily in their favor, but it will make it a lot more even than it feels right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the end of the day, Parivision, if they feel comfortable that this game in its current state, that they're farming enough, I don't really disagree. Because I think fighting right now is a lot harder than farming for them. So as long as they navigate the map well, they obviously understand that the enemy team's catch is somewhat limited. And even if they do get caught, their heroes are relatively tanky.
Yeah, I mean, they kept Falcons, they got 1K out of that Aegis.
Yeah, that's a very good result for Parivision.
Yeah. 4,000 net worth lead is not insurmountable.
And that 1K was despite getting both Tormentors, right?
Yep.
So,
both Tormentors, they probably got a lot more experience, but because of the double Wisdom Rune.
Maybe the Aegis power play doesn't count the Torment. Or it does, it says net worth, so I'm assuming it counts all of it. It's a little bit surprising they only won 1,500 with that. DM?
He's going to be found, blinks away, gets off the Rolling Thunder, and away he goes out of the reach of Malrine.
Yep. Nice reaction there. Heads up play. Going for the Lotus to counter Pulverize. Pretty standard response from Pango to this hero-to-hero matchup. Once he gets there, that will be a guaranteed roll that cannot be intercepted by the enemy team.
Other side of the map, Crit's going to run into 9 class.
And he's got backup opponents, so this should be very easy. Tries for team, but...
What's is Snake King thinking about? No, he's not.
How many gum do you think Crit is chewing?
Yeah, it's what? It's become the gum meta lately.
He's actually dead.
Yeah, it's broken, so he's dead. They actually do have enough damage to kill him, so great pickoff. I mean, who cares about losing 9 class?
Why is 9 class tipping Crit? Oh, because he left Bristle alone to go and kill the Marcy, and he was like,
yeah,
I'm playing on a different level than you. It was bait to set up my team to kill your core when you killed me 20 seconds ago top.
I was about to say, that's a bold move to say you're out strategically thinking Crit.
It's like, I set that up.
All me, baby.
Yep.
It's a chill game, Sengrin.
It's pretty calm, but I will say this is a very high-skill game. You have some games where it's a bit of a lull and you're just farming.
Yes, other teams would be down like 9K to Falcons, right?
Exactly. Parivision are playing the map very well from a difficult position, so I still feel like it's interesting to watch how they navigate things, and also because of the grand scheme of things, there are other games where teams are farming against Falcons and you just know they're going to lose. Yeah. And this one isn't that clear cut. I'm not like, okay, Paravision are playing a losing game. It's just a matter of time. It's obviously a very possible outcome. I'm not going to say they're favored here, but
yeah, I do think that they are as free of a Morphling game as it could be. I feel like the 5-on-5, I would slightly lean towards Falcons, but not by a dramatic amount. I think for me, it's Marcy's actually probably the biggest X factor.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's just so poor.
Yeah.
If Marcy had a better game here, I would be a lot more inclined to favor Paravision later down the line. They're actually going to go for a move now, though, and their smoke will break. They're leading the charge with Viper, and this should be a dead Ogre.
There it is. Combination of damage and stuns. Viper and Marcy duo finds a kill.
Not the best one, but it's something. They open. They get a little bit of space, if nothing else. Sometimes a smoke kill on a support feels kind of bad, but if nothing else, you forced Falcons away a bit so you can get some vision and some information, which DM will promptly find against Amar. We'll Lotus in case he's getting hounded by the Pulverize, but not the case.
I think it also feels good when you, whenever the smoke finds a kill in a game like this on the enemy side of the map, because then you can kind of disseminate and like take farm as you move back to your side.
Yeah. Amar went Ghost Step. Interesting.
Okay, so next time he gets Viper struck in all in, he's gonna BKB Ghost Scepter TP.
I wonder why he didn't go for the Yules this game when he did it the last time against Viper. What's the significant difference in this? Because I think the Yules looks good.
Maybe Marcy is like a pretty good nullifier hero. That's the only thing I can think about. Is that like he feels like nullifier is an item this game as opposed to the previous one?
It's just so far away, right?
Yeah, it is.
Are you actually... I don't think his item build takes into consideration what Marcy's going to have minute 50.
I feel like was Wind Waker a better item in that game?
I think it's good in this game too, so... I don't know.
Maybe something to ask if Falcons ends up
would be an
interview.
I feel like that would be interesting to hear. A lot of the time, the insight players offer when it comes to itemization can be very illuminating of how they think about the game in general.
DM, he doesn't get on Rolling Thunder. This is dangerous. Okay, Lotus Orb, and they don't commit for the kill. The Bristleback is down low here, trying to finish him off. Crystal is trying to catch up. Mauri gets the grab on the Morphling, not Strength Morph, he's dead. They thought they were gonna be able to kill the Bristleback, and it would have been a big win. Instead, they lose their carry and their mid lane. Add in some supports, and there's the game breaking wide open for Falcons.
Yeah. Ghost Scepter definitely worked well there.
Yeah.
Can't say for sure that it was better than Yule's, but it was cheaper. So perhaps that's the thing. He's just looking at, I need one of the two, and if there's somewhat equally good in this game when you're getting jumped by these heroes and you just Ghost Scepter, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah. I mean, he like pulled Crystallis out of position a bit. They pounce immediately. Good grab from Mauri.
Very nice grab.
And now we come back to 9 class on the run. A fugitive. Found and by Sheriff Crit.
Why can't I think of that word? What is it you call someone? Is it called the Ranger? The guy who has like a little hut in the forest and he's like, that's like his forest that he's taking care of? Is that what it's called in English? I forgot
the Ranger. Yeah, correct.
All right. I'm sure people would love to have hoodwinks their Ranger in real life with everything I read about how fond people are of that. That would be a way to get people into the woods more. Go outside. The Ranger was a squirrel. That's some 6 fucks out there, Cat.
I was like, where is Sindrin going with this? Is he going with it on just like a cutesy people love animals? Or is he going a darker path? He chose the darker path.
Absolutely shocking. All right, Tormentor, Ducalis gets the upgrade. Not the best this game. It has its moments where if you're playing against illusion-based heroes, it can be really cool to drain your ward, but nothing else, it gives you cast range on it, which is kind of nice. You can place it on cliffs and in your base sometimes. That can make the fight a little bit easier to set up. But overall, probably the worst shard they could have got.
What do you give the chances of Falcons taking a lane of barracks with this Aegis? Got 4 minutes.
Well, they put it on Bristle.
On a Bristleback. So
yeah,
that says to me almost like that they don't plan on going.
Yeah, I'm reading it the same way. I feel like this is not a sieging Aegis. So I give them a pretty low chance because I think they're uninterested. But if somehow Paravision run into them and lose a fight, then they will take racks. So let's say 10%. If the opportunity arises, they will not shy away from sieging. But I don't think they're just going to run in point blank with Bristle and get started. I think they want to kill someone first.
Say goodbye to all your vision. You have an 11,000 net worth lead against a Falcons lineup that is rocking 2 strength heroes that are getting very, very tanky. They're running around with a gem. I feel like I've seen this story a year ago. They're really good at being able to bully you on the map at this point.
It's the same bedtime story every night. It doesn't get more interesting.
It's fitting because it is putting me to sleep a little bit.
It's whatever works. These guys know how to win. Amar,
Night Class, he needs help to be able to jump away. Maybe he doesn't need help. Maybe he's going to jump onto Amar here. Amar does have backup, though. The outpost is taken. They're going to TP onto that point. Still going to try and fight it out, though. Gotta grab on the high ground here. DM slips the low ground off the swashbuckle. They're fighting the Luna. The Luna, they're actually winning that fight, but he runs away, and now they get run down as Maureen comes through. Crystals is still doing okay, but the combination of Amar and Maureen means they will eventually have enough damage to bring down these cores. They're going to chase after the Morphling, see if they can get him, while DM hitting that back line did manage to finish up the Luna. Crystal is turning into the Primal Beast, but he didn't get up to the high ground. Amar finishes up the bash to the head, and DM will die after killing the Luna, and Amar's just going to keep going. He still has that Aegis, by the way. And he's going to throw Quills back in your face. He was like 2/3 HP on that final Quill hit.
I think if you're Pugna fighting Bristle, you should decrep yourself and then drain the Bristle, not decrep the Bristle and then drain.
Yeah.
Just insta-dying. This is really good Force Staff here on Skitter, getting him out of trouble. I think it was his own Pike. And yeah, they do kill him eventually, but it takes everything. They set their Viper into nowhere. DM uses his entire roll to hit one hero that they've already committed everything onto. And I don't blame them. I think that actually looked like a pretty promising initiation, but Falcons were very quick to respond. Can't wait to see this kill on the Pugnagon. I feel like he one-shot him for like 70%.
Yeah, seriously.
All right,
yeah, he
that's
must
the one kill we don't get to see. This is so unfair. Amar,
is he finally going to lose his Aegis? Yes. He will. 9 class. Is there anything you can do with this situation? You throw him up to the high ground? He does, and gets a stun on him at that point. They do not have a break for him, though. 9 class is committed to death here. He is just trying to get damage on Amar. It's not going to work. TPs are coming in, but they're a little bit late. Get rocked.
Chrysalis can't even reach to morph into Primal.
I feel like
they did get the racks. The 10%er.
They did.
Maybe it was a bad prediction. I don't know. I feel like it was because Paravision went and looked for the fight outside their base.
Yeah.
And Falcons just won it. That was the one way that this was going to happen, and it did. And it did relatively cleanly, too. I feel like Falcons suffered barely any casualties in that situation. So looking very, very good for them this game now. Luna will complete Butterfly in a moment. Is that a fresh Vlad's from the Ogre, or did he have that in the fight too? Because these support items are starting to matter quite a bit. The Hoodwink is stupid rich.
Yeah, got a full-on Gleipnir now.
Yeah, crit is massive. He has Gleipnir and Enchanted Quiver, so he's going to do a lot of damage. He might even be able to like solo a hero like Pugna or even the Marcy if he catches them off guard, or at least drop them very, very low.
And the Paravision cores are not scaling as much as they would like to. DM still trying to work on Aghanim Scepter. No one's thinking about a Butterfly, but that's a ways away. Did you see that post about the level 20 talent on Viper?
I don't think so.
I'd never done the math on 0.2 Predator damage per missing health, but that is a truly atrocious.
Oh, it's like a really bad one?
Yeah, it gives you... It's pathetic. It's pathetic how little damage it gives you.
Wow, that is indeed pretty bad, right? Yeah, that's really bad. Oh my god, I'm just reading over it. Yeah, okay. I'm not taking that one.
For a while.
If I ever am deep enough down that if I'm ever Giga down and pick Viper, I will take it. All right. Oh, yeah.
Goodbye.
Lucid Beam is fine. Don't.
No one. He's not going to make it, Malrine. Somebody gave him a force staff. I think that was crit. Get Malrine close enough to get the grab on the Viper, and...
I mean, this might just be game, actually, because you can buy back the Viper without Marcy, but I don't know if you can win this fight 4v5. They're going to try, probably, but I mean, this lane is already going to be open. Ogre has the Fire Shield. We've talked about this. This is probably why the hero is 12-3.
It's true.
You think this shard is the best in the game. You told me privately. On stream, you say it's C tier.
Yeah, without the shard, 50% win rate.
Yeah.
With the shard, 80%.
Oh, they find crit. Okay, that's a good start.
Yeah, nice kill that they can get quick and clean. Now chasing for more. Now Mar does have his Ghost Scepter and his BKB, so they don't want to be lured into over-committing for this hero. They've already used the Viper Strike on him. Bump back. Oops. Pushed himself into those rocks, but that's okay.
That's a good ward. That find on crit is actually going to probably delay this push by enough. This is going to buy them some much-needed time. They're obviously still in major trouble, but...
You know what's funny?
No.
The Viper took that talent.
Oh, no.
We talked about how bad it is. It's like, that's mine.
I mean, so what did he go from? He went from 1.15 to 1.35 physical damage per missing percent health on the target. Right, let's see it being put to use here.
See if he can do enough damage to threaten Amar, who still has his BKB in his blood zone. He activates it, but he still gets blown up.
He didn't BKB.
Oh, what?
He might have killed all of them.
Yeah, he might have, honestly. He was throwing out so much damage so quickly.
All right.
Okay.
He's tilting. This is it. He's not
Amar's
tilting. He thinks Viper doesn't have buyback, probably. They just want to end here. Looks like it's over. It's close to 25, by the way, on the Bristle. That's going to make things much, much scarier for the Paravision side. Now he's going to get that 18 damage per Warpath stack, so he hits for a measly 700.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With 0 damage items.
Slam! DM is already dead. A BKB activated by 9 class, a waveform that goes through a bunch of heroes, but the damage was pathetic there. Just does nothing, even with the talent where he's attacking through that waveform, and they'll just take over the whole base. GG is going to be called, and Falcons will take game 1. Malrine with a little bit of a smile at the end. Of course, anytime he's matched up against one of his old creep wave buddies, Amar gets a whole lot more talkative, having some fun.
Yeah, Falcons definitely had fun in this game. I think that was arguably one of the best games they've played this tournament. I know they've only lost 2 single games like the panel talked about, but this one to me was very convincing against a strong opponent. They played solid lanes, they had very good understanding. I loved the first 3 minutes of this game. Those were my favorite minutes. Was watching Malrine and Amar solve a little mini puzzle inside the game, basically, to great effect. And I think that really threw Paravision off with what they were trying to do. Just these first few minutes really put a lot more pressure on them than it would have liked. And Falcons will, with relative ease, take this game as we look at the scoreboard here. So
I found the
healthy
post, by
damage
the way.
numbers.
Weakest level 20 talent ever. So it is percent base. So when they are 100% HP, full HP, it does nothing. No damage. If they are missing almost all of their HP, it's 20 extra damage per hit. So you're talking about, on average, you're talking about around 10 damage increase per hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Viper Strike talent is probably just flat out better every game, more or less. But fortunately for no one, that is not why they lost.
True.
So it would not have mattered what talent he had. It would, as a matter of fact, not have mattered if he was level 25.
What do you think would have mattered for Paravision in this game? Because they did manage to keep it kind of close, right?
Yeah, probably. I think that one fight they took outside of their base that really broke the base wide open kind of was where they lost it. So maybe playing a bit more defensive or finding a better angle, but it's easier said than done.
Yep. All it takes is one team fight when you're matched up against Falcons, and they found that team fight. Take it 1-0.
That's how slim the margins are when you're playing against the current reigning champions of international lands, as Falcons recently won Belgrade, and they are showing no signs of slowing down the momentum. Whereas Paravision, they didn't even win RES. They got second place at RES against Avalis, but they did top this group. And they did it with Marcy, but not in this game, Brian. It seems that whatever maneuvers that Paravision were trying to pull with moving the Pango to off lane, picking up the Viper, didn't really hold water.
Yeah, back in the green room, my summary of that game was when Mira like looked at her tablet for like a minute and then looked up and suddenly there was a 3K net worth lead for Falcons. No kills had happened. She's like, wait, what? Like, what happened? And it's like, well, nothing really happened. I feel like I think they on Party Vision they kind of overlooked the aspect of heroes that can just run around really fast. They really have no way to deal with it until Pango comes online. I give credit to Malrine. If anyone out there is like wondering how to deal with toxic mid lane matchups, this is the guy to watch. I mentioned he popped off on Monkey King versus Viper during group stage 1, and he basically just did the same thing, ganking level 5 on the side lanes as Primal sacrificing himself for a Wisdom Rune. Just amazing macro vision of the game from Falcons. That's it.
I mean, that by Malrine, just like charging, having 3 people follow you around, charging into them, taking the Wisdom Rune, dying. Like, he created so many problems for Paravision and their slower moving lineup. Like, that's the nature of having something like a Viper mid, very slow to move around the map. But he was just like creating issues like lane cutting, going to gank bottom, going to gank top, causing chaos with the Wisdom Rune. And I think also a lot of that was heavily enabled by like Amar just coming mid and killing Viper at minute 1, like having the offlane Bristleback just go mid and kill the enemy mid laner. I really do think that the way Falcons were such a nuisance in the first 10 minutes of the game made it so that there's like a trickle-down effect of Paravision never really being able to connect their heroes together. Because we saw when their heroes together, they were taking heroes down, but it never really happened for them.
So when you refer to watching Malrine as being a maestro at dealing with these kinds of toxic matchups, the thing that I find most impressive is how does he do things that are important enough that Falcons has to respond, that Party Vision has to respond to it? Because you can do a lot of unpredictable things, but they'll be like, well, whatever, he's cutting the wave and then farming a hard camp. Like, I don't need to respond to that. What does he do that makes Party Vision be like, oh my god, we have to deal with this guy?
I mean, like I mentioned that sometimes it's a matter of Primal just missing off the map. He's probably the most powerful hero at like minute 5 to 10 from the mid lane, where he can just show up at any time. He could just be using Trample to be farming a jungle camp, or he could charge out of the trees and just kill DM behind his own tower. And yeah, no one ended up TPing in that specific instance and getting a double kill in response. But Primal will just go right back to doing exactly that again. And I think it was Purge in the draft that said that they really needed to pick something on the side of Parry Vision that threatened Amar.
Right.
It felt like both side lanes were always under duress whenever Primal wasn't showing, which was basically never. And on the other hand, Amar and Skeeter were just hitting creeps. And I think that accounted for their entire lead at like 15 minutes. And it was the part of the draft that Parry Vision just kind of, didn't have the proper vision of.
But in another world where they were able to put more of a leash on this Primal Beast pick, do you think the Viper would have been validated? Because what I saw in this game, I was like, Viper's not doing anything here other than the break against Bristleback that no other mid laner would be able to do.
I think so for sure, because I loved the Viper pick. I thought that it made a lot of sense for the draft. And we even saw like when he was getting the Viper strike off on the Bristle, how quickly that died when there were heroes with him. But Paravision actually were never able to create that situation for themselves where they were playing around the Viper because Falcons were running around the map and being so chaotic. And when they hit their Bristleback timing around that minute 15 that this hero always hits with that Aghanims, all of a sudden they were grouping up, right? They were grouping up very early. They took that rush on very early. And then you're playing into this 5-man without having used the threat of the Viper to threaten these heroes around the map or kill Bristle. You're playing into a 5-man so quickly and it didn't seem like Paravision had a means to fight them back.
And they may not have even had the vision to fight them back, because I sent Purge out there to find the Kadia wards, plural, of the game.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, there's a bunch of different vision tools that Team Falcons used to finally get a big gold lead. They had about a 3K gold advantage, and what they started doing is they started putting wards on the sides of the map to spot heroes and find gank opportunities. So I have some of those examples that I'd love to show you guys here. Wards on the side lane, that's usually where people end up farming when they are busy. So if you can put the wards over there, these little characters, Vision right here, for example, they run a little bit south. They're going to be able to try to grab like some Pangoliers, that kind of thing, if they can. In this case, Ward here over on the side, looking for this here. This gave them some vision potentially to go look for the Viper kill. These wards on the side are a huge deal because it allows you to start catapulting your gold advantage farther and farther in the league.
Are you fully used to the expanded map now? Does it make you feel weird anymore, or now it's like an accepted part of Dota for you?
I mean, it's very accepted. Once you play enough games, you're just like, this is where stuff is, and these are... The biggest thing is playing without having to think about it.
Yeah.
And I think that does happen more often. You just start thinking like, oh, where do I normally go at this part of the game? Oh, I go farm this part of the jungle because it's giving me 6 HP regen, and there's camps in this pattern, and this is the same movement pattern. That's the stuff that all players use, but the best players will be extremely efficient on those patterns, and because there are weird parts of the map, putting vision there is helpful because normally you feel safe. They're like, oh, they had to cross the entire map to go ward in this area, so it feels like a good place to be. But that's what Falcons did successfully. They got vision on those side lanes. They were able to use Mallory to go run place to place really quickly, look for a kill. With those kills, they do high ground poking, or they get more map control, take more greedy resources. It all like compounds their advantage from their nice draft.
Once upon a time, I was shocked if I would ever get used to it, but now I go back to the old map, and it almost feels claustrophobic in comparison. That like, once you get squeezed out of your jungle in the old map, that you had nowhere else to go. You were completely suffocated. Whereas now I feel like there are more contingencies for teams to not completely get shut out of the game.
That's an interesting point. I don't think anyone's enough of a weirdo to go back to the original map. Just
no.
you.
We move forward.
That's a you thing.
Like a shark. We move forward. We move forward in this series as well because it's a 3-game series between these two teams. Will Party Vision be able to equalize the score, or will we get a 2-0 from Falcons? We'll find out after the break.
Oh, there's a howling in the distance and a moon so bright. A creature's on the prowl in the middle of the night. He's got fur and fangs and eyes that gleam, but this ain't a normal beast, he's a surfing machine. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. The full moon rises and his change begins from a man to a beast. Oh, what a sin. He's got a burning passion that he can't hide. Paddles out at midnight and he's ready to ride. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. Woo! All right! Ow! When he's out on the water, his troubles fade away. The rhythm of the ocean keeps his mind at bay. He calls through the waves with an untamed style. Can't even hang ten from mile after mile. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side.
Do you see that? Somebody's out there shredding in the middle of the night. Is that Johnny? Oh wait, no, this guy's covered in hair. That's a werewolf!
He glides on the water like a creature possessed. With the power of the ocean, he is truly blessed. When morning breaks through, he'll be back on the sand. A man once more with a surfboard in his hand. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. So the next time you see a full moon in the night, remember the werewolf surfed with all his might. He's a legend of the ocean and a creature so rare. He's a howling surf rider with the wind in his hair. He's a werewolf on a wave and he's riding the tide. He's a howling at the moon with the wind by his side. I've been feeling something in my brain. Something that might mean I'm not quite sane. Suddenly I feel the need for just a little pain. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. Making monsters makes me numb to please. First I give them life, then they run away from me. But every now and then, it's what I need. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. I'm a mad scientist, give to me my I'm a mad scientist, give to me my Frankenfix. It's alive! Maybe it was only just a dream that I had. But just the other night I found myself in a land where everyone was nameless and faceless and bland. And out of every window came the sound of a band. They did rock. It's like a very banal zombie apocalypse. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock. Brain dead rock.
We are having here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
What's up, everybody? It's time for game number 2 here of Parivision versus Falcons, where I have to say I'm a little bit underwhelmed by Parivision's debut here on the mainstream. They've been doing cleanup duty on Earth, Storm, Ember, and they show up to main with this purge?
Look, if we had them on mainstream during group stage and they had a game like that, we would have been like, you know, not out of the realm of expectations.
True.
But just because they slipped under the radar a little bit and beat a bunch of teams convincingly, well, they got the full focus of Falcons Dota in anticipation for a BO3. This is all they prepped for. I just think that they saw their stuff, they saw the patterns that I saw, if not heaps hidden, heaps more, and they just exposed them a little bit on the draft. I think that's what happened.
What a very level-headed take from you, Purge. Now give me a really insightful, completely unhinged take on Parivision dropping that game 1.
I feel like when I tell an artist like I want you to draw this, I feel like they gave like a caricature on the side of Parivision, and then like when I looked at Falcons, I was like masterpiece.
I see. So
That's how I
it
feel.
was like not even like line art, but like a 2-year-old's crayon drawing of a draft.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas
I wasn't gonna go that savage, but you told me to go ahead, so I should have stepped it up a notch on that.
That's okay. One thing that has always remained consistent is Crystalis on his Razor as we get into the draft for game number 2, because Falcons, they ban out the Monkey King, the Pugna, and the Enchantress. Parivision take out the Naga, the Alk, the Bristleback. No longer an option for first phase, and the Doom. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will go for the first pick, Sand King, instead.
I feel like this makes the flex of the Sand King weaker, right? Because I feel like with like a Sentry or a Dust, you can 100% kill the Sand King before he kills you. So this is maybe a safe place to be in the draft, especially because it's also comfort.
What if you just don't go the Invis facet as a response to that?
What's the difference? You're still dealing damage, right? Yeah. Oh, that he doesn't have to spend a Sentry to kill you. Is that what you're saying? You save him 50 gold.
I counted your Sentry. I still remember the patch where Broodmother got rid of her Invis and people were dusting her.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was really funny. Although those like Invis Brood days were wild because it was like if you just dumpstered them the first like 2 minutes, the game was incredibly over as like an invisible offlane hero feasting on
with
supports.
free pathing as well. Yeah.
With free path, they're just hiding in trees.
Good
like,
times.
Yeah.
There were some good iterations of Dota. That was not one of them.
No, I was gonna say you like Invis Broodmother.
No.
It's like being like remote minds techies, fond memories.
At least it wasn't that popular, you know, because most people are scared of Microrene. So it wasn't like an every game thing. It was like once in a while you're like, oh god, I found these evil spider lovers.
Why do we think they banned Clockwork? Is it just a lane partner with Razor? I know Clockwork's been pretty popular, but I think Sand King's one of the better heroes against Clock in the core role. You have like a free get out of cogs free card.
Maybe it's just so good with the Razor. I don't know. Like
It's just the best 5 in the patch,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Like, you can pair it with any kind of, like, ranged hero, but also what it gives you by means of, like, initiation from 5 is invaluable in this patch, because it often feels like the team with the ability to pick and choose their battles is the team with the advantage, and the more initiation you have, the more it simplifies it for you. Hence why Sand King is so popular too, not just because of what he provides you as a hero, but because of how reliable his like low cooldown blink stun initiation is.
And he even gives you a stack clear. I feel like every team is looking to stack nowadays, and you always have to prioritize at least one of your cores freely clear stacks. So Sand King offers you all of what you said, but also the first like 12 minutes is so straightforward with what this hero does. So all the timings are just a bit too cookie cutter straightforward, even for people at this high level. It's really nice to have that in the draft. They go for Enigma.
5 seconds.
they pick out like one every 3 or 4 games. They've played like 3 times so far this turn, 4 times
I
maybe.
think I always saw it with Marcy though.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And typically when 9 class got the Marcy banned, he was playing a Bat Rider instead.
Okay.
So maybe we'll see him pick that next. But
Kind of similar in the sense that you have a spell that kind of puts them closer to the Eidolons with the Flame Break, but
There's also Tusk that you can pair with Enigma or Razor, and it's not banned out yet.
that's a good point. Tusk was one of his others, I think.
that's almost certainly coming out then. Once again, though, I do like Sand King against these like soft catch supports, like ones that kind of prevent you from running away, like the shards and the cogs. So
5 seconds.
I think they're kind of forcing themselves to pick something that is
Radiant team
not ideal against what they already see. Like, I'm already noticing a lack of catch from the cores of Parivision. Like, yeah, you have Black Hole and everything, but that's not how you gank people, you know? Like, early, like, last game, I feel like what happened was the side lanes for Falcons just hit creeps,
10
and
seconds.
I'm looking at a hero like Sand King, and yeah, maybe it's a mid laner, but
5
he kind of fills the same role as Primal. He can kind of run around farming and then potentially gank, and even Hoodwink's a pretty elusive support, so I'd love to see no one play like a Storm Spirit or something. But you do have overall last pick on the side of Parivision, and I doubt you'd want to lead off with a core here. I guess I'm just skeptical if they like. I think they need to pick a hero like the Tusk to enable the Enigma, but I'm just nervous about the kind of lack of catch they had last game as well.
Oh, what about Shadow Demon for Parivision? I guess next works too.
Oh, that's better catch. Okay. That actually is a lot better. And it deals with the Chen creep, as always. That's a good pick.
It's a great pick, and you can also just go for the Tusk anyway for your safe lane pairing, have the Nyx play with the Enigma. There's also the option to just play Crystal Maiden and have another means to deal with Chen and his army later on. That way you have like the Nyx who can deal with it, plus CM.
Is there any 5 that outtrades Hoodwink ranged?
Pugna maybe.
Pugna maybe? Yeah, it's banned out. Okay. I was just curious, like in the case of the lane, Razor definitely a lane reliant hero. Feels pretty underwhelming. He doesn't. But they go Lich. Okay.
Kind of interesting. I mean, there isn't like an abundance of physical damage right now. I mean, there will be carry eventually, and there's still like an SF and other physical damage heroes in the pool.
Is there something to validate the ice armor?
Yeah, I'm trying to validate the ice armor. It's better. It's still fine the way it is. It's definitely cool with Razor. Razor is a little bit physical, squishy compared to most carries. It doesn't build that many agility items. And Chain Frost against Chen creeps is going to be good too. Drop the Ice Fire, drop the Chain Frost, and all of a sudden those creeps aren't going to feel so useful.
You can also just put it on towers versus Chen's push. Like just having it as a means to defend your towers, plus having that little bit of extra slow plus damage on the lane for Razor, all of a sudden it's a very kill-heavy lane.
Yeah. You can also do Sinister Gaze against creeps to do a bunch of damage. I doubt that's particularly what they're looking for, but it does give them some really nice lockdown. Like tons of slows, a little bit of disable with the Sinister Gaze. The team fight is a lot better for them. I mean, between like Black Hole and Chain Frost, they're sitting a lot better. And they're going to need to be even more damage heavy than normal because there's a Chen on the enemy lineup. And a lot of their damage right now is actually magical. So I don't know if the Chen's going to be able to offset it. They've got Warcry as well. But yeah, a lot of armor abundance on Falcons. Not exactly a good pipe buyer. Kind of cool to get a Lich in that way.
Okay, so right now, I think I really do like what Party Vision did for their draft, but I need a hero that says, okay, Nyx, you scouted this guy. You're going to get them down to half, and I'm going to close the gap and catch them too. So Puck, Storm, I think they really need something like this. Earth Spear would have worked. I guess that's what would tie the draft together for me because they have good team fight. They have pretty strong lanes, but they don't really have like a way of playing the map right now. That's like what I'm skeptical of. So yeah, you got this Nyx scouting, and like it's not like Razor and Enigma are particularly flash farmers, while on the other side, Falcons do have flash farmers. So I look at like if nothing's happening in the game, Falcons will clear very much more creeps and probably hit earlier timings. I generally think Razor's decent against Finn, so I don't think like this is a free game at all for Skeeter, but I feel like he's usually like a semi-carry in their draft anyways. Like even when he's playing Luna, he's just like a Tricore. So if there's a team that has like a bad carry to carry matchup, Falcons, I'm not nearly as worried about them when that happens.
Yeah, and a lot of carries like really enjoy playing Sven versus Razor because you don't really care about a static link. Like the essence of your hero is you're blinking in and doing as much burst damage as you can within that period, and then you're resetting. So you're not looking to take these prolonged fights versus a static linked Razor. So maybe, and conceptually, it's also a hero that goes through Twin Gates early and ganks the Razor, because any kind of stun hero from the safe lane is so comfortable in terms of like you have a lane that pushes in with Sand King plus Hoodwink, right, with the Acorn Shot and the Sandstorm. Then you have your carry coming in through the Twin Gates, diving the Razor under tower. It's just set up very nicely for them, their early game.
Party Vision, not 100% sure where the Sand King is going to be going, so they ban out the Beastmaster and they ban out the Primal Beast. Meanwhile, Falcons pretty much just targeting no one at this point. You said Puck was another option that you wanted, Brian, of mobile +1s for the gank squad of the Nyx. Monkey King is still in the pool. No one played that also, but again, he gets last pick of the draft, so probably going to wait to see what Falcons are showing for their mid lane.
No, Monkey was first phase bandit.
Oh yeah, you're right. Never mind.
I was gonna say Monkey. His Monkey's really strong.
I guess like I think of Sand King as having the free reign of walking around the map again. That's like what I'm concerned about, and I really think they need to take that away. Like what Malrine did last game on Primal, I think is easily going to happen again. Even if this is a Sand King offlane for ATF, like you can't have this guy running circles on you, and right now it's too difficult for the damage, or like for the rest of the heroes to connect to Nyx right now. Like I don't see how Nyx is a viable threat, so that's something that can easily be fixed with one pick. It's just, it has to solve this, which whenever I'm thinking of second pick overall, like last pick, when your hero has to fit a specific niche, it just means you're less able to pick hard lane counters and you're more pigeonholed. So I just think this is something Falcons is keen to, and I've seen them give really good 9th picks where I'm like, wow, like what do you pick against that, you know? So I think we're gonna see that coming up.
In that sense, you just go for a Spirit, bro, on Paravision, and you punish the mobility that you're talking about that can come out of the Sand King, like something that can instantly gap close and make it so that there's no hero with free reign. Like Storm is still in the pool, Ember is still in the pool, Void Spirit's still, Ember is no longer in the pool.
Like Ember did solve like the gap close problems, but I just worried that he wouldn't have enough single target damage. But I guess if you look at the fight right now, if he just kites Sven BKB and BKB runs out, then the fight is just over for the Falcon side. So I guess Ember was maybe the biggest threat.
10 seconds.
I also like, what do they do about an Ember walking around on their side of the map with max flame guard? Like, you can't push him away. So I think that's what they're afraid of out of all the like mobile mids left.
Radiant team pick.
Dawn.
Okay.
Oh, so mid Sand King, offlane Dawn.
Not a great win record, but it has been decently successful. I don't know if I like it that much against
Into
Razor
Nyx.
though.
It's into Nyx as well.
Oh yeah, and it's against Nyx. Really good point. Because the thing is though that if they use it as ganking ultis, like some teams do, where it's like a Sand King burrow strikes a guy, Dawn ulti, Nyx isn't always going to be there. You know, the gank could be on any other hero, so it won't necessarily be like a big team fight ulti. It won't be good as team fight ulti, but if they use it for ganks, it could be good.
Okay, so they do go the Storm. Okay. I mean, I was heavily favoring Team Falcon's draft for game 1. I would almost say it's the opposite for game 2. I really like what Paravision's doing. I was skeptical going into 3rd, 4th pick. They did a really good job sealing up their lanes, and now this Storm pick is perfect for their draft. I guess Amar goes in early Ags, because that makes it so Nyx can no longer cancel your ult. Aside from that pick really confuses me. I don't think of it as a Mar hero either, so now I'm equally skeptical of them.
I think you are going for that early Ags, because if you look at Paravision's last 2 bans in Primal and Beastmaster, they were looking for like BKB piercing disables, counterplay to Black Hole later on, and it felt like Falcons were in a position where they wanted to secure some kind of counterplay, so they figured Dawn with her Solar Guardian and an Aghanim Scepter can be the means that they play into the Black Hole. But how do you get to that point if you're already countered within the game by Nyx? It'll take a bit of time, but I do see their logic, I do see their reasoning. But I still favor Paravision just because I think that the Storm pick was like so obvious, and it's gonna have a great game.
Yeah, it's got catch potential. There are some counter stuns which are a little scary, and like Chen could potentially keep somebody alive with his ultimate. But yeah, it feels like they have the tools they need. I could maybe see some lane stage where like the Lich underperforms a little bit, gets killed too many times maybe. But if they just like stabilize, I feel like Lich sitting behind heroes is going to be able to survive through the pressure that Falcons puts against them. But I think Falcons is definitely a better team, and they're going to play better than their draft is. So I still think it's a pretty decent shot for both of them.
It's just that usually whenever I see Skitter on a Sven, especially a Sven going into a Razor, then ATF will be more of a right clicker, or Malrine will be more of a right clicker. That's not really happening in this Falcons draft, though.
Yeah, he is kind of a solo core.
Yeah.
I think it's really straightforward for Crystallis to choose his link target, and yeah, Sven does burst somebody, but after he bursts a support, right? If Razor instantly links you there, even if you're BKB'd God Strength, you're doing nothing for the rest of the fight.
Yeah.
I agree with Purge that Falcons is the better team, but I would be like, if Paravision can't win this one, I'd be nervous for them moving forward. I think they have everything they need. Their signatures, no one Storm. Like, I would be so confident for him to carry me in this game if I'm anyone else on his team.
Falcons.
I think they have a shot, honestly, because they've got their Chen lineup, too. They've got, like, the Skeeter twin gate movements. They're going to have this, like, really strong first Aegis timing, but I think Paravision's draft is just too good.
Let's see if they can actually convert on this draft advantage, or Falcons are going to turn this into one of their many 2-0s. Let's get ready for game number 2 with Cap and Synderen.
Indeed, let us see if Falcons are going to get yet another 2-0, because they have been looking very dominant this tournament, Synderen, and this is supposed to be one of the great hopes to be able to stop that dominance, is the team that topped out Group A.
Yeah, I'm with the panel. I think Paravision have better conditions this time, probably. I overall really like their draft. Storm should have a good lane, Razor should have a good lane. Enigma's lane might be a little bit tricky, but I don't know about you. I was kind of puzzled by the Dawn pick. This one was completely out of left field for me. I personally love this hero, and I've played it a lot. I would not consider it as a good solution to the draft I'm playing against. You're not good against Nyx. Like Brian said, maybe when you get Ags, perhaps you can solve it by just being airborne when the Carapace comes out. But in the earlier portions of the game, Nyx is a good hero against you. The Razor lane matchup, I think, is pretty tough a lot of the time for Dawn. And you're not great against Storm. there's not that many pros for it.
Dude, Amar's so funny, man. All right, so Amar has a relationship with Chrysalis because they're both on Creep Wave, so they are friends. He said, if you played Morphling last game, then I can play Dawnbreaker at this point. Because Chrysalis said, you know, like, I don't know, Amar playing Dawnbreaker, that's kind of weird. So he's saying, you know what, like, if you're going to play Morphling, I can play Dawnbreaker. You know, if we're playing heroes we're bad at.
Then Ducalis wrote Silver Dawnbreaker. I will see. I guess one thing Dawn does have against Razor is if you get linked from long range, you can disengage with the hammer. But it never feels great to jump out with the hammer when you're laning. The way Dawn usually functions in lane is you use the hammer and the Starbreaker aggressively and you get kills or you put pressure. And against Razor, you have to be very careful because if you ever commit in and you don't have enough in the tank, he runs you down. Then you've used everything.
They do have a pretty strong killer duo, but yeah, if they do misjudge that go on the Razor, or go on the Lich and like kill the Lich, but Razor gets to, you know, drain a bunch of damage in return and get a turnaround kill, it may not be the best.
Lich Frost Shield is quite good against Dawn in lane, so it's not that easy to complete kills. For Dawn's worst nightmare against heroes like Razor is that you go in, you get Razor down to 20% and you've used all your stuff, and then you're just there. Yeah. And you can't really hit the hero because he gets Frost Shield.
You blew it!
This is, I don't think I've seen that before. The Chen versus Enigma matchup. He took one of his Eidolons and he gets the Eidolon is buffed up because it gets a minimum amount of HP, right? So
this matchup is so stupid. Snake keeps summoning the Mana Burn creep and then he Mana Burns 9 class and then 9 class kills it. But the problem with
Mana
this,
Burn, yeah.
Yeah, the problem for 9 class though is he's going to lose this battle on resources. He just doesn't have enough mana. He has a Mango and a Clarity to do it with, and he's also going to get that creep there, but eventually Chen should just overall win this battle. And of course, you're not slowing down Sven at all when Nyx is doing this as his only purpose.
Yeah. Just like AM, the counter to Mana Burn is Mana Burn.
Yeah.
9 class will get another one in, securing the range creeps. He's got enough for one more Mana Burn before he needs to fill in some more resources. There's the Eidolon.
And he can't kill the Eidolon converted, right? Because it doesn't have a mana pool.
True.
So when Chen takes that, Nyx can't just deal with that one. He can deal with the Satyr convert, but not with the bigger deal in the lane. And there's another one for Chen.
With the Eidolon, if Chen steals an Eidolon, and it creates a new Eidolon, do you think it has the same HP?
No. Then I think it has the base one.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Oh, there's the go on the Razor, and there's the Frost Shield to help mitigate a bunch of the damage. Now that damage turned back around on crit. So there's the conundrum that we're going to run into in this bottom lane.
That was a good sneak peek of what could happen.
Yeah.
Crystallis, this is the weakest time in the lane for the Razor when all the heroes are level 2, because that's when Dawnbreaker really overwhelms you. When Razor gets level 3, if he gets an early Frost Shield and has 2 in the static link and he gets to drain Dawn, the fight is over the moment she has gone in and hasn't killed him in the few seconds. So they gotta be very careful. But for now, Falcons are doing quite well down there. Gotta say, Dawn 17 CS is nice.
No one pushing the limits here, trying to punish Maureen. He got the Sentry advantage. He sees Maureen. He's spamming Remnants out on him, but he's going to be hit by a Burst Strike Stinger, and he's dead. Maureen tipping no one, knowing that he kind of cleanly outplayed him there.
No one, a very old and experienced player, forgot that Burrow Strike actually has cast range on level 1 now. He was dreaming back to when he was winning majors and Burrow Strike was 350 cast range level 1. Now it's 525. So
I thought you were
he was actually able to get him in the river.
That Sand King has a third ability that actually does something.
Oh yeah, that one too. Yeah, he might not have accounted for Stinger either. Who knows? That's a big kill though. That is not supposed to happen. That Sand King ever finds a kill in that lane. And no one, as a result, will be also potentially losing both waters here. Now he'll get the top one. Okay, so.
Oh, Frost Armor is going to run out here. There is going to be the drain on Amar. No way Chrysalis can do enough damage to actually get a kill in return. But he will force Amar all the way back out of lane. Maybe they're going to bait him in here. Yeah, Crit's baiting him in. They hit him with the Bushwhack. Maureen's trying to close the distance, and that Acorn shot. Oh, that Facet is so annoying. Whether it's the extra damage or just the extra slow time. Acorn Shot proved to be a powerful ability. They get 2 kills in this bottom lane. Just what you want to see if you're a Dawnbreaker.
If Falcons win this bottom lane, and they also got a solo kill mid, this is already in the should not be happening territory, I want to say. They're effectively kind of winning 3 lanes, of which I would argue they had no business winning at least the mid one. The early game bot, I can see some volatility, but I, on paper, would favor the Radiant lane over time. But now that they've got these multiple kills, I think we could be looking at a flat-out just triple lane win for Falcons with a Chen Dawnbreaker mid-game. A little bit worrisome for the Paravision side. Their heroes do need a bit of build-up time. Storm and Enigma as 2 of the cores need farm. Razor, one of the faster carries, I guess, in this patch compared to some of the others like Luna that want to get multiple items. Razor can sometimes just show up with move speed and a BKB, but definitely looking very healthy for Falcons once again.
Crit's gonna leave the lane here, refill the bottle on Malrine, and I assume stick around for the 6-minute rune. So this will leave Amar on his lonesome for a bit. Really trying to get this kill on no one, but he's level 6, so would it be difficult to get? They'd have to Burrow Strike and then Bushwhack Chain Stun.
And they'll do.
They're gonna go for it. Hit him on the Bushwhack. Okay, follow up Burrow Strike, and that is good. All right, they got it easy.
Didn't even need to epi, and they didn't even lead with a Burrow Strike.
No.
There are multiple ways of getting that kill if Storm is half HP in the Sandstorm, but he's taking too much damage. Control wants to go.
Malrine offering some friendly advice to Dakalis, telling him he needs to help out with the runes.
Yeah, if there's anything Paravision need right now, it's for no one to not only be losing his lane, but then blame his support for it. That was no one else's fault so far. Oh, do they have enough for this?
They should. It's gonna be close. Oh, God. They got him on the
clutch.
impale.
Okay.
9 class
All right.
clutches it out in the end.
Oof. Yeah, if they miss that kill, that is so bad. Storm depleted so much mana for that, so much time. So if they don't even get the Sven there, that's a real feels bad. Yeah. But at the very least, they got that. Yeah, no one cannot be happy right now with how this game has gone. Just a couple of missteps on his part and some big plays from Malrine. Those things usually go hand in hand at this level. Generally need a little bit of both to get solo kills in mid lane if the matchups aren't inherently very one-sided.
Now they can use the Epicenter. Trying to blow up the Lich. The damage. Yeah, Epicenter is just...
All right, if no one dies here.
Oh, no. He's got the mana to jump away. He's fine, but...
That's all his resources
he keeps giving up this hard camp stack.
Yeah, he loses his stack. He loses his resources. This is not great. Oh, the stack's already gone.
Yikes.
Malrine's tanking is something else, man. He's so good at this hero. But
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just finding kill after kill here in this bottom lane. Dakalis tries to help it out, but it's already taken too much damage before the Frost Armor can really do anything.
they actually can't deal with him at all. Like, he's so far ahead. He's so high level. It's... Honestly, this is one of those things where I don't blame the panel for their take on this game. It's just some games things just go wrong. Like, this is not expected. I don't think if you asked Falcons post-game to give their breakdown of this game, they're like, yeah, we kind of drafted to win all 3 lanes here.
Yeah.
And it just went according to plan. Like, they're winning the Dawn versus Razor lane. They're winning the Sand King versus Storm. They're crushing that one. And then they're winning the Sven versus Enigma lane, which I think is the most understandable one of the 3.
Sure.
That one I could have probably predicted, but these other 2... The Dawn one, once again, there's margin for things to happen there. It's also not by like a landslide that they're winning, but the fact that all 3 are in their favor.
Oh, and he's maybe gonna die again. He has enough to zip a little bit away, but the Sandstorm almost killed him there.
That's a very good Sinister Gaze.
And it's already, I mean, they didn't get the kill, but it pulled Chrysalis over here.
And it's back to the fountain for no one.
Yeah.
There's just nothing going right for him. Storm does not play well from behind, and we're approaching a mid-game now where the Radiant lineup kind of relies on Storm and Nyx to do stuff. Nobody else is really going to spearhead any aggressive plays, but when both of those heroes are not having the greatest of times. I guess Nix's is okay. The Storm game is atrocious.
Gonna look for rotation to bottom lane. Nyx does have level 6, so it's a pretty easy.
Maybe hit your spell.
Oh my god, he's gonna die!
Oh my.
He commits for the kill, he gets it, but he will die for this surely, as no one has very little mana to work with. Not enough to jump anywhere serious.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
It is all falling apart.
Yeah, that's
for Priority Vision.
That's just oof. Not great. Sometimes you miss your spells. But that was a little bit too. That was not the right time for it. Yeah. It's gonna cost you your Storm's life again. That Impale is off the mark. He chases down the kill, but uses all of his resources to just trade his life for the crit hoodwink.
And frankly, you just expect better from a team that they didn't like limp into the second group stage. They went 10-4. Like.
I guess this is something we don't talk about a lot when it comes to group stages and round robin, etc. The value it can have to play specific teams at specific times. I wonder if this is going to be really bad for Paravision's group stage 2, that this was their first matchup. Because like let's say there's a power level difference between the 8 teams that are remaining, and this was the draw that you got in your first round, is to play against one of the favorites of the tournament.
Yep.
You need to not overcompensate for what went wrong in this series when you go against weaker opponents and get in your own head and start going on a losing streak. This is a matchup that they're supposed to lose the majority of the time, right? So it's okay if they lose. I just hope they don't.
9 class, good catch. 9 class.
All right.
He is the reason that is all set up in the first place. Quick reactions by him as Falcons go for a gank.
Malrine can also miss.
It's true.
There's the tip straight back. Yeah. They're gonna need more of that though. That one kill isn't gonna cut very much into the lead of the Sand King against the Storm, but it's something.
Yeah, up 3K at 11 minutes. I mean, we were watching that game 1 for the longest time. Falcons was kept at a 4K net worth lead for a large share of that game. They still managed to close it out at the end.
Yeah, and that lead started way later. It was like a 4K lead at minute, I want to say 17, 18-ish. Now we have it minute 11. So quite like an order of magnitude. And also the fact that how comfortable is this team when they're ahead and Snaking is playing Chen? Like, he's he's going to farm. He's going to get auras. And that means that the Dawnbreaker, I think this is a macro thing that Falcons think about a lot when they draft Chen, is that they specifically pick Amar heroes that don't buy auras. Because then all of their heroes have a clear purpose the entire game, instead of having like this overlap where the offlaner buys Pipe and Chen buys Greaves, and then you kind of want to win. When they do it this way, Amar can just become a third core. Chen will be the complete aura bot. He's going to buy probably Greaves, Pipe, and Vlads, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And then the Dawnbreaker loves buying AC, and then you've got all your auras.
Caught DM. An overwhelming. Oh, was Amar being gone on?
Yeah, I
Why he so
wonder
low?
if that was a double play here, or if he was jungling. He has Armlet, by the way, 9 class.
Yeah.
Looking for a moment of weakness.
He's searching for Amar. Amar is playing underneath his tower right now. He spots him.
He's painfully aware.
Never
mind.
Get him. Oh, God. He's running back now. 9 class. They dropped the Spectring for him. He popped his armlet. He's going to live through this burst. Oh, no. Now the Chen heal goes out. He baited 9 class in. Oh, that's instant all chat. Instant all chat for that play.
But that's some seriously. When did they see him?
I think it's possible maybe he got too close to the tower.
They better get this kill. All right. I think he might have lived there if they had Hand of God, but they just used it to save their...
All right, Skeeter's just, I'm going to take your tower. You use Black Hole. Your Storm Spirit's low on mana. He shows up, threatens the tower, backs away as soon as the glyph is used, and goes... Presume to hit some Ancients?
Yeah. It's a pretty safe bet if you don't know where Sven is going. He's probably going to the Ancients. All right, he did everything else than the Ancients. I guess they want to stack them at 14, and then he goes to the wave bottom, and then he's going to stack the Ancients on the right, so this way you maximize the most. Okay, they just swap around. So Crit... The reason they do this is so that Crit can take the Wisdom Rune.
Right.
This makes it. I mean, one of them was going to stack one Ancient, the other guy was going to stack the other, and they prefer to put the experience on the other. That's fine. And now he will take Ancients, don't you worry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice and safe off on the right-hand side, so it's harder to gank. Place your bets. Is he going to the other Ancients or hard camp first?
Hard camp first, or...
Damn, we're so bad at this game.
Okay.
Or maybe Skitter still. I think it's Skitter.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if the timing matches up, right? If he clears out this Ancients and he's fast enough to stack his hard camp, then that is, I guess, the most efficient play. Or he could have cleared the hard camp, been here
and then
on the
tripled
Ancients and made sure to hit stacks, even if he doesn't clear it.
I think all in all, the difference is very marginal, if even anything. But yeah, he's going to be too late to stack hard camp, so.
He also
I actually think now that we saw it happen, he should have killed hard camp because then he wouldn't have been in time to stack this, because this took way longer to farm.
Yeah.
So this was an efficiency loss.
That's what my thought was, but it might also just be bigger macro. Like maybe he feels like, oh, they might be pushing into the triangle right now.
Yeah, there's the safety aspect of doing it this way around. And this might sound super nerdy when we're talking about this on a cast, but trust me, carry players spend a lot of brain power in their everyday life on figuring out what the best possible way of doing
I mean, Hector made a career out of that, you know?
He figured out that Town Portal Scroll can generate more gold than it costs by TPing to the other side of the map to hit creeps.
Mar does tag him with the hammer, but doesn't give chase. There's a lot of heroes thinking he's already dead. They're chasing after Amar. The Chain Frost is not lucky at all. Good God, that was terrible.
Oh, well,
wait.
Rain.
Okay, back to the creep whip. Man. How many belts is this Chain Frost now? Felt like that was way more than I expect normally out of it.
Up to 10 times. That was all 10.
Did it used to be less?
I feel like it used to. I feel like it bounced more than 10 times. I think it used to be a bit less. I think it got buffed at some point.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, my Chain Frost never bounced that many times. They just bounce off to some random neutral camp.
Oh, wait, he has the facet, right? Killing an enemy with Chain Frost increases the number of bounces.
Oh!
He was killing creeps, so it just keeps bouncing.
Right. I forgot that was a facet, because most people go the other one, right?
I think it varies a bit. I think they're both good for different reasons. But yeah, this one effectively, if you throw it on a wave, it's going to kill the whole wave, and if you have it in a team fight, if it kills a hero, it bounces 3 more times. If it kills a creature, it bounces 1 more time.
Also, the fact that
probably against Chen, he wants it, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that it prolongs Frost Shield is also a pretty interesting part of this facet when you have like Razor, a hero that's going to frontline and chase down heroes, right? If that extra slow, even to preventing the extra turnaround time by increasing the duration of Frost Shield. Interesting.
I personally think this facet is on average better than the other one, actually. I think the other one might be slightly overrated. It's cool to have it linger and then it can find a new target, but at this level of play, a lot of the time people are aware and they just run it out. This one, especially the Frost Shield part of it, is really nice. 9 class, back to Bass.
No more skipping class for you, son.
What do you think the origin of his nickname is? What's 9 class?
I believe it is, judging from what I know about the player so far, I would say 9 is referring to the German word of 9.
Okay.
So his name is no class.
That's not what 9 means.
What?
Well, it does mean no, but not in that meaning.
You sure?
In German, it would be kein class. But he probably didn't know that.
You really have to dissect that one. God damn it, Cinder. Come on, man. I'm a dumb American. You gotta give me a little bit of leeway.
I thought it was a really creative take. My guess was, okay, well, based on the region he's from and his age, it's probably something from anime. That's a really high statistical probability that this is some sort of anime. 9 class, no basket, or whatever they call it nowadays. 9
class, no basket. Dude, Effie's having an aneurysm in the green room right now, I bet.
I think she's really proud of me. Wow, he knew that one.
Yeah, can we check 9 class's profile picture? Is it something from Tokyo Ghoul? So that's what I would expect. Oh, no, we can't. Don't worry. All right, 5-man smoke up. Power Vision gonna get on the offensive here. They still have this mid tower up, so making this move from one side of the map to the other becomes a little bit more awkward.
Yep.
And it is very obvious they're making some sort of move as both their mid and top tower has a creep wave and push all the way into the tier 2.
Yeah, Falcons are just effectively just going to call this play. Just go Roche. And fighting into them at the pit is really hard. You have to hit a good black hole, but that's just such a tall order. The Dawn already has BKB, so she has a reliable ult. Sand King covers a huge part of the fight. Yeah, this is an easy grab for Skitter Sven. Let the power plays begin. See what they can put this to use for. Considering that there's still a tier 1 bottom, I think Falcons might go for a double dip on bottom wave. Malraine's already getting started on the job of pushing that out.
Yeah, but if they do that, then they're taking themselves away from the enemy Tormentor area, which I feel like Falcons is one of those teams who really likes taking your Tormentor away from you.
Well, they have already somewhat given up on that area, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like they're going to do their own Tormentor for now.
Yeah.
What do you think of being a Dawnbreaker player? What do you think of the Armlet build on this hero?
I think it's the perfect item for Amar. Because that way he can be a carry, and he wants to carry every game. He said that in an interview.
True.
So, if you want to play offlane Dawn and your goal is to be Sven's right hand, then I think Armlet is the most natural build-up.
Well, I think Amar wants Sven to be his right hand.
We'll see at the end of the game who has done most damage. We'll use that as the sole metric for who carried the game. Win or lose, damage is everything.
I'm a fan of the damage to gold ratio.
That's a good stat. It's very unfair for certain
Radiant's
heroes.
middle tower is under attack.
In both directions.
If you included like also another stat that was disable time, you know.
What about damage to gold ratio compared to hero average?
Okay, now you're thinking.
Because like then a hero like Zeus, he will always do a ton of damage by his average, right? But if the hero always does that, then you compare it to what it does in general.
That's still unfair because if he's matched up against strength heroes, then he does percentage-based damage, which obviously means he's going to just do a lot more damage.
If any hero is matched up against Nepo, their numbers are giga inflated, right? It's always
true.
Always going to be contextual. This is why we don't need stats capped.
Yeah,
stats don't matter and they don't lie, but it doesn't matter. Wow, I really said that like I'm Avery. I'm so sorry. Alright, they glyphed the wave. Let's see if they can continue this push. This was the projected play of getting these 2 bot towers. Will Paravision do anything about it? They will Frost Shield.
Frost Shield.
And
it's killing creeps, which means it's lasting a really long time. This is actually really annoying. Oh my god.
That's so funny.
It was like a 10-second Frost Shield.
Yeah, that did last a while. But a nuisance is all it will amount to.
True.
And Paravision will spend this time trying to hit an item timing here. Razor closing in on the Manta. Do you feel like this game is already in Enigma needs BKB territory? Because I kind of do. I'm worried about Paravision's inability to deal enough damage with their cores.
Yeah.
I think Enigma has to get long duration black holes, and it's going to be really difficult against this dire lineup to do that without a BKB. You're always at the risk of getting Sand King stunned, Sven stunned, Dawn's ulti. I mean, the Dawn's ulti is always going to be a problem, I suppose, but...
I think I agree with you. I think I probably felt that way from the start of the game, to be honest, because you're playing against Falcons with 3 strength cores.
So you think the whole bearing pipe was the wrong idea?
I don't know if it...
I mean, I don't know if it... Has it done anything?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's also a product of just losing the lane so hard, right?
Yeah.
If they hadn't lost the lane so hard, then... But maybe he should have recognized that and made
I was about to say, he didn't buy Boots of Bearing pipe in the lane.
Yeah,
he did that after they realized that they lost their lane.
I mean, they wouldn't have lost lane if he had Boots of Bearing pipe, I'll tell you that. In the lane.
Yeah, that would have probably helped out.
Well, they're just going to lose all their towers, huh? I feel like there is always a threat of running out of damage against Falcons, you know?
What would be the most broken hero in Dota if everybody got to start with 3,000 gold?
I keep thinking of carries, but like a lot of them are the experience is actually kind of important.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say 3,000 gold, but you can't buy like Hand of Midas. You know?
I don't even know if that's the best item to buy. Because like you can show up to lane with like a Dagon, for example.
Sure.
But then it's like a game of, it becomes a game of predicting what the other player is going to do, or are they buying tankiness? Then my Dagon isn't good because you have no spells.
Yeah.
Like,
I was more thinking, don't buy. You have start with 3,000 gold. Don't start with items, or you're going to go jungle right away or something.
Yeah. That's true.
It's probably some mid laners, honestly. They're still experienced.
We need this. We need a tournament with special rules. I feel like there's space for that in Pro Dota, actually, to have some sort of creative tournament that changes some aspect of the game, and then it's for either for like charity or for still a decent prize pool.
I don't know if there's space in the calendar, though.
I mean, that's a fair point.
A lot
There's
of tournaments.
That's a lot of events. That's fair.
Smoke up, 9 class, going in with the Vendetta. They find the Chen first. A good hero to pick off. There goes all of those auras and heals.
They can't kill Malrine.
But they can't kill anything else, and they use BKB to try and get Malrine. That Bloodstone proved to be just a bit too much.
It's okay, though. At the very least, they get out on the map and they take some initiative. This is kind of similar to last game when they also found snaking once or twice in the Ogre, but yeah, they would have obviously loved something bigger and to get to use their Black Hole. The Falcons immediately call the retreat, minimize the casualties, and back to farming we go. I am really impressed that Amar has the same net worth as Skitter. I just want to say that. I think that's... I mean, Dawn is one of the best offlaners at keeping high net worth if nothing is happening, because you can play anywhere in the map you want since you're always present for your team.
Yep.
But I'm still very surprised that he's able to put up these numbers.
He's also got an AoE clearing mechanism for both lane and neutrals.
Yeah.
So if you have the stats, as long as you have the mana for it.
Still, you're competing with Smash. Zero generally in a free game like this does not fall from first place, but I guess it's because Amar's taking his space. Hey, there's a little bit of drama for TMZ going on here. Amar thinks he's better than Skitter. Heard it here first. He should take more farm.
Skeeter issued a restraining order against Amar.
Yeah.
His ancient areas.
Yeah, you see Amar's all chat. Imagine what his team chat.
Oh my god.
Jeez. He actually has a one-button macro on his keyboard that he clicks, and then whenever he clicks it, it just Skitter, fuck off. Skitter, go away. Go to the other side of the map. My farm. My farm. My farm key. Numpad 9.
Spotted in
very quick
BKB reaction. No one. Nightcast really thought he was going to get him there. Oh, dear. Looks like they tried to sandwich in on this one. Crystallis immediately gets grabbed. A black hole that's going out. Not cancelled. Epicenter is going through. Is this going to be enough to push Crystallis back? Yeah, he doesn't want to commit. Amar is still behind everybody here while Malrine hits the Burrow Strike. Amar is still alive. He'll finally go down. It took so much to finish him off. DM's going to get run down. Skeeter is still up, ready to go with God's Strength at about half HP. And he's going to go for Crystallis next. Malrine's already slowing him down. Skeeter, where are you at?
Damn, I thought that was going to go better for Power Vision. They got the Black Hole on the Sven, the Dawn initiation that Nyx went for. They didn't kill her instantly, but she used all of her damage plus full BKB on not killing Nyx. Look at 9 class in the bottom here. Really nice footwork here against the Shard with the one block damage instance from Carapace. He gets away. So you have isolated Sven on the right that Razor is beating into, and you have Amar being cornered by no one as well as 9 class. But this toggle...
Yeah.
There's a toggle coming here, I think. No, he already... Was it just lifesteal? I thought he armored toggled, but I guess he just hit a Luminosity proc. Delay
Shot down, crit. Finds another 9 class kill.
These guys are good at the game.
Yeah, they're alright, they're alright.
I'm impressed. Malrine will grab himself a nice little shield rune. Alright, how many gum? That's 1 gum, I think.
In your head, do you think 1 gum to 2 gum that it is a significant difference that you can tell in their chewing?
I think starting a sentence with "in your head" and then talking to me, you should not do that. You don't want to go. It's not worth it. Don't go in there.
Okay.
Just nod. Yep, sounds about right.
Just nod in this audio-only medium that we're in right now, Sindra. Good advice.
It's gonna come across as you ignoring me, which is probably good too. So you're fine. You're fine either way. All right, Roach number 2 will go the way of Falcons. Lets out his roar.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of gum there. Couldn't tell how much it was.
The crit remix. That one will... I don't know where they were going with that.
It's nice to know
that
to show you the gum.
It's nice to know that however weird I am, we always have production to kick it up by 1. I'm only the second weirdest guy in this show. Actually,
Kick
third.
it up a notch.
Third.
Bam!
Jenkins #1, production 2.
Yeah, and you're 3?
I'm third. Yeah. Proud bronze medalist.
If
here.
Sunsan was here, where do you think he would rank in that list?
Absolute bottom. Actually. No, let's not go there. All right. 9K lead for Falcons. See if they want to put this Aegis to any use. It's been a relatively quiet game from Crystallis, but I guess it just comes from the nature of the... Similar to game #1 that Paravision had to delay for so long.
Nature of the beast, yeah. DM, you are under full vision of the Dawnbreaker. As it switched from nighttime to daytime. Crit can't quite get there in time.
Nice. Bit of misplay from Amar there, actually. If he just holds his Dawn Starbreaker, that's 100% of the time. So, but nice heads-up decision from DM to insta-TP, recognizing the mistake immediately, just getting out. I think Amar maybe was anticipating that he would land that stun combo and then Crit would make it for a TP cancel. But since he insta-4-staffed off to the left, Crit could not make it in time, so...
Amar is going to have an AC as his next item. Between him having AC and the Sven having Warcry, team fights are really going to have to stretch out a lot for this Razor to have a chance of carrying the
for sure. I think, okay, see you later, game.
He is dead. And Skeeter...
Need a Frost Shield urgently. All right, there it comes.
All right, now it needs to kill some creeps.
It did.
So it stretches out forever. Got the jump on the Sand King, but saved by Amar's ulti. At least for now. Malrine gets off his Bloodstone. Burrow strikes up to the high ground. Chrysalis is not able to pursue. Okay, it's Eye of the Storm on cooldown. A buyback from DM. And they still have 2.5 minutes of Aegis.
Clean disengage. They lost nothing. He's even up to full HP on the Sand King because of that Bloodstone. So
are scanning.
he's good to go again. He'll show himself on the wave. And Paravision will be very hesitant to get involved right now.
Time to take your Tormentor.
This is actually super spicy if either team goes for this. That could break out into a game-deciding fight.
Oh, never mind. Time to take.
Will. Good call. Time to take the Tormentor. Sven does this fast even without. Maybe he just crit on the first 2 swings. That looked way too fast for not having GDS, but I think he just got lucky.
Yeah, Power of Daedalus hits. He's got the level 28 armor, Warcry armor as well. The armor is just stacked up beyond belief.
How much armor do you think a hero has with Chen's... What's it called again? I actually forgot the name of that ability.
Yeah, his stuff.
Divine Favor.
Then Greaves. He's going to get Greaves soon.
Divine Favor, Greaves, Warcry, and AC is like 50 armor on any hero.
Yeah.
Right? So Chen gives 20. How much did you say Warcry is? 20?
I don't remember with the +8. Yeah, 20 armor.
So that's 40. And then the Greaves, if you're low... Does he have the Greaves yet? He doesn't have the Greaves.
No, it's...
But they're probably coming, right? How much is it the Greaves always when you're low? 8? So 48 armor. Okay. That's a lot of armor. Crit being hunted by a bug. Bug versus squirrel. Food chain confirmed incorrect. Well, do squirrels eat bugs? Or do they only eat nuts?
I think they...
Anyway.
Not
bugs
sure,
eat squirrels.
But if a bug that size would definitely eat a squirrel.
Oh, that's one of my... Okay, what will be like one of my biggest nightmares is like human-sized insects. And I think that got introduced to my brain from Calvin and Hobbes. I think there's one of them where he has like a nightmare where he gets chased by this huge wasp. I think that really made an impression on me when I was a kid reading those books. Like, oh my god, imagine. Oof.
Yeah,
no thanks.
For me, it was Starship Troopers, but I'm with you on that.
Okay. That was your biggest nightmare, Starship Troopers. Okay.
Those bugs were...
I was about to say I know which one is more realistic, but I actually don't know. Yours might be more likely.
Dude, the brain-eating bug freaked me out, man.
Radiant are scanning.
Did not like that.
I thought you meant the Starship Troopers themselves. That's why I was so confused. Like, what do you mean?
No, of course I'm talking about the bugs. And I didn't think when you said Calvin and Hobbes that you thought the tiger was a bug. What the hell? smoking, but I don't know if they're going to do anything with this smoke right now on Pari Vision.
Highly unlikely that they'll find anything. Falcons with another keep away play. I actually don't know what the purpose of this smoke was to begin with, because they're not feeling... I guess it was just to ward, or to get some sort of information on the map. They don't seem to take too much initiative. And... What level is this Dagon now?
Hey, another armor.
Oh yeah, lovely.
Jesus.
Is Dagon level 4 on 9 class right now? Can he kill any hero? I think he can kill Hoodwink.
Yeah, he definitely.
That's probably the only hero he can kill. Yeah, it is. Chen has 2.2. I think that's a little bit too high. Especially, he even bought a cloak. So,
what do you get after Dagon 5?
Good question. I mean, E-Blight isn't half bad this game. You're playing against Dawn and Sven, so I guess that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
You could get Octarine, I think is quite standard to consider. Maybe some sort of mobility item, Blink Dagger for Steph, so that after you kill, you actually get to reset. That's the problem that Nyx is going to have in this game. He's going to go in, kill someone, and then...
He's been spotted! Run! Run!
Wow, nice facet, bro.
So cool.
If he had the other facet, he was cooked.
True.
He would have been very dead there, but... I guess,
Are scanning.
like every bug, he can just...
Ducalis is
go
one
across
man
surfaces.
smoked and is joining his team to smoke all of them, but they have the successful scan. They know what's happening right now.
Malreen's
Broken
dead.
on Chrysalis. Chrysalis, he does get stunned up. Bushwhack is going to chain. Skitter goes for the follow-up stun. Kills the next assassin. Immediately gets Black Hole, but Amar immediately with the response with the ultimate, canceling that Black Hole. The Chain Frost trying to slow him down, but Falcon's heroes, they look pretty damn healthy. Chrysalis is just not killing anything in this one. He's being kited around, tries to do the man to dodge, fails it, and Skeeter dices him up.
Dude, it's literally the most pitiful Razor. And it's, it's like, what is he supposed to do, right?
Under attack.
Like, people are gonna watch this fight and they're gonna laugh and be like, lol, Chrysalis, what are you doing? But like, he's doing nothing because they have 50 armor, okay?
Yeah.
He's like free fighting the Sand King the whole time. He can't out-heal the Bloodstone is winning.
Yep.
Against a full duration Link.
Amar has also been on point with those ults to cancel a Black Hole. We have yet to see that interaction of Nyx Assassin trying to cover that Black Hole with Spike Carapace, but...
Well, if Amar just BKBs, it doesn't matter, right?
True.
Yeah, they...
Hey, well, okay.
Well, wait, what?
Came back, and apparently Skeeter tried to...
Oh, so no one bought back, and then they killed Skitter in the base.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he was kind of doing it solo. There was nobody around him.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's a decent kill. Storm buyback is extremely valuable, of course, but
yeah,
getting the Sven out of the picture and defending your tower, probably worth it.
I mean, it does... well, I was going to say Pari Vision can start setting up for Roshan, but... I don't know. 70 seconds till Black Hole's back up. You still don't have BKB.
I'll have Black Hole for Roche. That's the good news, because it's a semi-long respawn here. And Enigma's BKB complete. He has to play around the Dawn regardless, though. That's the problem. The Dawn ult still does pierce BKB, right? I'm not...
Yes.
This was never changed after it came in, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, all Amar needs to do is stay outside when Sven and company go in. Make sure he gets the ult off during BKB.
That class getting some more information for them. Kill crit again.
This is actually pretty good for Paravision here. If they can set up some sort of...
Yeah, with the Vendetta still up, he's going to look and find even more. He's going to try and blow up Snake King. No one will combo off of that one. Both supports are now dead during this window where Roshan is about to come up. 30 seconds.
That's why this is so good. They kill the heroes at the right time in the right place. So if they were to scout Roche now, they might actually be able to get it 20 seconds.
I mean, when Chen comes back, he won't have an army. I feel like you've been losing this game the entire way. My vote is, if this is a democracy, I vote take that Roshan. Almost no matter when it spawns. Just go for it, man.
Yeah,
you need to crack this game open.
Just YOLO?
Yeah.
They kill it so slow, though. They have, like, nothing against Roche.
I mean, if you get Roshan, it's Yolt, but...
Okay. I don't know if I should be happy or sad that I picked up on that instantly. Probably more sad, so... Oh, wait, they have Storm Shard. I take everything back. That's fine.
Yeah, true.
Storm Shard, good?
I mean, they are going to have I thought this was looking pretty grim, but between this, the Roshan turnaround, and then also they can get to like level 25 and Ags on Storm Spirit.
Who did he give it to? Are they all disengaged? Okay, let's see who got the Ags. He didn't take it himself.
Wait,
where is it?
That was the third Rosh, right?
Oh, he did use it. Okay, I thought I
did.
saw him not have it. Anyway, he did use it on himself, so no one will have AoE Vortex. Quite nice this game. Enemy heroes are likely to be stacked. You know, Sand King and Sven will often go on the same target. Dawn and all three of them might just be on the same a lot of the time.
Yeah. And if you can get that, not even necessarily with Black Hole, but just like an Impale, something that maybe forces Amar to react with his ult and then leaves you open for a Black Hole.
Yeah, I think that's what they should be trying to do now as a team, is figure out how do we structure a fight so that Enigma can go in after Dawn ulti. And the general recipe for that is put so hard pressure on one core that Amar feels the need to help. And it doesn't even need to you don't even necessarily need to force the Dawn ulti. If she's there and she goes into the fight to protect, then you also have the Black Hole opportunity, right? You just need to either Black Hole her or wait until the fight is developed enough. And maybe with the Storm Shard they can do it, or Scepter.
Dude, this Starbreaker's going crazy now. It's a 6-second cooldown since he got the level 25, but then you combine this facet, it's a 5-second cooldown, right? Because if he hits the Starbreaker, combined with the Luminosity being only 3 hits, right, then it's always going to go off. So it's just going to be constantly up.
Dude, he's so tanky, my god. He has almost 5k health and 50 armor.
Yeah, it has actually kind of a problem for Amar, the fact that he has to wait for Black Hole to kind of go into the fight, because he is such a force outside of his ultimate.
Well, you could make the argument that he doesn't need to do that, but then one of the others just doesn't, right? As long as they don't... I think if Dawn and Sven don't stack, I think it's fine.
Sure.
Because if Amar is the one going in together with the Sand King and then Sven waits, and there's Black Hole from DM and Sven blinks behind Enigma and 2-shots him, that works too. It's not like DM is tanky.
Yeah.
He's gonna... I don't even think Ducalis gets to react with a Frost Shield.
Well, apparently DM's going to try and make himself tanky. He got a Rattle Cage and he's queuing up AC.
Okay, that'll help. But now he doesn't have Blink.
Yeah.
He's just going to Force Staff into all of his Black Holes? That's ambitious, I think. But yeah, the tankiness will obviously be amazing for his team. I definitely agree that they need an AC, but I think the AC would be nice on the Razor too. Maybe he just doesn't want to buy it on him. I would imagine Chrysalis wants to get some sort of armor. He only has his 20 base right now. He's queuing up AC.
Okay.
All right, well, who's going to get it?
Maybe DM gets Shivas.
Let's see who gives up first. I'll keep track.
Okay.
Okay, nobody has conceded yet.
Whose will be broken. No one is closing in on level 25, and he does have 4,600 gold. Now, obviously, he's wanting to hold on to BKB, but I am curious what his next item should be.
Usually I would say buy Axe, but doesn't need to do that, so...
Yeah, like, is a Scythe... Is this a Scythe kind of game? I almost feel like what is the best, most damage-efficient item for a Storm?
I think Shiva is the best item here, surely, right? Gets yourself a little bit more protection, gets you the amp, gets you vision. Slowing down these melee heroes is really valuable.
Yeah.
Reducing lifesteal of Dawn, heal from Chen.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
I think there's just so many upsides, but he is going for the Hex. It was one or the other. I think Hex is also okay, but I'm a little bit concerned that he's going to try to jump and isolate a target, and then that target's just not going to die.
Yes.
That's my biggest problem for the Radiant right now, is that's why I like the Shiva better.
Smoke breaks. He jumps up to the high ground. Malorine responds with a Burrow Strike. Hit him with a Bushwhack as well. Lots of damage. Not enough to kill, but enough to threaten. As he has to back away with that Aegis. 50 seconds left on it.
Yeah, they hold their ground, and that's probably the end of this Aegis. But if nothing else for Paravision, this wasn't just about the Aegis. Getting that free Ags was big.
Oh,
I needed to make a dent in the gold. Thank you very much. What's the name of that shopkeeper again? Is it Slilly?
I have no idea.
Silly. It's Silly.
Purge, the side shop man.
That's true. This is the right tournament for that.
There's no way production can respond to me. Does the Aegis power play include the Aghanim Scepter that you get from it? Yes? Okay.
So they
actually
lost farm
gold.
in the meantime. I mean, that's not really that surprising, to be honest, when you've seen how the map is played out.
Sure.
It's Falcons. If you're playing against Falcons, generally most minutes of the game are an Aegis power play, whether either team has an Aegis. Doesn't matter. It's just Falcons power play of we hit creeps better than you all game. It's hard to beat a team that just is better at gold mining in a game that's about mining gold. It's really not fair. Maybe they should introduce a secondary mechanic to gold so that if you're not good at farming, you can do something else. Like you can be a chef or something. So you can like empower your team with something else than gold. Like I'm not good at farming creeps, but I make a hell of a bolognese. And then you buff up your carry with a well-fed buff or something. 9 class could be in trouble if he walks into any sort of vision here. There is a sentry above him.
I just know chat is just like question.
And there's a gem.
Question.
It's because they don't understand good food and the value of it.
Let him cook, chat.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Sentry.
Oh, this is...
Oh, is he going to try and return home and walk through this sentry? They spawn each other.
Uh-oh. Where's the gem? Oh, he...
Talentless. Yeah, you tell him, 9 class.
Honestly, it's always such a fun time when both teams realize they see Nyx.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things in Pro Dota when both teams, when there's that moment of, oh shit, and you can just see everybody's reacting very quickly to it. But they did not have any chase there, so he will escape. And he is going the E-Blade. Not too surprisingly, looking for that burst and for the potential protection against these big, beefy, physical boys inside of Falcons. Oh, they also have Frost, they have Ice Armor from the Ogre. So now they have plus 60 armor. If they want to. It's a lot of armor.
Counter to Mana Burn is Mana Burn, the counter to Frost Armor is Frost Armor.
Yeah. I guess the counter to a lot of what Falcons has is Nullifier, right?
Yeah.
But Sven is going to have the Shard. And then he already does, and it's undispellable, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under
So they can't dispel War Crisis. It's probably not that good.
Chrysalis says Swift Blink is his next item.
Yeah. The more I look at it, the worse Nullifier is. I think it's fine to not get it. Like, what are you really removing? If you were removing Warcry, I think it would be really valuable. But since that Shard is into play and you can't do that, what can you really purge? You can purge the Solar Crest.
We're just gonna leave this up here the entire time. All right, prediction time, Syndrin. Not theory crafting. Theory craft when the next kill is going to be.
Okay.
Based off of this timer.
When's Roche?
Are we going to get 10 minutes?
Give me 15 minutes. 15 seconds so I can see when Roche responds.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, even if Roshan spawns early or late, they're still going to set up like Roshan.
Oh, they're not going to fight for it. One team's going to get it for free, but then they will use the Aegis.
Oh, okay.
So 1 minute. All right, next kill is 11:40.
Wait, so you think Falcons is going to get it for free?
Yeah.
You don't think Pyrovision's going to fight for it?
I think something...
I mean, if they catch Amar, they have a chance to be able to do so. They don't know if he's alone or not. It's spooky, but they smoked up for a reason. Time to be aggressive is now, gentlemen. Seize the day. Take down Amar.
Wow.
The Dawnbreaker goes down. Now it's a 4 versus 5, right as Roshan is in that window, and you didn't get your prediction in.
I was pretty close. I was only off by like 2 minutes. And it was on a scale from 0 to 11:40. That's not bad. I think I did a pretty good job. I was like 80% of the way there. Oh, region rune for no one.
Another way to phrase that is you said 2 minutes from now when it was 2 seconds from now.
What?
9 class almost has that E-Blade you wanted to see.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Wait, what's happening bottom? Okay, he almost got the
what's happening top?
9 class.
Wait, what's happening bottom?
2,000 damage crit. 2,100 damage.
Yep. He's out of there. Still, Pyrovision keeping this within striking distance. Again, my question is just going to be what items are
You get a jump on Crystal, chain stunning him. He's down to about half. He's going to get off all of his spells now, and he still has that refresher as well.
Does he feel confident? Yeah, he's going to pop that refresher. He wants to commit to this team fight. Another BKB, activating his Satanic. He really doesn't feel like he's doing that much. Maybe Maureen, maybe he can get him, though. He burrow strikes away off the refresher, and now his BKBs are gone. Now he's being chased up. No one up to the rescue, though, with the Aghanim Scepter pull in on 2. A beautiful save from no one that allows Chrysalis to go back in and do the damage. Now they chase for more. No one's going to pick up a 3rd kill out of this situation. It's Crit. He'll be run down pretty easily. Pops his ultimate, but he can't get away from the link.
I really think Amar thought that one was in the bag, that fight. He had buyback ult the whole time, and he never used it, and his teammates end up dying as a result. To be fair, that was really close, too. Chrysalis was looking within reach of being killable, but getting everything off, and what a very nice and fast Frost Shield he got there from the Lich.
Yeah.
Truly changed things completely. If they got that jump like they did without the Frost Shield, he's dead on the spot.
Mar just going in here. Now, he's got BKB. They don't have any control through it, so I think he feels like this is kind of free to be aggressive.
Oh, I don't know if I agree with that.
He's almost wrong about that.
Get out for now. Keep canceling his blink. They don't have enough time.
Oh, the commit from no one. He is very low on mana, but it looks like they might be able to get a buyback. Diving in, Chrysalis still has the leech onto Amar. He's doing good damage. Gets controlled up a little bit. He finally gets the kill, but now he's on the run. The shot from Crit. Oh, the burrow strike doesn't land. The shot doesn't either. Chrysalis is running, but he'll be hunted down by Skeeter. Skeeter will run and chase after him. He's going to get that swipe eventually. Surely he gets it. It's the burrow strike that does it instead. But multiple buybacks out of Falconson.
And what did we learn today? Amar will not buy back for the team, but the team will buy back for Amar. When Amar has 5% health in his base, they all buy back on 3 heroes. But when his entire team is in trouble on the enemy side of the map, he's drinking a milkshake and watching and enjoying his time. That was a really big expense.
Oh, Crit gets baited into going for that bounty.
This game is very possible to win all of a sudden for Paravision, because not only the gold is even now, but you know there are 3 buybacks unavailable.
Yeah.
So if you find any sort of decent fight on the Paravision side with a black hole, you kill the right heroes, the game actually is over.
I mean, they have Razor buyback. If he finds them in a black hole, he could buy back TP onto the outpost.
And they have double Vortex on no one with that refresher.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually think this Roche is lost.
Okay.
Falcons, I think they just call this one off.
Synderen, do you think that Falcons, do you think they were too passive in this game when they had the advantage? Like, I legitimately, you know, this has been the only criticism I've had towards Falcons. I actually don't know if they were too passive in this game. Because I felt like
I don't know. I can't really say that. I can't say that with confidence. I feel like the fight that they lost where Amar didn't buy back, I genuinely think they could have potentially won the game there.
Yeah.
With a buyback or by not choosing to go there when their Dawn is dead. Like, either version of that would be fine by me. But they took, in my opinion, the worst approach to that situation, and it cost them dearly. And then they dropped the ball with him getting killed.
Now they're getting picked apart by this Nyx assassin. Amar is getting some heals off. He might be able to get the kill on 9 class, actually. The hammer through gets him. Now that it's just him and no one.
Armlet.
Fight is still a little difficult. Okay, Crystal's going to come in. He might be getting him, but no one. He's almost dead. He got him with the hammer. The burn damage. Okay, he took away the Aegis too. Managed to get 1 for 2 out of this situation, but a black hole. Immediate buyback from Amar. He does use it to be able to save the team. DM pops his refresher. He may have to use a black hole just onto Amar. Meanwhile, Chrysalis is going to town here. He's killed this Sven. Mallory's going to try and kill him with some magic damage coming in. Crit throws the shot, and it's going to be enough. Huge amount of magic damage being delivered by Falcons that kills the enemy carry, but he buys back in the line. There's that second black hole. Amar was chasing DM this entire way, and he will finally lose his life for it. That's 2 heroes. Die back on the side of Falcons. Paravision can maybe just go and end the game now.
Yeah, if they recognize the game state, which, I mean, they know for a fact these 2 heroes don't have buyback. One of them was bought back to try to protect Amar, and Amar bought back this time to try to protect Skitter. So this is 100% 2 confirmed deaths for a minute and a half. And I think you just run it straight down mid and finish here.
Yeah. They just have to stop any creep wave shenanigans. Got to make sure there's no pulling or anything. They're using Flip, stop the Sandstorm, got the Spike Carapace onto the Sand King, chaining up the stuns. He is very tanky, though. Four staff gets him back to the tier 4s. Oh no, Malrain got off the epicenter. The Razor. Chrysalis is okay. He still has his Satanic. Thought it was a spooky moment there when he got shot by the Hoodwink. Got down to half HP, but he's good.
They've placed a banner outside and inside the base. Total territorial dominance here. Paravision, they own the map.
If they could just finish up the Sand King, the base is clear for them to be able to take, but Falcons is making it so damn difficult for them. They're going to try and take Crit instead. Eontis help protects him a little bit. So does Snake King. Got him on the Impale, though. Pulls him back in. It looks like Crit should finally die. The epicenter from behind, though. Finish up the Nyx and says a Bro Strike on through. Now he's trying to make a run back to the fountain. He's trying to delay this game for the 20 seconds that Skeeter needs, but they're getting pulled away from their fountain constantly. Another Eon Disc goes off. Now Bro Strike back to the fountain. He's good. 12 seconds till the Sven is back up.
They're actually probably...
They can't do it, Syndra. They have to back away. Their bottom lane is being taken. Their top lane is being pushed as well. They're not even going to get more barracks out of this than Falcons did.
They got 1 ranged Rex and 0 buybacks in a 5v3. What the hell?
Oh,
absolutely nothing gained in that situation, all in all. And Snake King's just got this fat shit-eating grin on his face right now. He's just sitting there. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty farmed. Look at the Chen's inventory. No wonder his hero stayed alive. He gave Divine Favor for 20 armor, Greaves, Solar Crest, AC, 4-staff, and Pipe. I was like, how is this Hoodwink not dying? It took them so long.
And he was pushing out the bottom lane while all that was happening and took a range barracks. Almost got the melee, too. The big old dragon almost got that much.
Oh my god. I'm still in disbelief that they didn't get more than a ranged Rex in 100 seconds in the enemy base.
Yeah.
That's unreal. And when you look at it, they obviously didn't have to chase the kills. They could have taken the buildings, but the problem is the 2 tier 2s are up on the side lanes.
Yeah.
So they could have only got the mid-rack, so they kind of going for the collateral there of finding more kills that don't have buybacks and then actually finishing the game. And Falcons would have kept poking and prodding them with stuns and delays if they don't kill the heroes. So I think killing the heroes is the right play. He just couldn't do it.
Aeon Disc and all that tankiness.
Yep. All right, there was a Tormentor there for a few seconds.
They've got all their shards on Falcons, so it's just gold for everybody. We have items to talk about. We got an Aghanim Scepter in level 25 on the Enigma. So the Eidolon split pushing is going to be pretty crazy. And his ult is going to be very scary in team fight.
You can actually afford Refresher too, with anyone of buyback.
Looks like no one's considering a Nullifier.
Okay.
Because Chrysalis doesn't want to be the one building it. He's going to go AC.
Can you purge Divine Favor? No. So what's he getting the Nullifier?
Well,
Solar Crest?
There's a lot of other buffs, I guess.
I mean, the 2 big ones are undispellable. It's the Chen and the Sven ones that are the problem, and they can't remove those 2. So I don't think Nullifier is going to do much. Am I missing something here? Is there something? I mean, Aeon Discs? Maybe he just needs it for the discs, I guess.
We're a problem.
Yeah, it's probably just for discs.
9 class, that was...
Limit testing. We have found out that the Sven with 5,000 health, pardon me, does not die to our Nyx.
I mean, I should hope so. Doesn't have buyback.
9 class is just sitting there now. Wow, my hero's
Wait, what was this TP going in from the crit? He TP's right next to no one there. That was a spooky moment. He's playing on some vision right now. Might just catch no one. Spots the Lich instead. No one goes in for the Hoodwink. Immediately on Disc. Crit trying to shoot himself away. Malrine goes in for the kill onto Dakalis. Crit does get run down. Dakalis is still stuck underneath it. Epicenter does actually get a 4-staff down to the low ground thanks to the Enigma. Now the ultimate coming out from Amar. Slams on in. And right as the pull from no one. No one's got another pull in. He's got to be able to finish off the Sven. They get Snake King as collateral for the kill that they were originally looking for, which was the carry of Falcons. Now they go back for Malrine, who is still tanky as ever, but surrounded by 4 heroes outside of his base. It is a very different story. Buybacks on 3. Available for Falcons.
Yeah, and the good news for Falcons is Amar is alive, so they will buy back to protect him.
Of course.
Don't know if they would buy back to protect their base, but as we have already established in this game, Amar is more valuable than anything. He will now return to his base.
Level
the charge.
30 Storm Spirit. So he's got the...
This is a pretty big DPS increase, actually, having both of these talents.
Yeah. And the Razor also has his second Plasma Field, which is not the chosen talent a lot of times, but it's still, I think, very strong.
Yeah, it's good. Anything that gives more damage and more vision is always welcome. They're going to choose to glyph here. I thought they were going to maybe glyph for the tier 4s. No one is like, okay, well, they glyphed the barracks. Let me try this other building. That one also did not take damage.
Limit testing the glyph.
See if it's bugged on tier 4s.
Here comes the Eidolon army.
Here comes tier 5 neutral items. So let's see what's big here.
They're not...
If they can get the tier 5 neutral items without contention from Falcons, and they just get a 5 neutral item advantage and then Skitter, so he's gonna at least immediately go and swipe up one.
Oh, look at that. 9 class blocked out there. He bodied the aim.
5 here.
And the bottom wave is pushed once again. They have to deal with that.
So Mirror Shield is huge against Razor, right?
Yep.
Because you're gonna Lotus and block it at the same time. So you are linking him.
Yep.
And as usual, I will ask the question of how does it interact with Lincolns, and as usual, nobody knows. So we'll see if that's gonna mess with Crystallis at all. Dota becomes really confusing ultra late game with all the things you need to keep track of. It just becomes unreasonable to expect that out of anyone. That's why the games with tier 5s usually go kind of crazy, because there's just these new massive impact things that you can't account for. Amar.
Oh, Black Hole goes off, doesn't grab Maureen, but it is blowing up Amar. Amar gets off another hammer, lifts her a little bit while long. Skeeter's after him, but he's slowed down. Skeeter's being kited around now. Oh, Force Staff's getting away. Spy Carapace dodges one of the hits. He does get a swing in, heals up a little bit. The life drain, though, yeah. The Eye of the Storm. Later team. Two of them do not have buyback here. The Sven may have it, but Amar and Crit
otherwise. So let's see how Falcons defend this time. It started more power. They have 2 refreshers ready, by the way. I think both No One and DM.
About how they're going to play. Buyback from Crit hits the Burrow Strike onto net. Then Skeeter wants to hold on to his 10 more seconds.
There's no Frost Shield. Lich is dead. Have they ever bought a Nullifier for it? They didn't, right? I was going to talk about this earlier, that I thought Amar should have bought a Nullifier for the Frost Shield, but they never did. This is dispellable fully no matter what. With facets or innates or anything. So, yeah, surprising. This is the classic solution.
I'm going to say 4,800.
7,800.
Wait, what?
He had Giant's Ring and he was next to a Golem. Okay, see if you can...
Super good about the fight if he doesn't have static link.
RTP
He can still catch them. Skeeter is in big trouble. I think they have to leave him to die. He still has his buyback, right? He's got still has his buyback, right? He's got I mean, it's true. Like a 3.5 versus an old I mean, it's true. Like a 3.5 versus an old ultimate. Black Hole comes in, grabs on back. Fully channeled ultimate. Black Hole comes in, grabs on and he's got an Neon Disc. He's surviving through this one for now. Stick around this Razor for long. Amar is able to deal with Pari Vision any longer.
All the armor and what they had in their arsenal. But they found the solutions. It mainly came through a lot of magic damage through the Nyx and the Storm, and the Enigma started getting some black holes that got full duration. And the Roche. That Roche that they got to get that Ags on Storm, I feel like really swung the game around. And that one was avoidable for Falcons, so that was a bit of a slip-up that we generally don't see from them very often in that stage of the game, but when it happens, Paravision know how to take advantage. And they managed to pull this one into the over an hour mark, excuse me, to get across the finish line. Look at these damage numbers. Crystallis and No One both over 60k. On the side of the Dire.
Wait, the damage numbers between Amar and Skeeter.
Oh, no.
We were going to talk about him, right?
Amar had gold to damage ratio on Dawn. I feel like this, in a way, ultimately comes back a little bit to the draft when we talked about it. I don't think this is a good Dawn game.
Yeah.
But they did so well in the early game and in the laning stage that he made it look good. But ultimately, these are the numbers. Okay, with 855 CS. This is...
Yeah,
it's
he
less
had more
damage
gold
than,
than Skeeter and did less damage than him.
And he did significantly less damage than the enemy Nyx. So,
yeah,
it was a tough Dawn game.
Yeah, maybe some of that to counter the black holes, but we saw there as the game progressed, DM, he had some really good answers to it with his Refresher and Force Staff and did pretty damn well for themselves. Pari Vision even out the series.
And give us a series worthy of 2 first-place finishes in Group Stage 1. Because I was questioning what Pari Vision were doing with such a high series score, but here they've proven that they've got the gumption necessary to push Falcons to the limits. Although maybe it was a Falcons that were not all in their specialty zone, Brian, such as this Dawnbreaker, which net worth. But we've seen this issue before with Dawnbreaker, where you get a bunch of gold, and then what do you do with it?
Yeah, I'd tell you, Neil. I've been a part of a lot of best of threes in my career where the enemy team felt like they were better than mine. But we managed to outdraft them one time, and then we'd lose the best of 3.
I see.
And that's the vibe I'm getting. As much as I really was impressed, especially with Crystallis in the late game team fights and their execution, I think Pari Vision's draft was just so much more, like all the bases of the late game were covered, and I just feel like, yeah, the Dawn pick, you're picking it into Nyx, you had to pick a BKB counter to Enigma. And then my question when I see that is, okay, your validation for picking the Dawn is to counter Enigma. Enigma was second pick. Where's the other counter?
Yep.
Like, why didn't you just pick it second, third or something for your team rather than having to pick it last into a Nyx? Because if you pick it early, then it gets countered by Nyx, then you have like a better hero for one of the other roles or something. I personally really believe Pari Vision hard outdrafted them this game.
Okay, so maybe some shortcomings
outplayed
for Falcons in the draft, but how about some praise for Pari Vision? What did they do correctly that, well, it was a long game, so they didn't win it quickly, but they still won it in the end. How'd they do it?
I think they just had more gas in the tank towards the late game, because if you looked at that game when team fights were trying to be taken at the start, you're looking at 1 BKB on Razor and then 1 black hole coming out of Enigma. And we'll see situations where Storm would initiate on the Sand King. They'd try to burst him down with that Razor BKB, but when that was over, Sand King lives through the... This is Epicenter, they take him down with that 1 BKB. As the game progressed and Paravision were able to hold, which they did very well, thanks to the power of Storm Spirits, then they had the Refreshers coming into play, right? And if you've got this Refresher Enigma and this Refresher Razor with 2 BKBs, 2 ultis, there's not enough that Falcons had in their arsenal to fight into that. So they definitely put themselves on a timer that game, but I think Paravision did a really great job in getting to that point in the first place, and they executed those late game fights pretty well. So they deserve praise. I mean, I think it's a bit unfair to be like hard outdraft.
I just felt like they got so mid-diffed, outplayed in the first 20 minutes. I'm gonna give a shout out though, because they did need the game to go late. They did need those refresher orbs, and I'll give a shout out to 9 Class. I feel like his map movements and overall scouting and pickoffs that he was getting that just made the game last an extra minute or two every time he did that, where it was absolutely essential to those refresher orbs coming out on this. All 3 cores had refreshers on the side of Pari Vision, and it's obviously we're comparing them to Falcons. So Falcons is a team that's one of the best laning teams out there.
Yeah.
So it's not a shock of what happened in the early game, but Malreen solo killing no one, that's a shot. That usually do I look at no one and he got mid-diffed, but I'm glad to see that they managed to and let the game stall out the way it did. So it was impressive. It just felt like for most of the game, Falcons played better.
Yeah, the fact that they maintained composure, especially whenever they ran down mid, basically got 1 ranged Rex, and that's it.
While a Chen Creep was
taking their Rex, and they had 100 seconds basically in between. I feel like a lot of teams would get rattled after that, and then just apparently just fall to pieces. But Pari Vision maintained whatever composure was necessary, and able to get the win in the end, which gives us a potential head-to-head contestant. So, Purge, what'd you pick for Acer Predator?
For the Acer Predator, it macros because we saw some slightly interesting things here. Chen, not that atypical. We're seeing it a lot lately, and that's what it provides. It's providing healing to his teammates to help them stay alive in crucial moments, both with Hand of God, Guardian Greaves mech. He bought Pipe, he had AC, he had a Vlad's, that's healing him as well. There's a lot of heal sources that Snaking was pumping out. The other side is mostly damage and damage reduction, actually. So his damage numbers are normal for a support at this position, but the damage reduction is kind of hard to show in stats. His Razor ended up taking 114k damage this game with a 65% damage reduction, and that's a lot of it because of the Frost Armor, which was used with the new facet, the one that most people don't take. Growing Cold is what it's called. It elongates the Frost Shield and also makes the Chain Frost balance longer. I have some clips I'd love to show you as well that really show the effectiveness of this. But basically, you put it on towers. The towers are going to tank creep waves. You're going to put it on top. Is getting gone on. KDAs are both solid here. How about them clips? We got them clips? I would love to watch these clips. Thank you. Okay, check this out. Frost Shield on a tier 2 tower. Every creep that dies under the effect of Frost Shield, it elongates the Frost Shield by, I believe, 2 seconds. Creep kill 4 seconds for a hero. And this is another crucial moment. Sven has a huge amount of damage, definitely can kill Razor before he gets too much of his damage sucked away. But if you pair Frost Shield on top of that, you just can't kill the Razor fast enough because you're doing about a third of the damage. This fight, extremely crucial. They catch Razor, they're chain stunning him here. He gets basically just stops. He's able to press BKB here. He's able to press Satanic, and that keeps him extremely alive here. He even gets another refresher off. This is the big fight moment. So this is I think we 100% saw the value of Lich this game. The Frost Shield was very good.
Thank you very much, Purge. It's very much in the wheelhouse of Parivision. Their healing damage when you can just reduce the damage coming in. They had the Marcy with the bodyguard for the armor. They got the Lich for the armor. This is very outdated to have to heal HP.
I've got a... Oh, go ahead.
No, you got.
I was going to think about the fact that since Amar was so farmed, I think Skeeter could have considered taking like a bit of a utility back. The Sven Axe does dispel when you stun. So I'm wondering if that was worth considering at any point, because that Frost Armor, as Purge mentioned.
Yeah, I don't think so, because I think probably the biggest value they got out of that armor was like extending the game for as long as they did, because that's what allowed the tower. I mean, if you could, that would be cool. But that, like in that clip that Purge just showed us, also we saw the power of the double BKB, the double Satanic coming out of Razor, and that really was the wall that Falcons ran into, right? They were using one Dawn ult to cancel one black hole. Afterwards, guess what? He refreshes BKB, another black hole. He also had a Force Staff to like reposition. Razor gets gone on, survives through the damage, presses his other BKB, and like you're working with a Sven on your team, right? He's like one BKB, one like 6 seconds of burst window, and then he just completely falls off.
It was an arms race between the two cores, and one that Parivision ends up getting the upper hand. Game. I love the fact that Group Stage 2 gives us these 3-game series, because now we can find out which of these two teams is the best when we go the full distance. We'll catch you after the break.
In your witch's brew, you get your way by chance around you. As hard as I try to run away, I can't escape the truth. You keep me waiting in this boiling stew. And now my heart's breaking just at the thought of you. And as bad as I wish I could escape, I find I still yearn for you. charm that has kept me confined. I have consumed your potion of lies. I'm so confused by your many disguises. As hard as I try to run away, find a hiding place. Now your claws are dug in deep. You're just a wolf in the clothes of a sheep. Oh, I've simmered in my love. Though I know it's your charm that has kept me confined.
Just like this, many years ago, when they invented the spooky twist. Many boys and girls came from all around and did the spooky twist. Now make sure you tell your parents if you're going to go out this evening and your shoes get untied. You don't want to trip doing the twist.
In your witch's brew, you get your way by charming those around you. As hard as I try to run away, you keep me waiting in this boiling stew. And now my heart's breaking just at the thought of you. Wish I could escape. I find I still yearn for you. Oh, I've simmered in my love for you. It's your charm that has kept me confined. I have to.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Team Falcons, where initially we were skeptical after this game number 1 of what Parivision were capable of, because we hadn't seen them on the mainstream quite yet. And what that game 1 showed was not top of the group material. But here, even this game, Brian, you thought it was basically a necessity for them to win this game. Otherwise, then we were going to question even what they did surviving elimination, because they had all the pieces necessary. Falcons had a very off-the-wall draft, and yet this still went like 60-something minutes.
I mean, my concern is similar to what it was with no one's teams all last year, which was when you was consistently doing well in group stage. And it felt like they would always get like 4th or 6th. And I guess when I said that, I kind of thought to myself, if they can't win that second game, I can't imagine them ever winning this tournament. Like, maybe they're still a very good team, and we're comparing them to Falcons, but if you're talking about winning the tournament, Falcons is the team. Seeing that they had it in them is really encouraging, but I go into this third game, and I'm already, like, without seeing any heroes, I'm going 70-30 Falcons. Like, that's where I'm at going into this draft. But, like, they obviously have the potential to do it again. So I'm interested.
I'm leaning that way as well. But I think one thing I've been doing consistently is picking weird heroes that they have rightly identified as useful in certain contexts. One of those was the Marcy. It hasn't been banned yet this game. And I think the Lich really had a great showing last game.
That was sick, yeah.
It was so good for delaying that tier 2 push bottom. That wasted literally 15 to 20 seconds of their time. He saved Razor moments where Sven, in a normal circumstance, would have just blown through him and like opened the game up. So if they can keep pulling out these cool heroes that have specific uses that are slightly undiscovered by other teams, that's a win sometimes.
I'll go to bat for them, honestly, because I think that they just got Falconsed in both games where they were doing so in that first 10 minutes that it creates such a lead for Falcons going into that game. Like, even that moment where 9 Class and the Nyx Assassin was trying to finish off the kill on Amar's Dawnbreaker, they bring everybody with that
and
sentry
they planted
ward.
a sentry.
Yeah, like Falcons are just so good at every like minuscule movement that they do that they're incrementally. But I would hope that after 2 games of playing against them, that they're going to be a little bit more prepared for their lane shenanigans, for their movements.
Production, did we mess up the teams? Is Falcons Parivision mixed up here?
Yeah, because it's the Snaking Chen and a Crystallis Razor, right?
Of course. I think the mind Nyx on Falcons, which Parivision used to counter Chen last game, so they first picked Chen, and then now you have the Team Falcons going for Razor. We talk about Crystallis, Grandmaster tier Razor. They've got 2 Grandmaster tier Razors on Falcons, so.
And a Grandmaster Chen on Parivision and Ducalis. So these are just heroes that they've
bunch of filthy hero spammers.
Just a bunch of shared heroes.
I think Amar just got beat up by a Razor last game. He's like, this is my hero. This used to be our hero, guys. And I think he just wants it back. That's all it is.
It could also be that they think that that's Crystallis' best hero by far, which I would honestly agree with based on the performance this tournament, and that if they take that out in Parivision.
Very possible.
He didn't look nearly as good on Morphling than he did on that Razor.
I mean, his execution in team fights, like, you can tell when somebody's played a hero 800 times, because that, like, item usage, like, Razor's not the flashiest hero, but I was impressed watching the mechanics of Razor, so that speaks a lot to Crystallis.
Like,
very clean.
It was like he saw something happen for like 0.2 seconds and he instantly did the right response.
Yeah, that
like
just shows you he's
blink,
been in some sort of situation that was somehow the exact same as that, even though it's super late in the game. Like, that's what that tells me.
That feels like that's all Razor games and pubs late game. You're always
Yeah, but the good old Razor refresher blink.
Oh, that was a good one.
Like the link into BKB, but then like to continue chasing, I was like, I don't think I've ever seen the refresher blink Razor play.
I wonder if Falcons were impressed by Lich's ability to delay versus Chen pushes, that they might consider running it themselves.
It's possible. The facet looked, I would say, other than extending the armor, it looked underwhelming as like a Chain Frost solution at Chen creeps, because the Chen creeps were just eating it.
There was that one fight top that he cleared 2 creep waves. Remember that?
All right, that fight was cool, but most of the time it's like bouncing to this creep that has like 1,000 HP and like a magic resistor. Or the it didn't seem that effective, but they do manage to get the clockwork. Like we said last game, the best 5 of the patch. Very good win rate, great at initiating. Something you kind of need to pair with a Razor who doesn't have stuns.
Beastmaster is also left in the pool this time around, and I think it's the hero worth heroes like Razor, where if you just have one solution to their ability to go ham in a fight, it really makes the game easier.
They're almost certainly going to pick Pango. I was going to say Pango into Clock just because it's an offlaner that can get out of cogs, but they also flex it. But they elect to go a completely different route in their Razor because you can just steal his link and effectively become him if he links anyone else. So you are doing a lot of damage to him, but he is effectively net canceled. And he can also disengage from his link with Waveform. This is like a be-all, end-all counter in the carry matchup, so I almost think for sure it's going to be a offlane Razor for Amar. I don't think the lane for Razor is all that bad. So I guess I don't love this as like picking for Crystallis because I do think he looks way better on his signatures, but I guess at this point they're all banned out or picked, so maybe that's why they felt the need to pick it.
Because he has been seen as a hero spammer for the last couple of years, and it's if he really just gets comfortable with all of the other S tier carries that aren't necessarily his favorite, he's gonna become a really valuable player, much like we've been talking about Amar for the last couple of years. Just because it's like, okay, he can play everything that he needs to. Sometimes
Amar's moved on from that phase for sure. Like,
he has.
We can no longer call him a hero puddle player.
But that Razor offlane flex isn't looking probable with this Brood Mother. I mean, there's
Yeah.
always the potential for Brood carry that teams have been playing. And I think it was Ovulus's Smiling Knight that actually looked very impressive. Versus Morphling, though, it doesn't scale very well because you can't really take your Insatiable Hunger versus this hero, or you give it Insatiable Hunger when it replicates and just give it incredible scaling. So when you pick Brood versus Morphling, you do it because you want to overwhelm him, kick him out of the map, make the map small, and take as much as you can when you can.
And trade-off that most teams are doing. This is like the third Brood I've seen picked after the Morphling pick. So they're like, I just don't need my first ability. It's more important to kick him out of the lane.
They need a hero that hard deals with this Brood. That is the complete opposite. I consider Brood to be one of the hard conceptually to Enigma because Enigma, his way of like operating in the first 15-20 minutes before he's like this team fighter black hole guy is it's really hard to encroach on my area, and he kind of plays near his tower, and now you just have a Brood that dives you basically. Like even if it's from the off lane, like you don't like. Okay, imagine this: once Brood gets 6, who goes to her lane?
Falcons.
Yeah, and not just that, you're playing against Clockwork too, who you're never afraid of that BKB black hole on your carry because it's just gonna get hookshotted.
Yeah.
Like there are means to deal with it, but I assume that their thinking with this Enigma here was when I was describing why they might go for Beastmaster, it's kind of is running in, you have a means to deal with him. But the way to actually enable this Enigma to have a good black hole is going to be a lot harder because of the reasons you mentioned and because of the Clockwork.
I know there's still 2 picks left, but I don't think Party Vision's ever going to get the fight. Like, I think that this is going to be one of these really, this is bad as, just because we're on stream, but I think it's going to be like a really boring Falcons like 15k lead with 5 kills kind of game. You know, like that's the vibe I'm getting when you have heroes like Razor or Brood that I think will kind of get to play their game. I don't think, like, who kills anybody on Paravision? Like, these are the very lane. Nobody's going through Twin Gates. Nobody's a Catalyst. You have like a Chen 5 who helps you group, but that's not going to be until later. I guess I'm just.
What, Ember Spirit?
They need a lot of weight to be pulled by. Like Malrine has the choice of shutting you down, and I think that's all Malrine's hero's responsibility is in this game.
And not only does he have the choice of shutting you down with this last pick here, he also is set up to have a very elusive spirit type of hero or puck type of hero coming out of the mid lane, because the disable is like a Brambleways, a Terrorize, and a Malefice from Enigma, and none of those are like reliable tools at catching heroes like Puck or Storm.
So they're both looking to pick the same type of mid hero, most likely then.
10 seconds remaining.
Although I'm a little bit more worried because Falcons has the obvious Orchid from Brood. Their vision's still not ready, so it's kind of spooky for them at the moment.
I think you have to pick Pango here. Like, I meaning not only does it have to be a mobile mid, but it has to be a hero that can occupy Brood's lane. I was gonna say I hope they ban Huskar, so that's the Pango pick. Yep. I really hope they ban Huskar, so that's good. If I'm thinking Malrine, you know, pick of the litter. I think your only role is to shut this Pango down. Do you go like the Viper? Do you go something like Queen of Pain?
You don't send the Razor mid at this point. You give it to Skitter.
Actually, you know what? Maybe they do swap up the carry role. I'm thinking, is there a carry that could just go mid, actually? In that case, you could go a melee carry because you have CM. Now that I think about it, I don't know which one's for. Like, usually you don't do 2 melees. This could actually be any role, any core role. Now that
Drow Ranger against the Morph.
Easy. You could even leave just Brood carry here and pick an offlaner. No, they go Sven. Okay.
I mean, that kind of does it, right? He did really good against him last game. He had more net worth. You can kill the Eidolons.
Yeah,
you can leave the
CM
lane
plus,
and
like,
farm.
with a +1 nuke is not that bad for killing the Eidolons. This game, they had the Chen to convert the Eidolons. I might be getting ahead of myself, but I think this is, like, a huge outdraft for Falcons. I think all 3 lanes are going to go well, and I'm really concerned about the playmaking potential of Pari Vision for a really long time.
Which your primary issue still stems around anti.
Every game I watch Falcons that they look in their element it looks like nothing's happening in the game, and then the net worth lead is 4K at 10 minutes or something, and I don't see why that wouldn't happen here.
I think they forced Enigma into this draft when they really didn't need to, and they had Beastmaster as a potential hero for them still. Where DM looks really good on that hero, I think he's gonna have to play an incredible game, because if they jammed this Enigma into the draft when he wasn't set up for success, they better have a great plan to enable him, because if Enigma doesn't have a good game, there's no way to deal with the Razor at all whatsoever.
Yeah, they keep dealing with I kind of wonder if they should just grab Earth Spirit earlier. In one of their prior games where they had Morphling and Enigma, they had Earth Spirit in an earlier phase that they snagged. I just feel like it would have fit the draft a little bit better, so I do kind of agree they're kind of just going with slightly weird stuff. It doesn't feel as cohesive as the second game draft.
At the or better time late game than compared to game 1, because game 1 Chrysalis also played the Morphling and it did not prove to be successful, but maybe they've learned from these mistakes and they'll get an opportunity to turn things around. Let's get ready for game number 3 with Cap and Cinderin.
That's us. We are here for game 3. Hello to our beautiful panel. You guys having a good time? We're having a good time. I'm looking forward to this game 3, Cinderin, because game 1 started with saying, Amar saying, go ahead, pick the Razor, Chrysalis. We know you're going to do it. Game 2, they did pick up the Razor. They beat Amar with that Razor, the Chrysalis Razor. Something to look out for. But then, in game 3, what happened, Cinderin?
What happened?
They take the Razor from him. They say, no. Chrysalis says, but I can be Razor. Anyway, I'm going to play Morphling and turn into the Razor.
Wow, that was a riveting tale. I was at the edge of my seat the whole time. So how does the story end?
This is how you make drafts.
Well, so who's Razor? Is it in this story?
Are you asking me who the protagonist is?
Yeah. Like, let's say
the winner.
Let's say that's what
the winners write the history.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
So whoever wins, it will end up being the protagonist of the story.
But we agree that no matter which team wins, it was because of Razor.
Yes.
Okay.
It's Razor all the way. None of these other heroes matter. I'm not sure why we have an entire panel to talk about the other heroes.
I mean, what a dream for Chrysalis to be able to choose between Razor and Brood as his 2 choices.
Oh, yeah.
They picked the Brood into Razor, so if Amar does not go for Insatiable Hunger, obviously it's Morph that he's playing against a Brood that will be stifled the whole game by his skill build.
But what if you play Razor and don't level Static Link? What about that, Sid?
Razor doesn't have that luxury. He absolutely needs that spell to even function as a hero, whereas Brood can perform his A lot of its purpose in the game without Insatiable Hunger. I just feel like a lot of the time when you reach that mid-game portion, it feels really bad to not have Snake.
Got him on the Bramble. And the Blink Grenade.
Damage.
Good damage, and they body blocked enough that the creep wave is under tower, so it'll push out to the favor of Pari Vision.
Yep, it's good news for them already. Trying to offset this Sven lane early on by getting it closer to themselves. This top lane will be interesting to watch. So Clockwork, historically, not a great hero against Chen. When Chen gets creeps, it's hard to find strong impact in fights. It's hard to find skirmishes. Against this new version of Chen that has the mana burn convert, I think it's even worse, actually.
Sure.
This hero is nothing without mana, and it doesn't have much mana.
Yeah.
It's one of the heroes that has the biggest problem, in my opinion, with the mana cost of the gate. It's just, you kind of really want to make those rotations, but it's so expensive. And yeah, this top lane, I think Crystallis should be having a good time overall in theory. Once the Chen gets the Clockwork out of mana, you're playing 2v1 against the Brood, in essence.
So you think they're going to win top lane?
I think so.
And bottom lane? I mean, seems kind of fine-ish, especially with that creep wave maneuver that they did, right?
Yeah, that's going to be okay. I think Sven will win that long-term, for sure. He definitely should, but we've already had some shoulds in this series that didn't happen, so maybe my radar is missing its mark a little bit on some of the matchups.
Let's say we expect it to be kind of a farming lane, right? Sven should get more out of it, but Enigma will probably get decent farm.
That's probably fair.
So what about the mid matchup?
The mid matchup should be Razor favored, surely, right? Pango can't ever shield crash in without getting linked, unless he also then jumps out, but then you've used both your spells, and then Razor can just do whatever he wants with the wave. Oh, EM! Nice blocking there with the Eidolon.
He's going to be slowed down still.
That was actually crucial. That one extra swing that Sven would have killed him on the Frost, on the Nova. So.
And he's had a healing salve, so it's not like he's going to be out of the lane for long.
Yep.
Good play to survive. And a recovery
going on here. So far, so good for Amar. I don't know how he's 12 and 9 against Morph's 5 and 3 in this lane. I am actually very surprised that this is how this is going so far. Maybe just some mechanical outplays, maybe some lack of knowledge on my part about how this matchup is meant to go.
I mean, Ducalis does seem to be taking a lot of time to focus on the Clockwork.
Yeah, but
maybe
even
over-investing.
Even in a vacuum, right? Level 2 Morph against Brood, does Brood just get 3/4 of every CS? Because it's not just farm, he's also getting all the denies, right? So is Morph just that unfavored? If you look at the raw damage of the two heroes right now, Morph is down by 10, so he definitely does have a bit of a disadvantage. Uh-oh. Oh, Insatiable Hunger!
Yeah, he leveled that up early. Crystallis, he'll be fine here. Morph for the strength, doesn't even get much of his mana burned.
This might be part of the logic of the Brood pick in this game, because I was asking you, I was just confirming the Brood was picked into Morph, right?
Yeah.
And he's killing Insatiable Hunger, because, well, then he doesn't turn into Razor. So now you have that freedom of either of us is terrible for us that he turns into, so we might as well both get all our stuff, because he will pick the good one, right?
Sure.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's better or worse for Falcons that Morph turns into Brood over Razor. And if it's like kind of close, then just skill all your spells, right? Because he will just pick the good one.
Radiant are scanning.
That part I can agree with, yeah.
And when you think of it that way, then Brood also gets to become much more of a hero, because now he gets to skill Insatiable Hunger without feeling bad about it, and having better laning presence and more scalability later into the game. So I very much agree with this choice in this game. I think there's a case to be made when you're the only obvious and good choice for the Morphling. But in this one, who do you think it's better for Morph to turn into in this game, between Razor and Brood?
If you have the shard, Broodmother.
Uh-oh.
Especially as the game
Uh-oh, he's out of mana!
Yeah, he used all of his mana trying to go for that kill onto Amar earlier, and Crit hit him with the cogs. He completely burned him out before, so the second go-around, he is just dead. Again, Falcons, they just win lanes, man. They are such a hard team to beat in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, this, just once again, this top lane is going extremely well, and that's the biggest surprise in terms of my expectation for the game. I think Sven's scoreline right now is probably pretty standard against Enigma, maybe a little bit better than you would have expected, perhaps even. And the mid lane, Razor versus Pango being even, I guess is a good look for no one.
Yeah, he's doing
but it's
well.
probably going to get harder as Razor hits level 5. You're probably going to get spammed more and struggle a bit more. But overall, he is... It's good news for Paravision that Pango's doing well in lane, because they're going to need him. Their lineup doesn't have much in the way of playmaking whatsoever, in reality, when you look at it. Chen doesn't set up anything, neither does Morph. Enigma's like a bit, but usually a follow-up, so Pango really has to carry the torch of team fights and skirmishes.
There is so much follow-up after he gets a good Rolling Thunder with the Brambles and the waveform in and such, but it all starts with him.
Yep. Malorine's going to get an amp damage rune. Crit seems to have some plans here. I'm not really sure what this movement is. Is he going to walk all the way to bottom instead of taking the gate because he wants his mana? I guess so. Maybe he's looking for a different attack angle as well. It's probably a very unexpected move, to be fair, for Paravision. Or is he going to steal the Wisdom? I mean, I guess he had to move roughly this early to look for that steal. Yeah, he's prioritizing that over the... He had to kill an Enigma here, but the Wisdom rune is bigger. If he can get this reliably, that is huge for them. He already has it secured, actually. Malrine will do the gank instead. This
and they
huge.
get the kill on DM and a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, he'll get it.
He's got
Just
the cogs, surround, push back. Oh boy.
Excellent stuff.
Lane went into double Wisdom Runes. Especially for these heroes. I mean, Clockwork is a hero that obviously needs that experience so badly.
So I feel like this is going to be a tougher test than Game 2 for Paravision, where, in my opinion, they made a good comeback, and we were talking about the potential of their lineup to get there and do it.
Yep.
This one has the potential to completely fall apart. You have no levels on your supports against a Brood, and a free farming hard carry on the enemy side, and a carry style mid. So how are you going to put enough pressure that all 3 cores of Falcons don't get huge when you have no levels on the playmaking?
And a classic Falcons maneuver through the gate. When they win their lane, they have the freedom to use the gates, come and go as they please, put the pressure on the safe lane. The kill is a bit slower than anticipated, but they'll get it eventually. Zamar comes in with his gigantic horde of spiders.
What's he gonna do on
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's kind of too poor to jungle, effectively.
Yeah.
He had to buy Raindrop. This is not looking good, man. It's 2K minute 8. That is what it is. But
Dire's top tower
the overall progression of this game is looking...
What do you think Amar is going to go when you're ahead like this? I think it could be an Orchid game.
Yeah, I think so too. You're against Pango and Morph and Willow.
Yeah.
Amazing targets. I also think the Orchid build is way better when you have Insatiable Hunger.
Sure.
Because we've seen Broods in this Morph matchup still go Orchid, but then not have the damage to actually kill. But when you have Insatiable Hunger, you're killing the people you Orchid.
I mean, this is the only opening Paravision has right now, is to play around this Enigma and his Eidolons and kill some supports. So nice rotation there from the Pango. No one ensures it. Pops his Invis Rune, and now he's going to loop around behind the tower, see if they can keep this pressure up. Because they certainly can't deal with the Broodmother right now. If they can ensure at least this tower goes down, it'll even things out a bit. Did see him. Takalis underneath his tier 2 is being gone on, and Brambles is going to do little to stop the Broodmother.
Oh, don't tell me he does another one. He's thinking about, okay, his spiders died. You could tell Amar wanted more.
Yeah. He actually gets pretty low here. Maybe actually the Thunderbolt, he can chase up after him. Hits him once, comes down, swashbuckle, got a kill for it. That is huge. And DM, he backs out from the bottom lane at the same time as no one makes that rotation through top, so.
It's a big rotation and it gives up the pressure bottom. So Amar effectively stopped their push, but that kill is indeed very big. You just...
Brings lots of heroes in for the power runes here. Crit's gonna try and take it, but if they can, Chrysalis take this fight, yeah. He's gonna be able to bring down Malrine pretty easily here and maybe chase down Crit as well. Yeah, Crit making a run for it. Slowed down by the shield crash and caught up. No one gets a killing spree. What a the last minute for Parivision. Just totally cut down that 2K lead.
Yeah. I think a little bit of a mistake there from Snaking. I'm pretty sure he frostbit the Enigma. He has to reserve that for Morphling in these situations. You need to hold this spell because it's the one reliable line of defense that your Razor has right now to get away. And with that Frostbite unavailable, Crystallis just killed Nalreen solo. He just ran him down and took him out. So yeah, like you said, big sequence here from Parivision to stabilize the game somewhat. And the biggest part of all of this is that the Morph killed Razor, so he actually got a game out of that.
Yeah.
He's now close to the Sven after being about 1,000 behind 2 minutes ago. This is starting to feel like a real possibility suddenly. And I know I was painting this picture of the game getting dire, but it really was possible that Falcons would just completely obliterate them in 10 minutes. And these kind of moments that happen now, it might not look like much to get these 2 or 3 kills, but it is a huge difference maker for this type of game.
Yeah, I mean, if you put Game of Gladiators from last year, or Liquid, with Broodmother, Chen, and that kind of lead, like they would just start bulldozing all your towers, and we would see a 20-minute high ground. So, Parivision, I think what you're saying, absolutely.
Terrorize available
Parivision, he's going to try and man up underneath the freezing.
Didn't he have Terrorize? So he went for the He went for the Bedlam instead. Thought he could overpower the Maiden. That is optimistic and wrong.
Very.
In comes crit. He's gonna. Well, who's catching who really? All right.
Needed Frostbite.
Nobody's killing anyone.
Stops no one from catching anybody there. So 12-minute power rune again. Parivision just bringing lots of heroes to the mid lane for this kind of move. They're going to play for top. If it is, Falcons would have got it. Instead, it's a shield rune bottom.
In the meantime, somebody's got to do garbage duty, and we have assigned 9 class to take out the trash.
Yeah, so good at doing AoE damage to deal with these spiders.
Yeah, it's not like they have many good choices, though. It's like Pango or Waveform. And neither of those cores really wanted to go there. No one. Might find a good jump here.
See if he can get through the cogs. Eventually he'll get through. Cooking him.
With that, early diffusal for him is very powerful, of course.
And it is the Orchid for the Broodmother. So we're going to see some big hill items on both sides.
Yeah. This is definitely going to change the nature of the game quite a lot, because then these heroes that are showing up to defend the tower can't do it alone. He can kill any hero on the Dire on his own with an Orchid. It's definitely an important moment coming up with that item. I think that's the most pivotal item of the game in general that we're going to see. It changes so much about how the two teams need to adjust, and it probably means that Parivision either have to just concede the top tower in that area, or they have to gank the Brood with 2+ heroes. The fact that not even Pango is safe is kind of worrisome.
Yeah.
So
this is going to be a pretty potent Crimson Guard game, which is what DM's going for.
Yeah, decent, for sure.
I do wonder in some ways, though, just because of the problem you're having with catching the Broodmother, when a Blink Dagger is warranted. Broodmother challenging 9 class in the jungle. Ended up getting worked.
And he's rewarded 2 parentheses. That's another big kill. Very impressed with Parivision's last few minutes under pressure. They are the ones bringing it.
Oh, the Bramble doesn't quite latch. And they're going to have to use the Terrorize, I think, to try and, push back the Maureen, who got a good laying Skeeter. He's going to come in. He's going to be surrounded by heroes, though. DM has an opportunity. Okay, they don't even need DM to do anything there. They just demolished him with the Bedlam. 9 class coming up big in Game 2 and now in Game 3.
I don't really think that was Sven's responsibility to solve that problem. I think that's where you ask yourself, where's the clockwork in these moments? Sven should not be TPing to defend his teammate in mid right now. He should be farming creeps. An uncharacteristic and very expensive mistake there from Skitter. And now that they end up not defending their tower anyway, they could have stolen the Wisdom Rune instead. But they also didn't do that.
Oh, he took away his Orchid? Oh, that timing is ruined.
Oh, that's real bad.
Yeah,
He's
that went from a 14-minute...
It
really went from, he could have had it at 12 minutes, but he died. And now it's going to be 16-minute Orchid.
Yeah, this is a very late timing for the early game he had. That's a very big courier kill. Damn. If you... I don't want to read into it too much, but if you look at Falcon's faces, they seem a little bit thrown off compared to what we've seen in earlier games here. A little bit like the... This game is not going according to plan.
Yeah.
Need more gum.
That's about to say, if you want to tell the emotional level of Falcons, I don't think you go to crit.
No. I think the main face you could see it on is Snaking.
Yeah.
Malrine's in trouble.
I think Skeeter's usually a good person to go to as well. Skeeter's pretty expressive.
Another find. Damn. This map is actually... I can't believe I'm saying this after the first 5 minutes, but Falcons are losing map control.
Yeah.
And that was not the game I was envisioning with what happened early on, but a couple of good moves can really change a lot. And now Chen gets to be the hero that you pick him for. And that was one of the biggest risks, honestly, with how the game went early was, will Chen have a purpose? But now that the game is actually under control, Ducalis gets to run around with his creeps, make aggressive moves, take over territories, and kind of counterplay what Brood is doing by equalizing the map space. He has a crest now? All right, that's...
And just drop the black hole. Probably not getting too many uses out of it, so...
fair enough.
If you can find a kill, take it.
Dire are scanning.
And I guess another thing, we talked about this in Game 1, how good of a potential Morphling game it was, but then it never really got there. This one more feels like a game that will get there at this rate. Because with Falcons losing this early mid-game portion of the game that they were set up well for, I think Crystallis will reach his critical mass point in this game.
Yeah.
And having the choice between Brood and Razor, whichever one he chooses, he will be a monster, and they don't have a single BKB piercing stun except hook shot. So he is going to just get in there, turn into Brood or Razor, and go to town, and he will kill heroes in any stun. They have Black Hole, they have Pango Roll, they have Bramble's Terrorize. Like, what a dream morph game when things go well.
Yeah.
I think they're actually starting to be heavily favored to even win the game now, when I look at this.
Too. I mean, you just finished up your Orchid on the Broodmother after the Courier died. Crystallis almost has his Manta. So that was one of the heroes you said, right? It was great for being able to pick off the Morphling, go for the Pango.
Yeah, that
one
window's
of them
gone.
almost has an answer.
Yeah, exactly. He completely missed that window. With the 2 deaths and the Courier Snipe, that delayed his item by 4 to 5 minutes. And here we are with Paravision now getting the first Roshan of the game.
Do you think you give this to Crystallis or no one?
I think I would like to... I would like to see it on no one, I think, because I think Crystallis will be farming a little bit more, and with the Manta, he probably feels safe. Yeah. And no one will be playing way more aggressively and taking initiative, so I really like this choice. I feel like Morph doesn't die here.
Yeah.
He can even join fights without Aegis and feel relatively comfortable as long as he reserves his Manta for Orchid. He can just waveform in with a bit of shift on, and they're not going to kill him. Just turn into... If Razor starts fighting you, you turn into him, you bully him out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If Sven goes on you, you can even, as an emergency measure, turn into Sven and use Warcry.
Sure.
So, like, all of the options are actually quite good. We didn't even talk about Sven because he has 2 S-tier targets. But Sven isn't even that bad either to turn into as Morph. Giving yourself a stun, giving yourself move speed and armor. Yeah. And this was second picked, mind you.
Yeah.
They have really... Falcons really believed in their ability to destroy the early game in this one when they didn't counter the Morph better than this. Now, I think you gotta be creative. Gotta find some smart solutions to that hero later down the line. And that's just talking about that one hero. You also have Enigma. That generally tends to pose issues later now. Sure, we'll kill the Shen here. Opening up a little bit of the map. See if they can maybe get more of this, but the entire enemy team is just bottoms.
So we're going to see the Crimson Guard into Boots of Bearing for DM. Blink Dagger is done for the Sven. Skeeter tends to be, I mean, we've seen it be a bit of a downfall in this game. He is a little bit more active as a carry.
Yeah.
I imagine this Blink Dagger is immediately going to be followed up by Falcons trying to make a move around it. And he goes for no one. Swashbuckle down.
That did not work. Oh, no.
And turn around, Rolling Thunder in the river, too. This is real bad. He is controlled up Beard, and he's turned into the Razor. Nice Rolling Thunder blink onto the heroes again. Skater's definitely dead. It's a question of how much Party Vision is going to get after he's dead. They can certainly get more kills. It looks like Snaking's to be run down. Maureen, he's taking a lot of damage from the Morphling as well. Black Hole came in, controlled up Amar, who came in with his BKB Orchid to kill Night Class. He got that kill, but if he dies for it, it certainly wasn't worth it. He's getting away down into the river. How many more webs he's going to be able to lay down to get out of this? No, he gets hit by the inhibit of the Diffusal Blade. Slowed down enough. The Broodmother Crawl cannot get away. He dies as well.
Damn. I'm actually really... Okay, there are multiple things there. First of all, I'm really surprised by that initiation from Skitter. I think that was just one of those moments. I just don't understand what they were expecting. Like, that seemed very, very hopeful to get a good fight out of that. So that's the first part. But then when that happens, they actually stuck around to help him. I called that fight doomed from the moment he got isolated after the jump. And they didn't just turn tail and run. They actually tried to fight back. And I guess all in all, trading the Brood for Willow isn't that terrible. That could have been worse. But it definitely wasn't good. Now, you're going to lose your mid-tier 2. The enemy team will now start invading your triangle. I guess at the very least, Falcons will retain their Tormentor and Wisdom Rune, although no one's being cute.
Oh, if
nice
he got out the Rolling
fight.
Thunder, he maybe could have taken that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Snake's dead for this, though.
Still chase after him. Oh, he's got his shards, gets to the low ground. No one's able to pursue.
Oh, actually, okay. Wow, I thought they were just going to kill him with Morph, but he's a bit hesitant about going in. And now, the other way.
Yeah, as they retreat. Chen, not the best hero to be able to get away. DM is lucky he wasn't spotted there. Otherwise, Crit might have been able to hit the hook shot.
Yep.
Very awkward. I mean, I thought this was going to be a great point for Pirate Vision because I always feel like Falcons always set up their lineups where if they are behind at this point and they're the ones getting invaded, it shows the weakness of their lineups because they have multiple heroes that want to farm. If their side of the map gets small, it usually turns out really bad for them. But
yep. But I do think that's where Skitter's Dagger is so important, if they use it correctly, that is their angle together with Clockwork to get ground back. I think the state of the game right now is actually Sven is the third carry of their team. I think he is going to initiate to make space for the Broodmother to flank and kill heroes, and then the Razor is going to go in and fight alongside Amar. So Skitter is, as weird as this sounds, kind of a semi-carry Sven right now. That's obviously not what they picked it for, and it's not the ultimate goal in this game, but for the time being...
Oh, 2 seconds! The Aegis is about to expire!
Oh!
It was just about to expire!
He can't stop attacking there, right? Can you stop if you press stop?
I don't think so. You could change targets, but he had nothing else to change to, right?
Oh, that was so close. And now they're going to lose Crit instead. So that kill was actually...
He looks for more.
That kill was actually worse than not trying.
Yeah.
Amar.
Oh, he was pushed up to the high ground. DM has Black Hole. Yeah, they're going to drop it. The BKB lasts a while. The Terrorize is going to be on him as soon as the BKB fades away. And yeah, he's just controlled up for too long. Get the pick off on Amar. Amar was split pushing them real good, but they do manage to punish him.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
At the very least for Falcon, Skitter getting some space here, takes that bot tower. But this is starting to look worrying with how much of a distance Morph is generating to the Sven. If these two heroes are neck and neck on net worth, I would say, generally speaking, Morphling has the upper hand in this matchup. But when Morph is ahead by an item, Sven has no chance a lot of the time. Like, effectively, the way Sven has to kill Morph here is that by catching him completely off guard, blink stunning him, and getting to swing like 3 or 4 times. And it's just not really likely right now that that's going to happen.
And when that whole item is a butterfly, I mean, Sven's just not an MKB hero, so that item is going to be very effective.
At the very least, Brood will buy Thorn, but you still have to keep that on the hero. Morph can Manta it off, he's probably going to buy BKB, so this window, again, is kind of relatively small. But I still do think he should buy it, also because it allows him to solo kill heroes quite effectively, but for the time being, he's actually not looking at that. He's looking at Nullifier plus Shard.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's interesting. What does he want to nullify off?
Radiant structures are fortified.
4 staffs, I guess?
4 staffs.
Mainly.
Shield crash.
Yeah, it's decent against Shield Crash, actually. That is dispellable, right?
Yeah, but
yes.
I mean, it's not as good if it was the old Pango where it's the double shield jump. But
right.
I would still prefer the Bloodthorn. I'm with you on that one. Well, they are going to hit multiple BKBs. They just picked they already had it on Amar, obviously, but they're about to get it on the Razor. They just picked it up on the
They
Sven.
better have their items ready.
They're going to need it for this high ground defense.
Oh, boy, hello.
It's just happening so damn fast.
9 class will escape the Brood attempt.
They forced that from him, hit with a Frostbite, but the Butterfly's already missed twice on the Sven. So much of his damage is just gone by missing those 2 hits, and the Razor's being controlled of. He got off his BKB, but he may not even be able to escape from this one as the shield crash hit finishes him off. A little bit of a roll up there, and no one. Is he going to be able to make it out of here? He kills the Crystal Main. Now he's running away from Skeeter. He's fine. Crystallis is destroying when it comes to damage as he soaked up so much. It might just be done already,
Is it just over? They have 2 dead heroes for 30 seconds. These heroes push fast. We just saw them take the bot racks. They're going to glyph, and as much as a heroic Falcons defense we saw last game 3v5, this is very different conditions. You don't have those tools that you did last time around. You've already used your Brute BKB as well. So Amar, this is 2 lanesmen. Okay, this happened a lot. This went a lot
pick off on top of it, Amar.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, that escalated quickly.
It really did. They will still have a tier 2 up at top, so they can't go for megas or anything, but...
Damn. Talk about getting caught off guard. That bot tower just vanished. They were clearly not expecting this push to come so quick.
Stick around. They're just going to try and force Amar to use his buyback.
Okay.
They still have Black Hole this entire time. That is still a problem that Falcons need to be able to deal with. Crystallis has BKB, so he's willing to be aggressive. Falcons try and turn around, do anything to get the kill on Chris. Oh, okay, there's just no buyback from Amar, so now the Razor is dead for 45 seconds without a buyback. They're going to have to continue to defend 4 versus 5.
Skitter cut the wave, but there's still a siege creep, so this did nothing.
Yeah, the bottom wave is also pushing it. So even if they deal with the siege creep, there's going to be another wave coming in soon. All right, this is the do or die moment. They have to be able to kill DM. Don't let them get off the black hole, and they do manage to chain up the stuns. That works. Can they deal with everybody else? Because Crystallis destroys the Sven. You're going to have to rely on your second and third carries at this point in time, and you still need 12 more seconds for the Razor. And Amar is crawling away into the trees here. There is creeps inside of the base, but Pari Vision looks like they may just back up for now.
Losing Pango makes this push pretty hard. Yeah. No one is doing a ton of work in these fights. They did buy back DM, so I guess job well done from Falcons for defending there, but they're just not progressing on the right heroes. I mean, sure, you're defending, you're trading 1 for 1, 1 for 2, but Sven, again, a victim, and Morph will stay alive, furthering that gap between the two. And once again, it just begs the question, like, who's going to deal with this hero?
I don't know. Especially if that hero gets in Aegis. Roshan is up.
Snake.
And they can play for it on their side.
Won't commit.
They're going to go back and do just that. Falcons are going to be hard-pressed to be able to contest this with the mid and bottom lanes constantly pushing in. And outpost, advantage for Pari Vision.
Yeah, this Rosh is just theirs. This is the type of Rosh that should just end the game, right? Like Morph with this Aegis. He's just going to walk high ground and hit your tower.
Yeah.
If they wanted to contest, they're already too late. They can't do it.
Dude, it's so scary when he turns into Razor or Broodmother and he gets the bonus damage and you have something like a Crystallis or Daedalus on top of it.
Yep. Currently in the backpack, but he's not far off the Daedalus. If he wants to farm it before pushing, by all means, but I just don't think it's necessary.
I don't think so either.
You flat out just go and finish the game right here, right now.
Nice defensive pickup there. The Lotus Orb for no one.
Yeah, gonna cover him against the Brood and against the Razor. In case Razor wanted to link him in under any circumstances, that is not really that big of a threat. And here comes
Big final push. Amar took a tier 2 mid, but he is going to TP back for this. He's not going to try and trade out. Crystallis breaks the link. So now that's on cooldown for a bit. Pops his Manta to get rid of the Frostbite, lays into the tower. Forcing, okay, gets forced. Immediate response with the Lotus. Nice play from no one to cover Crystallis. Skeeter's just waiting for his opportunity, waiting for some sort of screw up from PariVision. It's not coming. Amar tries to force something and will just die for it. The Malphite is going to take him out.
Okay, he has buyback BKB.
They're going to have to go in soon. Otherwise, this is just going to be Mega. Spotted Skeeter. No one hit him with the Rolling Thunder. Stopped his initiation. Now they lay down the terrace right as the link went down from the Razor too. So that's taken away. Skeeter makes his jump, goes for DM. Can he get off the black hole? He got it off. This Sped is in trouble. Caught the clockwork too. They're both gonna die, and Mari could do nothing to stop it. He activates all his spells, can't even kill DM, and it's over. GG is called. PariVision make the comeback in both the game and the series. And no one's having the time of his life. A 2-1 over Falcons. What a victory for PariVision.
Yeah, and again, especially if you think back on the, oh man, this means so much to them. That's awesome to see. I mean, there was definitely something, I don't know if you want to call it bad blood. I think especially they're really happy for Crystallis to beat these guys. How many times has he lost to Falcons on different teams he's played on recently, his old crew, but yeah, I'm really impressed with PariVision in this game in particular, because when I saw the first 5 minutes, I was so worried for them, and then they swung everything around in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes themselves. They solved all of their problems, and at this level, that's really difficult to do. So massive props for making good movements, having the right plays and the right ideas to put out fires, and ultimately, when you looked at the 20-minute game state, there was just no way this one was going to go wrong anymore. So awesome stuff.
Yeah. Standout performances, I would say 9class in Game 2 and in 3. I mean, he did a lot of work in his Game 3, but he had a fantastic Game 2 performance.
I really like No One in this one.
No One, I think, was fantastic. And the fact that he took that matchup against the Razor, went even with it, and then very rapidly snowballed some big kills when they needed it, right? So, we'll see what the panel thinks, though, as we close out this series 2-1, going to PariVision.
Bet a lot of people wouldn't have heard that scoreline happening before the series began, including me and probably the majority of my panel. What a showing of growth over these past 3 games, Brian. Game 1, it seemed like they didn't even know what to do in the draft. Then Game 2, PariVision comes in with a somewhat stronger idea and late game execution, and now this Game 3, just running roughshod over Falcons, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I'd like to formally apologize that I'm not flexible enough to put my foot in my mouth, because that was a showing by PariVision.
It's the Shaq line, you know? I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah.
But now you are.
Yeah, I thought that Game 2, they got carried in the draft on PariVision in a game that they got outplayed, and this game was just the complete opposite. I feel like they outplayed them. They made it work with their specialty heroes. We were skeptical of the DM Enigma, and they obviously got really good KDs on the Morphling and the Pango, but he even made his game work. Just all around, super impressed, super excited for this team moving forward, and hats off to you guys.
Yeah, they played a really aggressive style, and you mentioned the Enigma. I'm glad to see that it worked, because it didn't make sense when we saw it come in the draft, but it works for them, and I love that he was getting involved early. We saw Enigma walking with his Eidolons from bottom to mid, taking that tower. Crystallis on that Morphling. That was probably the most active Morphling I've seen in a long time, because we talked about the issue with the Brood lane, right? That Brood would exist top, and there would be no one to play versus that lane. Guess what? Morphling just went mid. Like, minute 9, he was mid, playing with his team for like 4 minutes, forcing these team fights away from the Broodmother. When they had their Morphling in play, they were taking towers, they were making these aggressive plays, and the Brood issue turned out to be not much of an issue, because you just leave him alone. You kill him when you can. That's what happened.
In another world where Amar's Orchid didn't get so heavily delayed, then I don't know if that Morphling would be able to get away with as much, though, because so Amar's Courier died, what ended up turning into probably like a 12, 13-minute Orchid became a 16-minute Orchid, and that 3-minute window gave so much time, which Crystallis appropriately capitalized on.
That's a great point that you make, honestly, and the fact that they were able, within that window too, to kill Brood twice Once when no one and his Pango rotated it in and killed him when he overextended a little. And another time that actually wasn't on camera, but it happened that Morphling plus Willow found Brood in the jungle around that window and killed him too. And there was like some tips and smiley faces going on.
Yeah.
Didn't see how that play happened, but it does feel like the Brood game could have maybe gone a little bit differently if the cards had fallen in a different way, but they didn't.
Yeah, you look at Pango, you look at Enigma, like Party Vision definitely had the vastly superior team fight. When I looked at the drafts, I didn't think they were ever going to get that team fight. So as you mentioned, the fact that they delayed that Broodmother's timings, the map looked a lot different than I envisioned it originally. I'm sure it's different than Falcons envisioned it. I think their draft was